Chapter 1. Super Gene. By a stony creek in a valley, a black-clad young man was holding a black beetle with a metallic sheen that looked like a cross between a crab and a Hercules beetle. Holding a dagger in his other hand, the young man swiftly cut the still struggling claws off the beetle, revealing white and tender meat. Almost without hesitation, the young man sucked the meat out of the claws as if he were eating a crab, and swallowed it together with larger pieces of tougher meat. Black beetle killed. No beast soul gained. Eat the flesh of the black beetle to gain 0 to 10 geno points randomly. Black beetle flesh eaten. 0 geno points gained. A strange voice sounded in Han Sen's mind, and some data also appeared. Han Sen, not evolved. Status, none. Lifespan, 200 years. Required for evolution, 100 geno points. Geno points gained, 79. Beast souls gained, none. I have received 0 geno points from more than 30 black beetles in a row. I must have eaten too much black beetle flesh to evolve from it further. 0 points. When will I ever finish the first evolution and gain status? Han Sen looked frustrated. Over 100 years ago, science and technology reached a very high level, and humans finally mastered space teleportation technology. Shockingly, when they tried to be teleported, they found that they were neither sent back to the past nor teleported to the future. They didn't even travel from one planet to another. A completely different world lay at the other end of the space teleport channel, a world that human beings could not have imagined. In this world, all scientific and technological means lost their function. A machine gun in this world was not even as useful as a steel knife. Missiles and nuclear weapons would not explode, same as a heap of scrap iron. No mechanical or electronic equipment would work either. All kinds of horrible creatures inhabited this world. Human beings, who used to stand on top of the food chain because of their wisdom and technology, fell to the bottom. But when people killed certain relatively weak creatures and ate their flesh, they were surprised to find that their own bodies changed considerably and evolved quickly in ways that science could not explain. What made people pleasantly surprised was that in this world, with the evolution of the body, their lifespans also increased, which was amazing news to all mankind. In the following century, more and more people entered this world called God's Sanctuary, gradually became familiar with the rules of this world, hunted its creatures, and saw their own bodies evolve. The higher the degree of physical evolution, the longer the life. Theoretically, if you could continue evolving, it could be possible to live forever. In this world, science and technology became completely useless. The only things that could help humans were the most primitive fighting skills. Ancient martial arts, which were almost forgotten in modern society, had an unexpected effect here. All kinds of ancient martial arts had been redeveloped, and after more than 100 years of development, new martial arts schools were formed and became prominent. In addition to ancient martial arts, God's Sanctuary offered another tool to enhance humans, the beast soul. When killing a creature in God's Sanctuary, a person had a chance to obtain the beast soul of the creature. Beast souls had all kinds of forms and appearances. Some could be summoned to fight for men, and some appeared in the form of armor or weapon. In addition, some beast souls could even help humans transform so they could take the shape of terrifying monsters, magical birds flying between heaven and earth, or insects drilling underground. Neither martial arts nor beast souls had anything to do with Han Sen. Even in modern society, advanced science and technology were in the hands of just a few people. Han Sen completed integrated compulsory education and entered God's Sanctuary when he turned 16. What he had learned from school was no more than the beginning-level new martial arts that everyone knew. As for beast souls, they were so expensive that Han Sen couldn't afford even the cheapest. Without martial arts and beast souls, or even advanced man-made alloy weapons, Han Sen was only able to kill some low-level creatures to eat their flesh and evolve, and he was having a difficult time in God's Sanctuary. But the more meat of low-level creatures he ate, the less effective evolution he gained. 3 months in God's Sanctuary, and he still could not complete a physical evolution. Han Sen had tried to kill some of the more powerful creatures, but even the weakest primitive creature, the copper-toothed beast, almost took his life. He had to rest for nearly a month before returning to God's Sanctuary. By this time, Han Sen had eaten all kinds of ordinary creatures around him, and it wouldn't help to eat their flesh anymore. If he didn't risk hunting more advanced creatures, he would never evolve. When he was about to try to kill a copper-toothed beast, Han Sen saw something climbing out from the ripples of the creek. He originally thought it was a black beetle, but immediately noticed something different. All black beetles had black shells, but a bright golden color caught his eye. Han Sen gazed at the creature climbing out of the water. It really was a black beetle, but different from the ordinary ones because of its golden body as big as a basketball. It was like a sculpture carved from gold, and its eyes were crystal clear, like gems. It did not even look like a living thing unless observed carefully. Why is this black beetle so strange? Han Sen stared at the golden black beetle. Recently, he had killed countless black beetles and knew everything about them. Their vision was poor, but their hearing was very sensitive. As long as he remained still, even in close proximity, a black beetle would not notice his presence. Han Sen stared at the strange beetle, and unexpectedly, it climbed toward him. Without hesitation, when the golden black beetle crawled next to Han Sen, he held down the golden black beetle's shell with one hand and swiftly cut into its fragile joints with the dagger in his other hand. He made 6 clean cuts vertically and horizontally to remove all 6 claws of the beetle. The golden black beetle struggled and flipped over, Taking this opportunity, Han Sen pierced his dagger into a white mark on its belly and turned it sharply. The golden black beetle suddenly stopped moving. Sacred blood creature black beetle killed. Beast soul of sacred blood black beetle gained. Eat the flesh of sacred blood black beetle to gain 0 to 10 geno points randomly. Chapter 2. Ass Freak. Han Sen was stunned by the sudden voice in his head, and he could hardly believe it was true. Sacred blood creature and sacred blood beast soul. Were those even real? The creatures of God's sanctuary were divided into 4 parts: ordinary creatures, primitive creatures, mutant creatures, and sacred blood creatures. Different geno points could be gained by eating flesh of creatures of different types. At that time, there were 4 God's sanctuary phases known to men. With each physical evolution completed, access to the next space would be permitted. The more powerful the geno points used in evolution, the higher the likelihood of surviving in the next space. Sacred blood beast souls were without any doubt the best beast souls. Any sacred blood beast soul could be sold at an enormous price. When Han Sen finally realized what had really happened, he was almost trembling. Holding the dagger to pick open the shell of the black beetle, he filled his mouth with meat as tender as jelly. Flesh of black beetle eaten. 1 sacred geno point gained. Feeling the flesh turn to energy and hearing the voice in his mind almost brought Han Sen to tears. He grabbed a claw and sucked out all meat from it, feeling waves of energy hitting his body and boiling his blood. There was not much difference between eating a sacred blood black beetle and eating a crab. After sucking the meat clean from all 6 claws, Han Sen started to cut the meat inside the shell. Flesh of black beetle eaten. 1 sacred geno point gained. Flesh of black beetle eaten. 1 sacred geno point gained. The strange voice continuously sounded in Han Sen's mind and made him feel on top of the world. As Han Sen was cutting away, he felt his dagger cut into something hard that made a sound like metal. Han Sen stopped. Black beetles and crabs are alike. They look tough, but inside their shells there would be nothing but boneless meat. So how could there be metal? He removed the dagger, pulled aside the meat that had been cut, and saw a corner of black metal. Han Sen cut open all the meat surrounding it, and soon the black metal was completely exposed. At first he thought it was metal, but taking it out, he discovered that it was a black crystal the size and shape of a pigeon egg. Han Sen took the crystal in his hand and didn't feel anything abnormal. The crystal was just like a beautiful, rounded black pebble. But with a closer look, there seemed to be millions of stars shining in it, creating incredible beauty. Here is the easiest area in God's sanctuary, Han Sen thought. Even primitive creatures are hard to find here, let alone sacred blood creatures. How did this sacred blood black beetle suddenly appear? And I've never heard of a sacred blood black beetle before. Black beetles are such low life after all, and this sacred blood black beetle is so outrageously weak. Is its appearance related to the crystal? There was no clue, so he simply ate all the rest of the black beetle meat and was stuffed. He gained a total of 7 sacred geno points. 7 sacred geno points were beyond his wildest dreams. With his background, he needed to risk everything even to kill a primitive creature, let alone a sacred blood creature. The shell of the sacred blood black beetle was also precious material, so Han Sen picked up all the claws and stuffed them into his pocket, together with the upper and lower shells. The shell of ordinary black beetles almost had no value, but the shell of a sacred blood black beetle would probably make a soup that could give him 1 or 2 more sacred geno points. It was the first time Han Sen had eaten a sacred blood creature. Technically, he could max out and get 10 sacred geno points. He already had 7 from the meat, and the other 3 should be in the shell. If he were to sell the shell, he could probably afford a nice private aircraft in Levo Interstellar Alliance with the money he received. On the way back to Steel Armor Castle, everyone was pointing at him, gloating and laughing, and no one would come near him. Everyone in the sanctuary was looking at him as if he were a monster. Normally, when an ordinary person went to the sanctuary, even if he were poor, if his martial skills were not too bad, he could always find some companions and kill a few primitive creatures together, and he would be nowhere near as miserable as Han Sen. However, in the entire Steel Armor Castle, no one was willing or had the courage to have anything to do with Han Sen. More than 3 months ago, Han Sen had entered God's sanctuary for the first time. The moment he stepped outside Steel Armor Shelter, he saw a giant white wolf unicorn standing with its back towards him around the corner of the rampart. Without hesitation, Han Sen grabbed his dagger and fiercely stabbed the unicorn in the ass. This stab turned Han Sen and Qin Xian together into the biggest laughingstock in Steel Armor Shelter. Yes, the white wolf unicorn was not a beast, but a human like Han Sen himself. She was just transforming using a beast soul. Qin Xian was also the most powerful woman in Steel Armor Shelter. She was likely to finish her first evolution with sacred geno points and embark on the path of evolution. A new guy stabbing Qin Xian's rear end became the biggest joke in Steel Armor Shelter. Although no one dared to mention this to Qin Xian's face, secretly everyone was laughing their asses off, and Ass Freak became Han Sen's well-known nickname in Steel Armor Shelter. Then Qin Xian declared that whoever spent time with Han Sen would become her enemy. In Steel Armor Shelter, few people could afford to be Qin Xian's enemy. Even if they could afford it, no one would risk antagonizing Qin Xian for the sake of a nobody and Ass Freak. That was why Han Sen had such a difficult time, but he didn't really blame Qin Xian. It was his fault in the first place. He was too nervous the first time he came to God's sanctuary, Plus, he had never seen creatures in his previous world or Transformers before, which all led to the unforgivable mistake. Han-san was already grateful that Qin Xian did not kill him in anger. The only lucky thing was that the teleportation into God's sanctuary was always random, and there were no familiar faces in Steel Armor Shelter, so no one knew his real name. Chapter 3. Sacred Blood Armor. Han-san returned to his room, made a fire, and started boiling the black beetle claws and shells in a pot. Without tools and know-how, he could only use the most primitive methods to process the shells and extract the genoessence. The shell of a sacred blood creature would take more than an hour or two to cook, so Han-san covered the lid and took out the black crystal to take a closer look. Still, no clues whatsoever. Suddenly, Han-san caught a glimpse of the caged green-scaled beast the size of a civet cat in the corner of his room and suddenly had an idea. Like black beetles, this green-scaled beast was an ordinary creature. Han-san used to prey on them and bring them back to cook and eat to increase his geno points. But later, green-scaled beasts no longer increased his geno points, so Han-san didn't eat the last beast and forgot about it. Surprisingly, it was still alive. He grabbed the moribund green-scaled beast from the cage, hesitated for a moment, and was about to feed the black crystal to the beast. To his surprise, seeing the black crystal, the dying green-scaled beast gathered all its strength to stretch out its tongue, roll the black crystal back into its mouth and swallow the whole crystal. There is indeed something magical about the black crystal. Han-san was stunned and found that the green-scaled beast seemed considerably more lively after swallowing the crystal, its four claws scratching and head moving to bite Han-san's hand, which was on its neck. Han-san threw the green-scaled beast back into the cage and carefully watched it. The beast, which hadn't fed for days, completely recovered its vitality, thrashing and scratching wildly in the cage, just like it had when it was first caught. Han-san sat across from the cage and watched the movements of the green-scaled beast. He had a guess, and if he was right, he might have obtained something incredible, something more exciting than a sacred blood creature. But Han-san was afraid he was wrong, so he could only stare at the green-scaled beast anxiously, hoping to see the change that he desired. Han-san nervously stared intently and did not realize that he was starving until he smelled bone broth from the pot. Looking at the time, he noticed almost 24 hours had passed. Rising to check the black beetle shell in the pot, he saw the golden color of the shell had been boiled off and the broth had become golden. It smelled so good that the hungry young man's mouth watered. About to scoop up a bowl of soup, Han-san suddenly heard iron breaking from the cage of the green-scaled beast. He quickly turned around and saw the green-scaled beast had bitten off an iron bar of the cage and stretched out his head from the inside. Its light green scales had now completely turned a dark green color. Its teeth had become sharp and the tips of its four claws were like iron hooks. The beast was about to come out of the cage. Han-san was pleasantly surprised and pulled out the dagger from his waist. He rushed to the front of the cage and stabbed the dagger into the lower belly of the green-scaled beast. With a turn of the dagger, the green-scaled beast stopped struggling. Primitive creature green-scaled beast killed. No beast soul gained. Eat the flesh of the primitive green-scaled beast to gain 0 to 10 points randomly. The strange voice sounded in Han-sen's mind and left him stunned. Primitive green-scaled beast. Primitive creature. So the crystal can really make these creatures evolve. Han-sen was overwhelmed with joy and did not know how to react. After a long time, he suddenly cut open the green-scaled beast with the dagger and uncovered the crystal as big as a pigeon egg. Taking no heed of the blood on it, he kissed the crystal twice and then wiped it clean, holding it in his hands like it was a great treasure. The crystal was really the reason the black beetle became a sacred blood creature. If the green-scaled beast had continued to evolve, could it have become a sacred blood creature too? Han-sen almost dared not think about it, because it was just too amazing. He was so excited that his hands were trembling while holding the crystal. He bit his tongue and cried out of pain so as to know that it really was not a dream. After remaining excited for quite a while, Han-sen carefully put the crystal away, gobbled up the shell broth, and gained another sacred geno point, bringing his geno point count to 8. Without tools and means, his primitive method couldn't extract all geno essence from the shell, but it was good enough that he gained 1 sacred geno point. Han-sen realized that he had gained a sacred blood beast soul of a black beetle when he killed the golden black beetle, and he quickly accessed his profile. Han-sen, not evolved. Status, none. Lifespan, 200 years. Requirements for evolution, 100 geno points. Geno points gained, 79 geno points, 8 sacred geno points. Beast soul gained, sacred blood black beetle. Type of sacred blood black beetle's beast soul, armor. What would the armor of sacred blood black beetle's beast soul look like? Before Han-sen finished the thought, a golden shadow shot out of thin air, looking exactly like the golden black beetle. The golden black beetle flew to Han-sen's chest, turned into a golden liquid and started to cover his whole body. In the blink of an eye, Han-sen's whole body, together with his hair, was all wrapped up. The streamlined gold armor was full of power and impact, and covered his whole body as if it were a suit of Gothic medieval armor instilled with improved aerodynamics. It looked just like a piece of art. The whole suit of armor felt full of power and speed, making Han-sen look slender and majestic, as if his whole body were full of explosive power. With shining metallic luster, the armor was gorgeous and had a solid texture. At first glance, it was even somewhat like the gold cloth worn by golden saints. The difference between the gold cloth and the beast soul armor was that the armor covered the head and body completely, with only a few gaps in the joints where different pieces overlapped, just like the black beetle itself, which was the only weakness of the beast soul armor. Han San moved around in the armor, and there was no feeling of heaviness or clumsiness. Instead, he felt that his body had become a little lighter and full of energy. Indeed, this was armor from a sacred blood beast soul. It is way more gorgeous than the ones from primitive beast souls that I often have seen at Steel Armor Shelter. Han San felt ecstatic. He used to envy people in armor of primitive beast souls and had never thought he would get a suit of a sacred blood beast soul one day. Chapter 4. The Old House. Yate Group President Zhao Yalong completed the third evolution, entered Fourth God Sanctuary, and became the 83rd human in history to enter Fourth God Sanctuary. His lifespan has reached 500 years, and he has gained the status of demigod. The prodigy from Raikote Galaxy, Lang, entered Second God Sanctuary with 100 mutation geno points. His lifespan has reached 300 years, and he has gained the status of Evolver. The Speaker of the House of Representatives, Hemingway, killed a demigod creature star of the ocean yesterday, and was the first to accomplish this feat. According to authoritative experts, in 10 years someone will complete the fourth evolution for the first time and advance into Fifth God Sanctuary. Han San had just teleported from the Steel Armor Shelter, and the news was playing on a virtual screen. Evolver, Surpasser, and Demigod. With the Black Crystal, I will be able to do all that, and go even farther. Han San shook his fist, stepped away from the teleport station, and took the maglev train home. Before he went into the yard, Han San heard a harsh female voice. Luo Sulan, do you want to take the old house of the Hans? This house was our parents, and my two elder brothers and I each own a part. Now my eldest brother has passed. We won't bully you, since you are a widow, and will leave you his share. But if you want to take everything, we will never agree. That's right. The voice of a middle-aged man chimed in. The old house has always been the inheritance of our parents. All of us have rights to it, and you can't keep it for yourselves. Your family has lived here for more than 20 years, so you have already taken advantage of us in a big way. It is time to divide the inheritance. My brother has said it, a soft-pitched male voice continued. You lived in the old house for more than 20 years. We will not collect the rent, but this old house is our inheritance and has to be divided. A young woman's voice could be heard saying, we have an estimate from a lawyer, and this old house is now worth more than 3 million. We are 3 households, so we should get $1 million each. You can either give each of us $1 million and own this old house outright, or sell the house, and then we all split the money. We are okay with either option you choose. Exactly, now that our eldest brother is gone, we won't bully his widow and kids. You can give us money or sell the house, as you like. The harsh first voice began again. Brother and sister, there is no need to force me. You know our situation. We don't have 2 million, a woman said sadly. Then put the house up for sale, the harsh woman immediately said. Where would we live without a house? Han San just graduated and Han Yan is about to go to school, the sad woman said. Sister-in-law, this is not reasonable. How are you the only one with troubles? Your kids Han San and Han Yan are only enrolled in integrated compulsory education, while my Han Hao goes to a private school. His tuition gives me gray hair every year. Sister, you are right. We are all having a hard time and everyone needs money. Why don't we just sell the house? We could all take some, and you could afford Han Yan's education, said the effeminate voice. Anyway, you either give us money or sell the house. Your choice, the young woman said coldly. Outside the house, Han San became furious as he listened. He pushed the door open and saw his mother shedding tears while holding his sister, Han Yan. The 5-year-old girl curled up in the arms of her mother, her big eyes full of fear. Next to them, 2 men and 2 women were all smiling indifferently. How dare you come here and ask for the old house? Han San pointed to the fierce-looking fat woman and exclaimed in anger. Aunt, you used to be an accountant in the company and brought about tens of millions in bad debts. Did my dad not help you after you begged him? Han San, what nonsense. Who caused bad debts? Stop lying, the skinny guy with the effeminate voice cried, pointing to Han San. Uncle, you embezzled the company's public funds to invest and lost a few million. Han San pointed to the skinny guy. Did you not come to my home and get on your knees to beg my dad for help? And you, uncle, you owed so many gambling debts that you were almost forced to commit suicide. Who helped you? When you were almost beaten to death, who saved your life? Han San pointed to the fat, middle-aged man. Starry Group wanted to acquire our family business. If my dad didn't represent all of you and then had a falling out with Starry Group, would he have died in such a shady way? Han San clenched his teeth, looking at the 4. But you skipped my dad's funeral and sold the company to Starry Group upon his death. Did you give us any of the money you got from selling the company? Also, who paid for your houses when you got married? Were those houses any cheaper than this old house? Did you take care of your parents for a single day when they were alive? How dare you come here to ask for a share of the old house? Stop it. Your father only did what he wanted to do. The company belonged to my father, and we all have shares. He can't decide for us. And surely, we can spend the money of the company, Uncle Han Lei said brazenly. That's true. Your father was a dictator, and we are only getting our own money back. It does not matter what you say. Give the money or sell the house. Otherwise, we'll see you in court. You will lose the case wherever we go, Aunt Han Yume shouted. It's all your dad's fault. They started to accuse Han Sen's late father. Han Sen was shaking with anger and felt wronged for his father. When his father took over the company, it was only a small business, worth 1 or 2 million. He spent so much effort for the company to bloom and had to look after his family and make up for their mistakes. A few times the company was on the brink of bankruptcy due to liquidity problems, and he even died for the company. After his death, however, his wife and children were bullied by the relatives that he used to help. When Han Sen's father was alive, he always said that they were family and there's no need to argue. And what an irony it has become now. If they truly needed the money and had difficulties, Han Sen would just agree to give it. But all the private aircrafts they piloted here were worth more than 1 million. And they at least got 10 million from selling the company, which all fell into their pockets, and nothing was given to Han Sen's family. It was simply impossible that they didn't even have 1 million. Chapter 5. Swift Mantis. After making a fuss at Han Sen's home, Han Yume and Han Lei gave his family an ultimatum. They had to come up with the money or sell the house in 1 month. Otherwise, they would file a lawsuit. I'm so useless that I can't even keep the house. Luo Sulan held Han Yin, her face covered with tears. Luo Sulan was a gentle lady. When Han Sen's father was still alive, she was treated like a princess. She didn't even know how to sweep the floor, let alone do other chores. Han Sen knew how difficult it was for her to raise his sister and him after his father passed away. Don't worry, Mom. I am here even though Dad isn't. I will not let them take away our house. You take a rest, and I'll consult Uncle Zhang on the matter. Han Sen called a friend of his father's, Mr. Zhang. He was the lawyer who used to work in their family business as legal counsel. Hi, Uncle Zhang. This isn't. Is your back any better? I have a legal matter that I want to ask you about. So? Han Sen looked a little pale when he hung up. He had confirmed that his relative told the truth. They do have rights to a part of the house. And if they really did go to court, the verdict would be close to what they've asked for, to either pay them money or sell the house. Sen, what did Mr. Zhang say? Luo Sulan asked Han Sen, looking at him nervously. Don't you worry, Mom. I have checked with Uncle Zhang and there is a solution. You just make sure Yin is okay, and I'll take care of this. The house will not be taken away by anyone, Han Sen said with a smile. That's good, that's great. Luo Sulan breathed a sigh of relief. Having rested at home for a night, Han Sen took a train to the teleport station and entered God's sanctuary in the morning. Han Sen was teleported to his room at the steel armor shelter. When one was teleported into God's sanctuary, one would appear in a certain room only accessible to him or her. Unless permitted by the owner, others were not able to enter the room. Before finishing the first evolution and entering second God's sanctuary, this was Han Sen's home in God's sanctuary. Now Han Sen had no power or influence. The only solution was to come up with $2 million in a month if he wanted to keep the house. Although he felt it was unfair, without power, there was nothing left to do. 2 million Levo dollars was an enormous amount for a young man who just finished integrated compulsory education. In the past, Han Sen couldn't have earned 2 million in a year, let alone in a month. But now everything was different. In fact, if he had not already cooked the shell of the sacred blood black beetle, the shell alone would be worth 1 or 2 million. Even without the shell, he still had the black crystal that could make creatures evolve. As long as he had that, 2 million was nothing. Looking at the body of the primitive green-scaled beast on the ground, Han Sen hesitated for a moment before cutting the body into pieces. He then dried the meat, made it into beef jerky, and carried it with him in his waist pack. He must first catch a creature before he could use the crystal to make it evolve, and trade the flesh of the evolved creature for money. Now that Han Sen owned a suit of sacred blood beast soul armor, he could up his game and start to hunt primitive creatures instead of ordinary creatures. Primitive creatures weren't worth much, and he would waste a day's time waiting for an ordinary creature to evolve into a primitive one. To come up with 2 million, Han Sen would need to sell at least a mutant creature. Primitive creatures were usually seen a dozen kilometers from steel armor shelter. Han Sen had not dared to go that far before, but now he has had his armor. This time, his goal was no longer a copper-toothed beast, the weakest among all primitive creatures, but the swift mantis often spotted in Zephyr Valley. Although a primitive creature, a swift mantis had a fragile body and could easily be killed by a normal alloy dagger if stabbed in a vulnerable spot. However, a swift mantis was so fast that ordinary people couldn't keep up with it, and its pair of hacksaw-like forelegs could easily split human bones. Once hit by the forelegs, a person would be crippled, if not killed. So few humans would go to hunt this creature. For Han Sen, however, the swift mantis was the best option. It was in the end only a primitive creature, and there was no way it could cut open his sacred blood beast soul armor. If he couldn't be hurt by the mantis, surely he could kill it. The most important thing was that with claws and wings cut off, a swift mantis could no longer fight back but could still live. This way, Han Sen could easily take it back, keep it in his room, and use the black crystal to make it evolve into a mutant creature before he sold its flesh. Of course, if he were able to kill a few swift mantises and got lucky, he might even gain a beast soul. The beast soul of a swift mantis was in the shape of a swift, jagged blade, which was a long dagger, a type of weapon Han Sen had mastered. Although the swift jagged blade was only a primitive beast soul weapon, it was the sharpest of all primitive weapons, and could even compare to some mutant beast soul weapons. Because of the danger of hunting swift mantises, Few would go to Zephyr Valley, and even fewer had obtained a swift, jagged blade. If the rare weapon were to be sold, it would cost more than 2 million. So, if Han Sen could score a beast soul of a swift mantis, there would be no need to sell mutant creature flesh anymore. The closer Han Sen got to Zephyr Valley, the fewer people he could see. Around the valley, there was no human activity at all. Han Sen did not dare to go too deep, so he found a hidden place and summoned the sacred blood black beetle beast soul to cover himself in the golden armor. Taking a deep breath, he sneaked towards Zephyr Valley. Han Sen did not dare to go too fast. The valley was covered with trees and wild grass as tall as a man. As the trees and grass swung with the wind, it was difficult to spot any swift mantis that might be hiding there. Even momentary carelessness could lead to broken bones from a mantis attack. Chapter 6. Armor is everything. Suddenly, Han Sen saw something green, about a foot long, sticking to the grass like a leaf. If he didn't look closely, he would have thought it was part of the grass and would have never imagined it to be a swift mantis that could split a human skull with a single blow. Its pair of sickle-like, jagged forelegs were even longer than its body. Dark green in color, the forelegs were covered in a metal sheen, and were nothing like its fragile body. The rigidity of the forelegs was definitely comparable to the most advanced alpha alloy. Han Sen was lucky that he found the swift mantis before it saw him. Moving towards it, he calculated the nearest he could get to it before being noticed by the swift mantis. When he was about 6 feet away from the swift mantis, Han Sen did not dare to go any farther, fearing he might lose the opportunity to attack by stealth. Tightly holding the dagger in his hand, Han Sen rushed out from the grass and cut at the swift mantis' waist in a fast and ruthless strike. But Han Sen had still underestimated the speed and responsiveness of the swift mantis. It had noticed his presence the moment he rushed out. All of a sudden, it rose into the air, gliding with wings spread towards Han Sen in a truly swift move. Its forelegs had cut him in the head before he could even react. Han Sen subconsciously stepped back in shock, yet the mantis' foreleg still hit his head. With a sound of metal clashing, Han Sen felt only slight discomfort, as if his head were hit by a stone. And there was not even a scratch on the sacred blood beast soul armor. Filled with ecstasy, Han Sen seized the opportunity to cut into the slim waist of the swift mantis in front of him with a fierce stab. The swift mantis was cut into 2 halves, green mantis blood splashing him wet all over. Han Sen didn't care at all, and listened to the strange voice in his head blissfully. Primitive creature swift mantis killed. No beast soul gained. Eat the swift mantis to gain 0 to 10 primitive geno points randomly. Touching his helmet where the swift mantis cut to feel it was still smooth, Han Sen thought to himself in excitement, "Haha, the armor is everything. With my armor, I could kill whatever I want to kill, and no one could ever hurt me. I wouldn't even fear mutant creatures." Han Sen suddenly gained courage and stopped hiding. He marched to Zephyr Valley and alerted several swift mantises to attack, but they couldn't hurt him at all by cutting his armor. Han Sen took the opportunity to kill them all, each with 1 stab. Primitive creature swift mantis killed. No beast soul gained. Eat the swift mantis to gain 0 to 10 points randomly. Primitive creature swift mantis killed. The voice continuously sounded in his mind, adding to his thrill. He stabbed his way through the valley and killed more 20 mantises in succession. Su Xiaoqiao was on his way to Zephyr Valley as well, quietly mulling over his own bad luck. His parents were the owners of an interstellar conglomerate and were considered both distinguished and aristocrats. He, however, was randomly assigned to Steel Armor Shelter, where he had no friends or even acquaintances. To get an aristocratic title, Su Xiaoqiao could only choose to follow Qin Xian in order to max out on mutant geno points and become an evolver. There were 2 types of titles in Levo Interstellar Alliance. One was distinguished. Once one became a surpasser, one could be certified as distinguished. The other was an aristocratic. If one could evolve with 100 mutant or more advanced geno points, one could be certified as an aristocrat. Either title involved a lot of benefits in the Alliance, and most importantly, they were a symbol of social status. Today in the Alliance, people were more and more snobby. People from the upper class wouldn't even talk to someone without a title, even when doing business. Advanced titles like Sacred Blood Aristocrat were beyond Su Xiaoqiao's dreams. All he wanted was to gain the title of Ordinary Aristocrat by maxing out on mutant geno points and completing an evolution. However, to get 100 mutant geno points was still too difficult for him on his own. He did bring a lot of money to Steel Armor Shelter, but money could only buy ordinary and primitive creature flesh, as very few people would sell mutant creatures. Only people who aimed to max out on sacred geno points like Qin Xian would sometimes sell the mutant creature flesh they had. However, it wasn't money that she wanted, but loyalty and service. Su Xiaoqiao was now running errands for Qin Xian, exploring the places less known to people and looking for traces of sacred blood and mutant creatures to gather information for her. With the information, she could then gather a team to hunt down these creatures, and the team members would get mutant creature flesh in return. Su Xiaoqiao had been exploring for a month and found no traces of mutant creatures, not to mention sacred blood ones. Running out of supplies, he had to return to Steel Armor Shelter. When he passed Zephyr Valley, he thought there might be mutant creatures around, as the area was so sparsely populated. After he sneaked in the valley, he felt something strange. He didn't see any swift mantises, not even one. A mile into the valley, All he saw were some messy traces on the ground. Someone must have wiped out the swift mantises. Fist guy or son of heaven. No. Although there are signs of fighting, there should be more damage if it were a group of people. Surprised, Su Xiaoqiao sped into the valley, wondering what had happened. As he expected, there were many green blood stains from swift mantises along the way. He followed the blood stains and turned a corner. What he saw stopped him in his tracks, appalled. Next to the piled bodies of swift mantises stood a golden figure. In the sun, the figure looked like a robot in gold cast armor. Chapter 7. Brother, you killed all these swift mantises? Su Xiaoqiao saw no one except for the guy in golden armor. The dead mantises were still bleeding, so they couldn't have been dead for long. Su Xiaoqiao couldn't believe that someone was able to kill so many mantises in such a short amount of time. Although the swift mantis was only a primitive creature, considering the sharpness of its forelegs and its speed, even those who had maxed out on primitive geno points didn't dare to provoke it. After all, there were too many weak spots on human body, and no one wanted to risk losing his life or getting severely injured from a mantis cut. There were at least 36 dead swift mantises on the ground. Even Qin Xian would need some helping hands to achieve this. Su Xiaoqiao wouldn't believe that someone could have done it alone. Want some? 1,000 levo dollars each. Han San was just considering what to do with the mantises. He was on a killing spree and forgot the fact that there was no way he could eat so much mantis meat. And even if he could eat them all, only the first few could gain him geno points. 1,000 each? Are you sure? Su Xiaoqiao looked at him, surprised. Although many people were able to hunt primitive creatures, they were in short supply, especially the ones that most people had never eaten, like swift mantis. After all, people's energy was limited, and there was a limit to how many geno points the meat from the same type of creature could offer. Only by eating the flesh of a variety of creatures could one keep collecting geno points. Those who were relatively well off would all be willing to pay for the creatures they hadn't eaten yet in order to be able to quickly max out on their primitive geno points. Therefore, the primitive creatures that were easy to kill could bring a few hundred each, while the ones that were difficult to hunt, such as the swift mantis, could sell for 2,000 or 3,000 each and still be in short supply. Su Xiaoqiao calculated and figured that he could double or triple the price if he could transport these mantis bodies back. Yes, 1,000 levo dollars each. Han San nodded. It wasn't that Han San did not know what the mantises were worth. Without a car or other tools, there was simply no way he could move all these bodies back on his own. And if he left now, the bodies might be stolen when he returned. Moreover, Han San did not want to waste his time and energy on this. He had more important things to do, and he could take some loss of the profits. As the wholesaler, he had to leave some profit to the retailer. Sure, I'll take them all. How many are there? Su Xiaoqiao was on board. The swift mantises could bring him more than money. Primitive creatures like the swift mantis that ordinary people couldn't easily access would make great gifts. No one could refuse such a nice offer, as long as they hadn't maxed out on primitive geno points. A total of 43. I'll give you a discount and charge only 40,000. Han San was just casually asking and did not expect this ordinary-looking guy to be so rich that he could buy them all. Su Xiaoqiao took out his wallet and pulled out 10 $10,000 notes. Brother, I'll give you 50,000 for these mantises. The other 50,000 is a down payment for whatever good stuff you may have in the future. I'll always give you a good price and would pay even higher for mutant creature flesh. 100,000 was a small amount for Su Xiaoqiao. It would even cost him as much to buy someone a fancy dinner. This person was so badass that he killed all these mantises on his own, so it was highly likely that he could hunt mutant creatures too. If it was possible to purchase mutant creature flesh from him, a few 100 million was nothing. Couldn't tell you were rich? Han Sen took the money and said bluntly, looking at Xiaoqiao slightly surprised. In all honesty, money is all I have. If you have mutant creature flesh to sell, do let me know. The price is definitely not a problem, Su Xiaoqiao boasted, afraid that he might lose this great opportunity. Great. What's your name and address? I will come and find you if I have something. Han Sen appreciated Xiaoqiao's generosity and thought he might be an ideal buyer for the mutant creature he planned to produce using the black crystal. After all, the black crystal had to remain a secret. Selling the creature to one person was much better than selling it in the market in front of everyone. And he didn't even need to worry about the price since Xiaoqiao was incredibly rich. Brother, my name is Su Xiaoqiao, and that's my real name. My room number at Steel Armor Shelter is 1046. How about you? What's your name and where do you live? Su Xiaoqiao said, $. That's the only thing I care about. Prepare some money, and I'll go to room 1046 once I have something. Han Sen put the money into his pocket, waved goodbye to Xiaoqiao, and left Zephyr Valley. Having been through his father's death, Han Sen did not want to have too many exchanges with others. He just wanted to take care of his mother and sister and do his own thing. Other people or things didn't really affect him. Brother, I'll wait for you. You must come. Remember, the price is definitely not a problem. Su Xiaoqiao shouted at the back of Han Sen while waving his hand. After Han Sen left, Su Xiaoqiao couldn't help but call out, how could I get these back? Su Xiaoqiao thought for a while and decided to carry some back in a bag and ask some friends to help him carry the rest. Fortunately, there were almost no humans in Ziyahir Valley. When Su Xiaoqiao came back with friends, all the bodies were still there. Xiaoqiao, is it true that $. Killed all these swift mantises? Su Xiaoqiao's friends looked wide-eyed at the pile of mantis bodies. Of course. Although I did not see him hunting, there was no one else in Zephyr Valley at the time, and the mantises had just died. Who else could it be? Su Xiaoqiao said. I think it must be a gang of people that killed these swift mantises, and others must have left him to deal with the bodies. I don't believe one person could kill so many mantises. He must be bragging. He was definitely bragging. None of Su Xiaoqiao's friends believed Hansen killed the swift mantises alone. Translator's thoughts. Nyoibo Studio, Nyoibo Studio. Note: for English readers easily understanding the meaning of the word, translator team selected word dollar instead of gene by in the translation. Chapter 8. Primitive Beast Soul. Hansen didn't go back to Steel Armor Shelter after leaving Zephyr Valley. In a flash, he killed every swift mantis in a frenzy so that there were none left. Well, I'll just go hunt a copper-toothed beast. There are plenty of them near Steel Armor Shelter, and there is a high chance of catching a mutant copper-toothed beast, so it wouldn't seem too suspicious if I were to produce a mutant one using the crystal. Hansen found a habitat of copper-toothed beasts and wanted to catch one that was alone. Only able to find a small group of copper-toothed beasts, Hansen went ahead and killed all of them but one, taking advantage of his tough armor. Primitive creature copper-toothed beast killed. No beast soul gained. Eat the flesh of copper-toothed beast to gain 0 to 10 primitive geno points randomly. Primitive creature copper-toothed beast killed. Primitive beast soul of copper-toothed beast gained. Eat the flesh of copper-toothed beast to gain 0 to 10 primitive geno points randomly. Hansen's eyes widened in surprise. The 43 swift mantises and thousands of ordinary creatures he had killed didn't render a single beast soul. Now he had killed only 2 copper-toothed beasts and gained a beast soul. To get a beast soul requires pure luck. Hansen was filled with joy. Although it was common, the beast soul of a copper-toothed beast was quite nice to have. The copper-toothed beast was one of the weakest among all primitive creatures, but its beast soul was popular. Hansen summoned the new beast soul, and a porcupine-like shadow with bronze fangs shifted into a bronze crescent spear in his hand. The crescent spear had a bronzy sheen and a menacing look with its crescent-shaped spearhead. Type of primitive beast soul of copper-toothed beast. Weapon. Hansen played with the spear for a while, looking quite fierce. He was taught basic spear skills at school. Hansen was interested in all kinds of weapons, so he learned well. Hansen put away his spear before he grabbed the living copper-toothed beast and went back. On his way back, he found a lonely spot to remove his armor. Looking like himself again, Hansen went back to Steel Armor Shelter, carrying the knocked-out and tied-up copper-toothed beast on his shoulder. At the gate of the shelter, a gang of about a dozen people were marching out, all riding on different tall beast soul mounts, headed by a man wearing steel armor and carrying a blood-red sword on his back. The man was riding a triceratops-like beast soul mount, looking mighty and majestic, attracting envious glances from all around. In Steel Armor Shelter, there are 3 outstanding persons who aim to complete evolution by maxing out on sacred geno points. This man, Son of Heaven, was one of them. Hansen didn't know his real name and identity, but he was definitely a king in Steel Armor Shelter. Carrying the copper-toothed beast, Hansen stepped aside to let the gang pass. However, Son of Heaven stopped his mount when passing by him. Crack! Son of Heaven looked at Hansen and slashed him on the shoulder with a leather whip. The copper-toothed beast fell on the ground, and Hansen's clothes were ripped apart. A wound started to swell on his shoulder and back. Who had the nerve to sell you this primitive creature? Son of Heaven asked in a cold tone, looking down at him condescendingly. In Steel Armor Shelter, everyone knew that Son of Heaven was wooing Qin Xian. As Freak who stabbed Qin Xian in the rear naturally became his enemy. He was also one of the reasons why Hansen was miserable. When learning Qin Xian was stabbed, Son of Heaven not only had Hansen beaten up, but also let everyone know that whoever would dare to do business with Han would become his enemy for life. I hunted it myself. Hansen stared back coldly, fist clenched but standing still. Not only had Son of Heaven gained a lot of geno points, but he also had collected many beast souls. Since he had help from his gang, Hansen wouldn't be able to touch the guy even with his best effort. Even with his sacred blood armor, he would be beaten to death before he approached Son of Heaven. God's Sanctuary was different from the Alliance in that there was no law at all. Power was everything. Hansen would only die in vain. Plus, Son of Heaven was said to be of prominent origin in the Alliance. Even if Hansen were killed by him in the Alliance, Son of Heaven might not be subject to legal sanctions. Hansen was not afraid of death. But if he died, what about his mother and sister? If I find out that someone dares to sell to you, I'll make sure you both die in pain. Son of Heaven looked around and rode away. Ass Freak, don't make trouble, or else I don't mind teaching you another lesson. Luo Tianyang smirked at Hansen before following the gang on a black wildebeest. Luo Tianyang, a henchman and old acquaintance in the alliance of Son of Heaven, was one of those whom he sent to beat Hansen up. Hansen watched the gang going away with fire burning in his eyes. He picked up the copper-toothed beast quietly and walked towards Steel Armor Shelter, with everyone watching him with derision. Stronger. I need to become stronger. With scorching anger in his chest, Hansen knew he was far too weak to fight the gang on his own. The Black Crystal, however, was his biggest opportunity. Son of Heaven, just get rid of him for good, Luo Tunyang said coldly. Son of Heaven smiled and said, Qin Xian is a stubborn girl. She doesn't like people to intervene in her business. Since she did not kill Hansen, she might be upset if I did. What an unwise woman! Another henchman of Son of Heaven, Peerless Sword, said. It's her honor that you, bro, would chase her, while she just puts on airs. If it weren't for you, I would have killed her already. Don't put Qin Xin down. She is quite something in both God's Sanctuary and the Alliance. If she becomes mine, it will be a huge advantage to me. Son of Heaven said grimly. End of discussion. We need to get to Sunset Slope before Fist Guy's gang. That sacred blood creature has to be ours. Chapter 9. Sacred Blood Creature. Han Sen returned to his room, tied the copper-toothed beast to a cage, and put the black crystal in front of it. The beast gobbled up the black crystal greedily. After an entire day, Han Sen noticed some changes to the copper-toothed beast. Its fur had been gray-black like a wild boar, and its fangs had been bronze. Now its fur also started to show a bit of bronze luster, and the fangs had become brighter in color. However, this was not a true mutant copper-toothed beast, which ought to look like a bronze statue. Although this one did show some bronze luster, it was still quite different from a mutant one. It seems that the evolution from a primitive creature to a mutant creature is a more complex process than from ordinary to primitive, so it requires more time than one day, Han Sen pondered. After more than 2 days, its bronze color thickened. But the copper-toothed beast still didn't look like it was going to evolve anytime soon. Han Sen had to let the beast evolve at its own pace, and go kill some primitive creatures for money. Plus, he could also use some primitive geno points. Even if one didn't choose to use the primitive geno points to complete evolution, the more primitive geno points one gained, the stronger the body would become. And the same went for ordinary and mutant geno points. If one could max out on ordinary, primitive, and mutant geno points, one's physical conditions would still be far beyond the average level, even without evolution. With the Black Crystal, it wouldn't be difficult for Han Sen to max out on all 4 types of geno points. At the moment, he wanted to max out on the other 3 before he focused on sacred geno points. Han Sen left his room and walked into the shelter, feeling slightly different. Today the streets seemed to be a lot less crowded than usual. What's going on? Han Sen walked past the plaza and found fewer stalls there than usual as well. People there were all whispering something to each other. Han Sen listened for a while and started to figure out what had happened. A few days ago, someone had spotted a new sacred blood creature near the Sunset Slope. Somehow the 3 gangs in Steel Armor Shelter all found out about it and gathered at the slope. But the outcome was terrible. The sacred blood creature ran free while a lot of men were killed. Today, Qin Xian, Son of Heaven and Fist Guy had reached an agreement to hunt the sacred blood creature together. They also recruited a lot of lone wolves and smaller groups, forming the largest campaign in Steel Armor Shelter in recent years. The 3 gangs were determined to kill this creature. Han Sen suddenly had an idea, so he turned around and ran out of the city. When there was no one around, he summoned the Black Beetle Beast Soul and covered himself in armor. After running for 2 hours, he came to a stone hill west of Sunset Slope. Having finally climbed to the top of the hill, Han Sen took a look in the direction of Sunset Slope. Among thousands of people fighting and yelling, there was a monster with the head of a cow, the upper body of a human and the lower body of a horse. It was holding a double-edged golden axe and pushing its way through the crowd. No one could withstand the fierce blow of its axe. Han Sen happened to see the monster swinging the axe at Son of Heaven, who even had his blood-red sword. Son of Heaven did not dare to block the axe. He stepped on his own mount and leaped back a few feet. Roar! The monster's double-edged axe hit the Triceratops-like beast soul mount and split it in 2 halves. That broke Son of Heaven's heart. A mutant beast soul mount was very rare, with the same value as a small interstellar spaceship. How is this sacred blood creature so strong? Han Sen was shocked. The sacred blood creature ran and killed thousands of people in a flash, and no one was able to fight back. Even people as strong as Qin Xian, Son of Heaven and Fist Guy didn't dare to engage in a frontal attack. Hit by all sorts of alloy arrows and beast soul arrows, the monster still didn't even get a scratch. When it swung the axe, no one could get close. Such a mighty creature corresponded to Han Sen's impression of a sacred blood creature. The sacred blood black beetle he killed was way too weak compared to this monster. It was only a little stronger than an ordinary black beetle and didn't even feel like a sacred blood creature. People were expecting to trap the sacred blood creature, but now a key buffer was lost as the mount of Son of Heaven was killed. The sacred blood creature was charging madly, waving the golden double-edged axe and leaving screams, blood, and limbs behind. It took it only moments to rush out of the siege to the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, it even smugly turned around and stood on its back legs, mooing like a cow before it ran into the mountain. #K. It wants to escape. Son of Heaven furiously summoned a green eagle-shaped beast soul, which turned into a green iron bow in his hand. Then he summoned a fiery beast soul in the shape of a giant 6-winged wasp as his arrow. Seeing the arrow, Qin Xian and Fist Guy exclaimed, "A sacred blood beast soul of a 6-winged wasp." They had joined force with Son of Heaven in hunting the sacred blood 6-winged wasp. Son of Heaven was the one who had launched the final blow. They just didn't expect him to be so lucky to have gained its beast soul. There were less than 10 beast souls known to people in the entire Steel Armor Shelter, and many were left by those who already had evolved and gone to Second God's Sanctuary. Son of Heaven, stop. It's a beast soul that can only be used once. If you failed to kill it, Luo Tianyang wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Son of Heaven had already shot the sacred blood beast soul arrow with a full draw. The arrow turned into a red lightning bolt, flying towards the sacred blood creature. Bang! The sacred blood creature felt the imminent danger and turned around. The wasp arrow shot into its chest and exploded, bursting open its flesh. The monster fell to the ground, losing its vitality as its internal organs and blood sprayed out. "How dare you kill my mount? There is no way I'd let you live after doing that," Son of Heaven yelled loftily, standing like a king, leaving everyone in shock. While proud to see the crowd being impressed, including Qin Xian, Son of Heaven suddenly saw a green shadow shooting down from the sky into the dying sacred blood creature and ended its life. A golden figure immediately rushed down from the stone hill nearby and approached the sacred blood creature. Lifting the golden double-edged axe to his shoulder, the mysterious figure ran towards the mountain in a flash. Su Shaoqiao recognized Han Sen's unique golden armor in no time and called out loud. Chapter 10. Bloody Slayer. Han Sen was hiding on the stone hill when the sacred blood creature charged in his direction. As he was deciding whether to retreat, he saw Son of Heaven shoot down the sacred blood creature. Anger surged and Han Sen rushed down the stone hill while summoning the bronze crescent spear. He shot the spear at the monster and hit it in the wounded chest, killing the dying creature. Sacred Blood Bloody Slayer killed. Sacred Blood Beast Soul Bloody Slayer gained. Eat the flesh of Bloody Slayer to gain 0 to 10 sacred Geno points randomly. The voice in the back of his head brought him intense joy. He had just gained another Sacred Blood Beast Soul. His luck was too good to believe. However, Han Sen did not have time to celebrate. The body of the Bloody Slayer was too large for him to take away, but what he could take away was the giant golden axe. The creatures in God's sanctuary could produce certain treasures through special means. People called these treasures gears. Although gears were just like solid items and could not be summoned like beast souls, they could perform as well as beast souls if they were produced by advanced creatures. The Bloody Slayer was peerless when holding the golden axe, and the axe could easily break normal beast soul weapons and beast soul mounts, so it proved to be an excellent sacred blood gear. Han Sen's goal was to get the golden axe, and the beast soul of Bloody Slayer was completely unexpected loot. Watching Han Sen running on the mountain with the golden axe, everyone was stunned. Motherf asterisk hashtag Kerr. Son of Heaven let out a raging roar when he realized what had happened. With a black wildebeest summoned as his mount, he rode madly in Han Sen's direction. Behind him, his gang all raced off on their own mounts to chase Han Sen, roaring and rebuking him. Han Sen did not expect the golden axe to be so terribly heavy. With 8 sacred Geno points, he was already a lot stronger than before. Yet he could still barely walk with the axe, not to mention run. The Bloody Slayer made it seem so light. How could I run off with such a heavy weapon? Hansen looked back and could already see Son of Heaven and his gang only half a mile from him. Although it was too heavy to carry, Han Sen would never leave behind such an excellent sacred blood gear. He suddenly thought of his newly gained beast soul of the Bloody Slayer, took a look at it, and suddenly cheered up. Type of sacred blood Bloody Slayer's beast soul. Shape-shifting. Without thinking, Han Sen summoned the beast soul of Bloody Slayer and a majestic shadow galloped out, looking just like the monster, only missing the giant axe. The beast soul ran towards Han Sen and was instantly integrated with him. His body was transformed into a Bloody Slayer and the black beetle armor changed its shape accordingly, still fully covering Han Sen's body as a Bloody Slayer. After all, beast soul armor was not as rigid as man-made ones and could change according to the shape of the body. After shape-shifting, Han Sen felt so energetic that the golden axe was now nothing to him. Running with 4 hoofs, he also became incredibly fast. Han Sen surged up the mountain at full speed and disappeared, far outpacing the gang. Everyone was speechless, as everything happened so fast. Many smirked as they watched Son of Heaven and others who were still chasing Han Sen. *T. Who was that guy? He's got some nerve jumping into the boiling pot. And what loot? In addition to the golden axe, he gained a sacred blood beast soul. Can you imagine how much it must be worth? You think you could buy a sacred blood beast soul just with money? Haha, Son of Heaven must be so mad. A sacred blood beast soul. It would have been his but was taken away. The arrow he used seemed like a one-off sacred blood beast soul. And what did he get in return for such investment? LOL, I'm just afraid Son of Heaven will lose his mind. Didn't expect there to be a sacred blood beast soul. How lucky that guy is. He could never have killed the monster alone, and a dozen sacred blood creatures may not even render a single beast soul. It just happened that he gained everything with the last hit. Who was that guy indeed? Is there such a person in Steel Armor Shelter? I heard someone call him Doll, but not sure. Doll. Interesting name. After less than an hour, Son of Heaven returned gloomily with his gang. But people already knew it was impossible to find someone on the winding mountain trails. Son of Heaven immediately questioned Su Shaoqiao when he got back. His exclamation, "dollar," had been a mistake. Su Shaoqiao had no choice but to tell him everything about how he met Han Sen, which wasn't very helpful since all he had was a name, Dollar. Son of Heaven didn't fully believe him, but couldn't do much as Su Shaoqiao was in Qin Xian's gang. He bitterly led his gang back to Steel Armor Shelter and locked down the shelter, swearing to find Dollar and cut him into pieces. Most people did not learn the name Dollar, while Doll became popular. For a while, Dal, son of heaven, sacred blood creature, and sacred blood beast soul became the most popular topics in Steel Armor Shelter. Chapter 11. Who is Dollar? Han San was digging a pit at the foot of the mountain, planning to bury the giant golden axe there. Although he escaped the manhunt of Son of Heaven by shapeshifting into the Blood Slayer, there was a limit to how long he could shapeshift. As one of the most powerful beast soul types, shapeshifting beast souls could directly impart significant changes to a human body, which could be unbearable for those with weak genes. The stronger the creature one wanted to shapeshift into, the more geno points and bodies were needed. In general, for primitive beast souls, the number of minutes the body could withstand the shapeshifting was equal to the number of primitive geno points gained. In addition, one mutant geno point could support 10 minutes of shapeshifting with primitive beast souls, and in turn, 10 primitive geno points could support 1 minute of shapeshifting with mutant beast souls. Now Han Sen had 8 sacred geno points, which could last him only 8 minutes for shapeshifting as a blood slayer. Even counting the ordinary, primitive, and mutant genes he had gained altogether, he could shapeshift for less than 10 minutes. It was enough for escaping, but if he were to fight a gang of people, he could only kill 1 or 2 before his time was up. No one could see a sacred blood beast soul if it wasn't summoned. Yet the golden axe could not be turned invisible. The person he mainly had offended was Son of Heaven, yet the campaign was a joint one, and the axe should have been the mutual gain of all 3 gangs. Hence, Han Sen had pissed off all of them and could only bury the axe in that spot for the time being. If I could sell the giant golden axe, it should easily bring at least 2 million. Han Sen was still excited after burying the axe. A sacred blood gear was not as valuable as a sacred blood beast soul, but still considered almost priceless. If he could sell it, 2 million would be a small amount. As for the sacred blood beast soul, Han Sen had not even thought of selling. This was the bedrock of his survival and success in God's sanctuary, and it would be like killing the goose that lays the golden egg if he were to sell it. Returning to Steel Armor Shelter, he saw Luo Tianyang guarding the gate with others. Everyone who tried to enter the shelter was interrogated. Can you even see what beast souls I have? Han Sen had no fear as he had already buried the golden axe. A young man at the gate stopped him and wanted to do a body search on him, while Luo Tianyang said, "Why waste any time on that scumbag? How is it even possible that he would be Dollar? #K off." The young man pushed Han Sen away and turned to search other people. Han Sen looked at Luo Tianyang with a sneer and went into the shelter. Everyone in the street was talking about what had happened at Sunset Slope. Listening to people calling him Doll, Han Sen thought, "Damn Su Xiaoqiao. Who told you to call me Doll?" He was happy to know that Son of Heaven was furious and strode back to his room. In another room, Su Xiaoqiao stood in front of Qin Xian, almost in tears. "Xian, you need to believe me. I've told you everything I know. I really did not know Dollar, but only saw him once in Zephyr Valley and bought some swift mantises from him, which I gave to my brothers as gifts. Just ask around if you don't believe me. They even helped carry the mantises back from the valley. I am not blaming you. I just want you to contact Dollar, tell him I am willing to buy his sacred blood beast soul and gear, and ask him how much he wants," Qin Xian said quietly. "But I really do not know where he is," Su Xiaoqiao said sadly. "Then go find him. Don't let anyone know about this and go look for him secretly. If you manage the task, I'll reward you." Qin Xian showed Su Xiaoqiao out after she gave the order, not waiting for his reply. After he left, Qin Xian frowned to herself. Who could Dollar be? Is he someone in Fist Guy's gang? Or was the whole thing orchestrated by Son of Heaven? If he really is on his own, can I get him on my side? If I can't, it would also be nice to purchase the sacred blood beast soul and gear. Almost at the same time, Fist Guy sent his men to look for Dollar in secret, trying to buy the sacred blood beast soul and gear from him. Although it was a joint action, the only one who suffered a loss was Son of Heaven. If it had not been for his sacred blood wasp arrow, the bloody slayer would have run away, and there would have been nothing for Qin Xian and Fist Guy. Now they could share some flesh of the bloody slayer, so it had gone well for them. However, Son of Heaven lost a mutant beast soul mount and a sacred blood wasp arrow, while being robbed of the sacred blood beast soul and gear. Anyone in his place would have been exasperated. The entire Steel Armor Shelter was looking for Dollar, yet no one connected him to Ass Freak. Son of Heaven also put a price on his head, and even offered to pay a reward for any substantive information. The price was so good that even Han Sen wanted to offer himself for the reward. Primitive green-scaled beast flesh eaten. 1 primitive geno point gained. Han Sen squatted in the bushes, watching a deep pond near him while chewing meat jerky made from the green-scaled beast. Up until this point, he had gained 91 ordinary geno points, 26 primitive geno points, 0 mutant geno points, and 8 sacred geno points. The copper-toothed beast was still slowly evolving, so Han Sen could only go out to hunt some primitive creatures, hoping to gain more primitive geno points. Because the black beetle armor would draw too much attention, he could only go deep into the mountains where nobody goes, fearing that Son of Heaven would know where he was. Fortunately, God's sanctuary was so vast that there were many places where humans had never set foot, so it was rather easy for Han Sen to disappear. While staring at the deep pond, Han Sen suddenly heard a distant voice of a man and immediately tensed up. Chapter 12. Who is Scum? Soon, Han Sen saw a young man walking towards the pond in ragged clothes. He was covered with cuts and bruises all over and looked extremely tired. "Friend, there are iron-toothed crocodiles in the pool. Han Sen came out of the bushes and cried from afar. He meant well in warning the young man, but was also afraid that he might alert the crocodiles that he wanted to hunt. This young man looked very tired and seriously injured. If he drank from the pond without knowing the crocodiles were there, he could have gotten killed by the iron-toothed crocodiles hiding under the water. The young man saw Han Sen and became ecstatic. What is this place? And how do I get to Glory Shelter? He asked, staring at Han Sen. Glory Shelter? Han Sen hesitated, looking at the young man strangely. We are in Teaks Mountains north of Steel Armor Shelter, and I do not know where the Glory Shelter you mentioned is. I have come so far that I'm now in the territory of another shelter, the young man whispered to himself, looked up at Han Sen, and said with an almost commanding tone, Take me to the shelter. Han Sen frowned, as the tone of the young man wasn't very polite. Quietly he said, You go south from here. If you don't walk too slowly, you can reach the shelter before dark. I have to hunt, so I can't accompany you. Han Sen was preparing to go back into the grass, not expecting the young man to suddenly hit him in the back. Losing balance and falling to the ground, Han Sen knocked his head on a rock and started to bleed. What are you doing? Han Sen covered his wound and stood up, glaring at the young man. All I want is obedience, not bulls *#T. Take me to the shelter. The young man looked at Han Sen coldly. *#KU. Han Sen summoned his bronze crescent spear and poked it at him. Rubbish basic spear skills taught in integrated compulsory education. Even though my beast souls were all ruined on the way here, scum like you can't compare to me. The young man looked at Han Sen contemptuously, raised one palm and slashed it at Han Sen's spear. The young man's hands looked nothing like hands of a man, but rather like they were sculpted out of a whole piece of white jade, giving off an incredible sheen. Crack! The beast soul spear was cut in half by his palm as easily as a steel knife cutting through wood. Hyper-Geno art. With only half of the spear in his hand, Han Sen was horrified. Science and technology were of no use in God's sanctuary, but ancient martial arts played an unexpectedly important role. With all the Geno points gained, humans were able to perform some mythical ancient martial arts in the real world. Nonetheless, it wasn't the so-called chi but the power of genes that powered the ancient martial arts. So, the more Geno points gained, the more effective ancient martial arts would be. The research showed that ancient martial arts could stimulate and bring out the potential of genes, offering extraordinary power to mankind. A new type of martial arts was developed called Hyper-Geno arts. Hyper-Geno arts were deeply rooted in ancient martial arts, full of mysteries that couldn't be explained by science. Their practice methods were mostly monopolized by the upper class. The most advanced Hyper-Geno arts were the least accessible. For those who graduated from a public school of integrated compulsory education like Han Sen, Hyper-Geno arts were never an option. Only the advanced schools would teach basic Hyper-Geno arts. If the process of gaining Geno points was compared to turning mud into steel, then Hyper-Geno arts could decide whether the steel was to be made into knives and guns, or simply left as a piece of metal. Acquiring genes to make the body evolve was merely acquiring the material, while Hyper-Geno arts taught one to use the material effectively. You know a lot for the scum you are. The young man looked at Han Sen indifferently. This is your last chance. Lead the way or die. Again, he raised the jade-like palm, as if he was an executioner about to perform his duty. If Han Sen didn't comply, he would cut his head off. Kiss my ass. Han Sen summoned the black beetle armor and covered himself, kicking the young man with a leg sweep. You asked for it. The young man's face darkened, his jade-like palm chopping towards Han Sen's leg. Clank! Han Sen's leg was knocked away, and there was a white mark on the golden armor. The young man was also forced to step back from Han Sen's kick. Surprised, he looked greedily at Han Sen's armor. It didn't break under my jade skin. Must be sacred blood beast soul armor then. A scum like you having such a nice thing is just a gift sent from heaven. Hand over your armor, and I'll spare your life. Han Sen turned around and launched another kick in rage. The young man grabbed Han Sen's leg and twisted it, wrestled him down and came down hard on his back with a knee. Ah! Han Sen uttered a scream, feeling his spine about to break. Scum is always scum, even with a sacred blood beast soul. The young man, named Shuelongyan, continuously hit Han Sen on the back of head, knocking his head into a rock. He cried ferociously, Surrender the sacred blood beast soul. It's not meant for scum like you, asshole. Han Sen's blood was burning. He suddenly raised his head and butted Shuelongyan's face with his helmet. Blood splashed from Shuelongyan's nose. He covered his nose and backed off. Han Sen regained freedom and immediately summoned the Bloody Slayer. The moment he turned into the monstrous figure, he threw himself at Shuelongyan. Shuelongyan kept chopping at Han Sen, while Han Sen ignored all the attacks from his tough hands and held him down tightly, the cow-shaped head knocking on his head. Who is scum? Who the *#K is scum? Han Sen knocked madly on Shuelongyan's head over and over again. Chapter 13. Jade Skin. While Shuelongyan was struggling to kick Han Sen, the latter ignored him and rammed his face with the cow head. It didn't take long before Shuelongyan's body went limp. When Han Sen finally calmed down, he was already dead, with his face smashed in like a hunk of meat. With the body of a bloody slayer and sacred blood beast soul armor, even those who practiced Hyper-Geno arts couldn't resist such brutal impact. Han Sen let go of the body and Shuelongyan fell to the floor like a pool of mud. Having dismissed the beast's souls, Han Sen felt a severe pain. It was hurting so much in a few spots that it felt like his bones were broken. Han Sen dreaded to think what could have happened. He was injured so badly, even with the shape-shifting and armor. Shuelongyan's hyper-geno art was really quite something. If he had the same beast souls, Han Sen wouldn't be a match for him. Looking at the dead body, Han Sen hesitated and then searched the body. There was a wallet, with no cash but several crystal credit cards in it, deluxe ones with high credit lines. He also found a memory chip. After some thought, Han Sen destroyed the wallet and credit cards and threw them, along with the dead body, into the deep pond, while keeping the memory chip. Several iron-toothed crocodiles emerged from the water and snapped at the dead body. Soon even the bones were gone. Han Sen was relieved and turned away. Too injured to keep hunting, Han Sen returned to Steel Armor Shelter, enduring the pain. The gang of Son of Heaven were still looking for Dollar, and the bounty had been raised. Unfortunately, no one had any interaction with Han Sen, so no one would know Dollar was actually Ass Freak. People were still talking about Dollar on the streets. Han Sen went all the way back to his room and checked out the copper-toothed beast, which had turned bronze in most parts, although the shade was still lighter than a true mutant copper-toothed beast. It probably would take more time for the evolution to complete. Teleporting out of God's sanctuary, Han Sen went to see a doctor. Multiple fractures of the bone were diagnosed, and it took the doctor a long time to fix all of them. Fortunately, Han Sen still had the 10,000 he earned from Su Xiaoqiao, or else he wouldn't even have been able to afford the medical bills. Back home from the hospital, Han Sen closed the door and inserted the memory chip into a smart gadget, trying to find out Shuelongyan's identity. Able to cross the mountains and swamps to reach Steel Armor Shelter, and having practiced a hyper-geno art that looked very advanced, Shuelongyan would be a formidable opponent if he still had his beast souls with him and had not been injured. The smart gadget displayed the contents of the memory chip, and Han Sen only had to look for a while before he became wild with joy. Hyper-geno arts. It's a tutorial for hyper-geno arts. Han Sen almost laughed out loud. The hologram stored in the chip was a naked woman making odd movements while reciting arcane incantations. With each movement, she would also give some explanation. Although the woman was extremely beautiful, Han Sen was completely attracted to what she was talking about and had no other thoughts. Jade skin. Isn't this the hypo-geno art used by Shuelongyan? Han Sen had seen the power of jade skin when Shuelongyan used it and became even more happy. Having locked himself in the room for 48 hours, Han Sen finally memorized everything in the chip and destroyed it, as it could become a pitfall in the future. After watching the jade skin tutorial, Han Sen had a stronger sense that Shuelongyan must have been somebody significant. Han Sen began to practice jade skin as he was recovering. He had thought before about buying a tutorial of a hyper-geno art after he had earned some money. However, the ones that could be bought were all cheap, unlike jade skin, which he could tell was premium. Knowing that practicing jade skin might eventually expose him, Han Sen still decided to begin. If he missed jade skin, he might never have the opportunity to practice a premium hyper-geno art. Having practiced for several days, Han Sen felt his body had become cooler, and his body temperature was indeed 35 degrees Fahrenheit lower than normal. It was not a discomfort, but rather a refreshing feeling. Han Sen felt more fit, as if his body cells were full of energy. His body temperature didn't change further as he kept on practicing. Han Sen became more and more fit, and his skin more and more smooth. Han Sen, what have you been up to lately? It's been a while since we met. Let's hang out sometime. The hologram of a smiling, handsome, long-haired man about Han Sen's age popped out from the comlink. Where are we going? Han Sen was delighted to see Zhang Danfeng, the long-haired guy. They grew up together, and he was son of Mr. Zhang, the lawyer. Come out first. Han Hao and Xuexi are also with me, and we are almost there, Zhang Danfeng said. Sure. Han Sen nodded and went out the door. There was a small private jet parked outside, and Zhang Danfeng was waving to him from the driver's seat. Han Sen got in and saw a girl and a guy talking in the back seats. The girl named Xuexi was very pretty and gentle, and the guy was Han Hao, son of Han Sen's fat aunt. Han Sen's aunt was an aggressive woman, so Han Hao inherited her family name. The four young people had all grown up together. However, after Han Sen's father's accident, he could only go to integrated compulsory education, while the rest were in private schools. Han Sen nodded to Han Hao and Xuexi and sat in the co-pilot seat. Han Hao took a look at him and continued to talk to Xuexi, ignoring Han Sen. Xuexi, you should see it. Dollar just waved his hand and turned into a monster with horse legs, a human upper body, and a cow head in golden armor. Son of Heaven and his gang could do nothing but watch him gallop away. Chapter 14. The Chosen. Han Sen was somewhat surprised to see Han Hao sputtering on. He did not know Han Hao was also randomly sent to the Steel Armor Shelter. Han Hao was 3 months younger than him, so he should have just had his birthday and gained access to God's sanctuary. For unknown reasons, if those under 16 were teleported, their bodies would suffer irreversible damage. So according to the Alliance laws, one must be 16 years old to be teleported to God's sanctuary, regardless of social status. Hey Frenzy, where are we going? Han Sen asked Zhang Danfeng. Although Zhang Danfeng was a good-looking man, he became crazy whenever he was in a fight, hence the nickname. Zhang Danfeng's face lit up. Starlight Martial Hall. My idol Tang Zhenliu is going to be in an exhibition fight held there. He was the chosen last year, and his broadsword skills are so fierce. Zhang Danfeng was full of yearning. In this era where everyone was focused on evolution, stars no longer came from acting, singing, sports, and esports, but from fighting. In God's Sanctuary, once every year the Martial Hall of each shelter would open at the same time, and those in the top 100 could have their names on the martial steel in the Martial Hall. The champions from each shelter would be eligible to compete among themselves. And the same happened in all 4 phases of God's Sanctuary. The top 10 from each phase could have their names on the sacred steel, which was public to everyone in the same phase, and gain the title The Chosen. And the 10 Chosen would become the hottest stars of the year. In recent years, Qin Xian had always been the champion of Steel Armor Shelter, but her name was never on the sacred steel, so she was never among the top 10 of First God's Sanctuary. Ranking number 5 last year, Tang Jinliu was known for his fierce broadsword skills. He was very popular among young people and even more well-liked than the top 4. He was paid as high as 10 million levo dollars for any exhibition match. Knowing his popularity, Han San was nevertheless shocked when he saw a full house at Starlight Martial Hall, which could accommodate more than 100,000 people. Many crazy fans were holding signs and calling out Tang Jinliu's name. When he appeared, a girl was so excited that she fainted. If I could have my name on the sacred steel like Tang Jinliu once in my life, then I'd know I've lived. Zhang Danfeng said admiringly. You will frenzy. Han San smiled and said, watching the young people around him going crazy for Tang Jinliu's appearance. It's so hard. I have entered God's Sanctuary for 3 months already. Although I bought some primitive flesh and a primitive beast soul, it's still difficult for me to hunt any mutant creatures. If I could buy a mutant beast soul, it would be much easier. But even if I had the money, people wouldn't necessarily sell their mutant beast souls. Zhang Danfeng shook his head with a wry smile. Han San thought to himself regretfully, the only thing that could be brought from God's Sanctuary to the real world was a beast soul, while it can only be used but not traded there. Otherwise, I could produce mutant creatures and would gain some mutant beast souls eventually, which could be really helpful to Frenzy. Haha, then I have better luck than you, Danfeng. I just entered God's Sanctuary and have already gained a mutant beast soul. Such a pity you are not in Steel Armor Shelter, or else we could hunt together and I could help you, Han Hao said proudly. You've gained a mutant beast soul already? Tell the truth, did you hunt it or pay for it? Zhang Danfeng cried, staring at Han Hao. Of course I hunted it myself, Han Hao said loudly. Han San laughed to himself. Since he was a kid, Han Hao had always raised his voice when he lied. His parents probably bought him the mutant beast soul with an enormous amount of money. The cheapest mutant beast soul would cost millions, and good ones tens of millions. So that's why his relatives were after the old house. It was a huge expense for them. Although the company had earned a lot of money, they had probably spent it all by now. Tang Jinliu was indeed awesome. Although it was just an exhibition fight, his broadsword skills were so swift and fierce that his broadsword almost became invisible. After watching for a while, Han San knew that Tang Jinliu must have practiced premium hyper-geno arts and learned his weapon skills from masters, and he was no competition to Tang Jinliu. Tang Jinliu won the fight and summoned a beast soul to perform, shape-shifting into a 3-meter-tall Tyrannosaurus creature and smashing a huge stone with its head, arousing a burst of screaming. Sacred blood beast soul of raging Dementor. I would do anything for a beast soul like this. Zhang Danfeng stared at Tang Jinliu, who turned into a monster with a watering mouth. This is nothing. This beast soul is nothing like the $1 has. Han Hao sputtered about dollar as if it were himself. It would take a showdown to tell. Tang Jinliu was Danfeng's idol, so he was upset to hear that. I don't know how good dollar was, but his sacred blood beast soul was robbed from others, and it was not a chivalric act. Even if he had a great beast soul, he would not be comparable to Jinliu. Han San blushed with shame and thought, oh Frenzy, you didn't know what a hard time I was having. How could I let go of an opportunity like that? Not to mention Son of Heaven was my enemy. Han San was hesitating whether or not to tell them that dollar was himself, but decided not to. It wouldn't do them any good. After all, Chapter 15. Selling flesh. Han San kept practicing jade skin and recovering after he returned home. Every 2 days he went to God's Sanctuary to check on the copper-toothed beast. It took the beast half a month from the time it swallowed the black crystal to become a mutant creature, but it was still the size of an ordinary copper-toothed beast, while the mutant copper-toothed beasts Han San had seen were twice that size. In addition to the size, the one he evolved into wasn't much stronger either, not even close to a true mutant one. Han San took out his alloy dagger and slashed the beast on the neck, but caused no damage at all. It was his dagger that chipped, so it is somewhat different from an ordinary one. Han San shapeshifted into a bloody slayer and snapped its neck by force. Mutant copper-toothed beast killed. No beast soul gained. Eat its flesh to gain 0 to 10 mutant geno points. The sound in his mind overjoyed Han Senator. It might look different than a wild mutant copper-toothed beast, but it was fine as long as it was indeed a mutant creature. Now what was troubling him was how to sell this mutant copper-toothed beast. He really needed the money, or else he could just eat it to gain mutant geno points. It is too dangerous for me to sell it showing up as dollar, now that the entire shelter is looking for him. But it would also be troublesome if I were to sell it using my own true identity. Han Sen still decided to use Dollar's name after some hesitation. Su Xiaoqiao was depressed these days. Qin Xian asked him to find Dollar, but he didn't know Dollar any more than she did. So what was he supposed to do? Early in the morning, Su Xiaoqiao was tripped by something and fell flat on his face. Who is this F*** cur that placed a stone in front of my room? He's dead if I find out. Even more depressed than before, Xiaoqiao saw that there was something under the stone. He took a closer look and found a note and a bundle. The note said, goods worth 50,000 delivered. We are square. If you want more, come to Zephyr Valley tomorrow. Cash only. Although there was no signature, a coin was drawn at the lower left corner, making clear who it was from. Dollar. Su Xiaoqiao was thrilled but didn't make a sound this time. Looking around and seeing no one, he took the bundle and note and closed the door. Su Xiaoqiao carefully opened the bundle and saw a long strip of meat jerky the size of 2 or 3 bites. Su Xiaoqiao chewed up the meat jerky and swallowed. Mutant copper-toothed beast flesh eaten. 1 mutant geno point gained. The voice in his mind surprised Xiaoqiao. Mutant copper-toothed beast flesh. So it was hunted by Dollar? He must have more now that he asked me to bring cash to Zephyr Valley. Thinking of this, he got even more excited that he could bring Qin Xian's message to Dollar and buy mutant flesh from him at the same time. Early in the morning, Su Xiaoqiao set off to Zephyr Valley. He waited from early morning to noon but didn't see Dollar coming. *T. He must have fooled me. Su Xiaoqiao was so upset that he was preparing to leave, but then heard someone say, "You brought cash?" Shocked, Su Xiaoqiao turned around and saw Dollar in golden armor emerging from below the ground. "Brother, did you hide there all morning?" Su Xiaoqiao said, staring at Han Sen. "I've been hiding here since last night. You know what's going on right now, and I have to be careful," Han Sen said casually. "I admire you, Dollar, but you really have nothing to worry about. I'm so grateful you would sell me mutant flesh and would never betray you." Su Xiaoqiao gave Han Sen the thumbs up. It was incredible that he could stay underground for the whole night and the entire morning. It must have been so uncomfortable. Cut the crap. Did you bring the money? Han Sen pulled out another bundle from the pit where he was hiding and placed it in front of Xiaoqiao. Su Xiaoqiao looked inside the bundle, which was full of the same meat jerky he had eaten yesterday. There must have been more than 5 pounds of it. He excitedly asked, "Dollar, did you make all this from the mutant copper-toothed beast?" "Yep. An entire mutant copper-toothed beast is right here. 2 million, and no bargaining," Han Sen said. "Well, 2 million is fine." Su Xiaoqiao handed 2 stacks of 10,000 notes to Han Sen, but doubted whether the entire beast was really there, as there should have been more meat. Han Sen noticed his doubt, took the money and said, "This meat jerky is made in traditional ways, so it shrank a bit. Rest assured that the whole beast is here." Han Sen made the copper-toothed beast into meat jerky, so that no one would wonder why the beast was so tiny. "Of course I trust you." Su Xiaoqiao paused and said, "Dollar, you should know that I work for Qin Xian. She has a message for you. She wants to buy the sacred blood beast soul and golden axe you gained the other day, and she could offer you a good price." "Oh, what is the price?" Han Sen was interested in selling the golden axe, as it was not that portable. He hadn't found a chance to use it, so it was still buried. "You will have to figure this out yourselves. I'm just the messenger," Su Xiaoqiao shrugged and said. "If you meet with Qin Xian, tell her if she really wants to buy it, she can name a price and you can bring it to me," Han Sen said lightly. It was too risky for her to meet Qin Xian. Chapter 16. Quartz Scorpion. Han Sen took back the beast's soul armor and returned to Steel Armor Shelter. When he was entering the gate, he met an acquaintance. "Sen?" Han Hao was surprised to see him. "Han Hao, you know as Freak?" Han Hao's companions all recognized Han Sen and looked at Han Hao strangely. "No, wrong guy. Let's go." Han Hao paused and looked embarrassed. Without saying hello, he walked past Han Sen. Han Hao hadn't expected Han Sen to be in the same shelter, nor that he was also the infamous ass freak. If word got out that he was Han Sen's cousin, Han Hao couldn't imagine what Son of Heaven and Qin Xian would do to him. Han Sen smiled wryly and did not expose Han Hao's lie. Since Han Hao didn't want anything to do with him, why would he do his cousin any harm? With 2 million on him, Han Sen left God's sanctuary and went back home. He asked Mr. Zhang to help with the legal procedures regarding the old house to avoid any further disputes with his relatives. After that, Han Sen felt a lot more relaxed. Everything would be taken care of, and life would only get better. When he earned more money, Han Yin could go to a private school, where she could get a much better education than he did. In some elite schools, she could even learn hypergeno arts and have a much better start. To enter an elite school, however, her family must be aristocratic. So Han Sen must complete 1 evolution and gain the title. That would be a piece of cake for me. I could even have the title of Sacred Blood Aristocrat if I want. Han Sen's spirits were high. "Brother, you here?" Han Yin, in floral pajamas and holding a doll in her arms, poked her head through the door and searched for Han Sen. Seeing Han Sen sitting on the bed, she ran over and leaned against him with the doll. "Naughty girl, why are you still up?" Han Sen pinched her little nose. "Yin wants to listen to a story. It's been forever since you told me stories, and I've missed you so much since you've been gone." Han Yin looked at Han Sen with watery eyes. Han Sen sighed secretly. Since he graduated and entered God's sanctuary, he had almost no time for his little sister, which he felt so guilty about. "I'll tell Yin a story right now." Han Sen sat Han Yin on his lap, opened a storybook and read softly, "Once upon a time." After Han Sen returned to God's sanctuary, he decided to catch a primitive creature to feed, which, incredibly, would turn to a mutant one in half a month. But Han Sen was more curious to know how long it would take for it to become a sacred blood creature, which is what he needed most. It was still relatively easy to hunt a wild mutant creature, but almost impossible to hunt a sacred blood one. Take the Bloody Slayer, for example. He could never have killed it if it weren't already severely injured by Son of Heaven. The moment Hansen left his room, he was pulled away by someone. Hansen turned and saw Han Hao, who pulled him to a remote spot. After confirming there was no one nearby, Han Hao said, "How did you cause such trouble? You haven't even been here long, and you've managed to piss off gangs of both Qin Xian and Son of Heaven." "I didn't mean to," Hansen said casually. "I do not care. You are on your own for the stupid things you did. You are not allowed to say that I am your cousin, or that you know me in front of others. I just started here and have a bright future, and will not be destroyed like you were," Han Hao said, glaring at Hansen. "Sure, I won't tell." Hansen knew his cousin had been looking down on him since he went to integrated compulsory education, and there was no way he would support him under these circumstances. Of course, he was not obligated to either. "That's settled then. Don't say you know me," Han Hao told Hansen once again before leaving. Fearing that someone might see them together, Hansen left Steel Armor Shelter and went all the way into the mountains. He didn't plan to hunt copper-toothed beasts anymore, as he had had enough of their meat and would no longer gain primitive geno points from it. It was another primitive creature that he was going after. He could eat several, and also bring back a living one to evolve. Hansen had chosen a place called Barathrum Cave for hunting this time. It was a remote cave in the mountains, where primitive creatures, quartz scorpions, lived. Because it was so dark and narrow in Barathrum Cave, even with lighting equipment, sometimes it was still difficult to see quartz scorpions hidden in rock tunnels. If stung by these scorpions, it would take a mere 3 to 5 minutes before someone who had maxed out on primitive geno points would be poisoned to death. Therefore, few people would choose quartz scorpions as their targets. With black beetle armor, however, Hansen wasn't risking much, as it was not likely that quartz scorpions could get to him. He chose quartz scorpions because, first, it was easy to hide himself from the public in the cave, and second, a quartz scorpion was only the size of a fist, so it would be easy for him to carry their bodies back, unlike the large prey which were hard to transport. Third, if he happened to gain the beast soul of a quartz scorpion, he would also make a fortune, as it was a weapon like a military knife which was poisoned and incredibly sharp. As a primitive beast soul, its price was almost as high as a mutant one. At the mouth of the cave, Hansen made sure he was alone and summoned his armor, entering Barathrum Cave prepared. As modern lighting equipment didn't work in God's sanctuary, Hansen brought a self-made torch, with which he could only see several feet in front of him. With mica in the rocks reflecting the light, he could hardly see the hidden scorpions. Clank! Hansen soon felt a hit on his foot. He looked down and saw a deep blue scorpion the size of his fist, stinging him on the feet with its tail. Chapter 17. Unexpected encounter. Fortunately, Hansen's feet were also wrapped in armor, and the scorpion tail couldn't hurt him at all. Hansen stepped on the quartz scorpion and crushed it. Primitive creature quartz scorpion killed. No beast soul gain. Eat the flesh of quartz scorpion to gain 0 to 10 primitive geno points. Hansen picked up the dead scorpion, put it into a prepared bag, and walked further into the cave with the bag on his back. Protected by the black beetle armor, Hansen killed all quartz scorpions he saw on the way, and there were nearly 100 scorpions in his bag after he had walked for an hour. Georgie Porgy, Pudding and Pie, kissed the girls and made them cry. When the boys came out to play, Georgie Porgy ran away. Hansen collected the dead scorpions as he was humming a nursery rhyme. His mother had to work to support their family, and he was the one who took care of Han Yin. That's why he was used to humming nursery rhymes. Dollar. Hansen heard the other name he had given himself when he was on a spree. Shocked, he peered in the direction where the voice came from. In the cave sat a woman in her 20s leaning against stalagmites, looking at him surprised. "Qin Xian," Hansen exclaimed. Not expecting to see this woman here, Hansen turned around to run. Since he had stabbed her in the rear, he had had nightmares about it. "Don't go. I don't care about the grudge between you and Son of Heaven. And even if I wanted to look for trouble, I wouldn't be able to," Qin Xian quickly said. Hansen paused and looked back at Qin Xian, whose ankle was swollen and badly bruised. Clearly, she had been stung by a quartz scorpion. It suddenly hit Hansen that Qin Xian must have so many treasures on her since she had been in Steel Armor Shelter for years and wished to evolve with the maximum sacred geno points. She must have sacred blood beast souls and very many mutant beast souls. At this point she was injured, and it looked quite serious. She had so many geno points that the scorpion poison might not kill her, but her ability to fight surely had suffered, or at least she couldn't move her injured leg. "Although I was the one who stabbed her, she hit me back right away and has been ruthless to me ever since. If I could blackmail her right now, that would be some compensation for my suffering these months," Hansen thought, leering at Qin Xian as if she could see through him. Qin Xian summoned a beast soul in the shape of a purple butterfly, which turned into a purple dagger in her hand. "You know the name of this dagger?" Qin Xian asked him with a smile. "I don't." Hansen noticed the gleam of the dagger, but she couldn't have summoned it for its beauty. It must be at least a mutant beast soul, and even possibly a sacred blood beast soul. "This dagger is the beast soul of a malicious butterfly, and it is envenomed with strong poison. You decide if your armor could block my dagger." Qin Xian was still smiling. Qin Xian couldn't see Hansen blushing because his armor blocked his face. "You worry too much. We just met and have no hard feelings between us whatsoever. Why would I try to hurt you? The sacred blood armor might not have been able to block the sacred blood dagger. Han Sen would not take the chance. Besides, they weren't really enemies either, as Qin Xian didn't do anything more than make a few threats. It was Son of Heaven and his gang that really bullied him. Qin Xian smiled and took back her dagger. I can't move. If you can take me out of the cave safely, I will pay you a generous reward. How come you came here alone? Han Sen asked, not agreeing straight away. He was curious how Qin Xian was able to come this far when there was no trace of quartz scorpions being hunted on the way. Originally, I wanted to kill a mutant quartz scorpion, but it was more cunning than I thought. It started to attack me, leading other scorpions when my incense was about to burn out, so that I couldn't leave the cave. The primitive scorpions no longer feared me when the incense was gone. I was able to fight them off but was stung by a mutant quartz scorpion. So now, it's even less likely that I can leave here. Qin Xian looked at Han Sen and said, didn't you barter with Su Xiaoqiao for money? Take me out and I'll offer you that. You were stung by a mutant quartz scorpion? Han Sen looked at her, horrified. If it was just a sting by a primitive quartz scorpion, I wouldn't have asked for help, Qin Xian said casually. Han Sen now knew it was incense that kept the quartz scorpion's sway from Qin Xian, and she thought that he must have used the same method. What she didn't know was that he had killed all quartz scorpions on the way out. If she had known, she would have walked away herself. Did you not kill the mutant scorpion? Han Sen asked again. Yes, but I did not get a beast soul. No one could get the flesh either, as it's full of scorpions out there, Qin Xian said. I'll take you, not for money but for a mutant beast soul. You are too greedy. Qin Xian glanced at him. Miss Qin, for you, a mutant beast soul is nothing. Is your life not worth it? Han Sen said. All right then. Qin Xian looked at Han Sen earnestly. Amazing. You have a deal, Mississippi? Han Sen walked farther into the cave. Chapter 18. Mutant creature. What are you doing? Qin Xian frowned. I'll take you out after picking up the corpse of the mutant quartz scorpion you killed. Han Sen continued to go inside. There are so many scorpions there. Don't you need incense? Qin Xian looked at Han Sen, puzzled. Why do men need incense? Han Sen came back with a giant blue scorpion about a foot long in his hand. Qin Xian sighed after looking him up and down. I was tricked by you. You have already killed all the quartz scorpions out there, haven't you? Smart girl. Han Sen poured the dead scorpions from his bag, which soon piled into a heap. Although Qin Xian had guessed it, she was still surprised to see that Han Sen had killed so many scorpions. Han Sen put the corpse of the mutant scorpion in his bag first before he started to fill it with primitive scorpions. There were still a few that wouldn't fit in there, and he didn't waste those but ate all the flesh until he had cleaned them up. Primitive quartz scorpion flesh eaten. For primitive geno points gained. I haven't seen anyone quite like you, willing to eat such disgusting things. Qin Xian had never met someone who had such nice equipment, but remained so stingy. Come on. Han Sen squatted next to Qin Xian, wanting to carry her out on his back. Since there are no scorpions anymore, I could just walk out, Qin Xian said. You have promised me a mutant beast soul and couldn't take that back anyway. Why not enjoy my service with your injured leg? Han Sen said. You are right. Why not? She bit her bottom lip, got up and carefully climbed onto the back of Han Sen. With the armor, Han Sen couldn't really enjoy the feeling of her body against his. He walked out, carrying Qin Xian, with his bag in one hand. She only weighed about 100 pounds, which was nothing for Han Sen, who had already gained quite a lot geno points. They emerged from the cave in no time. Where are you going? Asked Han Sen. Back to the shelter, da. Qin Xian said. Han Sen no longer spoke and carried her towards steel armor shelter. After an hour, he let her down. It is not too far away from the shelter now, and people pass by here all the time. Wait for a while, and then ask them to bring you back. Han Sen extended an empty hand to Qin Xian. Now, my mutant beast soul, I have asked Su Xiaoqiao to send a message. Would you sell me the sacred blood beast soul and gear? Qin Xian didn't hesitate before she handed over a mutant beast soul in the shape of a black cat to Han Sen. What is your offer for the golden double-edged axe? Han Sen asked. 2 million. That is a piece of sacred blood gear. While 2 million won't even get you a mutant beast soul. Han Sen frowned. Sacred blood gear is very nice, but you can't take it to the real world, while beast souls could be used outside God's sanctuary. That explains the price. If you would sell a sacred blood beast soul, I'd give you 20 million, explained Qin Xian. A mutant beast soul, plus 2 million, Han Sen said. A mutant beast soul is out of the question. I'll give you 5 million. Flesh of 2 mutant creatures and 2 million. You are asking too much. Final offer, 6 million. After all, you can't take it outside, Qin Xian said. Okay, get the money ready. I will tell Xiaoqiao when and where we trade, Han Sen said and left with his bag. You really would not consider selling the sacred blood beast soul? 20 million is just a tentative offer. We could discuss further, Qin Xian said to his back. No way. Han Sen left without pausing. Qin Xian looked at him leaving and thought, his armor was tougher than the quartz scorpion sting. It must also be a sacred blood beast soul. Who was he? He doesn't look like a soldier. She had no clue. Han Sen went back to his original look and returned to the shelter with his back. There was no one guarding the gate anymore. They had searched for Dollar for so long and found nothing, so they had to give up. Coincidentally, Han Sen ran into Han Hao and his friends again. Nice to see you again, ass freak. You have a full bag with you. How many mutant creatures did you hunt? A young man ridiculed him. 1. Han-san replied calmly. Haha, you are funny. Could you even hunt primitive creatures? It must be full of black beetles there, laughed the young man, leading everyone to burst into laughter. No one believed Han-san could get a mutant creature. Han Hao, don't mistake him for anyone. If you knew him, you'd forever have bad luck. A young man patted Han Hao on the shoulder. No way I'd know as freak. Han Hao looked embarrassed. Han-san ignored them and carried his bag back to his room. He saved the mutant quartz scorpion and was going to sell Xiao Qiao all the rest. Although he could evolve a creature into a mutant one in half a month with the black crystal, he'd rather use the crystal to get sacred blood creatures. Chapter 19. The distinguished and aristocrats only. In the middle of the night, Han-san placed a bag of dead quartz scorpions and a note at the door of Su Xiaoqiao's room before knocking a few times. Then he hid in an alley close by and made sure Xiao Qiao took the bag and note inside. It turned out to be a nice collaboration, and Han-san got the 6 million promised by Qin Xian and another 80,000 for the scorpions. He went back to his room with boxes of cash and almost jumped with joy. Even when his father was still alive, he had never seen so much money at once. Han-san left God's sanctuary with the money, since the only thing he wanted to do right now was to share the joy with his mother and sister. Their adversity had finally ended. The 2 million he earned before was all used on solving the issue of the old house, and he could eventually have the 6 million to himself, which was a totally different feeling. Although the money was not even enough for the rich to buy a luxury airplane, for Han-san it was already the most money he had seen in his life. Mom, Yin, I have something to show you. Han-san pulled them into his room and poured the cash onto his bed. Where did you get so much money? Luo Sulan was first frightened instead of being surprised, fearing that her son might have done something dangerous. Mom, I was lucky to have killed a mutant creature and gained the beast's soul, so I traded it for this money. Han-san did not dare to tell the truth, afraid that Luo Sulan might get worried. He didn't dare to leak anything about the black crystal, as the precious stone may land its innocent possessor in jail. His whole family could be wiped out if word got out. Luo Sulan said ruefully, San, you should not have sold it. It could be of great help to you, and we could always get by. Mom, no worries. I will have another chance. I've eaten the mutant flesh and gained mutant geno points. In the future, it'll be much easier for me to hunt, and everything will get better. But Luo Sulan still felt bad, as it was not that easy to kill a mutant creature. For ordinary people, it would be great luck to hunt one, just like winning the lottery, so there may never be a second time. Yin is about to start school, and I'm not letting her to go to a public one like I did, Han-san said. Luo Sulan looked at her children with tears in her eyes. It's all my fault. I didn't take good care of you. Mom, you are a great woman, and you were the one who raised us. Let me contribute a little as well. Han-san picked up Han Yin. Yin, let's go out to eat. You can have whatever you want today. Han Yin's face lit up. I want to eat sapphire ice cream. Sure, let's go have sapphire ice cream. Han-san pinched Han Yin's small nose. Sapphire ice cream is too expensive. You don't need to splurge with the money. Save it to buy some meat just once. Han-san went out, holding Luo Sulan's hand. Don't tell others you have hunted a mutant creature, or you sold a mutant beast soul. I don't want anything bad to happen to you. Luo Sulan urged her son. Since Han-san's father had the accident, Luo Sulan had changed. She no longer wanted Han-san to be in charge, but just to be safe. Mom, relax. I will not say a thing. You keep the money and decide what to do with it. Han-san went out of the house holding his sister with one hand and his mother with the other. Sapphire ice cream was famous throughout the alliance and was also very expensive. Even the cheapest type cost more than 10,000. Their neighbors' kids were always having sapphire ice cream, and Han-san also had tried it a few times when he was younger. However, when Han Yin was born, they were already bankrupt, so they couldn't afford such luxuries anymore. Having the impression that the ice cream was delicious, Han-san could no longer remember what it tasted like. When the three came to Sapphire, all the seats were taken, and there was a long line to buy ice cream. Let's go upstairs. Before Han-san entered the store, he saw through the window that the second floor was almost empty, so he thought the ladies could go upstairs and have a seat while he would stand in line alone. At the stairs, he was stopped by a waiter. I am sorry, you cannot go up, the waiter said. Why? Aren't there any seats upstairs? Han-san frowned. Contemptuous and impatient, the waiter pointed to a notice on the wall. You should have heard about our rule even if you have never had our ice cream before. Han-san looked at the notice, which said, the distinguished and aristocrats only, and understood what he was referring to. So the second floor was an area exclusively for people with privileges, and ordinary people weren't even allowed to enter. No wonder the second floor had much better decorations yet was so empty. We don't need to sit down. We'll just wait here, and you go get Yin ice cream, said Luo Sulan, trying to spare Han-san. I'm going. Han-san smiled and went to the back of the line. He seemed to be indifferent, but was suddenly possessed by an aspiration. What's so special about the distinguished and aristocrats? Soon I shall have it all and more. The stupid notice will never get in my way again. There still were no empty seats when it was his turn to buy the ice cream, so Han-san had to order takeout. Before leaving, he took another look at the notice. The distinguished and aristocrats only. Chapter 20. Her. The next morning, Han-san was on the train going to the teleport station, with many passengers sharing his destination. Most people could not afford a teleport device, so they had to enter God's sanctuary using a public teleport station. Today, the conductor seemed to be in a bad mood. While Han-san was deep in thought about what to do in God's sanctuary, a violent shake of the train left everyone who was standing falling to the sides. Since he wasn't paying attention, Han-sen also involuntarily staggered a few steps forward and fell on something soft. Subconsciously wanting to seize something to regain his balance, he felt strange because what he was holding onto was even more soft and tender. Then he found that he had bumped into a woman in military uniform, and his hands were on her chest. Bastard! The woman scowled and elbowed him fast and hard. If she were to succeed, Han-sen would have lost half his face. He subconsciously raised an arm to block the hit, felt a strong hit on his arm, and involuntarily stepped back several steps. The woman turned around and viciously stared at Han Senator. She exclaimed with just one look, "You ass, Qin Xian." She didn't finish her sentence, but Han-san cried in fear. This woman in uniform happened to be the woman from whom he had gotten the nickname Ass Freak. Han-san did not expect Qin Xian also to be on Roca Planet, and it seemed that she had enlisted in the army. Being in the military was nothing uncommon in the Alliance, as all legitimate residents of the Alliance needed to serve at least 5 years when they turned 20. When Han-san turned 20, he would also become a soldier, if there were no special reason for him not to serve. Qin Xian recognized Han-san, but didn't initiate a fight. She just looked at him with a cold and slightly disgusted look. Han-san thought ruefully, she must think I'm a pervert now. I don't even blame her. I did stab her in the bottom, and now, if I were her, I'd assume the same. There are so many planets in the Alliance. How is Qin Xian here as well? And what are the chances that I would meet her and did this to her? Han-san thought plaintively. There was no way around it. He would have to let the situation play itself out. In the Alliance, wounding others was not allowed. Qin Xian did not want to make a scene, so she just glowered at him and didn't move further. Han-san had goosebumps from her staring and immediately got off the train once he reached the teleport station. To his surprise, Qin Xian followed behind him. Dogs can't help from eating sh*t. I thought you were just innocent, while you are by nature a disgusting person, Qin Xian said fiercely. You saw what happened. It was the train, and so many others also fell. It was just a coincidence, Han-sen said with a wry smile. Would you believe that if you were me? Qin Xian said coldly. What do you want? Qin Xian had identified him as a bastard, so there was no need to explain. You really are brazen, showing no remorse for what you did. It must not be the first time you have done something like this. Seeing that Han-san wasn't going to apologize, Qin Xian raged. You think I'll just send you to the police? It's not that easy. I can't beat you up here, but in God's sanctuary, it will be a different story. You are going there, right? I'll wait for you. Qin Xian immediately left, and the soldiers saluted her. Good morning, station master. Han-sen stumbled and couldn't believe what he saw. He almost wanted to cry. All teleport stations belonged to the military system. A garrison was assigned to each station, and the station master was the garrison's chief executive. Han-sen had heard that the old station master was to be transferred, and he couldn't believe that Qin Xian would be the new station master, not even in his wildest dreams. Han-sen had a bad feeling about the whole thing. As the station master, Qin Xian would know his whereabouts very well, and it wasn't even possible for him to use a different teleport station. There are 3 public teleport stations on planet Roca, but the other 2 were too far away, and he couldn't waste 2 days on traveling. Han-sen entered God's sanctuary when Qin Xian went to her office. He decided to wait until she left the shelter before he teleported back home. Han-sen gave Qin Xian no chance to intercept him. Taking some meat jerky made from the mutant scorpion, Han-sen left steel armor shelter. Did I use up my luck when I found the black crystal? Han-sen thought. Depressed. He did not go far before seeing Son of Heaven and his gang standing outside the shelter chatting. Han-sen wasn't interested in meeting up with them and went the other way. However, Luo Tianyang called him from behind. Ass freak, come here. Reluctantly, Han-sen had to turn around toward Luo Tianyang, perplexed. I'm calling you. Come here and you'll get lucky. Luo Tianyang waved to him, smiling maliciously. There is no need. I'm not strong. I can only deal with ordinary creatures and can't even fight primitive creatures. I am afraid I cannot help you. Han-sen knew it was never good when Luo Tianyang called him. Cut the crap. Do you want a beating? I said come. Luo Tianyang gazed at Han-sen with his face dark. Chapter 21. Underground River. In addition to Han-sen, Son of Heaven and his gang were also joined by a few thugs they paid to come along. The group left steel armor shelter and marched into the mountains. Although they expected nothing good to happen, they still wanted to take the chance for the sake of the generous reward. In the past, if Han-sen had not been blocked by Qin Xian and Son of Heaven, he might also have risked his life for the bounty. Now Han-sen had no reason to take such risks, but it was clear that Son of Heaven and Luo Tianyang wanted to use him as a stepping stone, which made him want to kill them both. Han-sen quietly followed them, guessing what they were about to do. When recruiting people, the gang had said they were hunting a mutant creature, and it was only because there were also many ordinary and primitive creatures that they needed more hands. Han-sen, of course, couldn't take this seriously. To kill a mutant creature, the regular gang was more than enough. The dozen people around Son of Heaven could all kill a mutant creature on their own, let alone Son of Heaven himself. The extra hands were completely unnecessary. According to their story, Luo Tianyang and others casually killed the creatures they encountered along the way, and gave the meat to the hired people casually, which made everyone quite happy. The group had been going for 6 or 7 days, and the gang still had no intention of stopping. On the 8th day, They halted at a mountain pass. Very far from the shelter, there was no human activity. They encountered many different creatures. Son of Heaven and his gang had killed a lot of primitive animals on the way and kept some of the flesh as food. It seems that we are almost there. What on earth are they up to? Han-san had not heard anything, but judging from the grave look on their faces, this couldn't be a simple operation. They rested for a day at the campsite and crossed the mountain pass the next morning. After hiking a dozen miles, they saw a gap in the canyon so deep and dark that no one could see the bottom. Everyone lit a torch. The gang sent the hired people as the vanguard and followed them into the gap. The hired ones all knew it was time to put their life on the line, so they were dawdling. Why are you going so slowly, bitches? Do you still want the rest of the money? Luo Tianyang whipped a few people in the back and shouted. The thugs could only speed up going down. Han-sen was among them. It was not too difficult to walk down, and nothing happened along the way until they reached the bottom. The thugs were relieved and started to talk and laugh again. It was very dark at the bottom of the gap, and the group had to rely on the torches. There was an underground river running through the huge space. Cross the river and go into the cave on the other side. Luo Tianyang pointed his whip to the other side. Luo, I cannot swim. This river is too wide, said a young man who had been recruited. Who told you to swim? We have inflatable boats. Just row across. Luo Tianyang opened the parcel on the back of his mount, and there were indeed inflatable boats in there. After they inflated the boats, each one could sit 4 to 5 people. The group started to row the boats across. The speed of the water was not fast, and there was no risk of being rushed downstream. 2 boats soon reached the center of the river. All of a sudden, with a splash, a dark creature emerged from the water with half of its python-like body exposed. Its body was wider than a bucket and covered with shiny black fine scales. Its mouth was so large that it could fit a cow. But it wasn't a cow that was swallowed, rather someone on the boat. The giant body then put its full weight on the boat, which exploded with everyone on it falling into the water. Everyone was shocked and trying to row the boats back. Those who hadn't gone on the boat just dropped their boat and started to run back. With a glint of cold steel, the 2 running the fastest were beheaded by Luo Tianyang and another gang member. Luo Tianyang pointed the knife with blood on it at the rest and cried ruthlessly, "There is but one monster, so whoever reaches the other side can live. And I'll kill anyone who took the money and tries to run away. To live or to die, it is up to you." Everyone was intimidated by Luo Tianyang's vicious act and started to row towards the other side. Assholes, you just want to feed the monster with humans, Han-san cursed in his heart. Those who fell into the water before were trying to swim to the other side, but were suddenly pulled into the water by something. It was so dark that no one saw what happened to them, but their fate could be imagined from the thick scent of blood. The hired boys dared not move forward, and Luo Tianyang used his knife again to force them. They didn't want to stay in the river, so they had to row hard. Han-san lit the surroundings with his torch while rowing the boat. In case the monster came out of the water, he had to summon Sacred Blood Beast Soul Armor at once to save his life. The monster again collapsed the boat, and everyone on it was screaming. Then what could be heard was only the waves rolling. Row harder if you want to live. Han-san yelled at the 2 on the boat with him, who were petrified as he was rowing his heart out. #King Heartless Bastards. He swore quietly. The 2 men were revived by Han-sen's shout and started to row desperately. From time to time there were screams and splashes. Countless men must have been buried in the snake belly. Chapter 22. Broken Egg. There was no doubt that this giant snake was a sacred blood creature. Aquatic creatures were hard enough to kill, let alone a sacred blood creature. With his normal gang, Son of Heaven didn't even dare to hunt it, but was only trying to fill out the group so that they could safely reach the other side. Han-sen took a look at the other side as he was rowing. After they passed the middle of the river, the torch could light up the other side a little bit. Since Han-san had started to practice jade skin, his body function seemed to get a lot better. Vision was also a lot stronger than before, and he seemed to have gained night vision as well. Now he could clearly see a cave 6 to 9 feet wide on a cliff. Although there was no path, the cave must have been the gang's destination. Han-san was looking at the cave when he heard a loud splash. His heart sank as he saw the giant snake popping out of water less than 6 feet from their boat, its mouth moving towards the boat and its fangs showing. Without thinking, Han-san jumped into the water and summoned his armor underwater. Like a fish, he struggled to swim across the river. The whole process of crossing the river was tragic. It wasn't clear whether the black snake was insatiable or just determined to kill humans. But only 2 boats reached the other side, and only 7 people lived. All the others were in the water, and most likely dead. The snake didn't show up again. Son of Heaven. Although the snake was a sacred blood creature, it was not intelligent. Now it is full. We should not have too much risk crossing, said Luo Tianyang, smiling. Go over. Son of Heaven gave the order, and the gang went over in 3 boats. As expected, the snake didn't attack anymore, and they all landed safely. Continue. Luo Tianyang whipped the 7 survivors, who were forced to walk inside the cave, trembling. They regretted so much that they had coveted the bounty. What was money good for if they died here? But they did not encounter any other creatures along the way. In half an hour, they reached the end of the cave. At the end of the cave there was a pool, and next to the pool was a gravel nest 30 feet wide. In the middle of the nest there lay 2 eggs the size of ostrich eggs with black patterns. Son of Heaven was overjoyed. Haha, awesome. Eggs of sacred blood creatures. and there are 2 of them. Now my sacred Geno points could go over 80. Even so, he did not lose his caution and winked at Luo Tianyang, who was equally excited. The latter understood immediately and forced the survivors to fetch the eggs. Trembling, they walked into the gravel nest and carried out the 2 eggs. However, before they were able to leave the nest, the pool started to bubble and bang. A huge snake head stuck out, the dark red snake eyes staring at the egg thieves. Damn! Throw the eggs over, Son of Heaven shouted to them, but they were dumbfounded by the snake up close and did not reply him. Useless motherf *# curs. Son of Heaven scolded and summoned his red sword, running forward. The gang all summoned their weapons and followed him. Rushing in front of the survivors, Son of Heaven grabbed the eggs and ran towards the mouth of the cave. The snake was originally concerned about its eggs and didn't move. Seeing Son of Heaven running away with them, it went into a rage and left the pool, chasing the gang madly. "Block it!" cried Son of Heaven, while he kept running without pause. Luo Tianyang was even more ruthless. He grabbed 2 shivering survivors and threw them at the snake. Catching one in the mouth, the snake swallowed him without chewing. The rest of the gang all followed suit, using the survivors as human shields, which temporarily resisted the snake's attack. They took advantage of it and retreated. Son of Heaven ran fast, holding the 2 snake eggs. It took him no time to arrive at the mouth of the cave. When he was excited, a golden fist appeared in front of him and hit him on the face. He hadn't expected someone hiding behind the cave mouth and was unprepared for the attack. Blood spilling and nose crooked, he fell back with his hand covering his face. The 2 snake eggs suddenly flew out from his arms. A golden figure jumped up, caught 1 egg with each hand, and ran toward the river. Son of Heaven fell to the ground, clutching his face. He immediately managed to climb up, saw the unique golden armor and recognized who it was. After jumping in the water, Han San had swiftly swum to the shore in the chaos, and instead of going into the cave, he hid behind a boulder and waited until the gang entered the cave. He then followed them and watched. When he saw Son of Heaven running with the eggs, Han Sen gave him a hard punch and captured the eggs. Han Sen just regretted that his bronze crescent spear had been ruined by Shui Longyan, or he might have been able to kill Son of Heaven with this secret attack. Han Sen reached the river and suddenly saw waves roaring. A huge black-scaled snake appeared from the river. ##K. There is another one? Han Sen looked back and saw the other snake chasing the gang. You are so ##Ked. Son of Heaven hated Dollar's guts and gloated that he was stopped by the snake. Han San quickly had an idea as the snake in the river glared at him. He pushed hard with his right hand secretly and then threw the snake egg at Son of Heaven. Catch. We will each keep 1 egg, and let's deal with the snakes together first. Who agreed to that? I will get both eggs and kill you. Thinking Han San was terrified, Son of Heaven sneered and caught the egg, but the egg broke when it hit him and the egg was all over him. Son of Heaven was stunned. Chapter 23. Obsidian Dragon. Roar. The giant snake shrieked and rushed madly towards Son of Heaven, who was covered in egg, leaving Han Sen alone. Han Sen turned and ran with the remaining snake egg. Jumping on an inflatable boat, he desperately rowed to the other side without looking back. He still had an egg with him, and if both snakes decided to go for him, it would be no fun at all. ##K. Han San heard cursing from behind, followed by all sorts of human voices and the beast's roar. Han San went to the other side, jumped onto the shore and ran out of the big gap. Without a pause, he ran toward the shelter. After running for a while, Han San started to get uneasy. In case Son of Heaven and his gang escaped, they would definitely go for him, and he could by no means outrun their mounts. Han Sen decided to go into the forest and take a detour so that he didn't risk being caught by them. They had been in the shelter for years, and everyone was fit and had plenty of beast souls. Even though they were no match for the snakes, surely some of them could get away. It was best to be careful. That night, Han Sen found a corner to take shelter from the wind and got some firewood. Sealing the snake egg with a layer of mud, he put it on the fire and barbecued it. While cooking, Han Sen murmured, "Pure life, before you see this dirty world, let me handle the sin and send you back to heaven." Young Obsidian Dragon killed. No beast soul gained. Eat it to gain 0 to 10 sacred Geno points randomly. Having barbecued it for a while, Han Sen heard the voice. So it was not a snake. Unfortunately, I didn't gain the beast soul, Han Sen thought greedily. Soon the egg was cooked and Han Sen used a stick to get the egg out of the fire, breaking the burnt mud crust on the outside. He saw the delicious egg white. Han Sen took a bite, and the egg was so much better than a chicken egg. Young Obsidian Dragon eaten. 1 sacred Geno point gained. Han Sen ate the whole egg and was so full he couldn't move. He had gained 5 sacred Geno points. Adding the 8 points he already had, Han Sen now had 13 sacred Geno points. It took Han Sen 8 or 9 days to reach Steel Armor Shelter. Son of Heaven and his gang had been back for 2 days already when he arrived. There were only 8 in the gang that returned alive, and everyone was injured. Even some of Son of Heaven's henchmen had died. Son of Heaven wouldn't say what they had done, and Qin Xian and Fiskai failed to find out. Several hired thugs, however, had come back alive after they had fallen into the water. And through them, Qin Xian and Fiskai eventually learned what had happened. They still had no idea what had happened after the hired men fell into the water. so just took for granted that the gang was hurt by the obsidian dragons. Their guess was only half right, because the egg thrown by Han Sen also contributed a lot to the gang's predicament. After all, they wouldn't have had to fight the dragons if he hadn't done that. Son of Heaven was afraid of being ridiculed, and did not tell what happened later, while secretly he launched a new search for Dollar. It is a pity that Son of Heaven and Luo Tianyang didn't die. Han Sen learned what had happened and felt relieved. He was afraid that Son of Heaven might suspect something, seeing he had returned alone. Now that there were other survivors, Han Sen naturally had nothing to worry about, and caught a primitive copper-toothed beast on his way back to the shelter. If Son of Heaven and his gang came to interrogate him, he could just say he was rushed downstream and got lucky. Han Sen was thinking too much, because Son of Heaven did not have the time to ask him and didn't make the connection at all. More than half a month was spent on the expedition. Han Sen teleported out of God's sanctuary to see his mother and sister. However, at the gate of the transport station, Qin Xian was standing at the exit, looking at him coldly. You sure can hide. It's been more than half a month since I saw you. Do you think I'll spare you from the punishment you deserve? Miss Qin, what do you want? Han Sen looked at her, depressed. Qin Xian was now the station master, and there was no way to bypass her. Easy, take this and come with me. Qin Xian threw a combat suit at Han Sen. You would not kill me anyway, Han Sen thought, taking the combat suit and following her back to the station. They didn't teleport to God's sanctuary, but to the combat room in the station. Han Sen put on the combat suit and entered the room, where Qin Xian stood in a red combat suit with black stripes. A combat suit was not just clothing, but a high-tech product that could function as armor, with inbuilt sensors which recorded all data during fighting, including heart rate, breathing, punch speed, and the impact taken. This allowed the users to understand their physical status and determine their future practice methods. If you win, I will leave you alone for good. Qin Xian curled her finger, indicating Han Sen should attack. You are about to max out on sacred Geno points and have so many beast souls. I just graduated, and you have trained in the army for so long. Why don't you just say you want to kill me? Even if Han Sen could win, he didn't want to expose the fact that he was Dollar. And he wasn't confident about the fight. No beast soul allowed. And we are clear if you can still stand after 50 movements, Qin Xian said casually. Deal. Han Sen believed he could endure 50 movements if he focused on defense. Chapter 24. Sneak Attack Skills. Qin Xian had made up her mind to kick Han Sen's ass. The first time, when Han Sen stabbed her in the rear, she could attribute it to his ignorance, while the harassment on the train couldn't be a coincidence. Having identified Han Sen as a freak and bastard, Qin Xian walked up to him with anger in her eyes and said, You start. Bang. Han Sen punched her in the face. Clutching her nose and stepping back, Qin Xian stared at him, not believing what had happened. Han Sen was not like any man she had seen. She let him start, and he just immediately punched her, which was completely beyond her expectations. That's why she was not prepared for it. They were standing close to each other, so she was hit on the nose. In her understanding, in a showdown, the two opponents should go to the middle and take their positions. And men always acted as gentlemen in front of her. Even if they were weaker, they'd still want to show their masculinity. No one was like Han Sen, who threw a punch without a sign, hitting her face, where she wasn't even covered by protective gear. I'm sorry. So sorry. Have we not started? Hansen repeatedly apologized. He thought he'd let her beat him to let out the anger, and wanted it to end sooner. He didn't expect that he could hit her nose, which soon turned red. We had started, and will continue. You bang. Qin Xian had more to say, but he acted hearing continue, and hit her on the nose again. She was in so much pain she had to squat on the floor. You said continue. So I thought? Han Sen quickly explained. I'll kill you. Qin Xian jumped from the ground. Not caring about the rules anymore, she moved forward and started to beat Han Sen up. Resisting Qin Xian's beating, Han Sen found his fighting skills were much weaker than Qin Xian's, and he couldn't even play defense. He barely got through a dozen punches and was beaten down. Way less than 50. See you next time. Qin Xian turned away, leaving behind Han Sen, who was wounded all over. Han Sen stood up with a wry smile on his face. Wearing a combat suit, he wasn't injured seriously. It was just some pain he would have to put up with. The worst part was he seemed to have enraged Qin Xian even more. After Han Sen left the station to return home, Qin Xian took a shower and was about to delete the video and data of the fight right away. She was the station master and the strongest woman in Steel Armor Sanctuary. There was no way she'd let people see the video of herself being punched in the nose by ass freak. Before deletion, Qin Xian watched it again, and she was momentarily shocked. She thought that the reason she was hit was that Han Sen took advantage when she wasn't prepared. After carefully reviewing it several times, Qin Xian suddenly found that although this was a very important reason, it couldn't fully explain her being hit. Was it? Thought Qin Xian, and repeatedly watched the part when he hit her and compared the data collected by the combat suit. So, his fist fighting skills are really poor, just about the normal level of a compulsory education graduate, but his movements were explosive and unexpected, Qin Xian mumbled as she was checking the data. And there was something about him, like a killer. Before he made a move, I could not predict his intention, and that had left me unguarded. When he threw a punch, there wasn't even the slightest change in his emotions, not even when he was hitting hard. The separation of behaviors and emotions should belong to a good assassin. A fatal blow under ordinary cover. No, he just graduated. and there is no way he is an assassin. Also, his movements were too bad for him to be one. So, this separation was just his innate talent? Qin Xian could only think of this one possibility. What she didn't know was that Han Sen was really poor when he entered God's sanctuary. At the time he offended both Qin Xian and Son of Heaven. No one dared to be with him, and no one dared to trade with him. The new graduate started to hunt creatures using an ordinary alloy dagger, without any experience. Even just ordinary creatures posed great threats to a beginner, not to mention that they often came in groups. So Han Sen must have taken an individual creature by surprise and killed it. Once surrounded by a group, he could only wait to die. To minimize the danger, he had to ambush and attack, and the most important part was not to alert the creatures, who had more acute senses than men. In the first month, Han Sen was honing these skills. In failure after failure, he learned to hide his emotions and intentions, so that the creatures sensed no danger even when he approached. It was like playing dirty, but it was also the only way for him to survive at that point. Later, he had to keep practicing and improve his skills in order to kill primitive creatures, and gradually they became part of his instinct. Although Han Sen's fighting skills were not even close to advanced, he was no worse than a great assassin in his explosiveness and timing. Like an assassin, his skills were also honed between life and death, and the only difference was that it was the creatures instead of men that he killed. Chapter 25. Ghost Haunt. He seems to have great strength, speed, and explosiveness, which indicates that he has fairly high geno points, unless he is practicing hypergeno arts. Qin Xian looked at some data, but didn't worry too much about it. Han Sen's data was indeed better than average, but data like this can be seen anywhere in the shelter. It was only a bit unexpected that it belonged to Han Sen. Talented but vulgar and despicable. I'll just teach him a lesson next time, thought Qin Xian bitterly. Because of Han Sen's sneak attacks, she labeled him as despicable again. It was indeed hard for most people to imagine that Han Sen had integrated the sneak attack skills into his practice and instinct. The reason why Han Sen could hit Son of Heaven in the face was his sneak attack skills. Or else someone like him could never hit Son of Heaven, who had great geno points and hypergeno arts. Sneak attack didn't sound good, but it was practical. When he got home, Han Sen had dinner with his mother and Han Yan. The next day, he did not go to God's sanctuary but took the train to a martial hall. Han Sen had only learned basic martial arts in the past, and those were designed for people who had no geno points. As one started to gain geno points in God's sanctuary, one became stronger in general. With the practice of hypergeno arts, the body had become even more unique, and this difference allowed people like him to practice certain martial arts that normal people could not practice. These martial arts can be learned at martial halls as well as at advanced colleges, and martial masters who worked at martial halls taught these for a living. Unlike in ancient times, these martial masters did not rely on their inherited fame, nor did they want to leave legacies. Their only goal was to make profit. So, the more money a student spent, the better martial arts were taught. Martial arts all had certain requirements for physical conditioning. If the requirements were not met, it wouldn't be possible to practice. In the past, Han Sen had no money and no significant enhancement in his physical conditioning. Now with 13 sacred geno points and lots of other geno points, he had become stronger. The practice of jade skin had also helped. Now his physical condition was among the best in his peer group. Ares Martial Hall was famous on Roca Planet. The tuition there was very expensive, but the martial arts taught were very good. The owner of the martial hall was a veteran and was famous back in the days when he was serving. After getting severely injured in a battle, he went back to Roca to open Ares Martial Hall. Everyone called the veteran Old Devil. As long as you paid enough, he would teach you anything, and you could indeed learn some really good skills. Young man, want to learn something? We have elementary classes, intermediate classes, advanced classes, and special classes here. You can learn fist fighting, weapon skills, and even hypergeno arts here. For an elementary class, you could choose to learn a martial art that I define as elementary for $10,000. For an intermediate class, you could choose a martial art that I define as intermediate for $100,000. Advanced classes are each for $1 million, and special classes are each for $10 million. At these prices, I could guarantee a good learning outcome. Fellow, you look like you have a bright future ahead of you. Do you want to sign up for all special classes? All 12 martial arts for only $50 million. Old Devil looked at Han Sen with a greedy smile, like a dragon looking at gold. I would like to sign up for an advanced class to learn Ghost Haunt. Han Sen came here for a reason. His dad had learned from Old Devil and told him Old Devil has a great martial art called Ghost Haunt. Unfortunately, his dad's physical condition hadn't reached the required level for Ghost Haunt, so he couldn't learn it. He always had regretted that and asked Han Sen to learn Ghost Haunt when he grew up. Han Sen also heard from his father that Ghost Haunt was especially effective on women. Han Sen had once again offended Qin Xian, and it didn't look like she would let it go easily. Not willing to be bullied by her, he thought of his father's words about Old Devil and Ghost Haunt and wanted to take the opportunity. After all, $1 million was a piece of cake for him right now. Although Ghost Haunt is among the most advanced, its requirements were even higher than those of special classes. You must at least max out on mutant geno points to stand a chance. How fit are you? Old Devil looked at Han Sen in surprise. No one had chosen Ghost Haunt in a while because of its high entry barrier. You can test me to see if I can meet the standards. Han Sen was not sure whether he would pass either. Technically, with 13 sacred geno points, He should be more fit than those who had maxed out on mutant geno points. 10,000 test fee for a physical fitness test. Old Devil placed a card reader in front of Han-san. Han-san took out his credit card and paid 10,000, and Old Devil was quite pleased by his generosity. After scanning and testing in a dozen instruments, the test result was out, which slightly surprised Old Devil. Your physical fitness is very good. You must have almost maxed out on ordinary, primitive, and mutant geno points. Can I learn Ghost Haunt? Han-san gave no reply, as his mutant geno points were less than 10, and sacred geno points and jade skin would explain his fitness. Yes, 1 million. Old Devil did not ask further, placing the card reader once again in front of Han-san. While a bit upset about spending his hard-earned money, Han-san paid for it. Young man, you have great things lined up for you. Come with me. You'll have to memorize Ghost Haunt first. Old Devil showed Han-san into a screening room, turned on the hologram, and left him alone in the room. It was Old Devil himself practicing Ghost Haunt in the hologram. Han-san looked for a while, and his eyes widened. He thought to himself, wow, so that's what you mean by especially effective on women, Dad. Chapter 26. Mutant Three-Eyed Cat. Ghost Haunt should really be called Skin to Skin, as all movements were aimed at one thing, which was to stick on the opponent. Wrapping, blocking, and winding. All sorts of movements allowed the body to act like a snake to tightly trap the limbs of the opponent, so that there was no way for the opponent to attack. If the opponent was a woman, with the practice of Ghost Haunt, one would be able to feel her up. If it was a normal woman, she would feel overwhelmed in just a few movements. If I were to use Ghost Haunt to fight Qin Xian, she would consider me even more of a pervert. Han-san suddenly regretted picking this martial art to learn. However, the tuition was non-refundable. Well, I'll just learn it first and see. Han-san calmed down and started to carefully watch and memorize Ghost Haunt. With a closer look, Han-san found that the martial art was not so nasty as it had seemed at first. There were indeed a lot of advanced skills, especially in wrestling and close combat. Many were very practical and could save a life at critical moments. It did indeed have high requirements for fitness, especially for flexibility. Even for those who had maxed out on mutant geno points, it would be somewhat difficult to meet the requirements. The reason Han-san was able to pass, in addition to his sacred geno points, was jade skin training, which had greatly enhanced his flexibility. The teaching method of Old Devil was straightforward. You could learn the movements from his pre-recorded hologram, and then he would correct you where you made mistakes and remind you where you should be more careful. He could be reached via comlink, and his replies were detailed. Although he charged a lot, he was very engaged in teaching. With a strong body, Han-san was able to start practicing Ghost Haunt in half a month. But only to get started was not enough. Martial arts that required close combat like this were the most dangerous. If not a master, one could be easily killed in the actual battle. Han-san would never hunt creatures or fight with others in God's sanctuary using Ghost Haunt before he mastered it. Qin Xian, if you leave me alone, I'll let it go. If you insist on giving me a hard time, I will have to use you to practice Ghost Haunt, thought Han-san. When he came to the teleport station, Han-san still did not want to see Qin Xian. Looking around from time to time, he didn't see her until he entered God's sanctuary. In his room at Steel Armor Shelter, the primitive copper-toothed beast had become a mutant creature. Han-san decided to let it keep evolving into a sacred blood creature. At the gate of the shelter, the gang of Son of Heaven was gone. It had been half a month since Han-san left God's sanctuary, so Dollar was never spotted. They weren't very patient, so they just left. In fact, Son of Heaven had been aware that it was useless to guard the gate, as they didn't know what Dollar really looked like. So even if he did walk in front of them, they wouldn't be able to recognize him. Han-san left the shelter and went into the mountains, ready to find a remote place to hunt. After entering the deep forests, human footprints became scarce. Han-san summoned his armor when he was alone and went further into the mountains. Han-san no longer bothered to hunt ordinary creatures. He would just chase them away or ignore them, and was only interested in hunting rare primitive creatures for food. Now Han-san had maxed out on ordinary geno points and had over 80 primitive geno points, so he didn't really need commonly seen primitive creatures. Now what he really needed was mutant and sacred blood geno points. Han-san wanted to complete his evolution with all 4 types of geno points maxed out. It would be really slow if he used only the black crystal to do this. For primitive creatures, I don't even need to do the hunting. The mutant beast soul I got from Qin Xian was a pet. It should be able to kill some primitive creatures if summoned. Henson looked at the beast soul in the shape of a black cat that he got from blackmail. Type of beast soul of mutant three-eyed cat. Pet. Han-san summoned the mutant three-eyed cat, and a little black kitty the size of his palm appeared. It was rubbing at the foot of Han-san, looking just like a normal pet cat with its tiny body and wide eyes. Could such a little thing kill those creatures? Han-san picked it up to take a look, not convinced that a cute thing like this possessed great strength. But then he thought, size didn't necessarily matter. Since it was a mutant beast soul, it must be able to hunt primitive creatures. Seeing some primitive triangular-scaled beast wandering nearby, he ordered the cat, go kill the triangular-scaled beast. The little guy meowed and got up its nerve to streak toward the triangular-scaled beast, biting it on the tail. The triangular-scaled beast hesitated and looked back at the cat. Throwing up its tail, the triangular-scaled beast then whipped the cat away like a basketball. The mutant three-eyed cat screamed and ran behind Han-san's feet, shivering. She tricked me. No wonder she didn't even blink when she gave me this. It's a useless beast soul. Han-san stared at the cat hidden behind him with widened eyes. Han-san tried a few times more, and the cat was indeed of no use, not even able to beat the weakest primitive creature, a copper-toothed beast. Chased around and running, it was not like a mutant beast soul at all. Suddenly, Han-san thought of the type of beast soul. According to his knowledge, the beast souls that can be summoned to fight on their own were normally either fighters or mounts, while he knew nothing about pet beast souls. Chapter 27. SOS. What the heck is a pet beast soul? It's not just for fun, right? I was really tricked by Qin Xian. What am I going to do with it? Han-sen's heart sank, and he killed the copper-toothed beast that was chasing the cat. When he was about to take the cat back, it started to meow around the body of the copper-toothed beast with its mouth watering. Go ahead. Han-sen looked at the mutant three-eyed cat curiously. Normal fighter beast souls and mount beast souls didn't have to eat, and they could just recover in a vacuum once injured. Receiving the approval from Han-sen, the cat rushed to the corpse and started gnawing. But it was clear that its teeth and claws were not sharp enough to break down the skin. Depressed, Han-sen peeled the skin off, sliced the meat with a dagger, and fed it to the cat. And this little thing sure could eat. The copper-toothed beast was at least twice its size, and it managed to eat all the flesh. Lying on the ground with a full belly, the cat could barely move, and Han-sen was almost worried about it. Helplessly shaking his head, Han-sen took the cat back and decided to research the use of a pet beast soul on Skynet when he got back home. Mutant creatures were not so easy to find. Han-sen had been in the mountains for more than half a month and did not encounter any mutant creatures. He did find quite a few primitive creatures new to him and now had more than 90 primitive geno points. Hunting alone in the mountains was quite boring, so Han-sen would summon the cat to play with and feed for fun when he was resting. The protection from the black beetle armor allowed him to practice ghost hunt even when hunting primitive creatures. Although he was still not skilled at it, he noticed the strengths of this martial art, especially in wrestling. It was very easy to use and would incapacitate the creatures in a short time. However, close combat can be dangerous, and there were a few times when he used the wrong movement and could have been killed by the creatures. For over a month in the mountains, he had not found a single mutant creature, while he made a lot of progress in using ghost hunt. Later, Han-sen no longer needed to rely on his armor when hunting primitive creatures. One of his biggest gains was that he finally maxed out on primitive geno points. Thinking of the fact that he was struggling for ordinary geno points just a few months ago, he was suddenly in a great mood and started to make a fire and barbecue some meat. Help! Help! Han-sen was sharing the barbecue with the mutant three-eyed cat he named Meowth when he saw a guy in ragged clothes running toward him, crying for help. He quickly got up and looked over there. With just one look, Han-sen abandoned the meat on the ground, took back Meowth, and started to run. Buddy, please help me. I'll give you money, however much you want, cried the man while running. You can keep your money. Han-sen did not turn his head and ran desperately. You first needed to be alive to spend money, and there were at least 100 Mamo beasts chasing him. Although Mamo beasts were only primitive creatures, they each weighed more than a dozen tons and had the toughest skin. If hit or trampled by one, his internal organs would probably be shattered even with his armor on, not to mention there were so many of them. Even if Qin Xian, Son of Heaven, and Fist Guy were all here, they'd have run under such circumstances. Buddy, not so fast. Give me a hand and I will thank you. Behind Han-sen, the man was out of breath. I'm in danger as well. Just pray. After running for a while, Han-sen saw a cliff ahead of him with green vines hanging, grabbed a vine and started climbing up. The benefits of the gained geno points and practice of ghost hunt were showing. Han-sen was in the air with just a bit of climbing and jumped on a large stone platform extending from the cliff. Seeing Han-sen climbing up, the man also ran over and wanted to follow him. The man was either too weak or too tired, so he slipped down after a few tries. Buddy, help. With the Mamo beast less than 30 feet from him, the man was about to cry out. Hang on. Han-sen grabbed the vine the man was holding onto and started pulling hard. Overjoyed, the man climbed with all fours, leveraging Han-sen's strength. When he was 30 feet from the ground, he heard Mamo beasts running into the cliff. Han-sen and the man felt as if even the mountains were trembling. With pulling and climbing, the man was finally on the platform. Once on the platform, the man lied down as if he were paralyzed, while breathing heavily, unable to speak. Friend, what on earth did you do to them? Han-sen looked down at the Mamo beasts running into one another. They wouldn't even leave after they got up, roaring at the platform. But they couldn't climb up as they were even bulkier than elephants. Do not mention it. Worst luck ever. The man calmed down, fished out a packet of cigarettes from his pocket, lit one, and offered one to Han-sen. You saved my life and I, Lin Beifeng, will always remember. I will show my gratitude after returning to the shelter. Best with cash. Han-sen looked at the cigarette and knew the man must be rich. A packet of Schwarzwald cigarettes cost more than 10,000, and there was no need to be modest with such a wealthy guy. Chapter 28. Expensive food. Buddy, what's your name? Lin Beifeng threw a lighter at Han-sen. Han Sr. Han-sen caught the lighter and lit the cigarette. Made from the tobacco produced from Schwarzwald, the cigarettes were harmless to the body and especially refreshing. For those who were risking their lives in God's sanctuary, the Schwarzwald cigarettes were definitely heaven sent. Sin, trust me, When we are back at the shelter, you can have as much money as you want. Problems that can be solved by money are no problems for me. They chatted for a while, and Han-sen understood what had happened. Lin Beifeng was not only rich, but super rich. He was also lucky to be assigned to a shelter where he had very close acquaintances. So he bought a whole lot of mutant beast souls. Armor, weapons, mounts, fighters, etc. He also hired a group of people to hunt with him, wanting to hunt a sacred blood creature. With his great luck, they indeed caught a sacred blood creature, but what happened after was not so lucky. The people he hired either died or escaped, and he just went running into the mountains. After all sorts of danger, he had managed to survive, but lost almost all the beast souls he bought. If it was not for Han-sen, he would have been killed by the Mamo beasts. Son, how far is our glory shelter from here? Asked Lin Beifeng. It's your glory shelter. Han-sen laughed. Lin Beifeng was shocked. Son, are you joking? I came from Steel Armor Shelter, and it takes 2 weeks to return there. #*T. I'm really in the range of another shelter. Lin Beifeng was very depressed. He had friends in Glory Shelter, and it was easy for him to buy flesh and beast souls. But it was likely that no one knew him at a different shelter, so even with money it would be hard to buy advanced flesh and beast souls. Hey, what did you do to the Mamo beasts? They are being so persistent. Han-sen looked down again and the Mamo beasts were still there, roaring and standing on their hind legs, trying to climb onto the stone platform. I was walking and got hungry. So I saw a young Mamo beast grazing and, said Lin Beifeng bitterly. It was unfortunate. It seems that we are trapped here for some time. So before they leave, let's be nice to each other. Han-sen laughed. Right, let's do that. Lin Beifeng smiled agreeably and approached Han-sen. Sen, I'm so thirsty. Can I drink from your water bag? 10,000 per cup, Han-sen said, narrowing his eyes. **T. What happened to being nice? Cried Lin Beifeng. You are paying. I'm selling. Isn't that nice? But your water is too expensive. It is even more expensive than water from Planet Snowspring, and 10,000 can buy a few bottles of that. It can't be water from Planet Snowspring that you have. Lin Beifeng glanced at Han-sen's water bag and said, although this is only water from a pool, we do not know how long we'll be trapped here. Water is life at this point, and we'll die within a week without water. And you think it's not worth it? Han-sen smiled. It's worth it, but my wallet was lost on the way. Could you give it to me on credit, and I'll pay you double when we arrive at the shelter, Lin Beifeng said. We don't know each other, and you still owe me the life-saving fee. And now you want to get water on credit. You are making this so hard for me. Han-sen looked indecisive. Triple no. Quadruple deal. Han-sen took out his own cup and poured Lin Beifeng a cup of water. Lin Beifeng drank the water in a gulp and gave the empty cup back 3 times for more water. That's it for today. I don't have much water and need to save. We still don't know when the Mamo beasts will leave. Han-sen put the water bag away when Lin Beifeng asked the 4th time. San, you are so strong, so brave and so impressive that you are able to hunt alone deep in the mountains. What do you want? Han-sen rolled his eyes. Lin Beifeng approached Han-sen and said, Sen, my beast soul was completely destroyed on the way here. Now I feel so insecure with no beast soul on me. Do you have extra beast souls to sell? Speaking of beast souls, Han-sen had killed quite a few primitive beasts in recent days and had gained no beast soul. He might have used up his luck on the 2 sacred blood beast souls he got. No beast soul. Would you like some primitive meat jerky? Yes, of course. 10,000 per piece. Sen, this is such a small piece. Trapped on the stone platform for 8 days, they still didn't feel like the Mamo beasts would ever leave. We cannot wait any longer. We must find a way out, Han-sen told Lin Beifeng solemnly. We still have some food and water. Let's wait. And maybe the herd is about to retreat. Lin Beifeng had a lingering fear about the Mamo beasts. We still have water and food, as well as physical strength. When we have used up everything, we would stand no chance, Han-sen said. But how is it even possible with such a herd? Lin Beifeng said bitterly. So we will have to climb up? Han-sen pointed to the cliff above. Lin Beifeng looked at the cliff, standing straight into the clouds, and suddenly shuddered. Are we capable of doing this? We have to. It beats waiting to die, and we don't have to climb over. If we could climb up a bit and find somewhere to stand, we could just walk around and go down on the other side of the cliff, Han-sen said. San, I agree, Lin Beifeng quickly said. Great. We will start to climb now using the vines. Han-sen grabbed a vine, made sure it was tough enough, and began climbing. Chapter 29. Stormbird. San, you are so fit. You must have maxed out on mutant geno points. Lin Beifeng stopped climbing as he felt his arms hurting too much, while Han-sen was still climbing briskly. Hang in there. There is a rock sticking out up there, and we can go there and rest. Han-sen looked down at Lin Beifeng. San, I can't. Shall we just go back down? You stay here. I will go up first and then pull you up with the vine. Han-sen started to climb with all 4s, and he was so fast it looked like he was walking on the ground, which stunned Lin Beifeng. It took a little while for Han-sen to reach the rock and use the vine to pull Lin Beifeng up. The rock was the size of a table. The two huddled on the rock and looked around. The cliff was so steep, and there was no way to climb if it wasn't for the vines, which only covered a part of the cliff. Sen, let's stay here for 2 days, and maybe the Mamo beasts will leave if they don't see us. The cliff is so steep, and I'm not as fit as you. I really can't go up, Lin Beifeng said anxiously. Well, You just rest here, and I'll go see if there is a way out. If there is, I'll come back for you. If not, then we could just wait for the Mamo beasts to leave, Han Sen said and got up to climb. Son, you will not abandon me? Lin Beifeng grabbed Han Sen's clothes like a little girl. Don't worry. How can I abandon you when you owe me so much money? Han Sen patted Lin Beifeng on the shoulder and climbed away. Because he had practiced ghost haunt, Han Sen was particularly good at climbing. As he was much stronger now, it wasn't too hard for him either. Han Sen climbed for a few hundred feet and still saw nothing but the cliff. The vines continued to go up, and he was wondering where their roots were. Han Sen felt a little tired and was thinking about going down. But with another look, he felt like there was a rock sticking out above him. I'll climb up to the rock above and have a look. If there is no way out, I'll just go down to eat and drink. Maybe we could outrun the Mamo beasts, Han Sen decided, and kept climbing. The stone was farther and larger than Han Sen had imagined. It was half the size of a basketball court. When he got on the stone, Han Sen's eyes suddenly widened. On the stone was a nest made with tree limbs and vines. It looked like a huge swallow's nest, almost taking up a better half of the stone. An egg at least 3 feet tall lay in the nest. Wow, such a big egg. How big would the creature that laid it be? Han Sen shuddered. The creature was not here now, but he dared not think what would happen if it came back. Being big did not necessarily mean it was advanced. Mamo beasts were huge, but merely primitive creatures. However, the ability to make a nest and lay an egg on the cliff proved the creature was no average creature. It could very likely be a sacred blood creature. If the egg belonged to a sacred blood creature, Han Sen would not want to miss it. After some hesitation, Han Sen approached the egg and cut a hole in the eggshell with the tip of his dagger. Fishing out a straw from his pocket, he stuck it in the hole and started sucking. Suddenly, the sweet juice filled Han Sen's mouth. Sacred blood creature Stormbird's egg eaten. No sacred geno point gained. Although no sacred blood geno point was gained, the fact that the egg was indeed a sacred blood creature left Han Sen in joy. It was such a huge egg, with at most only 10 sacred geno points, that he was not surprised that he hadn't gained a point with just a mouthful. And he already had some sacred geno points and couldn't have all 10 points, so he could only get 6 or 7 if he was lucky. But sacred geno points were so hard to get that even just a few more would help. Han Sen was desperately sucking the liquid with the straw that he used to drink from his water bag when he was hiding from the creatures that he didn't have to move. It was unexpectedly handy as well for sucking the egg juice. The egg was so big that when Han Sen finally heard the cue that he was gaining 1 sacred geno point, he was so full that he could drink no more. Han Sen pulled out the straw and then sealed the hole with mud. Putting the straw back, he descended using the vine. Sen, what took you so long? Is there a way out? Seeing Han Sen coming from above, Lin Beifeng, who had been worried sick, asked immediately in a low voice so as not to alert the Mamo beasts below. No, it is as steep as a mirror, and we have nowhere to go. Han Sen shook his head. Then we have no option but to wait for the herd to leave, Lin Beifeng said disappointedly. It's all right. We still have some food and water left. Han Sen was really taking his time now as he couldn't finish drinking the raw egg anytime soon, and he wouldn't leave before that. They huddled on the stone to spend the night, and the next morning Han Sen climbed up to eat more egg. He made sure there was no creature in the nest before he went up and broke the seal to drink from the egg. Sen, why are you climbing up again? Lin Beifeng wondered when Han Sen came down. There are sacred blood creatures above, and I was having a feast up there. Do you want to go together? Han Sen laughed. You can keep it. Lin Beifeng glanced at him and didn't believe a word he said. Even if there really were sacred blood creatures, Han Sen was more likely to be their food. Chapter 30. An empty egg. Han Sen climbed up every day to steal some egg juice and never met a sacred blood creature returning to the nest. Han Sen thought the egg's parents might have been hunted already, but to be safe, every time he finished drinking from the egg, he would return to where Lin Beifeng was instead of staying inside the nest. Lin Beifeng just assumed that Han Sen was going up to find a way. When they had waited for 2 or 3 days, Lin Beifeng looked down, and with the fog he wasn't sure if the Mamo beasts had left. Sen, how about we go down a bit and check if they have left? Lin Beifeng couldn't handle the heat during the day and coldness at night on the cliff anymore. Let's wait for 2 more days to be safe. If they see us now and guard the place for another week, we will run out of food. Han Sen's geno points were higher, so he had heard the Mamo beasts leaving the previous night. But he didn't want to go now, as he hadn't finished the egg. Lin Beifeng felt that made sense, so he held on. However, after 2 days, Lin Beifeng still saw Han Sen making his daily climb. The vines only covered a small part, and if Han Sen was just exploring the way, he should have done that already. So why did he keep climbing? What is it? Lin Beifeng wondered, yet he still did not believe there could be sacred blood creatures. Sen, why is it that you climb every day? Lin Beifeng could not help but ask. I told you, there are sacred blood creatures, and I'm going up to eat, replied Han Sen. Would you take me with you? Lin Beifeng did not believe Han Sen's words, but was very curious. Okay. Han Sen smiled, grabbed a vine and started climbing. Lin Beifeng followed him up, but he was so weak that he stopped halfway and asked, Sen, I've got to stop. Where are you going? We are almost there. Wait here and I'll pull you up. Han Sen climbed up like a gecko. In a short while, Lin Beifeng saw a vine thrown from above. Tying himself to the vine, he borrowed Han Sen's strength and climbed. When he reached the stone, Lin Beifeng was stunned by the size of the egg. My god, such a big egg. Is it sacred blood? Yes, this is a sacred blood creature's egg. Han Sen nodded. Gee, it really is a sacred blood egg. Sin, you are amazing. Lin Beifeng was pleasantly surprised. He smashed the egg with a fist and wanted to drink, stretching his tongue out and waiting. Lin Beifeng saw no egg juice flowing out and smashed a few times more, making a big hole in the eggshell. Where is the egg juice? Lin Beifeng looked blankly inside the hollow eggshell. I drank it. Han Sen blinked. You drank it? Lin Beifeng looked at Han Sen. A few days ago, I told you that and invited you to join me. I thought you didn't want to come. Han Sen spread out his hands. Lin Beifeng regretted so much that he was ready to kill himself right then. Sin, I had no way of knowing you were telling the truth. Who could have imagined a sacred blood egg on the cliff? If I knew, I would have come, even if I had broken all my limbs. Beifeng, don't worry. I'll inform you next time I find a sacred blood egg. Han Sen smiled and patted him on the shoulder. Sin, next time such good things happen, you must remember to let me know. Money is not a problem, and I promise I will never say no to you again. Lin Beifeng was upset. I promise. Han Sen made such an effort to bring him up just to hear these words from him. People like Lin Beifeng made great customers. Lin Beifeng sighed for a while, smashed the eggshell, and carried it with him. He wanted to see if he could boil some sacred Geno points from it. Not in 100 years, Han Sen chuckled to himself. When they got to the bottom of the cliff, the Mamo beast had left already, so the two went back to Steel Armor Shelter. When they were about to arrive, Henson smiled and said to Lin Beifeng, Beifeng, my reputation is not that great here, so I won't go in with you. I'll see you around. Lin Beifeng quickly said, Son, what do you take me for? We have been through death together, and I'll kill whoever is disrespectful to you. It's fine. I have to go and want no trouble. Just enter alone. Han Sen would not believe someone as glib as him, so he waved goodbye and entered the shelter first. The Stormbird egg added 5 more sacred Geno points to Han Sen, which were fewer than he had expected, but it was a surprise in itself, so it was still great. Now Han Sen had 18 sacred Geno points. It was a shame that he didn't get a beast soul from it, but it was quite normal, since killing 10 creatures wouldn't even guarantee a beast soul. Han Sen just got lucky previously. Han Sen happily returned to his room and was teleported out of God's sanctuary. Before he left the station, a slim figure blocked his way. Station Master. Such a coincidence. Han Sen groaned inwardly. He had totally forgot about his discord with Qin Xian. Come with me, Qin Xian said coldly, walking toward the combat room. She was upset that Han Sen had been able to hit her last time and wanted to kick his ass before she could let it go. Chapter 31. Free training partner. I'll just fight her. She's just a woman after all, Han Sen whispered to himself. Han Sen knew that Qin Xian would not leave him alone no matter how he restrained himself, so he would no longer do that. He had almost mastered Ghost Haunt, and it would be great for him to practice it on her. When Han Sen stood in front of Qin Xian in a combat suit, she didn't spare any effort and kicked him with a leg sweep. For Han Sen, who was good at sneak attacks, as long as he had no chance to sneak up, he was doomed to lose. Hence Qin Xian hit first and didn't give Han Sen any chance. But she had still committed a great mistake. She still didn't take Han Sen seriously enough and did not regard him as an opponent. All she wanted to do was to kick his ass. That's why she didn't use even half her strength. In her mind, he was still the ignorant ass freak, a rookie who could be bullied by anyone in the shelter. Qin Xian did not really want to harm Han Sen, so she wasn't hitting hard. But what she didn't know was that Han Sen now had 18 sacred Geno points and was practicing Jade Skin. Although not as fit as her, the gap between them was not so big either. Seeing her leg sweep, Han Sen moved to a spot where Qin Xian couldn't reach and twisted her leg with his arms. She immediately lost balance and fell to the ground. Han Sen immediately pressed himself against her and locked her limbs down. Qin Xian hadn't expected such nifty moves from him, and when she realized her mistake, she was trapped and couldn't wriggle free. Feeling anger and shame, she struggled and failed because of the clever techniques of Ghost Haunt. If she struggled with all her strength, her arms would be dislocated or even broken. Trapped by Han Sen, she blushed and still couldn't believe Han Sen had taken her with the first move. She wanted to teach him a lesson, and everything went wrong. Station Master, did I win? Han Sen was secretly pleased. I did not expect Old Devil's teaching to work. I even beat Qin Xian. You will never win. Qin Xian raged and refused to throw in the towel. If it was anyone else, it might be fine. But for this despicable ass freak, she would not bow her head. Qin Xian roared and shapeshifted into a golden lion, taller than a man. Han Sen was thrown off her instantaneously, and the lion swooped down at him. Foul! We have agreed not to use any beast souls, Han Sen quickly shouted. Qin Xian paused as her lion paw was about to hit him. She did promise last time that she wouldn't use beast souls, but under the circumstances, she had completely forgotten about it. All right, no beast souls. Qin Xian secretly blushed, took back her beast soul, and launched an attack with her fist. Han Sen still hadn't completely mastered Ghost Haunt, and his fitness and experience fell short compared to Qin Xian. Although he resisted over 20 movements from her, he was still beat. Qin Xian did not say anything and turned away. In fact, she felt ashamed because if she hadn't used her beast soul, she couldn't have gotten rid of Han Sen or so. She had already lost at that moment. I'm still not strong enough. My Geno points and fighting skills were not even close to hers. Han San knew that he couldn't have caught up with the best in steel armor shelter in such a short amount of time. While he was still a little disappointed that he couldn't even take 30 movements from her, Qin Xian was still blushing after a shower. She was truly abashed that she was put in such a tough situation by his freak. Something is wrong. Although his wrestling skills were not bad, he couldn't have locked me down without great fitness. How did he gain so many Geno points? Thought Qin Xian suddenly. She quickly called out the data collected in Han Sen's combat suit. Qin Xian clenched her lips and cursed bitterly. That bastard. He must have maxed out on his mutant Geno points already. He was just playing weak to make me underestimate him. Ass freak, I'll never make peace with you. From then on, every time Han Sen passed the teleport station, Qin Xian would always call him into the combat room. Han Sen was glad to oblige. Wrestling skills such as Ghost Haunt really need much practice, and with a training partner as good as Qin Xian, he could not really hone his techniques. Some pain was nothing compared to his gain. If it was not for Qin Xian, Han Sen could only practice when risking his life, which was far more dangerous than his fights with her. Of course, Han San was careful so that she didn't notice he was using her. Each time he would get on her nerves on purpose so that she would keep calling him to the combat room. Qin Xian picked on Han San many times, but still didn't get over it. Every time she saw his smiling face, she would get mad and have an urge to beat him up. It almost became a habit of hers. Chapter 32. A Ritual Between Men. The copper-toothed beast fed by Han Sen had become purple in color and bigger in size 2 months after it had become a mutant creature. Whether I could keep rising in the world all depends on you. Please become a sacred creature soon. Han Sen looked at the purple color of its skin and thought it was about time. Judging from the situation, it would take about 3 months for a mutant creature to evolve into a sacred blood creature. This period was neither too long nor too short. It was almost impossible for most people to hunt a sacred blood creature in just 3 months. Even Qin Xian might not have been able to hunt a sacred blood creature for a year. Now with this black crystal, Han Sen could have an entire sacred blood creature to his own every 3 months, which was simply incredible. Just give me enough time, and I could easily evolve with all 4 types of Geno points maxed out. By then I will gain the title of Sacred Blood Aristocrat for sure. Han Sen was getting excited. He did not see Qin Xian at the teleport station on his way home. She could be either tired of this game or simply busy. Outside the station, he saw a girl standing at the roadside and stopped walking. It was Xuexi, the girl who grew up with Zhang Danfeng and him. Xuexi was from a single-parent family, and her mother had raised her by working at Han Sen's father's company. With no one to babysit her, her mother had often brought her to work, and she had always played with Zhang Danfeng and Han Sen. Later, Han Sen heard that Xuexi's father was still alive and found her mother in her. After his dad's incident, Han Sen didn't have the energy to learn more about her family. But he did hear that she was an illegitimate daughter, and her father only took her back after his wife passed away. Son. Xuexi also saw Han Sen and exclaimed, "Why are you here?" asked Han Sen, puzzled. "Sen, I'm over 16 and can enter God's sanctuary now," Xuexi chuckled and said. "So fast?" Han Sen was startled. In his mind, Xuexi was a little girl, and now she could even enter God's sanctuary. "I'm only a few months younger than you. Don't think of me as a child," Xuexi said discontentedly. "Indeed. How time flies." Han Sen looked at her well-developed body and smiled. She was no longer a little girl. Xuexi blushed as Han Xian looked at her. When she was about to say something, there was a roar of an engine, and they saw a well-dressed young man coming down from a private aircraft parked on the roadside. The young man was about 20 years old, and that private aircraft alone was worth more than 10 million. "Sister, I said earlier to use our private teleport equipment. It's just inevitable that we should meet some annoying people at a teleport station." The young people did not even look at Han Sen and went straight to Xuexi. "Brother, he is my childhood friend," Xuexi quickly explained. "Well, we should go back." The young man ignored her explanation, took her hand, and led her on the aircraft. "Son, I'll come back," Xuexi said to Han Sen softly before she went. The young people returned to warn Han Sen. "People like you aren't worthy to be her friend. Leave her alone, or you'll be sorry." "Are you talking to me?" Han Sen glanced at him. "You don't believe what I said?" The young man suddenly stepped forward and quickly hit Han Sen's lower abdomen with a knee. He was very close to Han Sen, and he was incredibly fast. His knee suddenly came toward Han Sen. Han Sen looked calm, but secretly sneered. "Nothing is better for wrestling than Ghost Haunt. Even Qin Xian dares not let me get close now." Leaning to one side, Han Sen avoided his knee and stuck a leg behind his leg on the ground. Han Sen also clamped the young man's neck and pulled hard. Bang! The young man suddenly lost his balance and fell to the floor. Lying on the ground, he looked at Han Sen in shock and forgot to get up. He didn't expect his hit would be in vain and couldn't believe he was pulled down by Han Sen. "Sen, what happened?" Seeing things going wrong, Xuexi ran down from the aircraft and quickly helped the young man up. "Nothing, just a ritual between men. It is late and I need to go. Let's eat together sometime." Han Sen smiled, waved goodbye, and went to the train station. "Brother, you all right?" Xuexi asked the young man. "Interesting, really interesting." The young man watched Han Sen leaving with a strange smile. Seeing the young man smiling, Xuexi was suddenly anxious. "Brother, don't pick on him. He didn't mean it. He could make me fall even when he didn't mean it. If he meant it, then would I, Fang Jingqi, be killed?" he said with his eyes narrowed. Brother, that's not what I meant. Shueshi panicked and did not know how to explain. No worries, sister. As he said, it was a ritual between men and I shall return the favor. Fang Jingqi stared frantically in the direction where Han San went. In a few days, please invite him to dinner at home. What? Shueshi looked at Fang Jingqi and could not believe her own ears. Chapter 33, Polar Night Forum. Han Sen didn't go far to hunt these days. He was on his own, so unless he went somewhere no one would go, it wasn't likely he could find mutant or sacred blood creatures before the gangs of Qin Xian, Son of Heaven or Fist Guy did. Han Sen went on the Skynet and logged into a forum called Polar Night, whose members were people from different planets currently struggling in God's sanctuary. Here, people from the same shelter could exchange information and needs. Although the Alliance had a similar official site, it was much easier for people to go on Polar Night because all you needed was a username. On the official site, you'd need to register with your real identity. Not wanting anyone to know his identity, Han San went to the section of Steel Armor Shelter, where there were a lot of posts, roughly a 1,000 or more per day. He went through the postings, most of which were buying or selling information, and then there was some recruiting information. For example, the rich would spend money to hire some people from the same shelter to protect or help the child. Recently, Han Sen's luck had been poor. Not only couldn't he find any mutual creatures or sacred blood creatures, he also failed to gain any beast souls. So, he decided to work for money. Han Sen browsed for a while and saw a job posting that paid well. He was surprised to see it was Lin Beifeng who posted it. Han Sen hadn't seen him since the last time they met. It was unexpected that he had also posted in Steel Armor Shelter. Lin Beifeng was not only recruiting good men, but also making offers for beast souls and mutant creature flesh. He wanted all the good things and was willing to pay for them. People who answered his thread were mainly just onlookers. After all, the demands for mutant creature flesh and beast souls were so high that no one would sell easily. Han Sen browsed a while and turned to other threads, and soon he found a satisfactory job. There were several young people who had just entered God's sanctuary, hiring a skilled hunter to help them kill primitive creatures. The requirement was to be able to deal with 10 primitive creatures and protect them at the same time, alone. In a word, this was a babysitting job, watching these rookies fight primitive creatures and save them when they encountered danger. This job was not difficult, but quite troublesome. Generally speaking, the experienced would not take such a job. But these young men were paying well, 10,000 to protect them each day, and one contract was for at least half a month. Han Sen sent a text message to the number they had left and didn't leave voicemail or send an image of himself. He didn't want his personal information to leak out, and that was why he had chosen Polar Night. He could have gone to the official site, where everything was regulated and protected by law, but he would need to sign the contract with his real identity. After a while, he received a reply, which said they had to see how well he could fight before deciding to hire him. Han Sen had no problem with that and agreed to meet at a certain time and place in Steel Armor Shelter. After agreeing to meet, Han Sen did not close the window but continued to browse the trading section. After his bronze crescent spear was destroyed, he had wanted to hunt himself a weapon beast soul, but he had had no luck with a beast soul at all. Han Sen wasn't trying to buy a weapon beast soul but a man-made alloy bow and arrow. Alpha alloy weapons could now easily kill primitive beasts, but not mutant creatures. They were not cheap either, and normally even more expensive than primitive beast souls. Han Sen could use most of the weapons, but he had worked hard on archery since he had planned to hunt alone at a distance before he entered God's sanctuary. But he overlooked something. He couldn't afford any good bow and arrows, and without those, he couldn't even pierce the skin of any creature. Now he had earned some money, and it would be possible for him to purchase an alloy bow and arrows. And he wanted to start hunting with archery. It was, after all, both a safe and powerful way of hunting. The most important thing was that, in God's sanctuary, only the one who launched the last hit had the chance to gain the beast soul. And archery must be among the top 3 methods when it came to the potential windfall. Archery required special training, so most people preferred swords and knives. There weren't many posts about selling a bow and arrows. Han Sen was trying to save money, so he wanted to buy some secondhand goods. The alpha alloy bows all cost more than $1 million, which was too expensive for him. The silver lining was that due to the unpopularity of archery, there were not many competing buyers either. Han Sen noticed a post from 7 days ago written by someone who was about to go to the second God's sanctuary and planned to sell all his belongings. All the stuff was sold except for an alloy bow and 6 alloy arrows. A bow from the Black Vader series and arrows from the Saber series. Han Sen had practiced archery for a while and carefully studied all types of bows and arrows. To make weapons, the alloy didn't necessarily need to be the stiffest, because if it was too stiff, the edge could chip. However, stiff alloy didn't wear out easily. Bows and arrows were no exceptions. There were 3 types alloy used in a Black Vader bow. 2 were mixed to make the bow itself in order to guarantee its flexibility and stiffness at the same time. And the alloy used in making the string was even more special. Its manufacturing methods monopolized by a few interstellar metal production companies. The Black Vader series was a classic series of alloy bows, and the prices were overwhelming. The cheapest one, Wanderer's Bow, cost $2 million, with no arrows or quiver included in the price. Chapter 34, A Bow in Hand. The bow for sale in the post was Doomsday in the Black Vader series, which cost $6,680,000 in the store. Its farthest range could reach 2,400 feet. Using this bow, Saber arrows could pierce steel armor and the skin of most primitive creatures from more than 900 feet away. However, one would need to have a 7.0 strength rating to draw the string of doomsday. Normally, only those who had maxed out on mutant geno points could reach a 7.0 strength rating, and this requirement was only to draw the string. Unless you could kill with only one shot every time, so that you didn't need a second draw, you would need a rating of more than 8.0 to use the bow. Generally, if one had maxed out on original, primitive, and mutant geno points, one strength rating would reach 10.0, but many would choose to complete evolution and go to Second God's Sanctuary before their rating reached 8.0. No wonder no one would buy this bow. Those with the ability to use the bow wouldn't care about such a small amount of money and try to save with a second-hand weapon. Those who couldn't use it wouldn't bother to buy it either. Hansen sent the poster a message and offered 1 million for the bow and arrows, which altogether would probably cost more than 7 million at a store. He had only kept 2 out of the 6 million he earned from selling the golden axe and gave the rest to his mother. Having spent 1 million learning Ghost Haunt, he wasn't sure if he could purchase the bow and arrows with just 1 million. The poster didn't reply. He was either offline or didn't want to dignify his offer with a response. Hansen waited for more than half an hour and almost lost hope. He checked other posts and found nothing. Well, some cheap stuff will have to do for now. Maybe I can get an arrow beast soul in a few days. Hansen comforted himself and went into the shower. When he was back in front of the screen, he found the poster had sent a message to him, which only contained a webpage of a well-known trading site, where the price was marked as 1 million. Hansen almost jumped with joy and paid for the items after confirmation. Soon the item was shipped and would reach Planet Roka the next day. God's Sanctuary could be used as a transfer station for transporting goods produced in the Alliance. So many transactions between different planets were completed this way, and it was also much faster than interstellar spaceship. The next morning, Hansen got a package from a robot postman. After signing for it, he couldn't wait to open it. The black and purple metal bow had a bowstring like a silver line. Holding the bow in his hands, Hansen immediately felt powerful. The bow was also carefully kept and looked almost like new except for a small scratch. 6 brand new saber alloy arrows were gleaming with a cold shine. To Hansen's surprise, they even came with a matching quiver. It was used, but there was no damage. A bow in my hand, the world is mine. I won't have to risk approaching it the next time I steal a sacred blood creature from Son of Heaven. Hansen stroked the bow and laughed. With no shooting range nearby, Hansen could only try to draw the string a few times. It was indeed quite heavy. Even with his strength, he could only draw a dozen times before his arms started to ache. Not bad. Hansen was pleasantly surprised. He hadn't tested his strength recently, but his rating must be more than 8.0 now, or else he couldn't have used this bow so well. Hansen went to a weapon shop nearby and bought 20 thunder arrows and 20 skyfall arrows. The quiver that could hold 50 arrows still looked a little empty, even with the arrows in it. Although these arrows had impressive names, they were in fact cheap. Each thunder arrow only cost 1,000, and only the arrowhead was made of alloy. It was too stiff and would chip easily on bones or shells. Skyfall arrows were even cheaper, 100 each. They looked like saber arrows but didn't function that well. Hansen only bought skyfall arrows to practice with, as thunder arrows were too easy to break and the 6 saber arrows were too expensive to be used for practicing. Hansen played with his new bow, Doomsday, for quite a while and fell in love with it. When it was almost time for him to meet his young clients, Hansen took his bow and arrows and entered God's Sanctuary. When he arrived where they were supposed to meet, he saw dozens of people surrounding several young men in biological armor and realized that he wasn't the only candidate. Walking around to earn 10,000 easy dollars per day seemed to be a great deal for many. After all, a primitive creature was only worth several hundred, and it also took energy to hunt and move the dead creature around. Hansen frowned at the crowd and was ready to turn away. He just wanted to find an easy job to earn some money. With such competition, he'd rather look for another job. When he was ready to leave, Han Hao and a few people came together. It looked like they were also coming for the young men. Well, asked Freak himself here, looking sharp with the bow and arrows. Did you come to protect the masters as well? A young man next to Han Hao ridiculed him, with a tone of exaggeration. His remark got the attention of the crowd, as Ass Freak was well known in steel armor shelter. People suddenly started to heckle Hansen. Ass Freak, who do you think you are? Ass Freak, can you even beat the original creatures? It's more likely that the young masters will need to protect him. Chapter 35. Who should go? Ass Freak was so infamous that a torrent of scornful abuse was lavished on him. The young men who were paying came to them, and one of them with harsh, angular features curiously looked at Hansen and said, "You are the legendary Ass Freak?" "Yes," Hansen answered casually. He did not think it was a bad thing, because in the entire steel armor shelter, he was the only one who had ever stabbed Qin Xian in the butt. This was a kind of achievement in a sense. The young man was obviously curious about Han's senator. Suddenly he said, "You are also here for the job?" Hansen nodded. "If you don't like the idea, I can go right now." "No, if you do not have any questions, we can sign the contract right here," the young man quickly said. A roar went up in the crowd as they heard the young man's decision. Even the young man's friends looked surprised. They pulled the young man to the side and said, "Yuan, that's Ass Freak. What are you going to do with him?" "That's right, Yuan. If we are in danger, he will probably run even faster than us." It's just a waste of money. I've hired him, and you can choose the rest. The young man named Yuan insisted and signed the contract with Han-sen. The others didn't say much after that and selected several more candidates who looked experienced. Han Hao showed them his mutant beast soul weapon and was chosen. The two coming with Han Hao showed some skill and got the job as well. Ass freak. You got lucky thanks to your young master's kindness and curiosity, Lu Feng, one of the two, said when walking past Han-sen. My luck has always been good, Han-sen said faintly. The clients had selected 10 experienced men to protect them in hunting primitive creatures. With such a team, they could even hunt primitive creatures by herd. Those who had been hired were in a good mood and tried to flatter the clients all the time. They clearly understood the background of these young men who were paying them. The clients actually had very good fighting skills, and they must have graduated from posh schools. Although they had just entered God's sanctuary, their fitness and skills were much better than Han-sen's when he had just arrived. They were only lacking the experience of hunting. When the clients were hunting primitive creatures, Han-sen was just practicing archery on the side. Initially, he had chosen to practice archery because it was less demanding than other weapons. He was unlikely to be able to learn advanced techniques of sword or knife fighting in the public education system, while all he needed for archery was accuracy. Han-sen was still getting to know the performance and characteristics of Doomsday, so he had selected some of the trees nearby as his targets to practice on. Ass freak, you are just taking up space. Why are you shooting in vain and ignoring our clients? Lu Feng was confused by Han-sen's behavior and looked at his shots contemptuously. You can't even shoot something within 60 feet. Han-sen did not look at Lu Feng or reply to him. He was just trying the arrow and did not focus on one target, and that was why his shots looked messy. Just let him be. It was just a charity act. Our clients didn't expect him to help at all. Other hired hands laughed. That is true. Just be grateful, ass freak. Lu Feng spit and joined the rest. Do not say you know me. Han Hao found a chance to whisper to Han-sen and went back to laugh with his friends. The clients were making incredible progress. In the beginning, they needed some assistance, while they soon became better and could hunt some rather vicious primitive creatures one-on. Indeed, posh schools had great teaching outcomes. Those who were in integrated compulsory education wouldn't dare to hunt primitive creatures alone with no previous experience. It went so well that everyone lost their vigilance. When the clients were hunting 3 primitive spotted beasts, one of the beasts played dead and attacked a young client when he approached it. Han Hao and others didn't expect this, and the spotted beast was too close to the client for them to rescue him. In an instant, the claws of the spotted beast were on the delicate neck of the young man. The young client was horrified, regretting that he wasn't wearing his alloy helmet, but it was too late for that. Everyone watching screamed in horror. Whoosh! An arrow flew by the client's face and hit the spotted beast in the left eye. The beast whimpered and fell to the ground. Han Hao and the rest swarmed to the spotted beast and cut its corpse into pieces. Ass freak, why did you shoot the arrow? You almost hurt Qing. Lu Feng turned around and scolded Han-sen. Other people all followed him, criticizing Han Senator. They were secretly ashamed. But instead of self-reflection, they chose to blame Han Senator in their view. Han-sen just shot the beast by pure luck, because Ass Freak could never be so good at anything. Get lost. Yuan suddenly shouted with a dark face. Did you hear that, Ass Freak? Yuan just asked you to go, cried Lu Feng. I'm letting you go. Yuan stared at Lu Feng coldly. I paid you to protect us, and what did you do when Qing was in danger? Nothing. And you even tried to blame the only person who did his job. All of you. Get lost, and I don't want to see you again. Chapter 36. Archery Master. Yuan, you can let us go, but according to our contract, this is a breach. You will have to pay us the rest of the money, sneered Lu Feng. Just go. Yuan threw a few stacks of money at them and didn't look at them again. Lu Feng and the rest picked up the money. Although they were angry, they didn't dare to harm the clients because they knew who these young clients were. They gazed at Han-sen and said, Misters, we are far from the shelter, so please be careful, as you are trusting someone unreliable. He is 100 times more reliable than you, Yuan replied. The hired ones didn't dare to express their anger in front of Yuan, so they just left. Ass, your arrow was so powerful, commended Qing after the rest were chased away. He didn't want to call Han-sen ass freak, but awkwardly discovered that he didn't know his name. His rating must have reached 7.0 to use Doomsday. Of course it was powerful, said Yuan. 7.0? But they said that he... Qing and the other clients looked at Han-sen and his bow, unconvinced. After all, the story of Ass Freak was so well known that even they knew about it. I mean at least 7.0. He shot so many arrows in practice, and if his strength hadn't reached 8.0, it would certainly not be so easy for him, Yuan said, looking at Han-sen. 8.0. They were even more surprised and kept looking at Han-sen as if they hadn't seen him before. Anyone with an 8.0 rating would be rather advanced in First God's Sanctuary, so they couldn't believe Ass Freak would be so strong. Let me try your bow? One client still didn't believe Yuan's words. Han-sen smiled and handed Doomsday to him. The young client held it with both hands and tried to pull the string, but the string didn't even move. He tried a few times more and still failed to draw the string. Although they graduated from top schools and had practiced hyper-geno arts as kids, their bodies hadn't been modified by geno points, so their strength could reach 3.5 at best, which was far below the requirement to use Doomsday. You are so weak. Let me. Another client could not stand to watch and grabbed the bow. He too had failed after a few tries. Everyone gave it a shot except for Yuan, and none could draw the string. Only then had they felt impressed by Han Sen. Archery was practiced by very few people and required a lot of effort. So most people didn't know much about bows and arrows, let alone how good Doomsday was. For example, Han Hao and his friends had no idea that Han Sen's bow was worth millions, or they wouldn't have ridiculed him like that. The clients stopped underestimating Han Sen, not least because Han Sen also had saved Qing's life. They asked his name and called him Sun from then on. After all, God's sanctuary was a world where only the strong were respected, and Han Sen's archery and strength were truly impressive. Sin, would you show us real archery skills? Qing proposed. All the other clients looked at Han Sen with great anticipation. My archery skills are just ordinary, Han Sen laughed. Don't be modest. When one is being too modest, one is actually proud, Qing said. Okay, I will try to shoot then. Han Sen also itched to exercise his skills. Since he received Doomsday, he hadn't tested its limits yet. The clients were overjoyed. Han Sen looked around and walked to a hillside. He aimed at something and slowly drew a saber arrow. As he drew the string, blue and swollen veins popped on his arms. The arrow left the string in the blink of an eye and disappeared in the woods. Did he miss? Qing and others didn't hear any prey being hit and thought he had missed. It is too far away. The woods must be at least 400 yards from here. It is understandable to miss, said Qing. Come on, let's go and find out, Han Sen said and walked down the hill into the woods. The clients followed with suspicion. 100 meters into the woods, they saw a spotted beast nailed on a tree with an arrow through its head. No wonder we did not hear a thing. The arrow directly destroyed the nerves of the spotted beast, and it didn't even have time to shriek. Everyone was so impressed. It was at least 400 yards from where Han Sen had been standing, and the beast was killed with just one shot. Han Sen's archery must be among the best in First God's Sanctuary. After that, all the clients worshipped Han Sen and did everything he said. Han Sen protected them for half a month and received 150,000 in cash. The clients wanted to sign a long-term contract with Han Sen, but he declined. He was only short of money at the moment. In the long run, he still needed to focus on his own evolution. Han Sen returned to Steel Armor Shelter alone and was stopped by those who had been chased away by Yuan at the gate. These men were led by Lu Feng, and Han Hao was also among them. Ass freak, you have really pissed me off. How can you make it up to me? Asked Lu Feng, cracking his knuckles while slowly approaching Han Sen. Chapter 37. Whose broadsword? A crowd of spectators started to gather. They were used to seeing Han Sen getting bullied. How do you want me to compensate you? Said Han Sen calmly, watching Lu Feng approaching him. Let me kick your ass, Lu Feng said, throwing a punch at Han Sen's face. Lu Feng's punch was fierce and fast. If Han Sen was hit, his nose would be smashed. When everyone was thinking that he would suffer, Han Sen leaned his body and dodged the punch. Meanwhile, he tripped Lu Feng with his leg and made him fall on his face. Lu Feng fell so hard that his nose was bleeding and his eyes were watering. Burning with anger, he drew his alpha alloy broadsword from the sheath and slashed it toward Han Sr. Little scum, how dare you resist? I'll kill you. Han Hao had mixed feelings watching this. Although he despised Han Sen was still his cousin, and Han Hao felt terrible watching him being bullied and perhaps getting killed. But if he helped Han Sen and people knew him to be the cousin of Ass Freak, how could he stay at Steel Armor Shelter? Having hesitated for a while, Han Hao turned his face to the side, deliberately avoid seeing Han. Senator Han Hao thought that he would immediately hear Han Sen's screams, but the screams he heard were not from Han Sen, but from Lu Feng. Han Hao quickly turned to see what had happened and couldn't believe his own eyes. Lu Feng's alpha alloy broadsword was now in Han Sen's hand, and Lu Feng himself was pinned to the ground with his arm twisted behind himself, screaming while too scared to struggle. Han Hao did not see how it happened, but others all saw clearly. They were so surprised that they stood there with their mouths wide open. When Lu Feng slashed his broadsword at Han Sen, everyone thought Ass Freak was doomed. But as soon as Lu Feng wielded the alpha alloy broadsword, Han Sen grabbed his hand and twisted, bringing Lu Feng to his knees. Han Sen then knocked his back with a knee and held him down to the floor. No one could believe that Ass Freak would have such fine movements and were all in a daze. There was no sound except for Lu Feng's screams. What are you doing? Kill this bastard. Ouch. Lu Feng shouted to the onlookers while screaming. Crack. His arm was broken by Han Sen before he could even finish the sentence. Covered in cold sweat, Lu Feng was deathly pale. Lu Feng's friends saw this and rushed to Han Sen, raising their weapons. Han Sen was still holding Lu Feng's alpha alloy broadsword in his hand, and used it to block the first alloy weapon swung at him. To his surprise, the weapon was cut in half by Lu Feng's broadsword instantaneously. This dumbass had a really nice alpha alloy broadsword. It's at least worth 1 or 2 million, Han Sen thought and decided not to give it back. In a short while, all the other weapons were cut off by Han Sen, and their owners were scared off. No one dared to attack Han Sen anymore. Han Hao was stunned, almost thinking he was in a dream. Lu Feng had a strength rating of 6.7 and a nice weapon, so he enjoyed quite a lot of attention in Steel Armor Shelter. Although Han Hao had a mutant beast soul weapon, he knew he could not match Lu Feng. All of a sudden, Lu Feng became the one lying on the floor without his weapon, while Han Sen became the winner. The change was so drastic that Han Hao couldn't process it. Hadn't he been isolated by both Qin Xian and Son of Heaven since he entered the shelter? Didn't he fail to hunt even a primitive creature? Didn't he? Han Hao looked at Han Sen blankly, with a variety of complex emotions entangled in his mind. Han Sen did not continue the fight with the rest, but went back to take Lu Feng's sheath away, hung the sheath on his own belt, and returned his new broadsword to his new sheath. "The next time you want compensation, just come to me," said Han Sen as he strode toward the gate of steel armor shelter. The onlookers all looked at him as if it was the first time they saw him. "Stop!" Someone approached riding a beast soul mount when Han Sen was about to enter the gate. It was Luo Tianyang, son of Heaven's henchman. "Luo, ass freak broke my arm and seized my broadsword. You have to avenge me," shouted Lu Feng in delight at the sight of Luo Tianyang. "Douchebag." Luo Tianyang first glanced at Lu Feng and then at Han Sr. "I was wondering who was so daring to hurt my guy." "So, it was you, scum?" Luo Tianyang took out his alloy whip and whacked it at Han Sen. Han Sen paused and wielded his broadsword at the whip. When the two weapons collided, Han Sen and Luo Tianyang both shuddered. Luo Tianyang suddenly shouted, "How come you have such strength?" Luo Tianyang's own strength rating had reached 9.6. Although with this whack he did not use all his strength, Han Sen must have had at least an 8.0 rating to be able to block his whip, which he could not believe. Chapter 38. My guy. This person must die. Luo Tianyang suddenly had an urge to kill Han Sen and was about to raise his whip again. When he looked at Han Sen, however, he stopped and his whole body became tense. Han Sen had put away the broadsword and held Doomsday in his hands. Drawing the string to the fullest, he pointed the arrowhead at Luo Tianyang. Although Luo Tianyang did not recognize Doomsday, thanks to his rich experience of fighting, he could smell danger from Han Sen and his bow and stayed completely still. The two were into a deadlock. Luo Tianyang did not dare to move, and Han Sen did not have the confidence to kill Luo Tianyang with only one shot. Even time seemed to stand still. The onlookers were completely shocked. When Han Sen beat Lu Feng and his friends, they simply couldn't believe it, and now he was even well matched with Luo Tianyang. Luo Tianyang was one of Son of Heaven's henchmen. His strength rating was near 10.0, and even he didn't dare to move with Han Sen's arrow pointed at him. Anyone with a strength rating of more than 9.0 would be among the top 100 in steel armor shelter, where there were more than 100,000 people. That someone like this could be scared by Han Sen was an overwhelming fact to all. No one knew how Han Sen could gain such strength when isolated by both Qin Xian and Son of Heaven. "Han Sen, put down your bow," said Qin Xian, leading her gang, who were all riding beast soul mounts. Han Sen put away his bow and arrow. His strength was still weaker than Luo Tianyang, and Han Sen was not sure if he could shoot his opponent when Luo had his guard up. Keeping the posture was consuming his energy very fast, and the deadlock was not good for Han Sen. "Miss Qin, I'll kill this bastard for you," said Luo Tianyang, whipping at Han Sen, who had already disarmed himself. Han Sen seemed to be prepared for this and was about to block the whip with Doomsday. Before he acted, a beast soul bronze sword was thrown over and hit the whip. The strength of the throw was so fierce that the whip fell from Luo Tianyang's hand. "I will discipline my guy, and you can mind your own business." Qin Xian looked at Luo Tianyang coldly and summoned back her sword before she rode into the shelter. "Follow me." Qin Xian turned back and commanded Han Sen. Han Sen quickly caught up with her and followed her gang into the shelter. The entire steel armor shelter was suddenly in an uproar. Ass Freak beat Lu Feng and his friends, was well matched against Luo Tianyang and was, most importantly, declared by Qin Xian to be her guy. All the news had driven everyone mad. No one understood what had happened. It was all guesswork. Did they develop a love affair from the stab? I have to learn from Ass Freak and stab a beautiful and capable woman in the ass. Maybe I can become rich and powerful. Qin Xian looks so serious, but she is actually a flirt. Rumors spread across the entire steel armor shelter, and Han Sen was once again put under the spotlight. However, Han Sen's strength was not really the focus. People cared more about whether he was Qin Xian's boy toy. Even Qin Xian's gang would look at Han Sen weirdly. "You know archery?" asked Qin Xian after she called Han Sen to a halt. "I used to practice," Han Sen shrugged. "You can use Doomsday, so you must have worked hard on it," said Qin Xian matter-of-factly. "You can join Bullseye and follow me in the future." "No," Han Sen refused. Qin Xian bit her lips and said snappily, "You just offended Luo Tianyang. Without my protection, do you suppose he'd let you live?" "Thank you for your kindness, but I will deal with it myself," Han Sen said indifferently. "You should have known who I am. My men are more or less related to the military, and Bullseye belongs to me. Follow me, and you will gain great advantages when applying for military schools." Qin Xian suppressed her anger and said to Han Sen, "I never wanted to go to a military school." Han Sen knew that he could apply to a military school for further education after he finished integrated compulsory education. However, all military schools had high requirements of fitness. If one's fitness index was below 10 before the first evolution, one had no chance at military schools. For Han Sen, to reach 10 in the fitness index was not hard, but he wasn't interested in going to school at all. He'd rather put more effort into hunting. Exasperated, Qin Xian said, "Without education from military school and an aristocratic title, you could only be an ordinary soldier when you are of age to serve. Only through a military school can you become something in the army. At least by then you wouldn't have been sacrificed." Chapter 39. St. Paul. Let's talk about this another time. I have to go now, and thank you so much for all your help. "I'll buy you dinner sometime," said Han Sen, ready to go back. He knew that what Qin Xian said made sense, but he had his own plan. He wanted to get an aristocratic title before he turned 20 and went to serve, because aristocrats had certain privileges in the army and would not be sent to the front. Stop. Have I excused you? Qin Xian stared at Hansen fiercely. Station master, please, that's not my thing, said Hansen bitterly. It's fine if you don't want to go. Qin Xian suddenly smiled at Hansen and said, if you do not go, each time you enter the teleport station, I will fight you. Looking at her evil smile, Hansen's heart sank. He knew that Qin Xian hadn't tried her best at all when fighting with him in the past, because he was no match for her at the moment. Judging from her expression, he knew if he declined, he would really have a hard time in the future. I'll just join Bullseye then, Hansen said, depressed. Qin Xian snapped at Hansen. Do you have any idea how many people in Steel Armor Shelter want to join my gang? And you just acted like I've asked you to take poison. Freedom is priceless, and to lose my freedom is exactly like taking poison, Hansen sighed. Then you could die a slow death. Even if you died and became a ghost, you'd still be my ghost. Qin Xian pouted and said. Hansen knew that Qin Xian had made up her mind, and he accepted the offer unwillingly. Feeling dejected, he left the hall. Qin Xian watched him go and was very pleased by his upset look for some strange reason. She couldn't help but smile. Station master, why do you have to recruit such a person to our steel armor gang? He's not worthy of being a member of Bullseye. A woman of the same age as Qin Xian came out from a side door and asked after Hansen had left. Monley, trust me, although this guy can be a bastard sometimes, he does have great potential in some aspects, Qin Xian told young Monley seriously. Qin Xian had witnessed what a fast learner and diligent student Hansen was. Repeatedly defeated by her, he didn't go down but grew stronger and stronger. Now even she had to take him seriously. Such progress and mentality were truly amazing. Qin Xian's opinions of Hansen had improved a great deal, or else she wouldn't have defended him in front of everyone. Hansen returned to his room and teleported back home before Qin Xian had the chance to leave God's sanctuary. He was not the least interested in going to a military school. Before, it would have been a great option for him, because he could learn hypergeno arts there. Now, with Jade Skin, he didn't have to waste his time in a military school at all. It would be much wiser for him to spend time hunting and increasing his geno points. As for Bullseye, Hansen had even less interest in joining. Although as a member of Bullseye he could gain assistance from Qin Xian's information network to improve his chance of finding mutant and sacred blood creatures, he would also have to share the meat hunted with the rest of her team. Hansen decided to go hunting alone after some preparation. If Qin Xian didn't see him for a while, she would probably forget about the whole thing. Hansen had wanted to buy an alpha alloy dagger with the 150,000 he had earned, but now he had the broadsword he seized from Lu Feng, so the other was no longer necessary. The broadsword was made of a special alloy with Z-metal, which made it very stiff. Its edge could easily cut primitive creatures open. So weapons made from this kind of alloy had always been expensive. Nice. Hansen touched the edge and his finger was cut immediately. Looking at the shiny edge, Hansen loved the weapon so much he couldn't put it down. It's worth the price, he thought to himself. The Han family had an alloy business before, and although it was a small factory, they had unique formulas. Their products might not be as good as this broadsword, but could also cut open the skin of some primitive creatures. So the business was quite profitable. If it was not for those terrible family members, their company could surely be among the top 3 on planet Roka. But now the company had been bought by Starry Group. Hansen was too young back then, and to this day he still didn't quite understand why Starry Group had to acquire their company. He knew his father's death must have had something to do with Starry Group, but he had no ability to find out the truth, so he had to lay low. Son, today I have something important at work. Can you take Yin to school? Luo Sulan knocked on the door and asked Hansen. School has started already? I did not know that. No worries, Mom. I'll take her, Hansen quickly said. School started a few days ago, and you were in God's sanctuary, so I didn't want to bother you, said Luo Sulan. Which school is it? Asked Hansen. It is St. Paul, and I used the money you left to pay the tuition. Luo Sulan felt slightly uneasy, as she had spent almost all the money on Yan school. Great. St. Paul is the best on planet Roka except for the posh schools. Hansen was very happy. He didn't have an aristocratic title for the moment and couldn't send Yin to a posh school, but a good private school is still much better than integrated compulsory education. After chatting with his mother, Hansen took Han Yin on a maglev train to school. The entrance of St. Paul was almost blocked by private aircrafts, and some of them were deluxe. Almost all rich people without an aristocratic title would send their children to St. Paul, and almost all students here were from affluent families. Walking his sister to school, Hansen saw a middle-aged fat guy getting off an aircraft with a flirtatious woman on his side and an 8-year-old boy in his arms. He paused, as the middle-aged fat guy happened to be his uncle, Han Lei. Chapter 40. Physical Test Center. What are you doing here? Han Lei was surprised to see Hansen here. Taking Yin to school, replied Hansen. Yin is coming to St. Paul? Han Lei looked at Hansen and Han Yin, unconvinced. Since a few days ago, Hansen said, ready to walk Han Yin into the school gate. Han Lei thought for a while and ran in front of Han Senator. He grabbed Hansen's wrist and raged. I knew it. My elder brother managed the company for so many years. He must have embezzled lots of money. You were just lying to me about not being able to come up with 2 million, while you are now spending millions to send Yin to St. Paul. I'm telling you, this money belonged to the whole family, just like the house. We must split it or what? What can you do about it? Hansen looked at Han Lei coldly. He was completely disappointed in his relatives and wouldn't give them a cent more. Boy, watch it. I'm your uncle. Han Lei flinched with Han-san watching him, but he didn't plan to let Hansen walk free. Uncle? Han-sun smiled dismissively. Well, please go home and review the legal documents we signed, and see if you have the right to anything we own. From now on, do not think you can take a penny from us ever again. The reason why Han-san gave them 2 million so promptly was to draw a line between his relatives and his real family. To get the 2 million, his relatives all signed a document prepared by Mr. Zhang which made it impossible for them to take anything from Han-sen's family in the future. That is fraud. I'll go find your mom right away. How dare you hide money from us? Cried Han Lei angrily. Uncle, don't even think about it. I have the right to kill a trespasser. Hansen looked at Han Lei gloomily. Little brat, how dare. Han Lei threw a punch at Hansen furiously. With a blank expression, Han-san grabbed Han Lei's arm and threw Han Lei over his own shoulder. Han Lei shouted out in pain. Uncle, if you want to die, welcome to our house. Han-sen stared at Han Lei coldly. Han Lei opened his eyes wide, as if he didn't know Han-senator. The look on Han-sen's face had terrified him. Han Lei was an evolver, although just by maxing out on primitive geno points. He didn't really do much in Second God's Sanctuary, but he was still an evolver. It was abnormal that Han-san, who hadn't evolved at all, could give him a shoulder throw easily. His nephew suddenly looked like a different person. Hansen suddenly smiled and pulled Han Lei up. I'm sure my aunt doesn't know about this woman and child. I think I should talk to her, Hansen whispered, while Han Lei was still shocked by his sudden change. You think my wife will believe you? Han Lei said madly. That doesn't matter, as long as she believes this. Hansen showed Han Lei the comlink on his wrist. He turned the video camera on the moment he saw Han Lei. You. Shocked, Han Lei reached to grab the comlink. Hansen only moved slightly to make Han Lei fall again. Uncle, we can negotiate a price, and I can sell you this. Han-san smiled and was about to pull him up again. Han Lei grinned and suddenly reached to twist Han-sen's hand, ready to break it and seize his comlink. Hansen flipped his hand and held Han Lei's hand down, making him kneel on the floor and howl like a pig. Uncle, it seems that you have no intention to negotiate. I'll have to show it to my aunt then. Hansen released Han Lei's hand and turned to leave. Wait. Han Lei quickly stopped Hansen and gritted his teeth. 10,000. I'll give you 10,000, and you delete it. Hansen turned away. 200,000, or I'll go to my aunt. Okay, said Han Lei, limping over to take hold of Hansen. Thanks then. Cash or bank transfer? Hansen asked with a faint smile. Han Lei unwillingly transferred 200,000 to Hansen. Well, now can you delete it? Of course I will delete it, but only when I'm in a good mood, Hansen said and walked away. Brat, you lied to me. Han Lei became furious and raised his fist. However, he froze at the sight of Hansen, as his nephew's movements had really left a strong impression. Uncle, I received your money so I will certainly delete it, but I did not say when I will do it. So you'd better keep me in a good mood. Hansen patted Han Lei on the shoulder and stopped smiling. He whispered, also, do not let me see you in my home again, otherwise I will kill you. Han Lei shuddered, and for some reason, he knew Hansen meant it. *T. The brat has become so evil, Han Lei cursed as Hansen moved away. Ashamed that he was terrified by a boy, Han Lei was still nervous deep down and changed his mind about going to Hansen's home. After sending Yin to school, Hansen was in a great mood. On his way back, he saw a physical test center and went in, wanting to know his current physical fitness level. Chapter 41. Home Run. In the unevolved test hall of the physical test center, Zhao Basan looked at A level, displayed on the virtual screen, and was secretly feeling proud of himself. In order to get A level in the test, an unevolved person must reach more than 10.0 in at least 100 items, including strength, speed, quickness, leaping ability, muscle toughness, bone strength, and organ function. With A-level fitness, one was also very likely to be admitted into a military school, as long as one didn't make a huge mistake during the entrance exam. In his fantasy, Zhao Basan had already graduated from a military school with stellar scores and become a captain of an interstellar warship, directing battles in the space and receiving respect and worship after all his victories. I didn't do that well in the live combat test. If I had done better, I might be assessed at AA level. Maybe I'll try again. Zhao Basan went back, but found the test hall he had used was occupied. Zhao Basan thought the testing process was quite short, so he decided he might as well wait there. But after he had waited for quite a while, the person inside still hadn't come out. So slow. This person inside must be stupid? If I had gone to a different hall, I would have finished by now. Zhao Basan was quite upset, but not willing to give up. Zhao Basan gave it some thought and paid to observe the test. Suddenly, the holographic image was projected in front of him. I wonder how dumb this person could be to take so long. Zhao Basan looked to the golden figure in the holographic image. That person in the image was about to take the final test, the robot channel. The robot channel was the last part of the entire test. In the 300-foot-long one-way channel, one had to beat a combat robot with biochemical alloy shell every 6 feet. And the performance of combat robots was stronger and stronger toward the end. As an unevolved, being able to cross the 180-foot line was pass, 210-foot line was good, 240-foot line was excellent, 270-foot line was advanced, and going all the way was super. Zhao Basan had earned a good score himself, but he might be able to pass the 240-foot line if he put in more effort. This is weird. How come it took him so long? Zhao Basan felt strange, as all the tests before this one should have taken the same amount of time. What he didn't know was that Hansen actually took each test twice, the first time without beast souls and the second time with beast souls, so as to know his abilities under different circumstances. That's why it took Hansen so long. In fact, Hansen had already been through the robot channel twice. This time, he summoned Black Beetle armor and Bloody Slayer at the same time, and wanted to try the robot channel one last time under his best conditions. When Zhao Basan saw clearly the golden figure, he was amazed by how great the Bloody Slayer and Black Beetle beast souls looked. *#T. This guy wants to use beast souls to take the robot channel test. Well, even so he could hardly go all the way, unless… While Zhao Basan was still thinking, the majestic golden figure had rushed toward the robot channel. Boom. What happened next rendered Zhao Basan speechless. The golden figure ignored all combat robots trying to block him and forcefully went through with his strong body. The combat robot, which was much heavier than the man, was knocked away immediately. The golden figure was like an armored vehicle, brutally hitting his way through the combat robots. Even the robot's biochemical alloy shells were smashed. Nothing could stop that figure. 30 feet, 60 feet, 90 feet, 180 feet, 210 feet, 240 feet. Zhao Baoshan knew that the performance of the combat robots placed behind the 240-foot line was beyond the ability of average, unevolved persons. But they were smashed by the golden figure as if they were a pile of clunkers. The robot channel that was viewed as a cruel test by most unevolved became an easy path for the golden figure. Unmatched strength. All combat robots in the channel, including the last one, were knocked away within seconds. Zhao Basan opened his mouth and didn't recover from shock for a long time. When he looked at the virtual screen, it already changed to SSS level. OMG. Who is this fierce fellow? Zhao Basan saw the door of the test hall open and the person in the hall was gone. Zhao Basan immediately chased him out, but the center was so crowded and he had no idea who that person was. The video? Zhao Basan ran back to the hall, paid to play the recorded video, and made a copy. Having watched the video a few times, he regretted that he didn't see the golden figure's performance before the last test. Zhao Basan suddenly had an idea. He logged into his account and uploaded this copy to the official forum and named it Robot Channel Conquered. Chapter 42. In the beginning, Zhao Basan's video didn't attract much attention. After all, there were so many videos online about the robot channel test. 7.88 seconds was also considered a gimmick, as those who could pass the test within 10 seconds would be among the very best of the unevolved. Even stars like Tang Junliu could finish the test in just under 10 seconds and couldn't improve any further. If someone really finished it within 7.88 seconds, he or she would surely be a star. Therefore, it would be impossible for it to be uploaded by an unknown account. Almost everyone who saw the title would choose to skip the video, and it could soon be lost in the massive number of videos. Only a few who were bored would play the video. However, those who had seen the video were all impressed by the brutal method used to pass the test and chose to forward the link to their friends. Coincidentally, someone from Steel Armor Shelter also watched the video and recognized the man in the video as Dollar from Steel Armor Shelter. Immediately after he finished watching the video, he posted a new thread titled SSS Level, Dollar Conquered Robot Channel in 7 feet 88 inches to the section of Steel Armor Shelter. That Dollar who robbed Son of Heaven of the Beast Soul? Is the title for real? Is Dollar's real identity exposed? The name Dollar was so well known in Steel Armor Shelter that the post soon got a lot of attention, and many watched the video with a skeptical attitude, which turned into admiration when they finished watching. Dollar is my idol. This is how real men should pass the test. Haha, the combat robots were all crushed. His beast soul was stolen from Son of Heaven, and he is nothing without beast souls. Dollar is invincible. Idol. The video was watched so much in Steel Armor Shelter that the administrators soon noticed it and put it on the front page. At this point, this video became viral in the entire alliance, and almost all unevolved now knew about Dollar. It must be fake. No way. Did you not see it's an official video? This is not possible. The robots in the beginning were not that strong, but it was so incredible that he knocked away the ones close to the end as well. No way, this looks too fake. It is definitely modified. If it's not, I'll eat *T. Who is this man? One of the chosen? This is Dollar from Steel Armor Shelter. What Dollar? I have not heard of him. That is because you are ignorant. Dollar brought honor to the entire Steel Armor Shelter. Many people in the shelter were telling the story all over the Skynet of Dollar robbing the beast soul from Son of Heaven. Junliu, come and look at this. A good-looking young man waved to Tang Junliu, who was training. Lin Feng, what is it? Tang Junliu approached the young man while wiping his face with a towel. Taking a look at the video the young man was watching, he commented, 7.88 seconds. Robot channel conquered. This is crap. It took me 10 seconds. How can anyone finish it in 7.88 seconds? Tang Junliu played with his hair casually. Just watch this. Lin Feng played the video. No way. This can't be. Who is this guy? Where is he from? No idea. But according to my analysis, he must have maxed out on all Geno points except for Sacred Geno points. He also has practiced advanced Hyper Geno arts. His armor and shape-shifting beast souls were all sacred blood. Lin Feng paused the holographic video and continued to analyze. His shape-shifting beast soul is fast and enough with the analysis. I just want to know who he is. Finally, all the top guys have gone to second God's sanctuary, and I now have a chance to rank second among the chosen. And now here's this guy. Tang Zhenliu gritted his teeth. Find out who he is. I'll have him killed before he can ruin my chances. Lin Feng rolled his eyes. First, this video is from the official physical test center, so there is no way you could find out his identity. Second, someone with this fitness level must be from a prominent family, or even have something to do with the military. You think you dare to have someone like that killed? Ahem, I was just expressing my anger. Don't take me seriously. Tang Zhenliu was embarrassed. Who could he be? Lin Feng frowned, staring at the golden figure in the video. There were many who shared Lin Feng's question and wondered about the background of Dollar. Due to the limited information available, no one had any clue. Some people also tried to ask Zhao Basan, the poster of the video. However, Zhao Basan had no idea who that man was. So, all people knew was that Dollar took the test on planet Roca. But interplanetary travel was so convenient that many people were even working on a different planet from where they lived. Hence, no one knew whether Dollar was passing by or lived there. Plus, there were a dozen billion people on Roca, so it was impossible to locate a single individual anyway. Chapter 43. Age Difference. While everyone was discussing who Dollar was, Han San was practicing archery alone in a waste factory near his home, avoiding entering God's sanctuary in case Qin Xian would send him to bullseye. If I had not used beast souls, my strength would only have been rated 9.1 due to the lack of mutant geno points. If I could max out on mutant geno points, my rating would reach 12, secretly calculated Han San while he was resting. The improvement in physical fitness levels got more and more difficult as he became stronger. Han San had checked the data. Those who had maxed out on all 4 types of geno points could have a rating at 15. If they were also practicing hypergeno arts, then their number might reach 17 or 18, which was the limit for the unevolved. For individual indicators such as speed, there was the same limit. An average person would be considered a genius with a rating of 15. Some indicators could be further improved to 17 or 18 with the practice of hypergeno arts. Maxing out on all 4 types of geno points was incredibly difficult, and there might not even be anyone who could achieve this in several years in a shelter. At that time, Qin Xian was the only one who had any chance of maxing out on all 4 types of geno points. As Han San was thinking, suddenly his comlink rang. He took a look, and it was a strange number. Han San hesitated and took the call. The holographic image of Qin Xian popped out. She looked at Han San coldly and said, "If I do not see you in front of me in an hour, then you better pray I will never see you again." Qin Xian hung up immediately, and her holographic image also disappeared. How did she know my number? I have not told her. Han San helplessly got up and went to the teleport station. Qin Xian was the station master, so there was no way he could avoid her. I am a dignified man, and I fear nothing. Han San came to the teleport station and cheered himself up. Come here. Qin Xian spat out as she saw him coming. Station master, I was busy with some family business and... Han San forced a smile and tried to explain when he saw Qin Xian's grim face. Busy playing archery every day in the waste factory? Qin Xian didn't even blink. Station master, stalking is not a good idea. I understand what you want, but our age difference is more than 3 years. Even if I'm willing, my mom? Han San joked. Qin Xian, who was walking ahead, was pissed off but didn't turn back. Entering the combat room, she threw a combat suit and some protective gear in front of Han San and said sharply, "Put it on." Han San suddenly felt something was very wrong. Qin Xian had never given him protective gear before, and this was certainly a red flag. Han San wanted to run, but Qin Xian had already anticipated his thought and locked the door of the combat room before he even moved. Station master, don't do this. We must talk this out. I never thought age was an issue. I'll bring you home, right? Don't come close. Han San kept backing off while Qin Xian gritted her teeth and approached him. Damn you. Qin Xian raised her fist and threw a punch at Han San. She was really mad this time. She had finally persuaded young Manli to let Han San join Bullseye, but Han San had completely disappeared in recent days. Han San felt a lot more pressure than usual, and his arms went numb after blocking 2 punches from her. When Qin Xian was ready to beat him senseless, the holographic image of Yang Manli popped up from the comlink in the combat room. Station master, Starry Group sent someone to discuss killing the sacred blood creature, Yang Manli said. Okay, take them to the conference room and I'll be right there. Qin Xian stopped and fiercely stared at Han San. Station master, we are cooperating with Starry Group, asked Han San. You didn't know? Son of Heaven is the son of the CEO of Starry Group, replied Qin Xian. Think about it. Will I do you harm by asking you to join Bullseye? No need to think. How could I ever go against your will? I'll join Bullseye right away, and you don't have to stalk me anymore, Han San said bitterly. Good to see that you've come to your senses. Your family is not rich. What are you going to do if you don't go to military school? Said Qin Xian before leaving the combat room. She didn't forget to arrange for a guard to accompany Han San to report to Yang Manli. The reason for Han San's sudden change of heart was that he learned Son of Heaven was the son of Starry Group CEO. Since Qin Xian was collaborating with Son of Heaven, maybe he could find out the facts of Starry Group's acquisition of their family business as a member of Qin Xian's steel armor gang. The guard took Han San to the front of an office. Han San knocked on the door and found that the woman who had been in the holographic image just then was sitting behind the desk, looking at him seriously. Station master asked me to report to you, Han San said politely. Fill this out. Young Manli showed no expression and passed a sheet to Han San. Han San took it and saw it was just a basic information form. He filled it out and gave it back. You can go back. Show up at the training camp of Bullseye tomorrow morning at 6 o'clock. Remember, I don't like people who are not punctual. And this is your last chance. Young Manli's impression of Han San was terrible, especially after his absence from Bullseye. Chapter 44. He isn't man enough. Han San could tell that young Manli did not like him. When he was ready to go, young Manli answered a comlink call, and Qin Xian's holographic image popped out. Manli, come to my office right now. Qin Xian saw Han San there and said, bring him with you. Han San followed young Manli to Qin Xian's office and saw Qin Xian watching a video from the Skynet. Manli, come see this video. Qin Xian replayed it. Standing on the side, Han San secretly thought, this is the video of me taking the physical test. Someone paid to record this. People must have found out that I'm dollar. There were so many halls in the test center, and it cost money to watch others taking the test. He thought no one would care about a nobody like himself, and did not expect this to happen. If Son of Heaven knew dollar was Han San, he would be in a lot of trouble. Starry Group was powerful in the alliance, and there was no way Han San could compete with them. Dollar? You know who he is. Young Manli was somewhat surprised to see the golden figure in the video. No. The video only covered the robot channel, and he was wearing Beast Soul armor the entire time. Couldn't tell who he is. Qin Xian's words suddenly sent Han San from hell back to heaven. He secretly wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. I have to be more careful. This time I got lucky. Next time there may really be a leak. Han San secretly warned himself. Excellent. Young Manli only said one word after watching it. Son of Heaven told me about this video. After watching this, we can be certain that Dollar's armor is a sacred blood beast soul, and he must be from a prominent family because he is definitely practicing an advanced hyper-geno art. Another clue was that he took the test on planet Roka. We must find him. He can be of great value to us, Qin Xian said. Young Manli thought about it and said, there are no prominent families on Roka. Maybe he was just passing by and has left by now. I agree. Let's give it a shot. He's worth it, said Qin Xian. Han San was frightened that Qin Xian and young Manli might find out the truth. Han San cleared his throat and said, Dollar was just relying on his sacred blood beast souls. He had no real skills. There's no need to look for him. Young Manli gave Han San a hard look and said, what do you know? The ability to get the beast souls is enough proof of his ability. Also, those beast souls can be of great use to Bullseye. What ability? Han San thought. It's just pure luck. Manli is right. His armor brings amazing defense, and Bloody Slayer has strengthened his physical strength and speed. Coupled with his practice of advanced hyper-geno arts, he must be able to contain most sacred blood creatures. And that's very useful to us, said Qin Xian. If we have him in our gang, we won't have to collaborate with Son of Heaven and Fist Guy anymore to hunt sacred blood creatures, young Manli said with great hope. Wow. You just wanted me to risk my life as your tank. How vicious, thought Han San, drinking from a cup to cover up his fear. Agreed. So, do your best to find him, Qin Xian nodded. But since he's from a prominent family, even if we find him, he may not be willing to join us, young Manli sighed. Qin Xian blinked and joked, I know you like a strong man like him. Try to seduce him. Ahem. Han San choked on the water he was drinking. Young Manli gave Han San a fierce glare, and Han San quickly took another sip from his cup. I don't mind seducing him. I'm only afraid he isn't man enough. Ahem. This time, Han San choked so hard that he was almost in tears. Young Manli looked at Han San with disgust. Fortunately, Dollar won't be a scum like him. Hey! Yelled Han Senator. Young Manli shut the office door and completely ignored him. Station master, your minion is too arrogant. I'm your guy and she shouldn't talk to me like that, Han San said with anger. Transfer me to another team. I don't want to be in Bullseye where she is the leader. Han San was a little worried that young Manli would see that he was Dollar if he stayed close to her for a long time. Qin Xian patted Han San on the shoulder. You were a scum, but you can change. Follow Manli's lead. Although you may never be like Dollar, you could stop being a scum. There is still hope. Sending Han San out, she did not give him a chance to speak again. Han San left the teleport station, went back home, and checked out the video on the Skynet. He then found out that the video had more than 100 million hits. Han San made sure that he couldn't be identified from the video and felt relieved. Seeing the compliments under the video, he was quite pleased with himself. Looks great indeed. Chapter 45. 1,000 Arrows. The next morning, Han San entered God's sanctuary and saw the copper-toothed beast had become purple all over except for the tip of its tail. He was happy to know it was about to become a sacred blood creature in a day or two. Watching the beast over and over again, Han San left for the Bullseye training camp. When Han San arrived, he met an acquaintance, Su Xiaoqiao. Han San was surprised to see Su Xiaoqiao, who was wiping the bows and arrows at the shooting range. Ass freak, how do you know me? Su Xiaoqiao was also surprised. How do I not know you? Everyone was calling Dollar Doll because of you. Han San smiled while secretly hating Xiaoqiao. Thanks to him, Han San had such a strange nickname. Su Xiaoqiao was very proud. If it wasn't for me, Dollar wouldn't be as popular as he is now. Good job. Han San gave him a thumbs up, while thinking, "You little bastard. Brother, why did you choose to enter Bullseye?" Su Xiaoqiao asked Hansen. "Because you can stand away from the creatures to reduce risks. Safety first," laughed Hansen. Great minds think alike. Su Xiaoqiao felt like he finally met someone who understood him. The only good thing about Bullseye is safety. I wouldn't come here in a million years if it wasn't for this. The team leader Monli looks great, but she is a sadist. You know what we call her behind her back? Nazi. Su Xiaoqiao and Hansen suddenly shuddered as they were talking. They turned back and saw Monli standing near them. She must have heard everything they said. Hansen and Su Xiaoqiao were petrified. Su Xiaoqiao quickly put on a smile. "Monli, I was just teasing the new guy. In fact, you are so charming that. Use a 7.0 practice bow. You each have to shoot 1,000 arrows. Don't leave until you are finished," said young Monli coldly and turned away. My god. 7.0 practice bow, 1,000 arrows? Why doesn't she just kill me? Su Xiaoqiao's smile collapsed. "She won't be here anyway. She wouldn't even know how many arrows we shoot," said Hansen. "Brother, you are too naive. Of course Nazi has thought of this. There are people who are in charge of counting arrows. You can't shoot standing over the line. Nor can you miss the target," Su Xiaoqiao said in desperation. "We will take our time then. She didn't say when we have to finish." Hansen patted Su Xiaoqiao on the shoulder. With a strength rating of 9.1, 1,000 arrows with a 7.0 practice bow could be a difficult task, but it wasn't the end of the world. However, for Su Xiaoqiao, who only had a strength rating of 7, it was different. If he was going to shoot continuously, 100 arrows could kill him. The two took the practice bow and started. Standing next to Su Xiaoqiao, Hansen was shooting at a slow pace. The other members of the Bullseye team were all gloating at them. Several Bullseye members carried a few bundles of practice arrows, and one of them said to Su Xiaoqiao, "Xiaoqiao, keep practicing. We will hunt the sacred blood creature tomorrow." Another sacred blood creature found? When? Why didn't I know? Su Xiaoqiao said with wide eyes. Son of Heaven's gang found it. They couldn't hunt it by themselves, so they asked us to help. We will leave in the morning to hunt, but you won't be able to make it. 1,000 arrows will take you at least 3 days, the team member said with a grin. Enough said. Xiaoqiao, go practice, yelled an angry young man, the deputy head of Bullseye. After the other members had left, Su Xiaoqiao begged the angry man, Hong Tao, please ask Monli to let me go tomorrow. I will double my practice time when I come back. You think this is a farmer's market where you can bargain? Monli said shoot 1,000 arrows, so you can't miss even one. Lu Hongtao gave Hansen a hard look and said, and you? Don't think you can get away with anything here just because you know Qin Xian. This is just a small lesson. Don't let me catch you, or you will regret it. Lu, you know we meant well. Please help us out. Su Xiaoqiao passed a pile of cash to Lu Hongtao. Lu Hongtao threw the money on the floor and rebuked Su Xiaoqiao. You think you can bribe me? Rules are rules. You can't go anywhere unless you finish shooting 1,000 arrows. Lu Hongtao turned away after his speech. Hansen was a bit surprised and asked Su Xiaoqiao, are the rules really so strict at Bullseye? Strict my ass. Lu always takes money from us. Su Xiaoqiao gritted his teeth and said, why didn't he this time? Hansen was confused. Su Xiaoqiao looked at Hansen and whispered, you better be careful now. I think Monli is very upset with you, and Lu likes Monli a lot. He must be deliberately messing with you. Or else you were supposed to still go hunting even when punished. Hansen suddenly realized why Lu Hongtao had looked at him with disgust and hatred. This is my fault. But no worries, we can still go tomorrow. Hansen patted Su Xiaoqiao on the shoulder. What if we can't finish 1,000 arrows? Su Xiaoqiao sighed and suddenly thought of something. Brother, are you sleeping with Qin Xian? If it's true, just talk to her, and we can definitely go. Chapter 46. Endurance. Even if I am sleeping with Qin Xian, I wouldn't bother her with this. Moreover, there is really nothing going on, explained Hansen. In our gang, Monli would only listen to Qin Xian. So, unless she helps us, we won't be able to go tomorrow. Su Xiaoqiao held Hansen's hand. Brother, dignity is worthless, but the sacred blood creature is priceless. If you really have something going on with Qin Xian, you need to beg her and let her do whatever she wants with you. You need to focus on the big picture. Hansen sighed. Unfortunately, there is really nothing. Then we are doomed. We will practice while others go hunting, Su Xiaoqiao said dejectedly. You don't have to be so frustrated. Even though I am not sleeping with Qin Xian, we can still go hunting tomorrow, Hansen laughed. What do you have in mind? Su Xiaoqiao watched Hansen helplessly. Just finish shooting these arrows today. Hansen pointed to the bundles of arrows. Su Xiaoqiao said weakly, brother, we each have 1,000 arrows to shoot while standing 450 feet away from the target, and those that miss the target will not be counted. We need at least 3 days to do that. Not necessarily. Hansen tried the practice bow, which was much lighter than Doomsday. A 7.0 practice bow means that you use the bow to practice rapid shooting with a strength rating at 7.0. For Doomsday, you only draw the string with a strength rating at 7.0. He picked up an arrow and shot it toward the target. Instantly, it ended up on the bullseye. Hansen didn't pause but kept shooting. While he didn't hit the bullseye each time, all his arrows were on the target. Su Xiaoqiao had thought it was impossible to finish practicing today. Yet Hansen had shot 3 dozen arrows in a short while and didn't seem to need a break. Brother, great job. 10 arrows in a row with a 7.0 bow. praised Su Xiaoqiao. Any archer knows that rapid shooting consumes a lot of energy, and a normal archer can only shoot a dozen arrows in a row, while those who shoot 2 dozen arrows in a row must be a lot stronger than what the bow requires. Hansen just smiled and said to Su Xiaoqiao, "Don't just stand there. Let's finish the 2,000 arrows and go hunt the sacred blood creature." Ignorant, Lu Hongtao, who was supervising them, said with contempt. Being able to shoot 3 dozen arrows was impressive, but 1,000 arrows was not so easy. Even if Hansen had a strength rating over 8.0 or 9.0, he couldn't keep shooting at this pace. His arms and fingers would be wasted, so there was no way he could join the hunting tomorrow anyway. Hansen also knew that shooting for a long time required more than just strength. However, he discovered that his muscles were incredibly tough and resilient. After shooting 2 dozen arrows, his muscles got slightly sore. But as he shook out his arms, he felt fine again. Even if he used his muscles for a long time, his body would stay cool and strong. Hansen knew it wasn't because of his Geno points, but his practice of jade skin. 1,000 arrows with the 7.0 practice bow was not hard for him. He had enough strength and endurance to do the task. Hansen kept shooting, while the man counting arrows was thunderstruck at the sight of 4 dozen arrows thickly dotting the target. "This guy is out of this world," he whispered. "Who are you talking about?" Someone heard his whisper and asked. "Ass freak. He shot 4 dozen arrows and didn't even pause," the man counting the arrows said. "Ass freak? For real? Come and see if you don't believe me." Soon a few Bullseye members came to watch Hansen shooting. After watching for a while, everyone was stunned. "Wow, all 3 targets we are full. That was all him?" "Yeah. Xiaoqiao only shot 1 dozen arrows and hasn't even filled 1 target." "No way. That must be a 4.0 practice bow." "You can't even tell the difference between a 4.0 bow and a 7.0 practice bow? They look nothing alike." The man counting rolled his eyes. More and more Bullseye members came around. Lu Hongtao could not help but stand up, staring at Hansen, who was still shooting. More arrows. Hansen hadn't had such fun with archery in a long time. When he was practicing alone, he could only shoot the few arrows he owned, and then stop to collect the arrows from the target himself. Now he could shoot as many as he wanted, and as long as he wanted. "Buddy, great job. This is the second bundle." Su Xiaoqiao untied another bundle of practice arrows, grabbed a bunch of arrows, and stuck them in Hansen's quiver. "Just started warming up." Hansen smiled and shot another arrow. "Brother, if you shoot all the arrows and we can go hunting tomorrow, I will do anything for you. I'll even do your laundry," cried out Su Xiaoqiao. "Forget about laundry. How about cash?" laughed Hansen. "Talking about money would hurt our friendship," replied Su Xiaoqiao. Hansen paused every 50 arrows and used only his right hand to draw the string, instead of using both hands in turn. Chapter 47. Z Steel Arrow. What is the noise outside? Young Monli heard it getting more and more noisy outside her office as she was reviewing the data of the sacred blood creature sent from Son of Heaven. Young Monli asked twice, but no one answered. She frowned and went to find out. Almost the entire Bullseye team was at the shooting range, cheering from time to time. Young Monli took out a telescope. Most of high-tech products lost their function in God's sanctuary, but primary instruments like the telescope still worked. Young Monli, starting to feel skeptical, put down the telescope and went to the shooting range. Ass freak, a real man. He's been going at this pace for so long. His endurance is invincible. I think 1,000 arrows was too light a punishment for him. He can probably finish before dinner. The Bullseye team saw young Monli coming over and quickly ran back to training. They were not afraid of Lu Hongtao, but terrified by young Monli. "Those arrows were all shot by him?" Young Monli asked Lu Hongtao. "Except for target 9 and target 10. Lu Hongtao felt somewhat reluctant to answer her. "I see." Young Monli did not say anything and turned back to the office. Lu Hongtao did not know what young Monli was thinking and quickly asked, "Monli, the punishment is too mild and it would set a bad example. Should we add another 1,000 to their punishment?" "No." Young Monli left. Back in the office, young Monli took out Hansen's profile and reviewed it. Great endurance, good Geno point counts, strength rating is probably at 9.0. Integrated compulsory education graduate with excellent scores. Young Monli carefully read the profile, pondered for a moment and muttered, "I'll give him a chance, even just for the station master." Hansen stopped after 500 arrows and rested for 2 hours before he resumed shooting. Although he could continue, he was afraid to scare everyone, so he took a break. By midnight, Hansen and Su Xiaoqiao had shot 2,000 arrows. Hansen had become famous in Bullseye, and all members had changed their view of him. Anyone who could shoot 1,000 arrows in a day deserved respect. "Sin, I'm not easily impressed, but you are amazing." Although most of the arrows were shot by Hansen, Su Xiaoqiao was also sore and tired. He put his arm around Hansen's neck and gave Hansen a thumbs up. "Don't mention it. Do you know what kind of sacred blood creature we are going to kill tomorrow?" asked Hansen. "I'm so handsome that Monli's assistant couldn't resist my charm and told me everything," Su Xiaoqiao said triumphantly. "So what is it?" Hansen didn't care for his bragging. "It seems to be a flying creature. There aren't many archers in Son of Heaven's gang, so they want our help," replied Su Xiaoqiao. Hansen frowned. "A sacred blood creature that can fly. That's tough." Sacred blood creatures were strong enough. If they had the ability to fly, it would be even harder to hunt them. After all, The range of the best alloy bows was only about half a mile, and only a few people in First God's Sanctuary could even draw the string of those bows. If the sacred blood creature flew too high, arrows wouldn't do it much harm. Also, the skin of sacred blood creature was so stiff that even the tip of saber arrows couldn't cut through. Hansen knew that Bullseye must have beast soul bows and arrows, and there must be alloy arrows better than saber arrows as well. But he didn't think that young Monley would give him access to those. If he couldn't even pierce the skin of the sacred blood creature, even if this opportunity was heaven sent, he had no means to grasp it. Seems that I should buy a Z-Steel arrow, Hansen pondered. Z-Steel was not steel, but a kind of metal humans discovered 50 years ago. Its characteristics were similar to steel, but its toughness were far beyond steel. The toughness of an alloy arrow could be greatly improved by adding just a little Z-Steel. An all-alpha alloy had Z-Steel added. Doomsday and the broadsword Hansen seized from Lu Feng had Z-Steel in them, but the content was quite low. The broadsword contained 0.3% Z-Steel, while Doomsday contained 0.4% Z-Steel in its body and 0.5% Z-Steel in its string. If a weapon contained more than 10% Z-Steel, it could cut through the bones of mutant creatures, and if a weapon contained more than 60% Z-Steel, it would be as strong as the bones of sacred blood creatures. However, Z-Steel was extremely rare and therefore, its price was quite high. The Alliance also had strict control over its production, so any alloy with more than 1% Z-Steel would be hard to find. Although the tip of saber arrows contained a little Z-Steel, it would not exceed 0.1%. Hence, to hunt a sacred blood creature with saber arrows was next to impossible, even if he could shoot the arrows directly into a wound. Hansen's ideal arrow was the Z-Steel arrow, which was 1% Z-Steel. However, it was so expensive that even with all the money he had at the moment, which was around $300,000, he could only afford one arrow with about 0.6% of Z-Steel. Hansen went home at night and logged in to Polar Night Forum. If he couldn't find the right secondhand goods, he would have to buy a new one at the store. In Polar Night Forum, there was a post that claimed to sell weapons with 1.2% Z-Steel. Hansen noticed that the post was from an owner whose store had no license or legal permit. On the webpage of the store, there were only holographic images of the products and a comlink number. Chapter 48. Team Effort. Hansen took a closer look and saw that there were holographic images of weapons in the making, which proved that the weapons were all handmade. After reviewing the images, Hansen dialed the number on the webpage. Someone answered, but didn't allow video chat. Hansen could only hear his voice. "How can I help you?" the owner asked in a low male voice. "I saw on the forum that you sell weapons. Do you have arrows with higher percentage of Z-Steel?" Hansen did not expect that the content of Z-Steel could really reach 1.2%. He'd be happy if it reached 0.8%. "I have 2 arrows made by myself, 1.2% Z-Steel. 300,000 each," replied the man. "I want one. Where can I check it out?" asked Hansen. "I'll tell you the address." The man gave him an address and hung up. Hansen followed the address to a red light district. Although it was already the middle of the night, the streets were still crowded. Hansen waited for a while at the agreed spot and saw someone waving at him across the street. Hansen warily walked over to him. "You want to buy an arrow?" asked a guy in sunglasses and hoodie. Hansen could only tell he was a middle-aged man. "Yes," Hansen nodded. The man took out a box and placed it in front of Hansen. He opened it up and there was a black steel arrow inside. "Can I test it?" asked Hansen. "Suit yourself," replied the man casually. Hansen took the arrow out and tested its balance. If an arrow wasn't balanced, it didn't matter what material it was made from. Excellent. Hansen found this arrow had better balance than saber arrows. If the bow was strong enough, this arrow would always maintain stability. The man nodded and did not say anything. Hansen pulled out his broadsword and asked the man, "Can I test it with my own weapon?" Without his permission, Hansen didn't dare to test it that way. But technically speaking, if the arrow contained more than 0.7% Z-Steel, his broadsword wouldn't even leave a mark on it. The man looked at the broadsword in Hansen's hands and again said, "Suit yourself." With his permission, taking the arrow in one hand and the broadsword in the other, Hansen fiercely slashed the broadsword at the arrow. Clang! Hansen checked the arrow and was pleased to see there were no mark on the arrow, while his broadsword was chipped. Although he wasn't sure if the Z-Steel content reached 1.2%, he knew it was great stuff. "Great stuff. I'll take it." Hansen took out the $300,000 he had brought with him and paid the man. Of course, it was made from the bearing steel of old interstellar warships, hence the Z-Steel content is a standard 1.2%. Also, the machine-made weapons are no match for my products. "Let me know if you need something in the future," the man said and disappeared in the back lane. Hansen returned home and tested the arrow more thoroughly. It was truly great, similar to the name brand arrows, and only 1/10 of the price. "I was really lucky to find a true craftsman." Hansen hadn't had high hopes because a lot of sellers of handmade weapons only produced mediocre products. For weapons like arrows that required a lot of skills to make, it was even less likely to find good ones from independent sellers. Hansen was very satisfied with this arrow. Just the tip of the arrow showed incredible craftsmanship, as it must have been manually polished to be so sharp. Hansen had briefly learned weapon making at school, but his work was not the high caliber of this weapon maker. "It is a good arrow, but unfortunately I can only afford one. If I don't hit the target, there won't be a second chance." Hansen checked his bank account and found he had less than $100,000 left. I wish I could buy something with it tomorrow. Han San slept for a while and teleported to God's sanctuary early in the morning. In Qin Xian's steel armor gang, Bullseye was the smallest team. Few people among civilians were interested in archery, so most Bullseye members had military background and could enter military schools if their scores qualified. When they entered God's sanctuary, they would report with the military force into the shelter they were assigned. Qin Xian's steel armor gang was the military force in steel armor shelter. The alliance didn't have much power over God's sanctuary, but it still maintained some control. In each shelter, the largest gang typically had military background. Qin Xian led her people to the agreed place, and Son of Heaven's gang was already there. Compared to steel armor gang, Son of Heaven's gang seemed rather unorganized. Luo Tianyang gave Han San, who was in the crowd, a cold stare, and judging by his look, Han San knew their business was not finished. After the two sides joined, Son of Heaven's gang led the way, marching into the mountains. Bullseye's place was at the end of the line, and Han San and Su Xiaoqiao were walking behind everyone else. San, I think we should each bring a shield to protect ourselves, Su Xiaoqiao said. You're rich. Just buy a suit of Z steel armor, said Han San. Z steel is so heavy and not as portable as beast soul armors. And even primitive beast soul armors are tougher than Z steel armor, unless the Z steel content exceeds 10%. You know we could only find weapons with at most 1% Z steel. So beast soul armors are in general much better. Su Xiaoqiao continued to say, how nice if I could have the same beast soul armor as dollars. That's the only sacred blood beast soul armor I've seen in steel armor shelter. I wonder what beast soul it was. From its look, I think it must be a fierce and mighty beast soul. Another Bullseye member jumped in. That goes without saying. It must be a phenomenal sacred blood creature. Others agreed. Han Sen chuckled silently and wondered what they would say had they known the armor was from the weakest creature, Black Beetle. Super Gene, Web Novel, Chapter 49. Starlight Arrows. The two gangs had marched more than half a month before they reached a mountain Han San had never been to. On the way, Han San had truly understood there was strength in numbers. No creatures could block their path with the rain of arrows from the archers and the charge of the cavalry. Of course, the scouts would inform them if there were herds of strong creatures ahead of them and they would take a detour. At the destination, Bullseye hid on a cliff and was ready to shoot the sacred blood creature drawn out by Luo Tianyang's team. The rest went under the cliff and was ready to chase the creature. In addition to Bullseye, Son of Heaven and his henchmen also stayed on the cliff. Han San knew they must also be good at archery because he had witnessed Son of God almost killing the bloody slayer with an arrow before he snatched its beast soul. Son of Heaven looked at Han San coldly as he had heard rumors about Han San being Qin Xian's boy toy, which annoyed him. Son of Heaven, where are the arrows you've agreed to offer? Asked Yang Manli. It was Bullseye that Son of Heaven really needed this time. As normal arrows wouldn't harm a sacred blood creature at all, and Z-steel arrows were too expensive, Son of Heaven had agreed to provide Bullseye with the arrows needed this time. Son of Heaven smiled and waved his hand. His henchmen then carried a box down from the back of a mount. They opened the box and it was filled with starlight arrows, each worth more than $1 million. It was made by Starry Group with 1% Z-steel. Manli, here are 100 starlight arrows we agreed on. Would you distribute them among your best archers? Son of Heaven smiled. Young Manli turned around and started calling out names. She had good arrows herself. So did Lu Hongtao. Hence, she planned to pick 5 other members of Bullseye out to use the starlight arrows. Soon she had 4 people picked out, and with some thought, she looked at Han San and Yu. Han San was slightly surprised, as he did not expect young Manli to choose himself. But this was a good thing, and Han San quickly stepped up and stood together with the other 4. While young Manli was preparing to distribute the arrows among the 5, Son of Heaven suddenly said grimly, Manli, are you sure about the archers? What is the problem? Young Manli looked to Son of Heaven. How is someone like him qualified to use the starlight arrows? Asked Son of Heaven coldly, pointing to Han San. I chose him, and that's why he's qualified, replied young Manli. Son of Heaven looked at Han San disgustedly and said to young Manli, I am not questioning your decision, but this person just will not do. Please replace him. Young Manli frowned, but she knew this campaign was dominated by Son of Heaven, since he had provided everything. Bullseye was just here to help. So, she couldn't refuse him. Zhao Hua, come here. Young Manli had to let Han Sen return to the team, and called out another name. Son of Heaven continued to stare at Han Sen coldly. Sin, you are really unlucky. You had the opportunity to get 20 starlight arrows and kill the sacred blood creature. Now it's all gone, said Su Xiaoqiao with regret. Han Sen shrugged. Although it was a shame he didn't get the 20 starlight arrows, he had an even stronger arrow in his quiver. He still had a chance. The archers each took position on the cliff and prepared their bows and arrows, waiting for the sacred blood creature to fly out from below. Han Sen and Su Xiaoqiao found a comfortable spot, and Son of Heaven suddenly walked over and said, What are you useless scums doing here? Go away. Then, Son of Heaven's henchmen shoved Han Sen and Su Xiaoqiao aside. Su Xiaoqiao fiercely stared at them with anger. Han Sen tugged on his arm and said, It doesn't matter. Let's go over there. They are pushing too far, said Su Xiaoqiao bitterly. Revenge is a dish best served cold. Just wait until you see Son of Heaven's face when we kill the sacred blood creature, smiled Han Sen while walking to the other side with Su Xiaoqiao. It's not that easy. This cliff is wide and Son of Heaven's men are waiting on the other side. If the sacred blood creature went to their side, it would be too far from us. Even if it were only 300 feet from us, we couldn't even injure it without starlight arrows. Basically, we are just a decoy, a distraction. Su Xiaoqiao smiled wryly. You have money. Why didn't you buy a few starlight arrows? Hansen looked at Xiaoqiao puzzled. He remembered Su Xiaoqiao to be very rich. 1 million should be nothing for him. What do I need those for? It's outrageously expensive, and you may not even be able to recover it. 1 million each, and you probably need to shoot 7 or 8 before you could hit something. No guarantee of killing anything either. I'd rather spend the money purchasing mutant creature meat. Then Su Xiaoqiao lowered his voice and said, now Z steel is extremely overvalued. As the young master of Starry Group, Son of Heaven owns mines and factories of Z steel. So, he doesn't need to spend much on these arrows, as the cost of each arrow is at most 10,000. Such huge profits? Hansen was surprised. Well, now Z steel mines have been monopolized by a few groups. Also, the manufacturing technologies are not ready for producing alpha alloy with more than 5% Z steel. For some reason, the alpha alloy will become as brittle as glass if Z steel content exceeds 5%. Su Xiaoqiao explained to the Hansen. While the two were chatting, they suddenly heard a howling like dragon under the cliff. Grabbing their bows, they looked down from the cliff. Chapter 50. Siege. Such a gigantic lizard. Su Xiaoqiao saw the creature under the cliff and let out a cry. Hansen also saw what the sacred blood creature looked like, a huge lizard covered in purple scales, flying out from the deep valley with a pair of feathered wings. The sacred blood creature was closer to where Hansen was, but still about 250 feet away. With the order of Yang Manli, everyone started shooting down at the sacred blood creature that was trying to fly up from the valley. The arrows rained on it, but couldn't even hurt the feathers on its wings, let alone the scales on its body. Even the starlight arrows could only leave some sparks before they fell. As the tips of the arrows were turned, its features remained intact. Hansen had already put his arrow with 1.2% Z steel on the bow, but did not shoot it out. This was the only arrow he had, and it would be useless if he didn't have the best angle. Its feathers and scales were too tough. Our arrows are useless unless we could shoot it in the eyes. Su Xiaoqiao also shot a few arrows, which were completely wasted. As Su Xiaoqiao was talking, Son of Heaven had summoned his eagle beast soul bow and a beast soul arrow in the shape of a wolf tooth. Aiming at a wing of the sacred blood creature, Son of Heaven made his shot. Hansen saw that the beast soul arrow Son of Heaven used this time was much inferior to the sacred blood six-winged wasp arrow he used last time. So it must either be a mutant or primitive beast soul. The beast soul arrow flew across the sky like a black lightning bolt, cut through the purple feathers and nailed on the wing of the creature, making the creature utter a roar. Yang Manli also summoned a white pigeon-like beast soul bow, along with a blue swordfish-like beast soul arrow. As she made the shot, the arrow also pierced the purple feathers and blood started to flow down the arrow. Neither Son of Heaven's arrow nor Manli's arrow was one use this time. After the arrows hit the target, they summoned them back to their hands. This means infinite arrows. Beast soul arrows are so much better than Z steel arrows in this sense. Hansen was green with envy, wishing he could grab the beast soul arrow from Son of Heaven's hands. It must be a mutant beast soul, or else it wouldn't have penetrated the wing of a sacred blood creature so easily. Son of Heaven and Yang Manli both knew the wings were the weakest part of the creature and aimed again at its wings. The creature took another 2 shots and flew away from the cliff. Son of Heaven's beast soul bow was obviously stronger than Doomsday. When he made a shot 600 feet away from the creature, the arrow still went through its wing. Everyone was desperately shooting at the creature, while the injuries they made were still not fatal. The creature escaped and flew away. Go after it. Its wings were hurt, so it can't go far. Son of Heaven gave the order, and those who had beast soul mounts all summoned their mounts and chased after the creature. Hansen and others who had no mounts could only follow by running, and were soon left behind. After all, those with 2 legs could never outrun those with 4. In a while, they could no longer see the mounts and suddenly heard the thud of hooves. It was Qin Xian and others who were attacking in the valley. Up! Qin Xian called to Hansen when her mount passed by him, considering her mount could take a second person and Hansen was a good archer with Doomsday. Hansen was delighted and quickly leapt on the mount. He thought his chance had gone, but now Qin Xian would take him, so he had a second chance. Qin Xian followed the hoof prints and went ahead. Sitting behind her, Hansen had to put his arms around her to keep himself on the mount. She was in beast soul armor, so he couldn't really feel a thing. In addition to the hoof prints, there were also traces of blood on the ground, which must be from the sacred blood creature's wounds, proof that they were in the right direction. After 8 hours of chasing, Qin Xian finally saw Son of Heaven, Yang Manli and others ahead of them. Son of Heaven stopped in front of a mountain and looked up at the top of the mountain. Qin Xian and Hansen approached. The mountain was like a sword plugged into the ground, standing at least half a mile high, and the sacred blood creature was crouching on the mountain top, howling from time to time. This mountain is too high. Even the beast soul arrows couldn't possibly hurt the creature. Seeing Qin Xian, Yang Manli said. Son of Heaven also looked to Qin Xian and saw Hansen sitting behind Qin Xian with arms around her waist. Suddenly he had an urge to kill Hansen. We must try to climb up to kill it as soon as possible, or we can chase it down. With the self-healing ability of a sacred blood creature, its wounds will heal in a few hours, and we could no longer kill it by then, said Qin Xian, staring at the mountain top. Then we will climb up and kill it. Son of Heaven, put away his mount. This mountain is too steep. If we were attacked halfway, we would die, young Manli objected. We could send a few people up, and we will watch here. If it attacked, we would shoot it dead, Son of Heaven said calmly. Who should go up? Qin Xian looked at Son of Heaven and frowned. Obviously, whoever going up will be in great danger, and no one would not want to take the risk. Only Manli and I could threaten it with arrows. And we need you, Qin Xian, to stay and give orders. The rest should all go up. We've come too far to give up. Whoever goes up can have a bigger share of its meat. So it is fair, right? Son of Heaven's gaze swept across the faces of the men in front of him and turned cold when it met Han San. Chapter 51. My Beast Soul. Son of Heaven's proposal was a risky one, but it was indeed their best chance to kill the sacred blood creature. The creature was now lying on the mountain top bleeding, its wings hardly moving. If they missed this opportunity, they might never be able to kill it. Finally, Qin Xian agreed with Son of Heaven, but she decided to go up the mountain, leaving Son of Heaven and Yang Manli, the only two mutant beast soul arrow owners, at the foot of the mountain. Xian, no need to go up yourself. Just give orders from down here, Son of Heaven advised. There are no orders to be given. Since I have no mutant beast soul arrow, I might as well go up. Qin Xian started climbing as she spoke. The crowd was divided into 7 groups, and each group was climbing toward the mountain top from a different direction. Han Sen immediately followed Qin Xian. He noticed Son of Heaven's cold stare at him and knew Son of Heaven was about to stab him in the back. Probably it would be Han San himself instead of the sacred blood creature who got shot at first. Hence Han San had made up his mind to follow Qin Xian everywhere, so that Son of Heaven had no chance to play dirty. Indeed, Han Sen was right. Son of Heaven had the idea of shooting Han Sen dead from the moment he proposed everyone to climb up. On the slope, Han Sen would have nowhere to hide and thus be doomed. But now Han Sen was always following Qin Xian. If Son of Heaven made any move, Qin Xian would save Han Sen for sure. However, Son of Heaven didn't give up just for this. Instead, he now had an even stronger desire to kill Han Senator. All he needed was a moment when Qin Xian went away from Han Sen. Although the slope was steep, the groups were all equipped with a full set of climbing tools, and they soon climbed halfway. The sacred blood creature was severely hurt. When it noticed the climbers, all it could do was howling at them as it was unable to go down and attack or fly away. As Qin Xian and others approached the top of the mountain, the creature tried to fly away by flapping its blood-stained wings, while it immediately fell. All groups were overjoyed and started to shoot at it with arrows. Although they couldn't harm the creature, it was infuriated. Suddenly, the sacred blood creature flapped its injured wings and pounced on the closest man. The man had no place to hide on the slope and helplessly hacked his blade at the sacred blood creature. His blade cut the creature on the head, but didn't even leave a trace on its scales. The man himself was bitten by the sacred blood creature and torn into 2 halves. His blood sprayed everywhere, which scared people off. Everyone started to climb down. It would be hard to go down the mountain, but luckily they had secured ropes on the slope when they were climbing up. Everyone just ended up using the ropes to slide down. Seeing the sacred blood creature being lured down and madly chasing after the climbers, Son of Heaven and Yang Manli quickly raised their bows and continuously shot their arrows at the creature. Son of Heaven shot 2 arrows and both missed. He was more interested in shooting at Han San than the creature. However, Han San was sly and kept following Qin Xian, giving him no chance to make an insidious attack. Coward! Son of Heaven secretly cursed and again shot at the sacred blood creature. At this point, everyone knew that the sacred blood creature was a spent bullet. It had bled too much and could hardly fly. If it came down now, it wouldn't be able to fly back up. Despite the casualties, they were going to kill this sacred blood creature. Not able to find a chance to kill Han San, Son of Heaven had to take it out on the sacred blood creature. Arrow after arrow, the sacred blood creature was in more pain and howled harshly. Flapping its bleeding wings, the creature wanted to return to the mountain top, but it was hurt too badly to fly. With its desperate flapping, it was still falling. Suddenly, it flew to the slope and gripped on a stone with its claws as its fingers cut 4 holes in the stone as if it were butter. The sacred blood creature gripped harder and started to climb up the mountain. We cannot let it climb up. Qin Xian summoned her beast soul and shapeshifted into a golden lion, climbing up using the holes left by the creature. Han Sen was anxious. If Qin Xian went away, he would become the target of Son of Heaven. Han Sen reached out to grab the lion's tail and was suddenly dragged up. Qin Xian gave him a fierce gaze, but he pretended not having seen it and still held on to her tail. Qin Xian had no time to beat Han Sen up and just chased after the creature at full speed. Seeing the sacred blood creature going out of his shooting range, Son of Heaven put away his bow and arrows and suddenly shapeshifted into a black ape more than 9 feet tall. Son of Heaven quickly ran to the slope and started climbing at a speed much faster than the other climbers. It was as if he were running on the ground. "Let go!" cried Qin Xian. She couldn't keep up with the sacred blood creature as Han San was tugging at her tail. Han San quickly let go of her tail. Son of Heaven was in a rush to kill the sacred blood creature, so he had no time to harm Han San. Son of Heaven is a real asshole. He has such a strong mutant beast soul. Yet he still sent us up and put us in danger. Han Sen felt jealous as he saw the ape climbing up at an incredible speed. He did have the bloody slayer, but its strengths were its galloping speed on the ground and the dexterity of its human hands. For mountains as steep as this one, the bloody slayer could never climb up with its 4 hooves. Son of Heaven soon went ahead of Qin Xian the golden lion and was directly behind the sacred blood creature. The creature that was already on the mountain top clawed at Son of Heaven as it saw him. Chapter 52. Purple Winged Dragon. Han Sen found a place that was not so steep and held Doomsday in both hands while watching the fight on the mountain top. Pulling out a Skyfall arrow from his quiver, he shot it at the sacred blood creature. He barely hurt the sacred blood creature with his arrows, and 2 were shot at Son of Heaven, who was fighting the sacred blood creature. Of course, Skyfall arrows wouldn't hurt Son of Heaven either. It was so badly made that it wouldn't even pierce the skin of mutant creatures. Han Sen was just warming up. After all, he only had 1 Z-steel arrow and wanted to make sure he would succeed with it. Damn it! Do not shoot if you don't know how to use your bow. Put away your useless arrows, growled Son of Heaven, who had been shot twice by Han Sen. Qin Xian rushed to the top and started to attack the sacred blood creature. Others also climbed back to the top and started shooting at the creature. Although the sacred blood creature was dying, it was still powerful. Howling on the mountain top, it forced everyone back. Neither Son of Heaven nor Qin Xian could approach it. Suddenly, Son of Heaven shapeshifted back into his own body. He had only shapeshifted for an hour, although he could have shapeshifted longer than that with his geno points. As Han Sen was wondering what Son of Heaven was trying to do, he saw Son of Heaven summoning his red beast soul sword and slashing it at a bloody wing of the creature. Qin Xian also shapeshifted back into herself, summoned her malicious butterfly dagger, and stabbed it at the creature. Several others on the mountain top also used their own weapons to attack the sacred blood creature. The creature was injured heavily, and Son of Heaven made a foot-long wound on its wing. The creature was bathed in its own blood. Qin Xian took the chance to stab her dagger into the creature's wound, and its blood suddenly turned black as it was poisoned by the dagger. Attack harder. It is almost dead, yelled someone. And then everyone stepped up their game. Han Sen saw clearly from where he was standing that the henchmen of Son of Heaven did have incredible skills. They moved around on the slope as though they were walking on flat ground. If they hadn't been there to distract the creature, Son of Heaven and Qin Xian would not have succeeded so easily. Seeing that the sacred blood creature was almost gone, Han Sen grabbed Doomsday and stared at the creature, looking for a chance to make the shot. If he made the last attack before the creature died, he would have an opportunity to gain its beast soul. Although the chance was very slim, an opportunity was still better than nothing. Son of Heaven took the risk and climbed up himself for the last attack as well. Whoever made the last hit could keep the beast soul for him or herself. That was a default rule in the shelter. The reason was that only those who made the last attack would know if they had gained the beast soul or not, and no one would know if they were lying. Crack! Son of Heaven's sword was slashed into the neck of the creature and made a cut so deep its bones were exposed. More blood started to gush out. The creature once again suffered a fatal hit and went mad. It gathered all its strength and swept its wings across the crowd, forcing everyone to back off. Trembling, it flew up again toward a different mountain. Everyone knew from how bad it was bleeding that it was going to die very soon. Son of Heaven quickly summoned his own mutant beast soul bow and arrow, shooting at the creature in the sky. The arrow penetrated its wing. The sacred blood creature couldn't take it anymore and started to fall with its wings helplessly flapping. It was falling too fast, and it was too late for others to shoot at it. Son of Heaven was overjoyed as even if the sacred blood creature fell and died, he was still the one who attacked last and had a chance at its beast soul. Suddenly, an alloy arrow was shot from the slope and disappeared in the creature's wounded neck. Son of Heaven suddenly raged, and everyone else was shocked. In the blink of an eye, the sacred blood creature had fallen at the foot of the mountain and died. Sacred blood creature Purple Winged Dragon killed. Sacred blood beast soul of Purple Winged Dragon gained. Eat the flesh of Purple Winged Dragon to gain 0 to 10 sacred blood geno points randomly. The voice sounded in Han Sen's mind. Han Sen almost shed tears for happiness. However, he managed to fake disappointment, helplessness, and frustration. Everyone on the mountain top was looking at him, especially Son of Heaven. If he could kill with his sight, Han Sen must have died a million deaths. Although there was the default rule, Han Sen made up his mind not to admit he had gained the beast soul, or Son of Heaven would definitely kill him. People who saw his disappointed look did not entirely buy it, but did feel better somehow. After everyone had come down from the mountain, Son of Heaven seized Han Sen's collar and asked, "Have you got the beast soul?" No. Han Sen insisted that he had gained nothing. Son of Heaven was skeptical and tried to beat Han Sen up, but Qin Xian stopped him. "Son of Heaven, my guy broke no rules. He said he didn't get it. And even if he did, you have no right to ask him to hand it over to you," said Qin Xian, her face grim. Han Sen was in her gang. If he was beat up by Son of Heaven, she would have no authority in the future. Son of Heaven stared at Han Sen for a long time before he walked toward the dead body of the Purple Winged Dragon, pulled out Han Sen's arrow, and snapped it into 2 halves. Chapter 53. Sacred Blood Copper-Toothed Beast. After wrapping up the dead body of the Purple Winged Dragon, everyone returned to Steel Armor Sanctuary, and Qin Xian called Han Sen into her office. "Did you get the beast soul?" Qin Xian stared at Han Sen. "Station Master, I really did not get the beast soul. Had I known this, I would never have shot the arrow, said Han Sen wryly. Qin Xian didn't believe him. Stop acting. If you have gained the beast soul, I will not take advantage you either. If you want to sell it, I'm willing to pay. I can even pay you up front. Station master, I'd be a fool if I don't want to earn the money. I really did not get the beast soul. If I could show you, I would. Han Sen looked depressed. Qin Xian felt Han Sen's emotions were authentic. She frowned and said to him, forget about it then. Do not go anywhere alone and stay in Bullseye these days. Son of Heaven might try to kill you. I will behave. Han Sen nodded. Back to Bullseye, Su Xiaoqiao put his arm around Han Sen's neck and asked, San, I heard that you made the last attack. Did you get the beast soul? I wish, but unfortunately I don't even own a primitive beast soul, let alone a sacred blood one. Han Sen shrugged and said, right. Beast souls are very hard to come by. We can't all be as lucky as Dollar, Su Xiaoqiao sighed and said. He did not have too much doubt. After all, the probability of gaining a beast soul was too low. Recently you must be careful not to leave the shelter. Although you did not get the beast soul, Son of Heaven wouldn't let you off the hook easily, said Su Xiaoqiao. I know. Han Sen patted Su Xiaoqiao on the shoulder, thinking, he seems a nice guy. Back in his room, Han Sen could not help but smiled and started to review his new beast soul. Type of sacred blood purple-winged dragon's beast soul, flying. The introduction was brief, but reminded Han Sen of so much he had heard about this type of beast soul. A flying beast soul meant the beast soul could turn into wings that could give its owner the ability to fly like a bird. Flying across the sky without the need for tools such as aircrafts was certainly a dream coming true. The most important part was that with the ability to fly, one's survival would become so much easier in God's sanctuary. A flying beast soul also allowed one to go where ordinary people couldn't reach. Flying beast souls were super expensive, even more so than the shape-shifting beast soul of the same level. Also, flying beast souls were so rare in God's sanctuary that you might not even be able to buy one even if you had the money. Amazing! A sacred blood flying beast soul. I wonder how many of these exist in the entire first God's sanctuary. Han Sen was so excited that he almost jumped up. Primitive flying beast souls had a low speed and didn't allow the users to go very high. It could only bring people 10 feet above the ground. Mutant flying beast souls were better, but still slow and clumsy. Sacred blood flying beast souls were much better than the others. But Han Sen had never seen even mutant flying beast souls in Steel Armor Sanctuary. Of course, this had something to do with the fact that there were less flying creatures near Steel Armor Shelter. The room was too small for Han Sen to summon the wings. When he calmed down from excitement, his eye fell on the copper-toothed beast that had turned completely purple and shiny as if it had been polished. Sacred blood. The copper-toothed beast has evolved into a sacred blood creature. Han Sen was filled with unspeakable joy, staring at the beast. For 3 months, Han Sen had been anxious about the result, but now he knew it for sure. Every 3 months, he could have a creature evolved into a sacred blood creature. If the words got out, everyone would go crazy. Like today, it was so hard for such a huge group of people to hunt a purple-winged dragon. And after it was killed, every member in the group would share its meat. Son of Heaven's gang would have a bigger share, and Qin Xian's gang would have the rest. After everyone got their own part, how many Geno points can a small part of the entire body offer? Hunting that cost a lot of resources and effort like this one would happen at most once per month, and the success rate would be at most 50%. Yet Han Sen could have the meat of an entire sacred blood creature all to himself every 3 months. Son of Heaven and Qin Xian were both several years older than Han Sen, but they still hadn't evolved to enter Second God's Sanctuary, which meant maxing out on sacred Geno points took a lot of time and effort. Behind Son of Heaven was Starry Group, and behind Qin Xian was the military. Even they were not able to max out on sacred Geno points within 10 years. It might take them 15 years, or even longer if they had bad luck. Now with the Black Crystal, Han Sen only needed at most 5 years to evolve with max sacred Geno points. Han Sen's first reaction was not to kill the copper-toothed beast and eat its meat, but to go to the square to buy a living primitive creature. He did not want to waste any time before he started to feed the next sacred blood creature. Also, he didn't dare to go out hunting, fearing Son of Heaven's revenge. Taking the primitive creature he had bought back to his room, Han Sen didn't hesitate before he killed the sacred blood copper-toothed beast. It was far less strong than a wild sacred blood creature and was easily slaughtered. Sacred blood copper-toothed beast killed. No beast soul gained. Eat its meat to gain 1 to 10 sacred Geno points randomly. Although there was no beast soul gained, Han Sen was still over the moon. He quickly set up a pot and was ready to make a stew. Chapter 54. Small gift. Meat of copper-toothed beast eaten. 1 sacred Geno point gained. Meat of copper-toothed beast eaten. 1 sacred Geno point gained. 2 days later, Han Sen finished a big pot of copper-toothed beast meat and even sucked the bones clean. He threw the bones into the fire so that there was nothing left. A total of 7 sacred Geno points was added to his former 18 points. Now Han Sen had 25 sacred Geno points, and his fitness had been further improved. He felt as though he had endless strength. Looking at the primitive shrieky beast he kept in the cage now, Han Sen couldn't help but smacked his lips. Shrieky beasts were relatively small and had no hair, so he could just throw it in the pot entirely when it finished evolving. That was why Han San had chosen a shrieky beast to evolve. Yesterday, Qin Xian had divided the meat of the purple-winged dragon among her gang. All she had was a smaller half of the body, so all each person would get was just a slice, about 1/1000th of the body, which wouldn't be of much use at all. Hence, like most people, Han San chose to get $200,000 as the reward instead of the slice of meat. Han San was still short of cash. It cost money for his family to live better, and he also needed money to buy some necessities. When checking his bank account, he found that he still only had less than $300,000. 300,000. A Z-Steel arrow would cost that much. Han Sen put on a wry smile. He had collected the parts after his Z-Steel arrow was broken by Son of Heaven and wanted to see if he could pay the seller to repair it. I have to get myself a Beast Soul arrow. Z-Steel arrows were expensive and not as convenient. If I had a Beast Soul arrow, I wouldn't have to buy new arrows or pick up the arrow after I made the shot. Though Han Sen, wondering where to find a Beast Soul arrow. He wasn't interested in primitive Beast Soul arrows, which were barely better than his Z-Steel arrow but much more expensive. What Han Sen wanted was a mutant Beast Soul arrow, like the ones used by Son of Heaven and Yang Monli. After some thinking, Han San was ready to ask Yang Monli from which creature she had gained her mutant Beast Soul arrow. Maybe he could go hunting it and try his luck as well. Yang Monli seems to dislike me. I'm afraid she will not tell me. Forget it. I haven't been back home for days. I'll go back and search on the Skynet for information about where the arrow Beast Soul are generally found near here. Han San teleported out of God's sanctuary. When he returned home, his mother was still in Second God's sanctuary and Han Yin was at school. After taking a bath, he started searching the Skynet. There were many former members of Steel Armor Sanctuary that had written about their experience. Although most was useless to Han San, he did manage to find one useful article. When Han San was going to read carefully, he suddenly heard the doorbell. Looking through the monitor, he found standing at the door were Xue Shi and her brother Fang Jingqi. Why is he here? Han San knew Fang Jingqi didn't like him and they also had some conflicts before, so he did not expect to see Fang Jingqi here. Opening the door, Han San said with a smile, "Shi, you have not come to my house for many years." Xue Shi looked a bit uneasy and whispered, "If this isn't a good time, we will just leave." Although she tried to pull Fang Jingqi away, Fang Jingqi stood still and smiled at Han San. "It's always a good time for friends, isn't it?" Indeed. Han San already understood that Fang Jingqi was looking for trouble. Letting Fang Jingqi and Xue Shi in, Han San handed them 2 bottles of water. "Sorry, there is only water." "Doesn't matter." Fang Jingqi did not touch the water and asked, "Son, which shelter are you in?" "Steel Armor Shelter," replied Han San. "San, you are also in Steel Armor Shelter? How come Han Hao never mentioned it?" Xue Shi was slightly startled. Han San said indifferently, "Maybe we have never run into each other." Xue Shi clearly didn't buy it, but she didn't continue to ask. Fang Jingqi said, "It so happens that a classmate of mine is also there. His name is Fist Guy. Have you heard of him? One of the 3 major leaders." "It'd be hard not to hear about him," said Han San. "Awesome." Fang Jingqi smiled at Han San. "Last time you treated me with a ritual, so today I have a gift for you. Not sure if you're interested. I don't like gifts. Your visit has already made me a happy man." Looking at Xue Shi's upset face, Han San shook his head and said, he didn't want to cause any trouble and put her in a difficult place. "A mutant beast soul. Are you still not interested?" asked Fang Jingqi slowly. "A mutant beast soul." Han San looked at him, slightly surprised. He immediately understood why Fang Jingqi had mentioned Fist Guy. Fang Jingqi looked at Han San with faint smile. "Let's go to the combat pit and have a fight. Regardless of the outcome, I will let Fist Guy give you a mutant beast soul." "Sin, what do you think about this gift?" If it was up to Han San, he would definitely accept it. However, he knew Xue Shi wouldn't want him to fight her brother, so he just said, "I can't accept the mutant beast soul. If you haven't eaten, I'll cook us dinner." Fang Jingqi thought Han San did not believe him, so he picked up the comlink and dialed a number. Suddenly, the holographic image of a hunk popped up. The hunk smiled at Fang Jingqi and said, "Jingqi, it's been so long since we saw each other. Fist Guy, I need your help. I have a friend in Steel Armor Shelter and want you to take care of him. Would you give him a mutant beast soul?" asked Fang Jingqi with a smile. "If others asked me for this, I would tell them to #K off. Since it's you asking, just send your friend to me in the shelter. And remember, you owe me one," replied Fist Guy. After hanging up, Fang Jingqi looked at Han San and asked, "Now, are you willing to accept my gift?" Chapter 55, 10,000 per slap. Han San knew Fang Jingqi had misunderstood him. He smiled back at Fang Jingqi. "Let's not go to the combat pit. Would you play a small game with me here at home?" Xue Shi shot Han San a look of disapproval, but this time Han San did not respond to her. Han San knew a guy like Fang Jingqi would not give up unless he was defeated. "What game?" frowned Fang Jingqi. "Have you ever played Red Hands?" Han San asked with a faint smile. Fang Jingqi turned down the corners of his mouth. "Of course, but that's such an easy game." Red Hands was a game played between 2 players. One player, the slappee, placed their hands palm down, hovering above the other players, the slapper, hands. The slapper hovered their hands below the slappees, palms up. The 2 players' hands should be touching each other. The slapper was on offense and attempted to bring his hands over to slap the backsides of his opponent's hands. This must be done with sufficient speed, because the slappee's goal was to pull their hands away and out of the area where the hands overlap to avoid the slap. If the slapper missed the hands of the slappee during the slap, then the roles must switch. If our hands touch, it would be easy. How about we play with our hands not touching? Han Sen was still smiling. No problem, laughed Fang Jingqi. Red hands mainly tested one's reflexes, and Fang Jingqi was confident that his reflexes were superior to Han Sen's. Also, Fang Jingqi was glad that the rule of this game was that as long as the slapper was able to hit the slappee, their roles would never change. Fang Jingqi wanted to take advantage of this rule and slap Han Sen so hard on the hands that he couldn't raise his arm. So, as long as the slapper's hand moved, it would be counted as a slap and he could not take it back. Han Sen first set the rules down. Okay, I will let you slap first. Fang Jingqi was very confident and reached out his arms. Han Sen did not reach his arms out but smiled at Fang Jingqi. Jingqi, you said there would be a mutant beast soul? Fang Jingqi was not stupid. Although he did not care about a mutant beast soul, he didn't want Han Sen to take advantage of him either. He said, a mutant beast soul is for a fight in the combat pit. Since we are now playing red hands, let's consider it a prize. You could win it if you could slap me. Jingqi, this is not fun, and I don't want to take advantage of you either. Han Sen pondered and said, forget about the beast soul. Let's change the prize to $10,000. Every time you are able to slap me, I will pay you $10,000 and vice versa. What do you think? The mutant beast soul pet meowth that Han Sen got from Qin Xian was useless and ate a lot. Han Sen had thus learned a lesson and asked for cash as he didn't know what beast soul it would be. Fair and square. I'm beginning to like you, but 10,000 is too little. How about 100,000? Fang Jingqi looked at Han Sen. Han Sen shook his head. We are all friends. Losing too much might hurt our relationship. Shueshi quickly said, right? It's just a game. No need to bet too much money. 10,000 is already too much. Since you are afraid to lose, then we will stick with 10,000. Fang Jingqi shrugged. Han Sen did not say anything, but kept smiling at Fang Jingqi. Now in his eyes, Fang Jingqi was not a person, but a walking ATM. Fang Jingqi came to him just when he was worried about money. All he needed to do was accept. If the opponent wasn't too much stronger than him, Han Sen believed that he could win most people at playing red hands. His understanding of his opponents and timing were among the very best. Before he got the black crystal, that was how he made his living. Fang Jingqi, who thought the game was only about reflexes, wouldn't be his match at all. I'll let you be the slapper first. Fang Jingqi again reached out his hands. He didn't think Han Sen stood a chance. Judging from Han Sen's age, he was in God's sanctuary less than 1 year, so he couldn't have gained many Geno points. In addition, the situation of his family wouldn't allow him to buy the meat of advanced creatures either. Fang Jingqi himself had already been in God's sanctuary for several years and had gained many Geno points. So, his fitness and reflexes must be far better than Han Sen, and Han Sen wasn't likely to be able to hit him. All right. Han Sen reached his hands under Fang Jingqi's hands and kept a little distance from them. Han Sen kept his hands still and then asked, can I start? Yi. Han Sen's hand slapped on the back of Fang Jingqi's hands before Fang Jingqi could finish his reply. 10,000, Han Sen said. Write it down. Write it down. Fang Jingqi gritted his teeth and said to Shueshi. Shueshi quickly opened the holographic noteboard on her comlink and drew a line. Again. Fang Jingqi reached his hands out. Can I start? Han Sen asked again. Fang Jingqi just nodded, staring at Han Sen's hands wholeheartedly without blinking. With the lesson learned, Fang Jingqi swore he would not be tricked by Han Sen again. Han Sen didn't rush this time and turned to speak to Shueshi. Do you want to hear a funny story? Now. Shueshi was surprised. Han Sen nodded and started. A lovely puppy was traveling in the desert. It had brought enough water and food, but still died after 2 days. Can you guess why it was? Was there a sandstorm? No, the weather was fine. Because it was lost? There was plenty of water and food, so it would not die even if it got lost, Han Sen said. I cannot guess. Why did it die? Shueshi didn't want to guess anymore because she was nervous about the result of red hands. Because that cute puppy could not find a utility pole in the desert, so its bladder exploded, laughed Han Sen. Shueshi blushed. Son, that's so corny. Vulgar. Fang Jingqi said with his face grim, and suddenly felt a pain on the back of his hands. Snap. Chapter 56. I'll be damned. Fang Jingqi regretted his own carelessness as his face turned red. He also blamed his loss on Han Sen's slyness. If Han Sen didn't tell Shueshi the vulgar story, he would not have been distracted and gave Han Sen the opportunity. Another 10,000, said Han Sen to Shueshi. Again. Fang Jingqi reached his hands out. When Han Sen was ready, he said to Shueshi, another lovely puppy was traveling in the desert with plenty of water and food. It found a utility pole, but it still died. Can you guess why? Why? Snoshi thought about it seriously, but did not think of an answer. I was asking you. Han Sen ignored Fang Jingqi and turned to look at Shueshi. I don't know the answer, Shueshi said. All right, I'll tell you. It is because there was a sign on the pole that said, no peeing zone. Then the puppy's bladder exploded again. Snoshi burst out laughing. Fang Jingqi knew that it was Han Sen's trick to get him distracted, but he couldn't stand Han Sen ignoring him and said to Han Sen, would you rather tell stories then? Snap. Han Sen's hands once again slapped him on the back of his hands, which had turned red after 3 slaps. However, Fang Jingqi's face was redder than his hands. Come again. Fang Jingqi gritted his teeth and stretched out his arms again. Han Sen put his hands back and continued his story. Another lovely puppy was traveling in the desert with plenty of water and food, and it found a utility pole with no sign on it. But it still died. Can you guess why? Fang Jingqi was focused on Han Sen's wrists. Neither talking to nor looking at Han Senator, he would give Han Sen no chance to distract him this time. After Han Sen told Xue Shi the answer, Fang Jingqi was still staring at Han Sen's wrists. Little brat, you will learn your lesson when it's my turn to be the slapper, thought Fang Jingqi. Seeing Fang Jingqi was still focused, Han Sen sighed and said, Jingqi, you are so calm. I've been the king of red hands for 2 decades, and no one could escape my storytelling yet. You are indeed impressive. Cut the crap, Fang Jingqi said, and suddenly changed his expression. It was too late. His hand was once again slapped hard by Han Sen. Fang Jingqi bristled with anger. He hadn't expected to be tricked by Han Sen again. Fang Jingqi clenched his teeth and squeezed the word out, making Xue Shi anxious on the side. Han Sen put his hands in position and didn't tell a story this time. He said to Fang Jingqi with a faint smile, did you think I won just because you were distracted? Fang Jingqi ignored Han Sen, as if he couldn't hear anything Han Sen was saying. I won't move even if the sky collapsed, thought Fang Jingqi, determined to win this round and kick Han Sen's ass. When he became the slapper, he'd be the one telling Xue Shi stories and hitting Han Sen on the hands. Having noticed Fang Jingqi was still focused, Han Sen sighed and said, Jingqi, you are indeed a genius in playing red hands. I will now focus and use up to 30% of my skills to deal with you. Seeing Han Sen putting on airs, Xue Shi laughed out loud. Fang Jingqi was still staring at Han Sen's wrists. Attention, I will use the secret skill of Red Hands King. Han Sen suddenly roared. Well, I'll keep still and see what tricks you have. Fang Jingqi sneered and thought. Snap. Fang Jingqi couldn't escape when Han Sen made the move, although he was paying full attention this time. Again, Fang Jingqi refused to concede defeat and wondered why he didn't dodge the slap. It must be some tricks used by Han Sen. Let's call it a day. As the king of red hands, I don't want to bully you. Han Sen looked up and sighed. You think I cannot afford to pay? Next round. Fang Jingqi wanted to slap Han Sen in the face so bad, but he wasn't a sore loser. Don't blame me then. Han Sen stretched out his hands. Snap. Again. Snap. Again. Snap. 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 Fang Jingqi went berserk, not accepting the truth that he simply couldn't move his hands away fast enough. Han Sen was nothing but cunning. How could he lose when he was paying attention? However, Fang Jingqi could not avoid the slap no matter how hard he tried. Snap. 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 Crisp sounds kept ringing in the living room. Xue Shi was shocked. She didn't expect Fang Jingqi to lose, let alone to lose in such a miserable manner. She had been worried about Han Sen, but found that she really should be worried about her brother. When Fang Jingqi left Han Sen's home, his hands were swollen like trotters, and his face was pale from anger and shame. Jingqi, come to play red hands when you have time. Han Sen waved goodbye to Fang Jingqi with a stack of cash in hand. Fang Jingqi almost fell from the aircraft when he heard Han Sr. I'll be damned if I ever play red hands with you again. Han Sen had more comments, but the aircraft made a loud noise and went away at full speed. A million easily earned. Should have agreed with him and made the bet 100,000 each round. Han Sen licked his lips and took the money back to his room. Chapter 57. Dark Swamp. Han Sen returned to his room and continued to read the article he had found on the Skynet. It was a post written by a Steel Armor Shelter member from a long time ago. He was once chased by a creature and had to run into Dark Swamp. Han Sen knew about Dark Swamp. It was more than 200 miles in the southwest of Steel Armor Shelter and had lots of poisonous creatures in it. Almost no one would choose to go there. Even the big gangs did not dare to set foot in Dark Swamp. According to the poster, he was in a critical situation and had to escape into Dark Swamp. Fortunately, he eventually passed through Dark Swamp and got out. It had taken him nearly 6 months to go through the swamp, as one could easily sink into the mud. He also had to constantly change his route to avoid all sorts of dangerous creatures. It was indeed a miracle that he could come out. The poster shared a lot of his experience in the Dark Swamp. Once he had walked into a forest where the trees were sparse but very tall and thick, whose trunks would take several people to wrap their arms around. The soil under the trees was covered with a variety of beautiful flowers. As the poster thought he had walked out of the swamp, he found that it was only a strange area in the swamp. Hanging from the trees were a lot of huge hornets' nests, and even the smallest among them were the size of a queen-size bed. Each hornet flying from the nests were the size of a bat. He had killed a hornet, so he learned from the voice in his mind that the name of the hornet was Black Stinger, a type of primitive creature. And he was lucky to get its beast soul, which was in the shape of a sharp and poisonous arrow. The beast soul arrow was later purchased by someone with a high price. Although he didn't dare to go into the forest but chose to walk around it, he saw from afar a hornet's nest as big as a house hanging on an especially tall tree. The black stinger flying from that nest was in a red color. He guessed that those red hornets should be mutant black stingers. He had also posted the pictures of the black stinger beast soul that he had taken before he sold it. Indeed, it was a black arrow with an arrowhead the size of a mouse, glowing with a dark luster. You'd know it was poisonous from the look of it. That would be great to have, thought Han Senator if it was before. He wouldn't dare to think about going to Dark Swamp, but now he had beast soul wings so he could fly into the swamp. In case of any danger, he also had his armor and Bloody Slayer, so this trip shouldn't be too risky. According to the poster, the poisonous creatures lurking in the mud were the most dangerous ones, and there were not many flying creatures there. He himself had only seen a few primitive carrion birds. I still don't know where the forest is in the swamp. It would take too much time to search for it after I got in the swamp, thought Han Sen, who then put the trip on hold and dialed the blacksmith's number and asked him to meet. When they were both at the agreed place, Han Sen showed the blacksmith the broken arrow and asked him if he could repair it. The blacksmith said indifferently, "Nope. You could weld the parts together with any welding machine, but the toughness and stability wouldn't be the same. The arrow is wasted. Do you recycle the material? It has 1.2% Z steel, which is worth something, right?" asked Han Sen. $5,000, the blacksmith said. "I bought the arrow for 300,000, and the Z steel is only worth 5,000, asked Han Sen with his eyes wide. "Or you can keep it," the blacksmith simply said. "Fine, 5,000 it is." Han Sen secretly vowed to gain himself a beast soul arrow, as Z steel was not economical at all. He had already known from Su Xiaoqiao that the manufacturing cost of Z steel was in fact not high, and it was only expensive because of the monopoly. Han Sen gave the arrow parts to the blacksmith, who gave him a 5,000 bill in return. Han Sen put away the money and asked, "Do you have better Z steel arrows?" When he shot the arrow at the purple-winged dragon, the arrow only went 3 or 4 inches deep and the dragon still died from falling. If they were on the flat ground, he could by no means kill the dragon. So Han Sen was not satisfied with this arrow. "No, I have a dagger with 5% Z steel though." "You want it?" replied the blacksmith. "How much?" Han Sen knew that 5% Z steel was the limit of the contemporary technology. Alpha alloy would become as brittle as glass if the percentage of Z steel was higher than that. 300,000, said the blacksmith. 300,000 for an arrow with 1.2% Z steel, and the same price for a dagger with 5% Z steel? Han Sen looked at the blacksmith, puzzled. "It was much more difficult to make the arrow than the dagger," the blacksmith explained. "Deal." Han Sen handed over the money after inquiring about the size of the dagger. The blacksmith's price was high, but much more reasonable than the prices in regular stores, where a dagger with 5% Z steel would easily cost a few millions. Also, blacksmith's craft was excellent, as this arrow was a lot better than starlight arrows. "I don't have it on me." "Come with me," the blacksmith said and went into the alley. Han Sen followed him through a few blocks and then into a dilapidated underground warehouse, where Han Sen saw a lot of manufacturing machinery and equipment, including a large punching machine, which could crush a small aircraft. Through the warehouse, the blacksmith showed Han Sen into a room. This room looked like an armory, and Han Sen was dazzled. A variety of weapons were neatly arranged inside, their shining blades exuding a thirst for blood. The blacksmith grabbed an 8-inch dagger and threw it to Han Sen. "This is the one. Take it and leave." Han Sen's eyes were attracted to the knife on the north wall of the room. The style of the knife was ordinary, but it was the only weapon on the north wall, while the other 3 walls were fully covered with different weapons. Chapter 58. Great gift for great man. "How much is that knife?" asked Han Sen curiously. 100 million, the blacksmith said coldly, pushing Han Sen out. 100 million? What material did you use to make that? Han Sen could not help but ask. 75% Z steel, the blacksmith said. "Next time you need to buy something, come here directly." 75% Z steel? He must be exaggerating. With the current technology, we can't even produce alloy with more than 5% Z steel. Han Sen whispered to himself. He didn't say anything though, since he wouldn't buy it anyway. Back home, Han Sen carefully reviewed the dagger. Pulling it out from the wooden sheath, Han Sen suddenly felt a cold breeze. The dagger was 8 inches long, its blade green with ripple patterns. The angle of the blade was very small, about just 20 degrees. The edge of the blade was as thin as onion skin with double blood grooves. The handle was made of high-tech materials with ergonomic design, so it had a comfortable grip. Han Sen drew the alpha alloy broadsword out and slashed the dagger at the broadsword to test the hardness and toughness of the dagger. Alloy with 5% Z steel should be much stronger than this broadsword, so it shouldn't chip. Crack. The broadsword was chopped into halves by the dagger and half of the blade fell to the ground. My God! Han Sen was taken aback. He then remembered that the blacksmith had said, this dagger was made from the cutting blade of a manufacturing machine, so it was meant to cut alloy. Checking the blade of the dagger, Han Sen found absolutely no damage. *T. My broadsword. Han Sen suddenly realized that he had destroyed a weapon that could be sold for $1 million in the store and let out a scream. He had thought that the dagger might leave a mark on the broadsword, but didn't expect the dagger to be so sharp that it could cut off the broadsword. While banging his head with his hands in frustration, he heard the ringtone from his comlink and saw Zhang Danfeng's number on the screen. He answered the call. "Son, come to Twilight. I have a gift for you," said Zhang Danfeng excitedly. "What gift?" asked Han Sen. "You'll know when you get here." "See ya," replied Zhang Danfeng, keeping Han Sen in suspense. Han Sen changed his outfit and went to Twilight Tavern, which was a restaurant Zhang Danfeng often took him to. The dishes served here were delicious and the decoration was outstanding. When he arrived at the reserved private room, Han Sen was surprised to see Han Hao there as well. Han Hao saw him and looked very uncomfortable. Han Hao forced a smile and said hello. Han Sen smiled back at him and was then pulled aside by Zhang Danfeng. Being a private person, Han Sen thought it was quite alright if Han Hao didn't want to have any contact with him, and he had no hard feeling about it. Zhang Danfeng did not pay attention to any of these and asked Han Sen to sit on the sofa. Zhang summoned a white saber-toothed tiger beast soul which turned into a sharp knife in his hands. Showing a few tricks with the knife, he asked proudly, "Son, what do you think of my newly gained mutant beast soul?" One word, awesome. Hansen gave him a thumbs up. Hansen had wanted a mutant beast soul weapon for a while, but he had no luck with beast souls recently. "Old friend, now I have a new knife, so I want to give my old weapon to you, if you don't mind." Zhang Danfeng slipped Han Sen an alpha alloy broadsword. Han Sen was a bit surprised to see the broadsword, which was of the same style as the one he just cut off. This broadsword. Han Xian was touched. Zhang Danfeng was such a dear friend that he would just give away a weapon worth $1 million to him. Before Han San had time to say something, the door of the private room was pushed open and a fat woman draped in jewels squeezed herself in. "Son, I saw you when you came up here. You said you had important things to do when I asked you to go Mr. Who's banquet. So, this is what you call important? What do you expect to gain from hanging out with these lads?" Mr. Who has invited his son's friends, who are all young leaders on planet Roka. "You should make friends with them to succeed in the future." Han Yume threw a rampage at Han Hao, taking him out. "Mom, By the time Han Hao wanted to explain, he had been pulled out the room. "Stop it. The young master of Sunwood Mining, Lin Beifeng, is also here at the banquet. I heard that he is also in Steel Armor Shelter now. If you two can bond, you would do so great in the shelter," said Han Yume. Han Hao was a little depressed. He had come here to make things right with Han San and use his connections to enter Qin Xian's Steel Armor Gang. Han Yume's words had rendered that impossible. Han Hao thought that Han San was definitely sleeping with Qin Xian to get where he was. Or else how could he confront Luo Tianyang and be recruited into Bullseye? Although Han Hao was disgusted by a gigolo like his cousin, he wanted to use Han Sen's connections to enter Steel Armor Gang himself. That was why he didn't show up at the banquet and came to Zhang Danfeng's gathering instead. Surprisingly, Mr. Who's banquet was also held in this building, and Han Yume happened to see him. Hence he had no time to mend his relationship with Han San. "Never mind, the young master of Sunwood Mining, Lin Beifeng, happens to be in my shelter, and now he has come to Planet Roka for the banquet. This is indeed a great opportunity. I heard he is an upstart and spends money like water. It would be great if I could cozy up to him," thought Han Hao, as he straightened his clothing and followed Han Yume to the banquet hall. Chapter 59. Lucky dude. "Your aunt is outrageous." Zhang Danfeng was upset. "It does not matter. They are strangers to me," said Hansen casually. He then asked curiously, who is this Lin Beifeng she was talking about? Hansen also knew a guy named Lin Beifeng who had traveled through the mountains and ended up in Steel Armor Shelter. Hansen had even saved his life. Just one lucky dude. Zhang Danfeng started to tell Han San about Sunwood Mining. Sunwood Mining used to be a small company with several mines, and later they bought a garbage planet to deposit their waste, where they ended up finding a lot of precious minerals. Within 20 years, by selling the rare minerals they discovered on that planet, Sunwood Mining had become a prominent interplanetary mining group, the boss of which was Lin Beifeng's father. Lin Beifeng had just entered God's sanctuary and was already known for his generosity. Many were trying to make friends with him for that. Such good luck, Hansen sighed. Such is life. He must have outperformed billions of other sperms to be who he is. Zhang Danfeng smiled and said, "But Sunwood Mining has no facility here on planet Roka. What is he doing here?" In the banquet hall of the same building, the social elite were chatting and drinking, many of whom had already entered Second God's sanctuary in their 30s. However, the focus of the banquet was a 16-year-old teenager. If Hansen were here, he would recognize the teenager was Lin Beifeng, who he had saved. Lin Beifeng was entertaining all guests gracefully. From his good manners, no one would think he was nouveau riche, and several socialites were attracted by him. Han Yume and Han Hao had wanted to speak with Lin Beifeng, but they found no chance as there were too many people who were more powerful than them at the banquet, and everyone wanted to talk to Lin Beifeng. Naturally, they didn't dare to offend these people by cutting in. The banquet was over when Lin Beifeng was stepping outside the building. They finally found an opportunity and wanted to approach him. At the time, Han San and Zhang Danfeng also happened to come over. When they saw Han Hao, Zhang Danfeng wanted to greet him, so Han San had to follow. Before Zhang Danfeng could finish his sentence, Han Yume pushed him and Hansen aside and said harshly, "You two stay away from my son. Especially you, Hansen. You are already notorious in Steel Armor Shelter, so do not implicate your cousin. Don't even say you know him, or I will come after your family." Han Yume then walked toward Lin Beifeng with Han Hao. Zhang Danfeng was stunned and asked Hansen, "What? You and Han Hao are in the same shelter?" Hansen nodded. "Let's go to a quiet place and I'll explain to you." Having heard Han Yume's words, Hansen knew that Han Hao had told her about what had happened in Steel Armor Shelter. Han Yume and Han Hao finally managed to approach Lin Beifeng. As Lin Beifeng happened to be looking in their direction, Han Yume said hurriedly, "Mr. Lin, this is my son Han Hao. He's in the same shelter as you." Lin Beifeng acted as if he hadn't heard her and directly went past her and her son. Han Yume was dumbfounded and watched Lin Beifeng leaving. Lin Beifeng walked faster and faster toward Hansen and Zhang Danfeng, who were just leaving. He grabbed Hansen's arm and cried, "Son, I have finally found you. Brother, I've missed you." Lin Beifeng then gave Hansen a big hug. Both Han Yume and Han Hao were shocked. They had no idea how Lin Beifeng would know Hansen and call him brother. Hansen pushed Lin Beifeng away and frowned. "Why are you here?" Lin Beifeng wasn't offended at all and quickly offered cigarettes to Hansen and Zhang Danfeng. He said excitedly, "I came to look for you. I heard you live on planet Roka, so I came here." but I don't have your address, and it took me days to ask about it. Now I've met you. You must look out for me in the future. Han San saw everyone was looking this way and said to Lin Beifeng, let's not talk here. We can catch up later. Han Sen and Zhang Danfeng went out, and Lin Beifeng quickly followed them. Sen, my aircraft was parked outside. Let me give you a ride. Han Yume and Han Hao watched Lin Beifeng cheerfully following Han Sen around and couldn't believe him to be the elegant young master they saw at the banquet. Han Hao, it was indeed Han Sen who was talking to Mr. Lin? Han Yume still couldn't believe her eyes and asked Han Hao after they were out of the building. Han Hao clenched his teeth and said, yes, it's him. Why on earth did Mr. Lin know him and respect him like that? Asked Han Yume. Well, there is nothing remarkable about him. He's just a gigolo, using a woman's connections, putting his cousin down. Han Hao was green with envy. What? Didn't you say that he offended a powerful lady in steel armor shelter and was having a hard time? Asked Han Yume. If he weren't Qin Xian's boy toy, how would Mr. Lin know someone like him? Han Hao then bitterly recounted Han Sen's experience, adding his imagination here and there. No wonder he could come up with $2 million. A gigolo. I've always known he was a scourge, a disgrace to our name. Our ancestors would be so mad had they known, said Han Yume viciously. Filled with jealousy and hatred, the mother and son left the building. Seeing Lin Beifeng opening the door of the aircraft for Han San and Zhang Danfeng, their faces darkened further. Chapter 60. Golden Horn Shura. Han Sen made some brief explanation to Zhang Danfeng after he parted with Lin Beifeng. Han Sen understated everything and didn't say much about Han Hao, as he knew Zhang Danfeng wouldn't let Han Hao off easily had he told Zhang Danfeng what had really happened. Zhang Danfeng thought they were always good brothers and friends because they grew up together and certainly would not accept what Han Hao had done. Walking on the way to the Maglev train station, Han San was wondering what he should take with him to Dark Swamp. There were almost no human activities there, so he would definitely return with lots of prey. Even if it weren't for the Beast Soul Arrow, Han San would still want to go there. He now had Sacred Blood Beast Soul Wings, and the swamp that might be dangerous to others was easy for him. Han San suddenly heard a glitch sound, and all the lights started flashing. Surprised, he looked up and saw a meteor-like fireball quickly falling from the sky toward his direction. Warning! Warning! Unidentified flying object detected. Bang! After the alarm of the planet's defense system sounded for a few times, the fireball hit a tall building followed by an explosion. It turned dark as the electricity was out. Even the earth seemed to have shaken a bit. Han Sen looked up to the collapsed building and saw a strange spherical aircraft crashed into the building with half of its body sticking out, surrounded by burning flames and thick smoke. People were screaming, crying, and running around. This area was a school district, and the building hit was a school's main building. Those running from the building were mostly students about 10 years old. Because it was a public school in the integrated compulsory education system, it was not equipped with a good security system. After the explosion, there was no immediate response. The electricity had been cut off for some reason, and the automatic fire protection system was also paralyzed. In the dark, people could only see the fire at the impact site. Hen Seon saw the appearance of the aircraft and suddenly clenched his fists. He had seen aircrafts like this one before. A spherical aircraft was beyond current human technologies and could only be produced by the only enemy of mankind in the interstellar era, Shuras. Shura was the name given to them by mankind, and their true name could only be described in their own language. Shuras looked like men except that their males had one horn on their head, and their females had two. Both Shura males and females wore masks from childhood. Their masks and horns symbolized their identity. Human beings had fought them for centuries in the space. In the beginning, because both Shura's physique and technology were superior, men kept losing in the battles against them. About 200 years ago, mankind discovered God's sanctuary and started to gain geno points in this other world, so humans' physique had been greatly improved. Gradually, humans were able to hold the line and face off Shuras. Planet Roka was a commercial planet and was nowhere near the war zone. Hansen felt incredible to see a Shura aircraft here. He grew up on Planet Roka and had only seen Shuras and Shura aircrafts on the news and Skynet. When Han San was staring at the aircraft, he saw a 7-year-old girl who was hung on the collapsed building with her clothes caught on a steel bar sticking out from the building. She tried to climb back into the building by grabbing the steel bar, but she was not strong enough. Struggling, her clothes caught on the steel bar were about to tear. Face covered in tears and hands covered with dust and blood, she was almost desperate. Even if she could get inside the building, there was fire anywhere, and there was no way she could survive. The little girl gradually lost her strength and her clothes was slowly tearing. From such a height, even an adult who had max mutant geno points would fall to death, not to mention a kid. Bam! Next to the little girl, the door of the Shura aircraft suddenly opened and out came a Shura with a single golden horn on his head and a white mask that covered all his face but his eyes. The Shura was in a broken suit of alloy armor and bleeding dark green blood all over. The blood of Shura was different from that of human and was as green as bile, which was another way to tell if someone was Shura. Han San was shocked by the look of this Shura. The decors and materials of the Shura masks had a lot of meanings behind them, but Han San didn't really know much about that. However, just by the look of his golden horn, Han San knew this Shura was not ordinary. Shura's horns were their most prominent symbol of identity. Their horns were in 4 colors: black, white, gold, and purple. The black-horned were civilians, the white-horned were elites, The golden horned were aristocrats, and the purple horned were royalties. From this random aircraft had walked out a Shura aristocrat, which surprised Hansen. The Shura held in his hands a black katana. The Shuras all had great physiques. Any adult Shura could match a human evolver in a hand-to-hand fight. Stronger Shuras could even reach the level of surpassers. The Shura came out from the aircraft and saw a little girl crying. With a cruel gleam in his eyes, he raised his katana and slashed it toward the little girl's head. Hansen summoned the Black Beetle, Bloody Slayer, and Purple Winged Dragon all at once and turned himself into a giant winged centaur covered in golden armor, and even his wings were covered in golden armor. Boom! The huge wings brought him to the middle of the building almost instantaneously. Taking the girl with one hand, Hansen grabbed the blade of the Shura's katana with his other hand. Blood suddenly flowed out along the blade. Chapter 61. Why not dodge? Fang Mingquan had been very depressed recently. As a reporter, he had been in charge of a program about God's Sanctuary on Skynet. Although it was not super popular, the program was gaining momentum and he was considered a minor celebrity. Because of a decision made by the management, he was transferred to a remote planet, Roka. His job was so-called new market development, which actually meant that he was pushed out because he was in the way of others. As Fang Mingquan understood, now his program belonged to a recent graduate who was related to a board member. Knowing nothing, the kid had screwed the show up and many loyal audience were asking to transfer Fang Mingquan back, which didn't change anything. Fang Mingquan knew clearly that he could never go back. Planet Roka had very few resources and was far away from the economic center, so there was really no breaking news to be covered. For the few months he had been here, Fang Mingquan were wasting his time doing interviews of minor celebrities who thought too highly of themselves, which completely disgusted him. How can I leave this *T-hole? Fang Mingquan was wandering aimlessly in the street, holding a small metal jug and sipping liquor from it from time to time. Although he was upset, Fang Mingquan still kept looking around out of professional habits. Suddenly, darkness fell, and there was a huge explosion and fires. As a good journalist, Fang Mingquan turned on his recording device. A Shura aircraft. Fang Mingquan saw the aircraft, and his heart started pounding. He hurried off to the nearest high-rise as he kept shooting with the recording device. Soon, Fang Mingquan noticed the little girl as well. When he saw the golden horned Shura coming out the aircraft, he was thrilled and worried at the same time. He was thrilled because this was a great opportunity for him. A Shura aircraft falling on planet Roka was such a rare incident. Plus, the Shura in it was an aristocrat. This was the golden ticket for him to become a more famous reporter. But at the same time, Fang Mingquan was also worried about the fate of the little girl. As a professional journalist, regardless of his urge to yell, "Help!" Fang Mingquan stayed quiet and just recorded and uploaded everything faithfully. However, when seeing the Shura slashing his katana at her, Fang Mingquan saw her frightened little face and could not help but cried, "Someone save her!" But no one could respond to that. The rescue team had not arrived, and even if someone had an aircraft, it would be hard to park it on such height. Boom! A pair of golden wings cut into the frame and a majestic figure took the little girl into his arm, his other hand catching the blade of the Shura. Blood dropped down from the katana, and Fang Mingquan felt as if his heart had stopped. Someone rescued the child? Fang Mingquan burst out a cry. Hansen was shocked when he caught the blade of the katana. His sacred blood armor couldn't even block the sharp katana and his palm was still cut. Although the cut wasn't deep, he realized this Shura was a tough opponent. Hansen flew back several yards flapping his wings, holding the little girl in one arm. He suddenly felt a chill from behind and quickly turned around. The Shura was raising his katana and was about to cut it at Hansen. Hansen gritted his teeth and span around in the air, barely escaping the Shura's attack. The Shura jumped up and stepped on the wall, throwing himself at Hansen. Does he have some genes from a flea? Hansen thought and flew to a building nearby, broke a window and put the little girl inside. Hansen took a look inside the room and found it to be a classroom with dozens of children inside, shivering in the corner. Damn! Before Hansen could figure out a solution, the Shura was already in his face with the katana in hand, hatching it down at Hansen. Hansen could dodge this attack, but when he was ready to move, he suddenly froze. Behind him was the classroom full of children. If he dodged, the Shura would enter the classroom. The Shura was on a human planet, and there was no way he could survive here with so many enemies around him. He would choose to kill as many as he could before he were to die. By no means would Hansen let him enter the classroom. Facing the katana, Hansen only leaned to his side to protect his vital organs, while throwing a punch toward the Shura's face. The Shura was slightly surprised, as he did not expect Hansen to stay where he was. Although the Shura didn't put all his strength into this attack, his katana still cut through the sacred blood armor into Hansen's shoulder, making a squeaking sound when its blade met the bone. At the same time, Hansen's fist also hit the Shura in the face, forcing him to bend his body backwards. The material of the Shura's mask was made of extreme tough material and did not crack at Hansen's punch. The Shura caught the alloy framework in the wall with his toes and swung back to reach for the katana stuck in Hansen's shoulder. Not wanting to give his katana back, Hansen blocked his palm with one hand and punched at the Shura's throat with the other hand. The Shura returned a punch at Hansen's chest, and soon it became a fist fight. In a short while, Hansen started spitting up blood. Why didn't he dodge? Since he could fly, he could have dodged the attacks. wondered Fong Mingquan, sharing his thought were the audience watching Fong Mingquan's webcasting. Chapter 62. Golden Meteor. Fong Mingquan's new program didn't have much popularity yet, but there were still some old fans who had followed him here. Seeing the webcasting was on, many of them had chosen to watch. When they saw the Shura was to kill the little girl, they were all praying that someone could save her. And when Han-sen showed up, they were all thrilled. However, what they didn't understand was why Han-sen didn't choose to dodge the katana and thus lost his advantage. He could have dodged as he could fly. Fong Mingquan suddenly realized something and focused the lens behind Han's senator. Everyone suddenly saw that the room was a classroom with dozens of shivering children in it. Fong Mingquan and the audience had thus realized why Han-sen didn't dodge. If he had dodged, the Shura would have entered the classroom and caused unimaginable damage. Although the Shura was stopped outside the classroom, Han-sen had been severely injured in the shoulder and were still bleeding, which rendered him the losing side. But this was an adult Shura with a golden horn. Even if he hadn't practiced any skills yet, his physique would be as strong as an evolver, if not stronger. Dollar, it's Dollar. The audience recognized him and left many comments under, reminding more people that it was Dollar. Fong Mingquan had long recognized Dollar. After all, he was working in journalism. The video of Han-sen passing the robot channel was such a hit that he had watched it as well. Because he had watched the video, he knew that Han-sen was still unevolved while his opponent could at least reach the level of an evolver, so this was not a fair fight. So were the audience aware of this? This is not good. Dollar has not become an evolver yet. Could he stop the Golden Horn Shura? Dollar, hold on. Damn, why am I not there? I would love to help him kill the Shura. Bang. Han-sen took another hit in the face. Although he was armored, his head was still ringing and his eyes even went blind for a second. Feeling a churning in the chest, he spilled up another mouthful of blood. Han-sen was very clear that he was far weaker than the Shura even after he had shapeshifted into the Blood Slayer. If the Shura hadn't already been hurt badly, Han-sen probably couldn't last this long at all. Fortunately, he had been practicing Jade Skin for a long time and had gained lots of Geno points, which allowed him to fight until now. Bang bang. Each time Han-sen punched at the Shura, he could only force the Shura to bend backward, while when the Shura punched at him, he would definitely bleed. But Han-sen knew that he could not step back. Seeing the malice in the Shura's eyes, Han-sen knew he had been eyeing the children in the classroom. Using his majestic body to block the window, Han-sen was hit in the head several times. He suddenly lost control of his body and leaned his shoulder toward the Shura, which allowed the Shura to pull out his katana from Han-sen's shoulder. Blood was splashing as the black blade was pulled out. Die! The Shura scowled as he hacked at Han-sen, both hands on the katana and eyes bloodshot. It was a gut-wrenching scene for Fong Mingquan and the audience to watch. The tender-hearted ones could not even bear to watch. Step back. You have tried. No one will blame you. Some even said, as they could not bear to see Han-sen killed by the Shura. But with a gleam in his eye, Han-sen moved forward instead of backward when the katana fell, and threw himself at the Shura. Although the katana had hit Han-sen on the head, as the distance was shortened and the Shura's body had bounced off in the middle of his hacking, the speed of the katana was not high, and it only broke Han-sen's helmet and left a shallow wound on Han-sen's scalp. Without a pause, Han-sen flapped his wings and moved behind the Shura. He locked the Shura with his own body in the air so that the Shura could make no moves. Ghost Haunt had worked wonders. Han-sen was able to lock down the Shura who had much greater strength than himself, as he knew his shape-shifting time was almost up and his body would probably suffer permanent damage if he went over the time limit. Han-sen tumbled upside down with the Shura locked between his arms and jumped, speeding up toward the ground with his wings moving. You are crazy, cried the Shura, with horror in his voice. At this moment, everyone seeing this was stunned, and the comments online had stopped. Fong Mingquan's lens followed the golden meteor falling rapidly toward the ground. Because other buildings had blocked the view, the golden meteor disappeared at the 6th floor of the building. All that could be heard was a bang, followed by silence. After a long time, a new comment appeared. Dollar? Then there was a burst of comments, which were posted so fast that the words became a blur. Not in the mood to check the comments, Fong Mingquan desperately ran to the spot that Han-sen was falling to. He could vow that this was the fastest he had ever run in his life. When Fong Mingquan got there was already a crowd. The Shura was on the floor with his limbs twisted, and there were even spider cracking on the pavement made of high-tech materials. But he did not find the majestic golden figure here. Dollar did not die. Where did he go? As the comments were posted under the webcasting, Fong Mingquan looked around and asked people nearby, and no one had seen Dollar. The spot was in an alley, and no one was here before they fell. Chapter 63. Angel Dollar. Fong Mingquan didn't find Dollar and stopped looking. He returned to his studio in excitement and started to edit the footage he took. My future's on this video. Fong Mingquan stayed up all night editing the footage. This was definitely an exclusive headliner. With the webcasting last night, word would get out and the edited video was sure to go viral. It was the desire for success and the admiration for Dollar that drove him to edit the video so fast. Fong Mingquan thought that this must be his best work since he first became a journalist many years ago. On the Skynet, Fong Mingquan saw a lot of messages asking him about the webcasting yesterday. At that time, power was out and no monitoring camera was working. There were some individuals who tried to film the incident, but their work was either from a bad angle or too blurred, and could not be compared to his professional work. Fong Mingquan took a deep breath, named the video, The One and Only $R Angel, and then clicked Upload. After uploading it, Fong Mingquan didn't look at the screen anymore but sat down and lit a cigarette. He kept smoking and remained silent. Fong Mingquan did not even dare to look at his watch, as he was afraid to know the time, which was the most important thing in journalism. He knew very well that when the video was uploaded, his comlink would ring, but how successful his video was would depend on how long it took for the comlink to ring. If it takes half an hour, then it means it's phenomenal. If it takes 1 hour, then it's probably just SOSO. If it takes more than 1.5 hours. Fong Mingquan heard a ringtone when he was still counting. Fong Mingquan suddenly rose to his feet and stared at his comlink on the desk. A familiar number was flashing on its screen. 8 minutes and 43 seconds. Fong Mingquan clenched his fists and teeth excitedly, crumpling the cigarette case in his hand. Fong Mingquan only started to relax after 3 minutes. Ignoring the ringing comlink, he lay on the couch and watched it ring as he smoked. He enjoyed this feeling, for only at times like this did he feel alive. The one and only $R Angel didn't have voiceover and was less than 3 minutes long. It started with the little girl when she was about to fall. Her frightened face with tears, her widened eyes, and her blood-stained little hands grabbed people's attention from the beginning. The next moment, when people were still worried about the danger facing the little girl, out from the aircraft walked not her savior but death itself. When the Shura wielded his katana at the little girl, no one could sustain their anger and despair. Suddenly, a golden figure appeared in the scene. The huge golden wings looked like they belonged to an angel. When the little girl was taken into his strong arm covered in golden armor and the katana was stopped by him, everyone was overjoyed, their eyes welling up with tears. The following scenes were carefully edited. The Shura and Han San exchanged some blows and Han San broke a window so he could carry the girl into a room. The Shura was attacking Han San frantically, but the latter did not dodge or run back. Fong Mingquan inserted the scene of dozens of students shivering in the classroom here so that everyone would understand why Han San had chosen to stay there. Fong Mingquan refined the fighting scenes and highlighted Han San's selflessness and bravery. He also edited out the less impressive scenes. While in fact Han San was miserable and much weaker than the Shura, in the video it looked like it was just a tough luck loss. The final scene was the suicidal fall. The entire video was very smooth, with the passionate background music added by Fong Mingquan. All the viewers wanted to fight the Shura themselves, even if it meant risking their lives. And the female viewers were covered in tears after watching the video. This video really went viral. In just a few hours, the entire alliance knew about it. And the hits had climbed up to a few hundred million. A strong and cruel Shura aristocrat, a golden angel, and the little faces that were full of fear all formed a story that moved every viewer in less than 3 minutes. Dollar's name was famous now in the entire alliance, as this video was far more popular than the video of Robot Channel, which did have its limitations. Men and women, young and old, everyone was spellbound by this video, and Dollar had become a bigger hit than the 10 chosen this year. This kid has some guts, just like me when I was his age. #K Shuras. Poor children, they are lucky, because there's an angel guarding them. Dollar, you are my one and only. Dollar, you are my angel. More people were concerned about Dollar's life and death, because the video did not include the result and ended with a bang from the fall. Everyone was concerned whether Dollar and the Shura had both died, but Fong Mingquan did not plan to publish that, as other reporters must have written about it already, and it would not make a difference whether he wrote about it. In the meantime, the hero was also watching this video edited by Fong Mingquan. Chapter 64. Shura's martial art. That's really me? Hansen couldn't believe he looked so good. The way the video was edited made him blush a little. At that time, he was only doing what he could to help the children out. Although the fall in the end looked tragic, he was in fact able to kick the Shura off him and fly away when they were about to hit the ground. It was not quite as risky as it looked. The Shura was already badly injured and had died from the fall. Hansen knew that he just got lucky. If the Shura hadn't already suffered severe injuries, Hansen would probably have fled or died. Moving his body around, it still hurt so much that Hansen had a hard time breathing. He didn't dare to go to the hospital, but luckily it wasn't too bad, for none of his vital organ was hurt. Having taken some medicine, he was recovering slowly but steadily. Hansen had gained something from it as well. The katana belonging to the Shura was taken home by Hansen, which was so much better than the weapons made by human. Shuras were much more advanced in making alloy weapons than human. Hansen had heard since a long time ago that Shura's katanas were awesome. Even the Blackhorn Shuras used better katanas than Z-steel weapons. Now what Hansen had was a katana from a golden horn Shura, which should be the best of the best. There was simply no product of the same level as this katana. Hansen wielded the katana and felt that it was frighteningly sharp, as it felt as if it could break the air. Hansen no longer dared to try the katana out with any weapon, for he knew the katana was probably even sharper than his Z-steel dagger. The video was so widespread that Hansen was also worried that people might recognize the katana and thus himself to be Dollar. So he had decided to make some changes to the katana, which were mainly to change its color. He spray painted the katana in a golden color, so it looked as if it were made of brass. He also ordered a cheap but flamboyant sheath on the Skynet, so no one could tell it was a Shura katana when it was in the sheath. In fact, Hansen did not intend to use it in front of others. These were just precautions he took. Hansen had also wanted to replace the hilt of the katana to make it even less recognizable, but was unable to remove the hilt. However, He found a bead embedded in the hilt and took it out. To his surprise, the bead was hollow. Inside the bead, there turned out to be a small memory chip. Han-san inserted the chip into his device, trying to figure out what was stored there. What he didn't expect was that there was a Shura's martial art recorded in the chip, which was called Bladestorm. The description said it was the top secret of a Shura aristocratic family. Can a human learn Shura's martial arts? Wondered Han Senator after reviewing Bladestorm. He was convinced that he could learn it as long as his physical fitness level was high enough. Han Seon started to try and practice Bladestorm and didn't encounter too much obstruction, which meant his physique had reached the prerequisite of Bladestorm. Bladestorm sounded like weapon skills, but it could also be used without any weapon. The key was to fully explore the potentials of one's body in order to launch swift and powerful strikes. If one became skilled in Bladestorm, one could launch those strikes with any part of one's body. Hansen hadn't recovered at the moment anyway, so he didn't go back to God's sanctuary and stayed home practicing Bladestorm. Lin Beifeng was the only one who called daily to check when he would go back to Steel Armor Shelter and start a hunt. Qin Xian thought he was just hiding from Son of Heaven, so she didn't call. Han San checked his ringing comlink, and it was Lin Beifeng again. He hesitated before picking up. Sen, how come you are still not in God's sanctuary? I've been waiting for you, lamented Lin Beifeng. Han Sen didn't even turn the video chat on because he was depressed enough just by listening to Lin's voice. I will not hide from you. The truth is that I am recently preparing for a big campaign, Han Sen said mysteriously. What kind of campaign do you have in mind? Count me in, said Lin Beifeng eagerly. I won't disclose the details now, but at least we'll be able to hunt mutant creatures. Han Sen was telling the truth. He was planning to go into Dark Swamp as soon as he recovered. He couldn't guarantee sacred blood creatures, but there would surely be mutant creatures. Sen, you must count me in, said Lin Beifeng hurriedly. I'm working with others on this, so the team members are fixed and I cannot add anyone in. Han San kept Lin Beifeng in suspense before he continued. But I'm short of money recently, and if you can provide me with some Z-Steel arrows with 5% Z-Steel, I will send you part of my share of the praise, and it won't be less than an entire mutant creature. Excellent. I'll send you those arrows right now, replied Lin Beifeng without demur. Hang on. I'm busy at the moment. Just have the arrows ready, and I'll contact you when I'm ready, said Han Sen. It's a deal then. Don't eat your own words. Lin Beifeng still felt insecure. You can rest assured that you will get your share. Han Sen had been concerned where he could get some nice arrows. Now that Lin Beifeng was willing to sponsor him, he was all set. It was mutually beneficial as well. He would give Lin some mutant creature meat when he came back. In the worst-case scenario, if he couldn't hunt anything, he could still evolve any creature into a mutant one using the black crystal in a few days and pay Lin with that. Han Sen rested at home for a dozen days before he fully recovered. While he was resting, he did nothing other than practicing Jadeskin and Bladestorm. Eventually, he could start to use Bladestorm. Chapter 65. Blackhawk Military Academy. Before Han San teleported to God's Sanctuary, Qin Xian called to ask him to go to the teleport station. When Han Sun came to station, Yang Manli gave him a cold stare and brought him to the office of Qin Xian. Qin Xian was taking care of some business when he came in, so Han San had to sit aside and wait. After dealing with everything on hand, Qin Xian looked at Han San and said, I plan to recommend you to Blackhawk Military Academy. Recommend me to Blackhawk Military Academy? Han San wasn't sure what she meant, as one could apply to military schools oneself and take the exam. No recommendation needed. Qin Xian knew what he was thinking and went on. Blackhawk Military Academy has special quotas every year for those specialized in archery. But even the specially recruited students must pass the entrance exam and fulfill certain requirements. You are good at archery, so it's alright if you are lacking in fitness. That's why I plan to recommend you. Entering military school at an early stage and going through formal training will do you good. Han Sen was wondering what to say to decline Qin Xian. On the one hand, he wasn't really interested in going to military schools. On the other hand, he had to leave Planet Roka if he was admitted to Blackhawk, and he couldn't leave his mother and sister behind. But Han Sen found Qin Xian was very enthusiastic to get him into a military school. If he didn't give her a reasonable explanation, she probably wouldn't let go of the matter. Also, she meant well, so Han San also felt obliged to give her an explanation. Station Master, you are too kind, but I already have an ideal military school in mind, and I'm afraid I have to let you down. Han San frowned. Oh? Which military school do you have in mind? Asked Qin Xian curiously, surprised by his sudden motivation. I want to apply to Roka Military School, replied Han San, sticking out his chest. Qin Xian and Yang Manli both looked at him as if he were an idiot. Yang Manli said grimly, Blackhawk is in top 50 in the Alliance, and you are comparing it to Roka Military School, which is not even among top 1,000? Qin Xian advised, Han Sen, you should really think about it. Roka Military School is no match to Blackhawk whether in faculty or facilities. You can't even practice operating warframes and warships in Roka Military School, and you won't have good coaches in martial arts. If you graduate from Roka Military School, you won't have a bright future in the army. Why would you want to do that? Han San smiled wryly. He could not tell Qin Xian that he would like to enter Roka Military School just because it was close to home. Yang Manli said, you were not qualified to be recommended by the station master, but she broke the rules for you because she saw something in you. You need to think carefully. Ready to reply her, Han Sen heard a knock on the door. Station master, your data analysis is ready. Great, send it over. Qin Xian turned on a smart device and a video was displayed. Han Sen took a look and was slightly surprised, as the video was his fight with the Golden Horn Shura. It was not, however, the edited version, but Fang Mingquan's original footage. A comprehensive data analysis was made and each movement of Dollar and the Shura was accompanied with detailed real-time combat stats including the agility, punching speed, critical strike and damage. There was also the scene of the dead Shura in the end. When the display was over, Qin Xian asked Yang Manli, "What do you think of Dollar?" "Stupid," was Yang Manli's reply. Han Sen, who was secretly proud and ready for Yang Manli's compliments, almost choked on his own saliva. "Please explain." Qin Xian did not seem to be surprised. Yang Manli said, "Dollar's strength and speed are very good. Although we do not know his exact fitness rating, he is definitely among the top in First God's Sanctuary when he shapeshifts. However, his strength and speed are still much weaker than the Shura. We could even estimate that he would have died 1,000,000 times if the Shura weren't badly injured already." Qin Xian nodded, agreeing with Yang Manli. Yang Manli continued, "Dollar's wings look like advanced flying beast soul. Judging from his speed, it's very likely a sacred blood beast soul. With such a flying beast soul, a fleet-footed shapeshifting beast soul, and great speed, he is the ideal archer. He should shoot arrows from afar instead of engaging himself in a stupid fist fight." Qin Xian smiled, "You were right. But it was an emergency, and it looked like Dollar wasn't good at archery. He has never used bow and arrows before and has always been fighting head-on, the complete opposite of this one." Yang Manli knew Qin Xian was referring to Han Sen and said, "If Dollar can become an archer, he will be the best archer in First God's Sanctuary. His moving and flying speed will help him maintain his distance from the enemy, and his strength will allow him to shoot fast and powerful arrows. That's why he would be perfect." Yang Manli did not mention Han Sen at all. Apparently, she doesn't think Han Sen could even be compared to Dollar. Moreover, Yang Manli might think Dollar's way of fighting was somewhat stupid, but it didn't change the fact that he was a respectable man, unlike Han Sen, who was a coward with some talent. Qin Xian sighed, "Unfortunately, there was a blackout in the area because of the damage caused by the Shura aircraft, so we didn't get anything that can reveal the identity of Dollar. Although we have Dollar's blood sample, everyone's genes are changing rapidly these days as they gain geno points. So, by comparing the DNA in the sample and in our database, it's almost impossible to find out who he is. He has appeared on planet Roka twice. Maybe it's not a coincidence." Yang Manli thought about it and suggested, "I have checked the population on planet Roka, and there isn't anyone that fits the profile. Roka is just a 5th-tier commercial planet. It's highly unlikely that someone like Dollar lives there, even less likely than winning the lottery." Qin Xian shook her head. Han Sen was secretly relieved that the two did not associate the unambitious Han Sen with Dollar at all. He was afraid that the wings might remind them of the purple-winged dragon, but his caution proved to be unnecessary. The beast soul wings didn't look the same as the dragon's wings, and they were also covered in the black beetle armor, so it was difficult to associate the two together. Chapter 66. Ghost-Toothed Snake King. Qin Xian asked Han Sen to give Blackhawk more thoughts, as he would benefit a lot from such experience. Han Sen left Qin Xian's office thinking to himself, "Qin Xian is really kind, but how can I leave Mother and Yin now? Before I turn 20 when I have to serve, I need to constantly go home and take care of them. In the meantime, I must earn enough money so that when I'm off to the army, they could live a good life without care." After he got home, Han Sen contacted Lin Beifeng and asked him to send the Z-Steel arrows over. He wanted to go to Dark Swamp as soon as tomorrow. After all, improving his own physique was his priority. Yang Manli was right about the fact that the beast souls he owned now would make him a great archer. And right now, what he lacked most was a good beast soul arrow. "Sen, I have 10 sniper arrows with 5% Z-Steel. Please take them." Lin Beifeng put a box of 10 sniper arrows in front of Han Sen. "I'll take 2 and I'll give them back to you if I'm able to retrieve them," Han Sen said. "Take them all. You can give me a bigger share of mutant creature meat in return. It would be even better if there is sacred blood meat." Lin Beifeng smiled and said, "Don't be greedy. All I can spare is probably 1 mutant creature. You can take the rest of the arrows back." Han Sen took out 2 arrows and pushed the rest back in front of Lin Beifeng. "Son, just take them all. You can give them back after. These arrows are nothing to me. Don't you know what business my family does?" Lin Beifeng insisted, offering Han Sen the arrows again. "Your family owns Z-Steel mines?" Han Sen looked at Lin Beifeng, surprised. Lin Beifeng shook his head. "We do not have Z-Steel mines. But we do have some collaboration with groups that produce Z-Steel alloy. We have a mine of a rare mineral, which is a must to increase the percentage of Z-Steel to 7 or above. This mineral is very expensive, and those groups are always in demand of it. So they sell me Z-Steel weapons at production cost. These didn't cost me much, and feel free to let me know if you need anything in the future." "You rock." Han Sen gave Lin a thumbs up. Lin Beifeng shook his head and said, "In fact, Z-Steel alloy is great for large-scale military use, but too heavy for individuals. For example, Z-Steel armor has great defense, but its weight affects one's speed and endurance. Compared with beast souls, it's not that practical. If future technology can raise the Z-Steel content to more than 50%, the weight can be reduced a lot." "Sin, would you talk to your friends and let me join you? I could provide them with Z-Steel supplies," Lin Beifeng asked. "Unfortunately, there's nothing I can do." Han Sen smiled at Lin Beifeng. "In fact, you are so rich that you can set up your own team and march into the mountains. Mutant creatures would be easy to come by then. Lin Beifeng smiled wryly. I have tried, but it is not as easy in steel armor shelter as in my previous shelter. Qin Xian's military force is stable and no one could challenge that. Those who can be bought with money are in Son of Heaven's gang already. Although I am rich, I don't dare to provoke a monster like Starry Group. The rest of talents are all controlled by Fist Guy. So, there is no talented freelancer at all. I basically have nowhere to spend my money. Han Sen nodded. He also felt deeply about this. When he was isolated by both Son of Heaven and Qin Xian, he almost had no way to survive in steel armor shelter. Han Sen teleported into steel armor shelter and sneaked out in the middle of the night, so that Son of Heaven's gang wouldn't notice him. Carrying his supplies, Han Sen picked up the paths less trodden and marched toward Dark Swamp. Others saw the swamp as hell, but it was paradise to Han Sen, who had the beast soul of Purple Winged Dragon. Without any surprise or risk on the way, Han Sen successfully entered Dark Swamp. He saw no one near the swamp, let alone in the swamp. Han Sen took no risk and found a spot with absolutely nobody there before he summoned the Black Beetle and Purple Winged Dragon beast soul. Wearing his purple wings and golden armor, Han Sen checked his equipment again and flew toward Dark Swamp. The environment of Dark Swamp was similar to the poster's description. There were indeed very few flying creatures. Occasionally he saw a few carrion birds, for which he didn't even use arrows. If any bird dared to get close, he would cut them into two halves with the Shura katana. There were many poisonous beasts and insects in the swamp. Having flown less than a day, Han Sen saw a mutant creature. It was a scary-looking three-footed toad the size of a truck crouching in the mud, covered in lumps and exuding green gas. Han Sen was not interested in it at all. Even if he killed this thing, it was too huge for him to carry its meat out, and it would take him months to finish eating the meat, which was not worth it for a few mutant geno points. This is indeed a paradise. After flying for more than 2 hours, Han Sen saw another mutant creature. Surrounded by a group of black and white snakes, a blood-red snake king was swimming in the reeds. Han Sen did not approach it, but hovered in the air, flapping his enormous wings. The snakes did not notice his presence at all. Pulling out a sniper arrow from the quiver, Han Sen put a thread into the hole on the knock, knocked the arrow and aimed at the foot-long snake king. Suddenly, Han Sen narrowed his eyes and the sniper arrow flew across like a lightning bolt. The blood-red snake king was just opening its mouth, about to swallow a mouse-like creature. Just when it opened its mouth, a black shadow disappeared there and went into its stomach, piercing its belly. The snake king suddenly twisted its body in agony, hissing desperately. The black and white snake surrounding it all went crazy, but could not find where the enemy was. The snake king bleeded heavily through its pierced belly and stopped struggling after a while. Mutant ghost-toothed snake king killed. No beast soul gained. Eat its meat to gain 0 to 10 mutant geno points randomly. The wonderful voice sounded in Han Sen's mind. He excitedly pulled the thread and dragged the body of the ghost-toothed snake king up in the air. That thread was not much thicker than a hair, but as a high-tech product, it was very strong and could bear more than a ton. This ghost-toothed snake king weighed just dozens of pounds, and he easily pulled it up. Chapter 67. Mutant Sawfish. Han Sen found a safe spot, picked up some branches and made a fire. Boiling a pot of water, he threw some pieces of snake king meat into the water and cooked slowly. The snake was not too big. After thoroughly boiled, there were only about 2 bowls of soup left. Han Sen poured them out from the pot and gobbled the meat up. Ghost-toothed snake king meat eaten. 1 mutant geno point gained. After drinking the soup, Han Sen got another mutant geno point. Han Sen dried the rest of the snake meat and made it into meat jerkies to bring along with him. Although the snake wasn't too large, he couldn't finish it at once, so it became his field rations. Meow. Meowth was gnawing at a piece of snake meat jerkies, which wasn't quite enough for the cat, as the cat meowed at Han Sen again after finishing it, rubbing its fluffy body against him. Han Sen took Meowth back. Its insatiable appetite would make it gorge on an entire snake. Continuing to fly inside the swamp, looking at the various poisonous beasts and insects below, Han Sen felt more and more excited. The place was full of treasures. It was usually easy to find mutant creatures where human could not reach. Han Sen had seen 3 mutant creatures in 2 days. Aside from the Snake King, the other 2 creatures were both too large, so he didn't hunt them. Except for the necessary rest time, Han Sen kept traveling. His destination was the forest where mutant black stingers lived. Another 2 days had passed and Han Sen didn't have good luck. All he saw was a mutant creature that looked like a crocodile, but that guy was more than 10 yards long and very strong. Han Sen didn't bother and flew past it. On the 5th day since Han Sen entered Dark Swamp, he finally got lucky. In a not-so-large lake, the water was so clear that the bottom of the lake can be seen in the sun. The lake was only about 3 to 6 feet deep. In the lake, Han Sen saw groups of big silver fish, each about a foot long, with a jagged dorsal fin stretching from head to tail. And among the groups of silver fish, there were occasionally 1 or 2 golden fish of the same size, flashing their golden scales in the sun. Han Sen was so excited that he almost jumped up. There were 7 or 8 golden fish in the lake, and they were all mutant creatures. Haha, Dark Swamp is truly my paradise. Han Sen took Doomsday off his back, knocked a sniper arrow, and shot it at a golden fish in the water. The sniper arrow was shot into the water on the back of the golden fish. With a clank, the arrow slipped aside, leaving only a white mark on the golden scale, which wasn't even pierced. Han-san quickly pulled the sniper arrow back with the thread he attached to it. The golden fish that was under attack madly scurried in the lake. Failing to find the enemy, it knocked several silver fish dead. The jagged dorsal fin on its back was so sharp that it could probably cut steel. Han-san frowned as he didn't expect that even arrows with 5% Z steel couldn't pierce the scales of the golden fish. Considering the size of the golden fish, Han-san could certainly eat an entire fish per day. With so many fish here, it was the perfect opportunity to increase his mutant geno points. I need a good arrow, a beast soul arrow. Han-san was upset. If he had a beast soul arrow now, he could shoot all these golden fish dead in a short while. Han-san hovered above the lake and carefully observed these golden fish. After a while, his eyes lit up. He flew away to cut off a long branch and stirred it in the water. The alarmed silver and golden fish started to swim in all directions swiftly. Han-san was thrilled. Because their dorsal fin was too stiff, these fish could hardly bend their bodies. Therefore, although their speed was high, they could hardly change their directions or jump. Han-san was thrilled as he could now approach the lake and didn't need to worry about being attacked by the fish. Z-steel arrows could not hurt the fish, but he had a katana that was sharper than Z-steel arrows. If he was close enough to a fish, he could probably kill it with the katana. The katana was, after all, 4 feet long and considered a short weapon. Hence Han-san cut off a 6 feet long branch as thick as his arm and fixed the shura katana to one end of the branch, making a long spear. Han-san hovered closely to the surface of the lake and observed for a long time. When a golden fish swam up to the surface, Han-san swiftly poked the katana down like how a fisherman would spear a fish. The katana cut through the scales of the golden fish into its body. Han-san was overjoyed. He pulled the katana back and flew back up in the sky. After all, the katana was fixed on a branch. If he continued to fight with the golden fish, the brittle branch might break, and he didn't want the katana to fall into the lake. The injured golden fish scurried madly in the water, hurting numerous silver fish in its way. Soon, it lost its strength and floated to the surface upside down. Mutant sawfish killed. No beast soul gained. Eat its meat to gain 0 to 10 mutant geno points randomly. Han-san took out the dead fish and was so happy that he almost moaned out loud. He decided to strike while the iron is hot and used the same method to hunt 3 more mutant sawfish before the sun went down. Haha, 4 mutant creatures in one day. This is my blessed land. Han-san found a safe place by the lake and cut off all the meat from the mutant sawfish. He cooked some and used salt to preserve the rest. Mutant sawfish meat eaten. 1 mutant geno point gained. Mutant sawfish meat eaten. 1 mutant geno point gained. Delicious fish in his mouth and wonderful news in his ear. Han-san felt over the moon. Chapter 68. Mutant Sawfish Spear. Meow. Meowth was circling around the fire rapidly. In the fire, there were pieces of jelly-like sawfish meat. When heated up, the oil oozed from the fish, sizzling with a strong and fresh fragrance, making one's mouth water even from afar. Han-san threw a large piece of cooked sawfish to Meowth and took one for himself. The fatty fish almost melted in his mouth, making him want to swallow his tongue. Sawfish, as a mutant creature, had way more tasty meat than ordinary fish. Even fish like groupers were a far cry from it. Even just barbecued plainly with just some salt and pepper, the sawfish didn't have a fishy smell at all. It was purely sweet and delicious. If this could be brought outside God's sanctuary, it would probably become the king of all fish. The ordinary dish wouldn't even have any market. 1 mutant sawfish could probably be sold at tens of millions. Such a shame. Han-san threw another piece of sawfish at Meowth. Mutant creatures could not be brought away from God's sanctuary. Also, he didn't have the energy to take all the sawfish he had hunted out of Dark Swamp. There were more sawfish in the lake than he had imagined. He had killed 15 these days. After eating several, his mutant geno points could no longer increase from eating sawfish. Since he couldn't bring it all out, he decided to feed it to Meowth. My mutant geno points are 31 now. Such a fruitful trip. Dark Swamp is too dangerous for ordinary people, so there live so many mutant creatures. Probably I could even max out on my mutant geno points on this trip. Han-san was in a great mood and rewarded Meowth another piece of fish. The rest of the sawfish meat was made into jerkies by Han's senator before he left. He took another look inside the lake to check if there was any fish that he had missed. Seeing another mutant golden sawfish, Han-san killed it in the same way. Mutant sawfish killed. Beast soul of mutant sawfish gained. Eat its meat to gain 0 to 10 mutant geno points randomly. It took Han-san several seconds before he realized what had happened. He almost jumped up. It had been a long time since he had gained any beast soul, and he suddenly gained one now. A mutant one. Han-san could not wait to see which type the sawfish beast soul was. If it was an arrow, he would be so satisfied. Type of mutant sawfish beast soul. Spear. Han-san was slightly disappointed, but overall excited. Although it was not a beast soul arrow, spear was still a popular type of weapon, especially a mutant beast soul spear. Summoning the mutant sawfish beast soul, Han-san suddenly had a gold spear in his hands. The spearhead was an inch long with sharpened cutting edge on both sides. The spear was frightening even by its look. Han-san wielded the spear and felt that it was heavy but easy to use. The sharp spearhead had cut down a thick tree with just a casual slash, as if he were cutting tofu. Whoever pisses me off in the future will have to deal with this spear. Hansen tried the spear for a while, and didn't put it away until he had sweat on his forehead. A mutant beast soul weapon had already made his trip to Dark Swamp a success. This spear was enough to make an ordinary household rich. After all, beast soul weapons did not need to be repaired and was easy to carry. Unless it was destroyed completely, it would recover on its own, unlike Z steel weapons that needed fixing if chipped. Although he had gained a lot, Hansen still hadn't reached his main goal, which was to gain a much-needed mutant beast soul arrow. So, he carried the rest of the jerkies and flew into the Dark Swamp again. The poster was only trying to escape and couldn't tell the directions. Hence it was difficult to find the forest he mentioned. Fortunately, Hansen had the ability to fly, so he could see far from the sky. In the next 2 days, Hansen was not so lucky. He did not encounter mutant creatures, but ran into swarms of poisonous insects several times. Watching countless insects moving under him like flood and leaving nothing alive behind them, Hansen could not help but shuddered. If he couldn't fly and were attacked by these insects, it wouldn't even matter if he was fit or not. Swarms of ants could kill an elephant, let alone these poisonous insects. Even someone with max sacred geno points could hardly survive. Finally, Hansen found some clean water. After replenishing his water supply, he made a pot of fish soup and added some snake king meat in it. It didn't take long before the fragrance spread everywhere. Hansen wasn't afraid of attracting poisonous beasts, as he had been wearing the black beetle armor since he entered Dark Swamp. When the soup was almost ready, Hansen was preparing to enjoy it with Meowth. Suddenly, he heard a bird call followed by a whistle. A huge black bird flied down from the sky, its wings a few dozen feet long and claws sharp as metal hooks. Hansen was shocked. Damn, didn't the poster say there were no advanced flying creatures in Dark Swamp? Judging from its look, this bird is at least a mutant creature. Hansen stepped back and saw the huge bird landing by the fire. When it stood on the ground, it was taller than an elephant head. Its gleaming dark bird eyes gave it a regal look. After the bird landed, a black-clad young man jumped down from the back of the bird and looked at the meat in the pot. Boy, I'll buy your meat. He walked swaggeringly over and threw a piece of raw meat that looked like a cow leg on the ground and said, "It's your lucky day, kid. This is the thigh of a mutant poisonous clawed beast." Finishing the sentence, the black-clad young man reached for the fragrant fish and snake meat in the pot. "I won't trade with you," Hansen frowned. The black-clad young man was fast and had already gobbled up a piece of fish. When he was about to ridicule Hansen by pointing out the fact that he was offering Hansen some mutant creature meat, he heard the voice telling him that he had gained 1 mutant geno point. His eyes suddenly widened. How could this be? It was just 1 piece of meat, and it added 1 mutant geno point. So, there must be an entire mutant creature in the pot. Chapter 69. White Underwear Flak. Lu Weinon was sick of eating the meat of poisonous clawed beast these days. Relying on his mutant iron-feathered bird beast soul, he flew into Dark Swamp to hunt mutant creatures and only killed this one poisonous clawed beast in days. This beast was larger than a cow, and he had been eating its meat for more than half a month and still had a thigh left. He had only gained 5 mutant geno points from it so far. Just now, he had gained 1 mutant geno point already by eating just a piece of meat from the pot. He suddenly understood why Hansen didn't want to trade. Although both were mutant creatures, the thigh he had was worth much less than what was in Hansen's pot. Lu Weinon looked at the pot of meat eagerly, and then his eye fell on Han's senator and knife in hand. He blew a whistle. The iron-feathered bird beat its wings and hovered over his head. "Do you want to trade? Or let me beat you up before I eat your stuff?" Lu Weinon was ready to dine and dash. There was no one in Dark Swamp, and no one would even know if he killed Han's senator since he had the iron-feathered bird mount. No one would be his match here. #Chaos, Hansen said quietly. "You asked for this?" Humiliated, Lu Weinon yelled and hacked his knife at Han's senator. Although he had gained the beast soul of mutant iron-feathered bird, he apparently didn't have the same luck in beast soul weapons. His knife was one with 5% Z steel. Hansen was wearing sacred blood armor, so he was not afraid of such weapon. He didn't even shapeshift into the bloody slayer, but just summoned his mutant sawfish spear and wielded it at Lu's knife. Crack! The sawfish spear cut the knife off as if it were made of tofu and continued to stab at Lu. *T, thought Lu Weinon. He twisted his feet like a snake and barely escaped Hansen's attack. Without a pause, Lu Weinon quickly ran back with strange but smooth body positions. Hansen missed several stabs in a row, and Lu swiftly jumped on the back of his bird mount and rose in the air. "How dare you challenge me? I'll just kill you," said Lu Weinon triumphantly, taking his bow and arrow to shoot at Hansen, who was on the ground. Wings suddenly grew from Hansen's back, and he rose in the air higher and faster than the iron-feathered bird. Damn! Lu Weinon was dumbfounded. How could he know this guy could also fly, and even had wings instead of a mount? Subconsciously, Lu Weinon ordered the iron-feathered bird to go higher. Even if what Hansen had were mutant beast soul wings, he wouldn't be able to fly too fast or too high. The iron-feathered bird should be able to get rid of him. But soon Lu Weinon found himself completely wrong. His enemy could fly not only very high, but also very fast, catching up with him in the blink of an eye. Who is this monster? His wings couldn't be sacred blood, right? Lu Weinon almost burst into tears. He didn't expect his enemy to be so strong. With his wings and his golden armor and spear, Han Sen looked more like an angel than a human. Having caught up with Lu Weinan, Han Sen poked the spear at him. All Lu wanted to do was to knock his own head on a wall. Why on earth did he try to escape on the back of the iron-feathered bird? Now he couldn't even use his body positions. Sitting on the bird, he had nowhere to hide. If he moved around, he would fall. Whoosh! The spear was poked into Lu Weinan's butt, leaving a long wound. Lu's soft armor didn't stop the spearhead at all. Brother, calm down. This is just a misunderstanding. Lu Weinan shouted hurriedly. Han Sen ignored him and stabbed at him again, making a symmetrical wound on the other side of his butt. Blood started to ooze from the wounds. Big brother, uncle, I was wrong. Stop poking or I will die. I surrender. Lu Weinan screamed while begging for mercy. Han Sen ignored him and kept poking. Lu Weinan saw the horrifying and shining gold spear and cried, Big brother, please slow down. We are both men. It will do you no good if you kill me. You see I have a flying mount, which will be of some use to you if you need me to run some errands for you. Ouch. Lu Weinan was stabbed again and his face had turned pale. He was bleeding too much and he would die before long. He looked down at himself and saw he was wearing black all over. Lu reached into his clothes and ripped off his white underwear stained with blood. Waving his underwear in one hand, he cried, Big brother, don't poke. I surrender. We can have a discussion. Isn't it true that we have a policy in the alliance to offer good treatment to the captives? Han Sen was silent all the time. Lu Weinan thought Han Sen couldn't hear him because the wind was too loud in flying. That's why he thought of the universal way of surrender, to wave a white flag. Han Sen saw Lu Weinan waving his ripped underwear and almost laughed out loud. Fly back. He held his laughter back and ordered. Lu Weinan was suddenly overjoyed and quickly ordered the mutant iron-feathered bird to go back where he met Han Sen. When they were back to the place where the fire was made, the pot of meat was still there. Lu Weinan fell to the ground and screamed as he pulled the wounds on his buttocks. So, tell me, how are you going to compensate me for my loss? Han Sen smiled and looked at Lu Weinan, who was covering his ass with both hands. Lu Weinan's face suddenly went stiff. Big brother, I'll give you whatever you want, except for this iron-feathered bird. You can take your pick. He summoned several beast souls and said bitterly, These are all I have. Please forgive me. Han Sen checked the 7 or 8 beast souls summoned by Lu Weinan, and there was even a mutant beast soul. He knew Lu was definitely holding back. But since Lu had summoned a mutant beast soul, it meant that he would like to give away the mutant beast soul for his life. At the same time, he was using this beast soul to decline Han Sen's asking for the iron-feathered bird before Han Sen even asked. He was depending on the bird to survive here and wouldn't give it up for the world. That mutant beast soul. And you, before I leave Dark Swamp, you have to follow my command. Han Sen thought this kid could be of some use. Also, Han Sen didn't want him to wander alone. If Lu found the forest first and killed the mutant black stingers, Han Sen's ultimate purpose of this trip would be defeated. Chapter 70. Inferior to a cat. Lu Weinan agreed, but remained alert when he transferred the mutant beast soul to Han Sen, worried that Han Sen would kill him once having the beast soul. Fortunately, Han Sen did not attempt to kill him after receiving the mutant beast soul. He returned to the fire and used a cup to take out some soup. To Lu's surprise, Han Sen only took some soup and none of the meat. Although there would be some Geno points in the soup, most Geno points would remain in the meat. Why would Han Sen only drink the soup? While Lu Weinan was puzzled, he saw Han Sen had summoned a black cat and put all the meat in the pot into a bowl in front of the cat. The black cat meowed and rushed to the bowl, starting to gobble. Lu Weinan's mouth twitched. He just realized that the meat he just tried to snatch and paid a huge price for turned out to be cat food. Where did this guy come from? Feeding mutant creature meat to a cat. What kind of people would do that? Lu Weinan now really wanted to bang his own head on the wall. He just risked his life fighting for cat food. Thinking of the cat, he was shocked. Among all the beast souls known to men, only a beast soul pet needed to be fed, while mounts and other types didn't. Han Sen's cat was of course not an ordinary animal. It must be a beast soul pet. Now not many could keep a beast soul pet. A beast soul pet didn't have any ability to fight in the beginning and had to be fed the meat of different creatures to grow. When it had grown to a certain stage, it would transform once, and after the transformation it would have fighting ability. But it took too much creature meat for a beast soul pet to grow until its transformation. There were people who tried to feed ordinary and primitive beast soul pets, but their fighting ability wasn't strong after the transformation. As for mutant beast soul pets, almost no one would try to feed them, as they would need a lot of mutant creature meat to transform, the amount of which was enough to make several individuals reach max mutant Geno points. Who would feed that to a pet? Thinking of this, Lu Weinan thought Han Sen was an impressive person indeed. He thought to himself, this is someone who could afford feeding a mutant beast soul pet. He must be the successor to some powerful family to have received such attention and training. Big brother, what's your name? Lu Weinan asked with a smile, wanting to find out about Han Sen's background. You do not know me? Han Sen was somewhat surprised to hear the question. He felt odd as Lu Weinan didn't find out from his armor that he was Dollar. Even after seeing his wings, Lu still didn't recognize him, which meant Lu really didn't know about Dollar. We have seen each other before? Lu Weinan looked at Han Sen puzzled, misunderstanding Han Sen's reply. No. Han San continued to drink his soup. Lu Weinan suddenly understood that Han San was saying that he should have recognized Han San, which meant Han San was someone famous, which convinced Lu that Han San was from a prominent family, or else he wouldn't have made such an arrogant remark. Lu suddenly looked at Han San more eagerly. Han San just thought that dollar was so viral on the Skynet, so most people should have heard of him. When did you come to Dark Swamp? Han San looked at Lu Weinan and asked. Lu Weinan became very enthusiastic and told Han San everything he knew. Han San finally knew why Lu Weinan had not heard about dollar. This young man had never teleported back since he entered God's sanctuary a year ago. It looked like he had done pretty well for himself too. Han San looked at Lu, surprised. He could not believe that Lu Weinan would be so capable. Lu Weinan knew what Han San was thinking from his looks. He blushed and quickly said, "We the Lus specialize in practicing body positions. There is no one that could compare with us in this field. Although I my humble self have no special capabilities, I would love to carry the torch. Since I entered God's sanctuary, I've been pushing my limits until I reach the threshold transcendence. Be concise." Han San gave him a cold stare. Ahem, the truth is, we the Lus have great skills of escaping that were handed down in the family, and we knew how to run from danger. Lu Weinan cleared his throat and said. Han San now remembered that Lu Weinan's body positions were strange indeed. If Lu Weinan hadn't fled into the sky using his bird mount and lost his advantages, Han San wasn't sure whether he was able to hurt Lu. For the month you have stayed in Dark Swamp, have you seen a forest where the trees are very tall but sparse, and under the trees there were flowers? Asked Han San. Lu Weinan thought about it and then shook his head. I have not seen such a place. I don't think there are tall trees in Dark Swamp. Not knowing if Lu Weinan had told the truth, Han San did not ask again. He rested for a while and hit the road again with Lu after dawn. Lu Weinan's wounds on the butts had not recovered yet. Luckily, he had a flying mount, so he was fine. Every time when it was time to eat, Lu Weinan would stare at Han San feeding Meowth with dried fish piece after piece and sigh secretly, feeling himself inferior to a cat. Maybe luck had finally come. At the end of the day, when Lu was complaining that they hadn't seen a single mutant creature the whole day, Han San spotted a black hornet the size of a fist in the grass. Black stinger. Han San was surprised and quickly made a gesture to Lu Weinan to remain silent and watch the hornet from here. Watch the poisonous hornet. Do not disturb it and do not let it leave your sight. Han San said and flew into the sky to look around, as it was often foggy in Dark Swamp. He saw no tall trees or hornet nests in 20 miles. It seems that the black stinger's nest is not near. Follow it and we may be able to find its nest, thought Han San as he flew to Lu Weinan's side and gestured him to quietly follow the black stinger. Lu Weinan guessed what Han San wanted to do, and the two silently followed the black stinger. Fortunately, they could both fly, so it wasn't so hard to keep up with the black stinger. Following the black stinger, they flew dozens of miles and started to see more and more black stingers. Before long, Han San suddenly saw a huge tree standing in the swamp. Under its canopy hung a huge black hornet nest the size of a hot air balloon. Chapter 71. Destroy the nest. Swarms of black stingers flew in and out the nest, and there were at least tens of thousands of them, filling Han San and Lu Weinan with dread. Big brother, you do not mean to kill all these hornets, do you? Looks like they are all primitive creatures. There are so many of them and they can fly. It'd be hard for us to get out safely, Lu Weinan swallowed and said. Han San was happy to see the towering old trees and the flowers on the ground. He thought, the poster did not lie. There is indeed such a place. After watching for a while, Han San said to Lu Weinan, let's go farther. Lu Weinan had to follow Han Senator. They didn't dare to approach the nests, so they flied high in the sky. The flower field was dozens of miles long, and there were tall trees everywhere. There was a huge hornet nest on almost every tree. No one knew how many black stingers there were in this area. It was scary just to think about it. Soon after, Han San saw a giant tree that was more than twice as tall as the others. The hornet nest on this giant tree was the size of a castle, and there were scarlet black stingers the size of a pigeon flying in and out from time to time. Lu Weinan looked at the nest eagerly and said, are those scarlet hornets all mutant creatures? How many of them must there be? Han San was also a bit dumbfounded. The poster said he had seen one. Although Han San had guessed there should be more than one, he didn't predict that there would be a whole nest of them. There must be a beast soul among so many mutant black stingers. Han San was excited, realizing it was difficult to handle so many mutant black stingers at the same time. The needle of the mutant black stinger was blood red and at least 2 inches long. It looked very sharp as well. No one could resist the poison on it if stinged. After all, they were mutant creatures. Han San didn't want to depend on his sacred blood armor completely. Once the armor was pierced, he would be risking his life. The only fortunate fact was that the closest primitive hornet nest was a mile away, so the primitive black stingers didn't dare to get too close to this area. Comrade Lu, it's time to test your loyalty. Han San patted Lu Weinan on the shoulder. Lu Weinan suddenly changed his expression. Big brother, you do not want me to lure the mutant black stingers away, right? I will die. Do not be so pessimistic. Well, you do not really need to go there yourself. Just use your iron-feathered bird to attract their attention, and I'll use that opportunity to ruin their nest. When the mutant hornets run wild and scatter around, we could just kill some of the single ones. Han San said with a smile. Han San said before Lu Weinan could say anything, Do a good job, and I will give you 2 mutant hornets when the plan goes through. Think about it, boy. In order to keep Lu Weinan in line, Hansen promised him the reward first. Lu Weinan suddenly swallowed the reply he had, patted his chest and said, "It's my honor to risk everything for you. Tell me what to do, big brother." 2 mutant hornets could gain him quite a few mutant geno points. Very good. I am seeing great things in you. You are responsible for directing your iron-feathered bird to poke at the nest and attract most hornets away. But don't let the bird fly too high. If the hornets couldn't follow, they would return to the nest. Try to keep them away as long as possible, and I'll take care of the rest, Hansen said. Lu Weinan looked surprisedly at Hansen. Even if I can get most of the hornets away from the nest, there are certainly some remaining inside. Are you going to be fine walking over like this? Lu Weinan did not expect that Hansen would risk approaching the nest himself, which was far more dangerous than his part. He wasn't in direct danger by using the iron-feathered bird to lure hornets away. If things got bad, he could also take the beast soul bird back. The fortress-like hornet nest was connected to the tree trunk, and it wouldn't be easy to take down. I have a plan. Just buy me some time, and do not let those hornets come back too fast, Hansen said calmly. As long as the majority of mutant black stingers were lured away, he wasn't afraid of a dozen that might still be in the nest. Will do. Lu Weinan hid behind a boulder with Hansen and commanded his iron-feathered bird to seize a large stone with its claws and flew above the nest. Bang! The iron-feathered bird dropped the stone at the nest, and the 3-foot-long stone made a big hole in the nest. With a buzzing sound, mutant black stingers rushed out from the nest madly toward the iron-feathered bird like a scarlet cloud. Lu Weinan quickly commanded the iron-feathered bird to lead the mutant black stingers away. Hansen was watching the nest closely all the time and saw almost no mutant black stingers around the nest. When the mutant black stingers were led dozens of yards away, Hansen suddenly summoned the beast souls of the purple-winged dragon and bloody slayer. With the mutant sawfish spear in hand, he flew toward the nest, looking like a winged centaur warrior from the myth. Almost just in the blink of an eye, Hansen threw himself at the nest, breaking the nest badly. Swinging the spear into a storm, he tore the nest apart as if it were made of paper. Some mutant black stingers were trying to attack him, but were all killed with the spear in a short while. None could stop him. There was a mutant black stinger that approached him, and its sting didn't even pierce his armor, leaving only a small white mark on it. Lu Weinan was shocked. He knew Hansen was strong but didn't realize Hansen had such great shape-shifting beast soul. When the better half of the huge hornet nest had been destroyed by Hansen, a hornet twice the size of a mutant one flew out, its whole body transparent as red crystal. The moment this biggest hornet flew out, all the mutant hornets that were lured away by the bird all flew back to the nest, as if they could feel something. Be careful. The hornets are all back. That may be their queen. Lu Weinan roared. Chapter 72. Hunting Frenzy. Lu Weinan's heart was trembling. The swarm was only about 600 feet from Han's Senator. With the speed of the hornets, they could make it back in seconds. In addition, the queen hornet, which could be sacred blood, was eyeing Han's Senator. His situation was critical. Looking at the queen hornet flying over, Hansen narrowed his eyes, stepped back and threw the mutant sawfish spear at it. The queen was too fast and dodged the spear at a short distance. When Lu Weinan was lamenting the loss, Hansen's majestic golden figure had rushed to face the queen, hacking a gleaming katana at the queen hornet. That katana was so swift that even the sacred blood queen hornet couldn't dodge it and was cut into halves by Hansen. Sacred blood black stinger killed. No beast soul gained. Eat its meat to gain 0 to 10 sacred geno points randomly. With that wonderful voice, Hansen rocketed into the sky without any pause. The swarm chased Hansen into the sky, but could not to catch up with him or fly any higher than half a mile above the ground. Hansen turned beautifully and made a big circle before he returned to the side of Lu Weinan. Lu Weinan was very impressed. From destroying the hornet nest to killing the queen to getting rid of the swarm, Hansen's movements were so smooth and clean that he felt like he was watching an action movie. Awesome, really awesome. Lu Weinan gave Hansen a thumbs up. He was sincere. Just my routine. Hansen laughed but kept his eyes on the swarm. He didn't have the time to get the body of the queen hornet out, but it was fine. The nest was destroyed and the queen was killed. These hornets would go through a chaotic phase, which would be Hansen's best opportunity. Sure enough, after suffering major blows, the swarm was a mess. Many mutant black stingers had left the swarm. You continue to harass the swarm with your iron-feathered bird, and I will go hunt the single black stingers. Hansen flapped his wings and approached a mutant black stinger flying away from the swarm. Although his shape-shifting time was up, Hansen was still able to use Bladestorm with the Shurikatana to kill the mutant black stinger. Just now, he was only able to kill the sacred blood black stinger with one blow, because he used the strength of Bladestorm to cut on its fragile waist. Mutant black stinger killed. No beast soul gained. Eat its meat to gain 0 to 10 mutant geno points randomly. Although he hadn't gained a beast soul yet, Hansen was not worried at all, as there were at least thousands of mutant black stingers here, and he would surely get a beast soul sooner or later. Taking the dead black stingers back, Hansen directly gave them to Lu Weinan. He didn't want to bother preparing the body, as the black stingers were poisonous. Only parts of the body were edible, and the rest had to be removed. Although it was nothing difficult, it was quite troublesome. Hansen continued to fly out to kill more single black stingers. With the collaboration with Liu, Hansen hunted more than 20 black stingers in a day. The only pity was that Han San still did not get a beast soul. Han San was not in a hurry. The iron-feathered bird was constantly harassing the hornets, which made it difficult for them to rebuild their nest. The two men had enough time to hunt. For several days, Han San had been hunting mutant black stingers. On the fourth day, he finally heard the voice saying, "Mutant black stinger killed. Beast soul of mutant black stinger gained. Eat its meat to gain 0 to 10 mutant geno points randomly." Finally, Han San thought in ecstasy, though not showing it on his face or summoning the black stinger beast soul. He did not want others to see Dollar shooting arrows, and thus connect Han San with Dollar. These mutant black stingers are quite enough. We could not carry more anyway. On the fifth day, Han San had hunted nearly 80 mutant black stingers. Han San gave Lu Weinan the 2 mutant black stingers he had promised. Lu used the bird to lure the swarm away several times and had done a good job. Han San was quite satisfied. Great. Lu Weinan nodded, regretting not having asked for more mutant black stingers. Han San had dozens of them, and all he got was 2. But even so, it had been a great trip, much better than his own gain in Dark Swamp. Use the iron-feathered bird to drive the hornets away one more time, and I will go get the body of the queen, said Han San. Lu Weinan quickly nodded, and Han San retrieved the 2 parts of the queen hornet. Lu enviously watched Han San putting the body away. Not knowing if the queen hornet was sacred blood, he was still coveting it. Han San quickly prepared the queen hornet's meat, took out the poisonous and inedible parts, and made a pot of broth. Eating it up, Han San heard the voice 4 times. Sacred blood black stinger meat eaten. 1 sacred geno point gained. Sacred blood black stinger meat eaten. 1 sacred geno point gained. The queen black stinger had contributed 4 more sacred geno points. This is the end of our collaboration. You take care. Han San took his own mutant black stingers and got up to leave. These days he ate a lot of mutant black stingers and now had 47 mutant geno points. With 4 more sacred geno points from the queen, his sacred geno points were now 29. It had been a fruitful trip, and now he needed to prepare the dead mutant black stingers he had and trade them for cash. Brother, can we continue to collaborate? I'll follow your lead. No question asked. Lu Weinan quickly got up and said. He had tasted sweetness from this collaboration and trusted Han San as well. He would never suffer losses from working with such a person. Looking at Lu Weinan, Han San pondered and said, I do not have much time to hunt together. If I'm recruiting people to join me, I will tie a piece of cloth with my name on it to the crooked tree on the west side of Steel Armor Shelter. If you are interested in participating, just go to Zephyr Valley and wait for me. Brother, you have not told me what your name is? Lu Weinan quickly asked. Go back and go on the Skynet. You will find out. Han San smiled, took his own package and flew away. Chapter 73, Martial Ring. Han San returned to Steel Armor Shelter, expecting trouble from Qin Xian as he had disappeared for so many days. However, he did not see Qin Xian at all. Not just Qin Xian, there was almost no one on the streets. The entire Steel Armor Shelter seemed empty. Finally seeing a man hurrying through the street, Han San quickly stepped forward and asked, Friend, what's happening? Where is everyone? It's you, ass freak. The man recognized Han San at first glance. Han San rubbed his own nose. Friend, can you tell me where everyone went? The man was very easygoing. He smiled and said to Han San, Where can they go? To the martial ring, of course. This year's martial arts contest has already begun. People are talking about it in God's sanctuary and on all the planets in the Alliance. You don't know about it? Ahem. I have been sick recently and almost missed such a great event. Can I still register now? Han San asked. Haha, you must be hiding from Son of Heaven. The man smiled. Hurry, you can still make it. Thanks so much for the information. Han San thanked the man and trotted back to his own room. Putting away the package full of mutant black stingers, he hurried to the martial ring in the shelter. There was no doubt that the martial ring was the most magnificent building in the shelter. It looked like the Colosseum in Rome and could accommodate at least 100,000 audience. What was different from the Colosseum was that it was built with metal, which made it look like a steel monster. Han San ran to a gate of the martial ring. There was a gate every 60 feet around the round martial ring, and each one of them could be used to access the ring. Now, almost everyone in Steel Armor Shelter was already in the martial ring. Han San picked a gate at random and placed his palm on the metal gate, where a string of numbers suddenly appeared. 88,888. Han San was surprised and then realized this must be his code, as he should be the 88,888th person to enter the martial ring. The martial arts contest was also arranged according to these codes. Only those entering the martial ring for the first time would be assigned this number. So the next time he came in, there wouldn't be a second number. As the metal gate opened, Han San went through a path that felt like a tunnel. When he came out, he was in a venue larger than where the Olympics were hosted. The stands were full of people. Above the ring floated a huge crystal stele full of groups of codes. There were 100 codes in each group, which meant these 100 people were arranged in the same match. Han San had learned at school that the martial arts contest in each shelter operated automatically and humans couldn't interfere in it. The preliminary round was conducted in groups of 100 people, and only the last one who stayed on stage was qualified to go to the next round. This was indeed a strict selection. Since so many people had registered, the match had only come to group 50-something on the third day of the preliminary round. so Han-san probably wouldn't have to do anything until tomorrow. Han-sen looked around, searching for Qin Xian and others. Before he could find Qin Xian, he ran into Son of Heaven's gang. Don't let me see you in my group, or you will be dead. Luo Tianyang stared at Han-san coldly. The last time they met, he was frightened by Han-san, which was a disgrace to him. Son of Heaven also looked at Han-sen gloomily. Although he did not say it, Han-sen knew from his look that he would try to kill Han-sen at all costs if they were in the same match. I'm afraid I have to let you down. I do not intend to participate in the martial arts contest, Han-sen shrugged and said. Han-sen will certainly participate, but in Dollar's name, so that he could show his real strength. You are unworthy to be called a man. Shame on you. Luo Tianyang said contemptuously, setting the whole gang in an uproar. Son of Heaven ignored Han-sen and walked past him. While he was walking, he smiled and said, Qin Xian, you have improved again. It seems that this year you will still be the champion. You are flattering me. Don't forget that Dollar is also in Steel Armor Shelter, Qin Xian said casually. Han-sen turned and saw Qin Xian, Yang Manli and other major members of the Steel Armor gang. Yang Manli was frowning at him. After talking to Qin Xian, Son of Heaven led his gang away. Qin Xian gave Han-sen a look, while Yang Manli said coldly, originally I thought you were just timid, but I did not expect you to be such a coward. You don't have a man's dignity and backbone. After she finished, Yang Manli went away with Qin Xian without looking back. When Lu Hongtao passed by Han-sen, he patted Han-sen on the shoulder and smiled. Han-sen, you did the right thing. A man can take temporary setbacks. Step back to enjoy a better view, right? There is no need risking your life. But anyone could see Lu Hongtao's disdain and contempt. It was all written in his face. Other members of Steel Armor Gang were also somewhat disgusted by Han's senator. Those who were able to enter the core of Steel Armor Gang were either military school students or recently enlisted soldiers. They certainly despised such cowardice. Han-sen did not explain anything. Everyone thought he didn't want to participate because he was afraid of Luo Tianyang, which worked in his favor. No one would then question why he did not participate or why he wasn't there when Dollar appeared. I do not care how others see me. The most important thing is that my family and I can have a stable life, Han-sen thought to himself. Starry Group was so powerful that he didn't have the resources to counter them at the moment. If Son of Heaven knew he was Dollar now and tried to harm him in the alliance, even he wasn't afraid, what would happen to his mother and sister? I need to be more powerful. Han-sen came out of the martial ring, looking down. There was no point of staying as it wouldn't be his turn today anyway. After he teleported to the teleport station on planet Roka, Qin Xian stopped him there and called him to her office. You are afraid of Son of Heaven? Qin Xian stared at him. Her eyes were like daggers that could pierce his thoughts. Yes. Han-sen nodded. He had to be afraid. Hearing Han-sen's answer, Qin Xian didn't show disappointment but continued to ask, because of your family? Chapter 74. S-Class St. Hall License. Surprised, Han-sen looked at Qin Xian. She smiled and said, listen to me, go apply to Blackhawk. If you could be admitted, I guarantee that Son of Heaven would not dare to touch your family. How can you guarantee that? Han-sen stared at her. Every time we fought, I recorded and observed your combat data. I could tell you for sure that you have the talent to be a great sniper or archer. Your timing and prediction of your opponent are outstanding, Qin Xian said. Han-sen did not speak. These words of praise were not what he wanted to hear. In the army, in addition to being the station master, I am also responsible for organizing a special squad. I think you are someone I need. As long as you join the squad, your family can get protection from the military. I can tell you for certain that if you become a member of the squad, Son of Heaven cannot use any unlawful means to hurt your family, said Qin Xian. However, the prerequisite is that you have to be admitted to Blackhawk. Only then would I be able to nominate you to join the squad. Han-sen did not answer Qin Xian immediately, but pondered for a moment. He looked at her and asked, is it possible for you to tell me the nature of this squad? No. Qin Xian answered without the slightest hesitation. Give me a little time. I need to think about it, Han-sen said. Sure, I still have time. Think about it. Qin Xian smiled and seemed very confident. Han-sen left the teleport station, returned home and rested for a day. He went back to God's Sanctuary the next afternoon. Han-sen deliberately circled around Steel Armor Shelter before he put on his sacred blood armor and went in the shelter, attracting a lot of people's attention. Wow, that's Dollar himself. Haha, Dollar made his appearance. Dollar my angel is here. Among all the people in First God's Sanctuary, only Dollar is my idol. The whole Steel Armor Shelter became a hit. Although everyone knew Dollar was there, they were still pleasantly surprised to see Dollar making his appearance. Han-sen did not speak, but walked toward the martial hall. Soon, behind him gathered a lot of people. Some that had already participated in the contest returned to the martial hall. Following Han's senator, they all wanted to see Dollar fighting in person. The preliminary round was almost finished, and there were just a few people on the stands. However, the martial hall became full again soon after Han-sen had arrived. Han-sen checked the martial steel, and there were two more groups before him. He then found a front seat to sit down. It didn't take long for Son of Heaven, Fist Guy and Qin Xian to arrive. Watching Han-sen closely, Son of Heaven would have killed him if they were alone. Dollar, can we talk? Qin Xian approached Han-sen and asked, what is it? Han-sen replied in a hoarse voice, I want to invite you to join Steel Armor Gang, and you can put forward any condition. Qin Xian said. Yang Manli said on the side, if you are willing to join Bullseye, I'll concede the position of team leader to you. You would make such a perfect archer. Sorry, I am not interested in joining Steel Armor Gang or being an archer, replied Han-san. Dollar, I think we should be talking about nothing but business. If you had beast souls or meat of mutant or sacred blood creatures, I would gladly pay for them. For example, the beast soul of the Bloody Slayer. Fist Guy also approached Han-san. I do have some mutant creature meat to sell, Han-san said to Fist Guy. Fist Guy's eyes lit up. What creatures? How much? Some mutant hornet. The meat was all cleaned up. There are 20 to 30 hornets. Han-san said casually, but people surrounding him were shocked. 20 to 30? You did not destroy an entire mutant hornet nest, did you? Where did you find them? Fist Guy asked hurriedly. Don't you mind where I got them? Just tell me if you're interested, said Han-san. Yes, of course I'm interested. If you really have them, give me a quote and I'll take them all. Fist Guy quickly said. Fist Guy, what do you mean by taking them all? You think Qin Xian and I are dead? Son of Heaven scowled and said to Han-san, 1 million each. I'll buy however many you have. 1 million? Son of Heaven, don't look down on others. I'll bid 1.2 million each, cried Fist Guy. Son of Heaven gave Fist Guy a stare. 1.5 million. Do you think you could keep up with me? Being rich does not mean you'd be willing to bid. 1.6 million, replied Fist Guy, not to be outdone. Don't bid yet. I don't intend to sell these separately, nor will I trade them for money, Han-san said. Name your price. Although Son of Heaven wanted to kill Han-san right now, seeing a large amount of mutant creature meat of rare hornets, he would not let others beat him to it. I want to exchange these mutant creatures for an S-class license for St. Hall, Han-san said quietly. Hearing Han-san's words, both Son of Heaven and Fist Guy looked reluctant. St. Hall was a research institution of martial arts. Most of the popular hyper-geno arts were developed by St. Hall. St. Hall also sold some advanced hyper-geno arts, but there were restrictions on the purchase, especially for the most advanced S-class hyper-geno arts. Ordinary people were not eligible to purchase even if they had money. Han-san wanted to buy an advanced hyper-geno art for his mother and sister to practice, as he didn't dare to show jade skin to anyone before he knew where this hyper-geno art came from. Your price is too high. I'll buy all your mutant creatures at 2 million each. Plus, I will let go of our previous grievances, said Son of Heaven, staring at Han-san. Sorry, I want nothing but the S-class license for St. Hall. You can think about it. Han-san rose and walked onto the stage. It was his group's turn. Watching Han-san coming, others in the group felt bitter, as they knew it was impossible for them to pass the preliminary round now that Dollar was here. Chapter 75. 1 in 100. Do not be afraid, Dollar is on his own, and we can join forces to get rid of him first. The young man geared up and said. Exactly. Let's get rid of the little angel first. Someone looked at Han-san greedily, as if he were looking at a naked woman. Haha, Dollar. I am a big fan, so I'll try to be gentle with you. Dollar, do not run. Take my punch. Suddenly nearly 100 people on the stage all threw themselves at Han-san while yelling frantically. #T. What the heck? Shouldn't my fans be protecting me rather than beating me up? Thought Han-san bitterly. Although these people looked menacing, they weren't using any weapon. No one was trying to get involved in a desperate fight with Han-san. Basically, the stronger persons had all registered relatively early. Those who had waited until this time to register were most likely relatively weak or new to God's sanctuary. Han-san did not use any weapon either. Seeing the first person's fist almost in his face, Han-san moved slightly and dodged the blow. Using his hand as a knife, Han-san attacked back with Blade Storm. The man did not have time to react before he was cut on the back of his neck and fell directly to the ground. Han-san moved like the wind, flashing his hand knife. He could almost always get rid of an opponent with just one blow. Wherever he went, people were thrown off their feet, and it was like the scene after a tornado. The best thing about learning Ghost Haunt was that Han-san now knew the various aspects of the human body very well. Although he didn't use Ghost Haunt, he was still able to use Blade Storm appropriately, so that no one got seriously hurt when they were defeated. Watching nearly 100 opponents knocked out by Han-san, many smiled and chose to quit after they got back on their feet. Dollar is out of this world. Dollar, my angel. You are so handsome. I want to bear your children, Dollar. On the stands, the audience was roaring in excitement. When the last opponent got off the stage, Han-san was pleased with himself while waving at the audience. He thought, it seems I also have the potential of being a star. Should I say, give me 10 more now? Never mind. What's 10 to me? I've already defeated 100. Han-san automatically got into the next round. Just when he walked out of the martial hall, he saw a few young girls running to him, offering him a pin. They asked in slightly trembling voices, Dollar, can we have your signature? Han-san paused as he didn't expect this. Fortunately, it took him only a second before he took the pin and said yes. But the next second, Han-san was embarrassed. These little girls only gave him a pin, but did not give him any kind of paper. Where should he sign? Where do I sign? Han-san asked in a hoarse voice. Dollar, can you please sign here? A plump girl stuck out her breasts, stretching out her blouse. Han-san was just a young man, and his nose almost bled from the view. Practicing jade skin secretly, he calmed himself down and signed Dollar on the girl's tight outfit. Dollar, Dollar, sign here. More and more girls squeezed over, scrambling. Some even stuck out their butts for him to sign. After signing for a few, Han San turned around and saw himself surrounded by a crowd. A man nearly 6 feet tall raised an arm and flexed his muscles at Han San, crying in a muffled voice, "Dollar. Sign here, please." Han San finally got out of the martial hall and was surprised to see Son of Heaven, Fist Guy, and Qin Xian waiting for him there. "Dollar. Other than the license to purchase at S-Class section, would you consider other options? I can trade mutant beast souls and some money with you," Fist Guy said. "Sorry, I won't consider anything else," Han San said. Son of Heaven stood aside and did not speak. Although he had what Han San wanted, he was not willing to trade it for mutant creature meat. If it was sacred blood creature, it might be different. "Dollar. If you have 30 mutant creatures, I will make the deal with you. How do you like to proceed?" asked Qin Xian. "If you trust me, you can first transfer to me the license and I will send the goods to you later. If not, we could schedule a time privately to trade in person," replied Han San. "Okay, let's schedule a time then. I need some time to get you the S-Class purchase license," Qin Xian said. "Great," Han San nodded. "Then let's talk about it on our way back." Qin Xian was thoughtful to ask her gang clear the path for Han San. After making the appointment with Qin Xian, Han San was already outside Steel Armor Shelter. He thanked Qin Xian, summoned the wings to fly into the mountains, and soon disappeared. Han San did not doubt Qin Xian's ability to come up with an S-Class license. After all, St. Hall was semi-military. With her profound military background, it should be easy for her to get a license. After walking around in the mountains for a while, Han San used his own identity to go back in the shelter. He went back to his room and repackaged the meat of 30 mutant black stingers in a bag, ready to trade with Qin Xian tomorrow. The rest of the black stinger meat was dried by Han's senator. He did not plan to sell it as he will keep it for Meowth. The transaction was very smooth. Han Sen got the S-Class license and teleported out of God's sanctuary. He wanted to buy an advanced hyper-geno art for his mother and sister to practice. Back home, Hansen logged in on the Skynet and entered the site of St. Hall. Using the S-Class license, Hansen entered the official online community of St. Hall, which was inaccessible to most. He then entered the most advanced section, S-Class section. There were many hyper-geno arts in the S-Class section. Although their content couldn't be browsed, there was a detailed description of each. Hansen carefully read the descriptions. Each license could only be used to purchase one hyper-geno art, so he had to think carefully. Mutant black stingers could only be sold this once, as the value would decrease if there were too many on the market. Even if Hansen hunted more mutant black stingers, no one would be willing to use an S-Class license to trade for them again. Chapter 76, Holy Angel. Just by reading the descriptions, Hansen was already feeling excited. Except for the ones that had high prerequisites and could only be practiced by those with Evolver or higher status, Hansen wanted every hyper-geno art listed in there. Unfortunately, one license could only be used to purchase one hyper-geno art. Hansen wanted to choose one that laid the foundation for better fitness for his sister. With such a hyper-geno art, Han Yin wouldn't be inferior to those posh school students. She would even be better than them, because even posh schools didn't offer such advanced hyper-geno arts to students. Finally, Hansen carefully selected and bought a hyper-geno art named Holy Angel. According to its description, this hyper-geno art would help improve all types of genes and had been tested for a long time. Its practice was smooth and didn't involve much risk, so it's excellent for laying the foundation. Many who had practiced it had seen great effects. This hyper-geno art fulfilled all the requirements of Han's senator. It was easy to practice and had low risk. There were many who had practiced it too. So even if people noticed that his mother and sister were practicing Holy Angel, they wouldn't be surprised. Hansen downloaded the tutorial of Holy Angel and checked it out. He was surprised to see that this S-Class hyper-geno art was still not as good as his Jade Skin. Who was that Shuelongyan? How come he had such an outstanding hyper-geno art? Hansen felt glad that he didn't let anyone see Jade Skin. Holy Angel and Jade Skin were similar, so that there was no need for Hansen to practice Holy Angel as well. If someone asked him which hyper-geno art he was practicing, he could just answer Holy Angel, which was another reason why he had bought it. It would very hard for one to tell Jade Skin from Holy Angel indeed. Hansen put away the tutorial of Holy Angel and went to St. Paul to pick Han Yin up. He wanted her to come home to practice Holy Angel, so she would have to stop living on campus for a while. Han Yin's teacher was a 27-year-old woman in a professional suit. Under her knee-length skirt, the flesh-colored stockings really showed off her long legs. She had her hair pulled back and was wearing a pair of wire-rimmed glasses. Although she looked demure and full of mature women's charm, Hansen knew well that she was definitely already in Second God's Sanctuary, which was the minimum standard for teachers at St. Paul. "You are Han Yan's brother?" Chu Wanga slightly frowned at Hansen. "Yes, Miss Chu. I want you to give Yin a few days off," Hansen said. Chu Wanga was displeased and said with some disgust, "Where are your parents? Why haven't they come? They are very busy. I have come of age and can be considered one of Yan's guardians. You could tell me if you have something to say," Hansen said. Chu Wanga said bluntly, "What do your parents take education for? Do they think everything will simply work out if they spend the money and send their daughter to an expensive school? The school has started for quite a while now, yet your parents haven't been here or asked about her study once. Do they know what Han Yin needs?" "I'm so sorry, Miss Chu. We have a lot going on in the family. It's our fault. Did anything happen to Yin?" Hansen asked worriedly. Shaking her head, Chu Wanga said with some bitterness, "Han Yin is fine. She is a talented girl and would do so much better if she could use advanced nutrient solutions and care. Now, she's only using an ordinary nutrient solution package and does not have a physician assigned to her, which has affected her grades. Since your parents have sent her to St. Paul, are they going to allow this to happen just to save some money? The families that could afford tuition of St. Paul must have tens or hundreds of millions in their accounts. Chuwanga didn't realize that Han Sen's family might be short of money. Han Sen knew what she was saying. Nutrient solutions couldn't improve one's genes like the meat of creatures in God's sanctuary did, but it could offer all the nutrients needed by the human body. In this sense, it could also improve one's fitness, though not as greatly as the meat would. The more advanced the nutrient solution was, the more benefits it could bring to one's study and body. Han Sen had used some when he was a kid, but as his family went down, he had to stop. A physician was someone responsible for conditioning a student's body. If there was any accident in the process of studying, the physician would timely condition the student's body and use scientific methods to keep the student always at his or her best. Both purchasing nutrient solutions and hiring a physician would cost a lot of money. The several million Han Sen gave to Luo Sulan were just enough to send Han Yen to St. Paul, so the nutrient solution package they bought for her was the cheapest type, which only cost 100,000 per month. Hence the result was not ideal. The physician and conditioning equipment Han Yen had been using were shared ones at school. Miss Chu, you were right. We will buy Han Yen the premium nutrient solution package next month, and please assign a good physician to her as well, Han Sen said. Fairly satisfied with Han Sen's reply, she nodded and said, that's more like it. Although it costs more, Yen is an outstanding girl, so it would be a waste if you don't cultivate her well. Now what she uses is worse than all her classmates, but she still has good grades, which goes to prove her talent. Chu Wanga paused and said, if possible, think of a way to buy her an advanced hyper-geno art. The one provided here is too basic, so the result might not be limited. Okay, Ms. Chu, I will think of a way. Han Sen now started to believe that Chu Wanga did think Han Yen was special. Encouraging Yen to practice advanced hyper-geno art wouldn't do the teacher any good. While she could probably earn a referral fee from recommending nutrient solutions and physicians, the most expensive nutrient solution package cost $1 million per month. A senior physician plus professional equipment would cost a few $100,000 per month. Han Sen had no money before, but now he could earn a lot. Of course, he would want the best for his sister. Chu Wanga put away her things and rose to feet. Let's go. Yen should be out of class soon. Let's pick her up and I'll give you a ride home. Han Sen said no need, but Chu Wanga clearly saw him as a teenager. Han Yen was ecstatic to see Han Sen, but she remembered to greet her teacher politely before she ran into her brother's arms. Holding Han Yen in his arms, Han Sen followed Chu Wanga out of the school. At the school gate, he saw two familiar persons waving at them. Chapter 77. Tang Jinliu. One of the familiar faces was Fang Jingqi. Han Sen had never seen him again since playing red hands with him and was surprised to see him here today. As for the other person, Han Sen felt like having seen him somewhere, but the guy was in a high-collar windbreaker, a hat, and a pair of oversized sunglasses, which made it difficult for Han Sen to tell who he was. The man wearing sunglasses was waving at them, but Han Sen soon found out that the man was not waving at him, but at Chu Wanga. As soon as Han Sen and Chu Wanga were out of the school gate, Fang Jingqi and his friend came over. The man wearing sunglasses started to talk to Chu Wanga immediately. They seemed to know each other well. Fang Jingqi was reluctant to smile at Han Sr. Han Sen, I did not expect to meet you here. Who is this beautiful little girl? This is my sister Han Yen. I came to pick her up. I'll let you guys talk, Han Sen said. You did not come in an aircraft? Let me give you a ride, said Chu Wanga when she saw Han Sen leaving for Maglev Station with Han Yen in his arms. The man in sunglasses said reluctantly, since you all know each other, let's go to dinner together. I will not bother you. I have some errands to do, so I'll go back first. Miss Chu, we will just use the train, Han Sen said. No way. Your parents are outrageous. Chu Wanga did not see Han Sen as an adult. Indeed, he was just about 17 and was young and comely, which made him look more like a teenager than a man. You and Yin can come with us to eat first, and I will give you a ride home after. As a teacher, Chu Wanga was an authority figure, not taking no for an answer. Han Sen, since Ms. Chu has put it this way, just join us for dinner. We are all friends, right? Fang Jingqi smiled and advised. It seemed that he suddenly had an idea. In fact, Han Sen was not going to refuse as Chu Wanga had already picked Yen up and walked toward her aircraft. The man in sunglasses seemed a bit unhappy, but he did not dare to show it in front of Chu. Han Sen and Han Yen were on Chu's aircraft, while the man in sunglasses was on Fang's aircraft. Just when he sat down, the man in sunglasses asked Fang Jingqi, Jingqi, who is that kid? Why did Wanga care about him so much? That kid is a boy toy liked by many women. Probably Wanga is into him as well, Fang Jingqi said with a straight face. Jingqi, Roka is basically your planet. You are just going to watch Wanga falling into his lap? Said the man in sunglasses. Thinking about Han Sen's look, he agreed that he had nicer skin than many girls and believed what Fang Jingqi told him. In fact, Han Sen just had nice skin because he was practicing jade skin. What can I do about it? They are both consensual adults, so I can't really beat the kid up for that. I am afraid that Wanga wouldn't let me either, Fang Jingqi shrugged and said. You are so weak, man. Just wait and see how I scare him off without really hurting him. The man in sunglasses curled his lip and said. He took his sunglasses off, and it chanced that he was Tang Jinliu, the fifth among the 10 chosen last year. Great, I'll see how you do it, Fang Jingqi said with suspicious sparkles in his eyes. He thought, "Brat, you've given me a lot of troubles these days. I'll let you suffer a bit to ease my anger. Han Sen is a formidable opponent, and I'll see how you are scared off by him." Since Fang Jingqi suffered in Han Sen's hand last time, he had been afraid of Han Senator this time. However, he could use Han San to make Tang Jinliu suffer. Tang Jinliu was quite something, but Fang Jingqi could still make correct predictions about him. However, he really lost his confidence when playing red hands with Han Sen. If Tang Jinliu and Han Sen were in a fight, Fang Jingqi did not think that Han Sen would win. But if it was just games played at dinner table, Fang Jingqi believed Tang Jinliu would be miserable. Fang Jingqi also wanted to see Tang Jinliu completely defeated by Han Sen, so that Tang wouldn't brag about himself all day, as if everyone should worship him because he was the chosen. The place they were heading to was a club exclusive to the distinguished and aristocrats. Han Sen and Yin weren't qualified to enter, but since the rest of the party were all VIPs there, they could be the plus ones. Inside the private room, Tang Jinliu took off his sunglasses and hat, smiled and reached out a hand to Han Sr. "Haven't introduced myself. My name is Tang Jinliu." Tang thought to himself while smiling, "Tang Jinliu, the star is here. You must be stunned by my name. It would be great if you and your sister happened to be my fans and ask for my signature." "My name is Han Sr." Hansen shook his hand and said, unimpressed. He did recognize Tang Jinliu, but he wasn't really interested in stars. He was always busy making a living, and had no time to gather information about the stars. That was why he wasn't starstruck at all. Tang Jinliu felt at loss. Even if Hansen wasn't a fan, he should still have a bigger reaction than that. But he acted as if he had just seen a passerby. "Is he an alien? He does not know me." "Me, Tang Jinliu." Tang wanted to grab Hansen and tell the kid his name again. The only reason he wasn't doing it was Chu Wanga, who was sitting at the table. Fang Jingqi almost laughed out loud. He naturally knew what Tang was thinking. Soon the waiter brought them a variety of food and drinks that looked expensive. Hansen and Han Yin had never had any of these before. Since it was someone else's treat, Hansen ate without manners and was putting nice food into Yan's plate from time to time. Yin did not engorge like her brother did, but also enjoyed the food quite a lot. Chu Wanga was displeased with Hansen's rudeness, but liked Han Yin more and more. Fortunately, Han Yin was sent to St. Paul and made my student. Or such a good girl as her would be ruined by her family. Chu Wanga was secretly determined to teach Yin well and keep her away from her brother. Chapter 78. Rock, Paper, Scissors. Drinking without a drinking game is always a little boring. How about we play a little game? It only took a short while before Tang Jinliu suggested a game. Drinking game? We have a kid here. Chu Wanga rolled her eyes at Tang. Tang winked at Fang Jingqi and the latter smiled and said, "Wanga, no worries. Nothing over the line. We are kid-friendly here." Fang Jingqi turned to ask Tang, "How about red hands?" When Fang Jingqi said these words, Han Sen was slightly startled. He thought that Fang was trying to set him up, but in fact, it seemed that he was setting Tang Jinliu up. Tang frowned. "Red hands is too easy to play, and not good for drinking. Let's play Pouring the Wine." Pouring the Wine, suggested by Tang Jinliu, was a game where two players sat across a table with a cup of wine and a plate on it. The two would play rock, paper, scissors first, and the winner should grab the wine and pour it at the loser's face. The loser needed to grab the plate and block the wine with it. Is this game appropriate? Fang Jingqi only knew Hansen was good at red hands, but wasn't sure if he'd be good at this game. "Well, you three play. I'll take Yin to the gym." Chu Wanga was afraid that this would be a bad influence on the little girl and led her away. With the ladies gone, Tang felt more at ease and challenged Hansen. "We are all men here, so don't be afraid of losing face. Do you dare to play or not?" "Of course, but a game's no fun without a bet," Hansen said. Hearing Hansen's reply, Fang Jingqi was thrilled. He thought to himself, "It seems Hansen is confident. Tang, you are going to make a fool of yourself. I will record how miserable you are and show it to you if you dare to brag about yourself again." Tang rejoiced over Hansen's reply as well. He thought, "Fortunately, this kid does not know who I am, or he wouldn't even dare to play with me, let alone to suggest a bet." "What's the stake?" Tang Jinliu pretended to be reserved. 800,000 per round. Hansen was just concerned about the money to pay for Yan's nutrition solutions and physician. More than 1 million per month was simply beyond an average household's means. He didn't even have the number for the first month in his account, and had to sell mutant creature meat back in God's sanctuary to come up with it. But all he had left was mutant black stingers, and he didn't really want to sell more after the 30 he sold to Qin Xian. If the same creature appeared too often, its value would drop, and people might think it was easy to hunt that creature. So, Hansen did not intend to sell mutant black stingers anymore unless he had to. "Good. I really like playing with a straightforward guy like you. 100,000 per round it is." Tang was overjoyed inwardly. He was just thinking it wouldn't be satisfactory enough just to pour wine on Hansen's face, and it chanced that the kid had offered money as well. "You will have to wait 10,000 years before you could win money from me. I am the king of rock, paper, scissors, and I can win 9 of 10 rounds. I will wait to see you cry." Tang wanted to give Hansen a banner for being a great citizen. He was just so nice to offer Tang both his face and wallet. The three soon decided on the rules. To win, rock, paper, scissors didn't count as winning the round. A winner must also successfully pour the wine on the opponent's face. "You guys can start. I'm terrible at rock, paper, scissors, so I'll first observe." When they were deciding which two were to play first, Fang threw his hands up. He had no intention to play and just wanted to record the game. "All right, You can play when we get tired. Tang was pleased by Fang Jingqi's quitting as it gave him more time to kick Han Sen's ass. Tang laid the plate and a glass of wine on the table. The glass was an ordinary one and could hold about 5 ounces of wine. Shall we use water instead? Proposed Han Senator. He was afraid that Tang would be soaked in wine and it wouldn't be safe if Tang caught on fire. Water is boring. Wine it is. Tang wouldn't miss an opportunity to humiliate Han Sen more. Han Sen did not speak. Tang Zhenliu said to Fang Jingqi, Fang, you call it so that it is fair. I am afraid someone may challenge the result otherwise. Okay. Fang Jingqi agreed, stood between the two, cleared his throat and called, rock, paper, scissors. When Fang Jingqi said, scissors, Han Sen and Tang Zhenliu almost reached out their hand at the same time. Han Sen used scissors, while Tang used rock. Excited that he had won, Tang grabbed the glass of wine and poured it at Han Sen. Unfortunately, Han Sen had put up the plate with some panic and blocked the wine. Could Han Sen actually be bad at this game? Fang Jingqi hesitated as he did not expect Han Sen to lose. Looking at Han Sen's smiling eyes, Fang could not help but wince. No, Han Sen is ruthless. He is just trying to get more from Tang. Having understood what was going on, Fang Jingqi grinned and thought, Tang, you are doomed tonight. I will try to record everything. Han Sen was of course setting Tang up, since he had asked for it himself anyway. And Tang was rich enough as well. Others might not be able to come up with the stake. But since Tang could earn more than 10 million with one performance match, he probably would feel nothing from losing a few million. The game itself was a test of reflexes and timing. Both rock, paper, scissors, and fetching the object one should choose was highly demanding for one's reflexes. The one who could respond fast had a great advantage in the game. However, what was more important was the ability to predict the opponent's next move, which was the essence of rock, paper, scissors. Chapter 79. One win. Han Sen was no master at rock, paper, scissors, but he had made an effort to improve his ability to make more accurate predictions. It wasn't for games, but for knowing in advance a creature's habits and movements. For an archer, it was undoubtedly a very important ability. Almost anyone could shoot at a target, and there were numerous people who could hit the bullseye from 150 feet away. However, creatures wouldn't stand still all the time, so it was important to be able to predict their movements. To grasp the fleeting opportunity, prejudge the enemy's action, and shoot to kill were Han Sen's specialties. Or he wouldn't have chosen archery to practice. When he first entered God's Sanctuary, he didn't have a nice bow and arrows, so he practiced sneak attacks, which had even higher demands for one's prejudgment and reflexes. A little mistake would leave him unable to kill a creature with one blow, which would result in the most terrible counterattack. After his first month in God's Sanctuary, Han Sen never missed in a single attack, which proved his outstanding skills of prejudgment and timing. Now with so many Geno points gained, Han Sen had improved greatly in his reflexes as well. It would be difficult for one to win against him in a game like this one. Rock, paper, scissors. The moment when Fang Jingqi said, scissors, Han Sen and Fang Jingqi reached their hands out again. Han Sen had struck with scissors, while Fang went with paper. Tang didn't expect to lose, and when it hit him that he should grab the plate, his face was covered in wine and some even got into his nostrils, leaving a burning sensation. Tang lost a point. Fang Jingqi wrote it down on a notepad seriously. Tang of course didn't take the loss well. After wiping his face with a towel, he stared at Han Sen and said, again. Han Sen was certainly happy to oblige. The two were at it again. Claiming to be the king of rock, paper, scissors, Tang won less than 40% of the rounds, in which Han Sen was able to block the wine he poured every single time. In the rounds where Tang lost rock, paper, scissors, Han Sen was faster than him and got him every time, leaving Tang soaked in wine. In the beginning, Tang would wipe it away, but later he was so focused on beating his opponent that he would just let it be. No, let's play finger guessing instead. It's easy to cheat in rock, paper, scissors. Tang Zhenliu could not help but yell after losing 7, and then 8 rounds in a row. Okay, but please tell me the rules, as I've never played finger guessing before, Han Sen said. The rules are simple. Tang explained the rules. Finger guessing was the same type of game as rock, paper, scissors, but in finger guessing, the two players' hands had to be placed in front of their body at all times, so the other party could see more clearly and there was less a chance of cheating and changing one's mind. Han Sen had not played this one before, so he lost the first 4 rounds of finger guessing. But Tang wasn't really cheered by this fact as he was still unable to get any wine on Han Sen's face. After 4 rounds, Han Sen had mastered the essence of finger guessing, and his excellent skills in prejudgment and quick reflexes gave him the upper hand again. Wine constantly hit Tang's face, which made him even more eager to win. In a while, he was so wet that it was as if he had just climbed out of a wine bucket. Even his trousers were dripping with wine. Tang thought to himself, how could this be? I should be invincible. Something must be wrong. Fang Jingqi saw that Tang was miserable and tried to stop him twice. But Tang was completely amok, and all he wanted was to get his money back. I need revenge. I have to soak him in wine as well. No, I will definitely win the next rounds. 1 win. I need 1 win at least. Let me have 1 win. Just 1 and then I'll stop. Tang's expectations shrunk lower and lower, but he didn't win a single round in the end. In the last few rounds, Tang was a mess and couldn't even win finger guessing anymore. So Han Sen was in complete control. Chu Wanga saw it was late and took Yin back to the private room. She thought Han Sen was probably miserable now, playing drinking games with Tang Zhenliu and Fang Jingqi. When she approached the room, she couldn't hear anything, so she was wondering if Han San was already dead drunk by then. Pushing the door open, she was surprised. Han San and Fang Jingqi were sitting at the table, drinking tea while chatting. Han San looked sober and clean, as if nothing had happened. However, Tang was sitting on the sofa alone, soaking wet and haggard. Chu Wanga thought Tang looked almost like an assault victim, with his eyes full of tears. Tang, what happened to you? Chu Wanga was shocked. By no means could she believe that Tang Jinliu was the one getting bullied. Tang just understood what had happened. Without answering her, he fiercely threw himself at Fang Jingqi, shouting, "Damn you, Jingqi! How dare you set me up?" Not quite sure what was going on, Chu Wanga saw Han Sen smiling at her. He asked, "Ms. Chu, what's the price of the advanced nutrition solution packages?" Now Yin is on the package that's $100,000 per month, the effect of which is very limited. The course intensity at St. Paul would probably call for the package costing $300,000 per month. Or her grades and fitness would both suffer, Chu Wang explained. If she were to use the top package, plus senior physician service, how much would that cost annually? Hansen asked again. If that's the case, you can choose the school's S-level package, which includes the best of everything and costs $15 million per year. Chu Wanga regarded Han San curiously. Great, please get Yin the S-level package when you get a chance, said Han San after he saw the newly transferred $16.7 million in his account. Chapter 80. A test. After returning home, Han San showed Yin the tutorial of Holy Angel and asked her to memorize it. With the holographic demonstration, it was not difficult to learn. Being intelligent, Yin memorized Holy Angel after watching just a few times. On the next day, the Geno solution compatible with Holy Angel was delivered to their home by the staff of St. Hall. Hansen asked Yin to drink it in accordance with the instructions. Because practicing hyper-Geno arts could generate a burden on one's body, and each hyper-Geno art had different effects, most hyper-Geno arts would have to be practiced along with the using of its correspondent Geno solution. An S-class hyper-Geno art usually came with 3 bottles of Geno solution, so it could be practiced by up to 3 persons. If the matching Geno solution was not used, St. Hall would be exempt from any obligations and medical bills if there was an accident during the practice. Before this, Hansen did not know how advanced hyper-Geno arts worked, so he felt lucky that he had successfully practiced Jade Skin. Yin, this hyper-Geno art is the secret of our family. Do not let others know about it, okay? Hansen did not even tell Yin the name, Holy Angel. Han Yin nodded seriously. Yin will not tell anyone that I practiced a hyper-Geno art my brother gave me. Good girl. If you encounter some danger and someone asks you which hyper-Geno art you were practicing, tell him you do not know and it's taught to you by your brother, Hansen said. Yin understands, Han Yin said solemnly. Excellent. Hansen patted Han Yan's head, feeling pity for his sister. Children who grew up in poor families were better prepared to deal with problems. Hansen had spent some carefree years when he was a child. When Han Yin was born, however, their family had been declining, so she had never lived a good life. For this, she was more mature than her peers. Luo Sulan was in Second God's Sanctuary these days, and just returned home on the 4th day since Hansen came back. Hansen also showed Luo Sulan Holy Angel, which shocked her. Although she didn't know too much about hyper-Geno arts, she could tell that this was no ordinary stuff as the tutorial was very carefully arranged. Sin, where did this hyper-Geno art come from? Asked Luo Sulan, worried. Mom, don't worry. I bought this, Hansen said. How is possible that you have this kind of money? She asked again. Mom, I am much stronger than before and have joined a military gang in Steel Armor Shelter. This hyper-Geno art is just a start. We will live better in the future. Hansen explained how he joined Qin Xian's Steel Armor gang, reassuring his mother. Son, you have gone far. Luo Sulan's eyes were wet from happiness. She had endured so many hardships to see this day. Mom, don't get emotional. It's a good thing. Hansen had more than $1 million left in his account after paying for the S-level package for Yin. He gave it to his mother and said, "This is what I earned in God's Sanctuary recently. Mom, you can use it to pay for the daily expenses. You take it yourself. You need the money." Luo Sulan refused to take it. It's fine. I am now with a military organization and my boss is generous. There will be more in the future. Hansen was trying to prepare Luo Sulan for more good news. Son, keep in mind that you shall never be aggressive. Don't get involved in any trouble. Luo Sulan said earnestly. Mom, I understand. You know your son. I have always been low-key, Hansen quickly said. Good. As for the hyper-Geno art, you've got Yin started, right? Tell her never to show it off, in case people would be envious. Since father's accident, Hansen's mother had changed a lot and was constantly afraid that her children would be in danger. Mom, do not worry. I have told Yin and she promised me she would never tell. No, I have to personally tell her again. Luo Sulan got up and went to find Yin. Watching Luo Sulan leaving, Hansen felt very upset. If it were not for Dad's accident, Luo Sulan wouldn't have become so cautious and live in panic all day long. What happened? Hansen regretted that he was so young and didn't understand anything. All he knew was that Dad had an accident. He had asked Mom and Mr. Zhang, but they were both hesitant to say anything. Hansen knew it was not just an accident. In the station master's office at the teleport station, Yang Manli placed a capsule in front of Qin Xian. Station master, you are sure you want to use this? Yang Manli looked at Qin Xian who had picked up the capsule. I have to know why he is not willing to go to Black Hawk and whether he wants to join my squad. Qin Xian said. There are so many guys like him. Cowardly, greedy, and lecherous. There is no need to win him over. I think we should make every effort to get Dollar on our side instead, who can become the best archer possible, Young Manli said. Qin Xian just smiled. Dollar is of course amazing, but a man like him would not give us any chance to control him. Han San is still very talented, and I think he can do well. But the person I need must have a clean slate and be willing to join my squad, which takes me some effort to confirm. Young Manli wanted to say more, but Qin Xian stopped her. Unless you can get Dollar to join our squad, Han Sen is my choice. Young Manli did not reply, but was secretly determined to find Dollar and persuade him. Han Sen did not know what Qin Xian saw in him that she wanted him to join her squad so bad. Before he entered the teleport station, he made sure that he wasn't in Qin Xian's sight. Unfortunately, nothing could go unnoticed under her nose. Looking at Qin Xian standing in front of him with a faint smile on her face, Han Sen had to step forward. It's been a long time since we fought. Show me your progress. Noticing Qin Xian did not mention other matters, Han San was secretly relieved. Han San was now much better, but he did not dare to show her all he got. Even if he did, she would probably still beat him. Drink some water. Qin Xian took off her helmet and fetched 2 bottles of water. She unscrewed a bottle for herself and handed another to Han Sen. Han Sen had no suspicion and drank from the sealed bottle of water. Han Sen, do you think I'm pretty? Qin Xian suddenly asked. Pretty, of course you are. Han San was surprised and looked up at her, not understanding why she was asking this question. It was not her style. Do you think my lips are prettier or my eyes? Qin Xian asked again. Han Sen felt dizzy. He could not help but look to the mouth of Qin Xian, and gradually his sight moved up and fell on her bright eyes. Chapter 81. Well-behaved soldier. The scripture of jade skin opened with these words, jade skin and flawless body, evils away and spells vain. When he sipped the water, Han San knew something was wrong, but he still drank it without hesitation. Hearing a humming, Han Sen felt like his mind and eyes were sucked into Qin Xian's eyes, and that he almost lost his consciousness. Almost at the same time, a coolness welled from his limbs. Jade skin started to run in his body automatically, and the coolness restored his senses. This woman wants to hypnotize me. What's she trying to do? Han San sneered inwardly, but didn't show anything on his face. He maintained that confused look. Han Sen, are my eyes not pretty? Qin Xian asked. They are pretty, Han Sen answered in a low voice. Which part of my body do you like best? Qin Xian asked again. Your boobs. Han San did not hesitate to answer. Why? Qin Xian asked again. They are big, soft and bouncy, Han Sen replied. Nasty, Qin Xian whispered. When they were in the combat room, Han San must have touched her boobs when they fought. Come and touch them, Qin Xian said, lifting her chest. Han San did not hesitate to reach out his hands, and Qin Xian suddenly pushed his hands aside. Now she could confirm that Han San had been completely hypnotized by her, as any normal person would hesitate when hearing such an odd request, which Han San did not. Are you Dollar? Qin Xian's first question scared the hell out of him. Han Sen didn't realize Qin Xian had connected some dots. Without time to think any further, he answered, no. Qin Xian nodded, apparently not believing the two were the same person herself. She continued to ask, why are you unwilling to go to Black Hawk? Because it was too far away from home, Han Sen replied. How is that relevant? Qin Xian did not understand his logic. I wouldn't be able to take care of my mom and my sister if it is too far away from home, Han Sen replied slowly. Qin Xian was a bit surprised, and then her look softened. She asked, have you ever considered to join my squad? No. Why? Qin Xian was slightly angry. I'm afraid of danger. I cannot die, replied Han Sen. Why can't you die? Qin Xian looked at Han Sen, finding his reply curious. If I die, my mom and my sister will be bullied by my relatives, and I cannot let them be bullied, Han Sen continued to answer. Qin Xian's expression became more and more gentle, and she continued to ask, why did you agree to join Bullseye? Because of you. Me. Qin Xian was confused. Because I like you. Han Sen still had a dull face on. Qin Xian blushed a little. Why do you like me? Because you are beautiful. Is there any other reason? Yes. What reason? Surprisingly, Qin Xian was slightly excited to hear the answer. Because you are beautiful. Isn't this the same reason? Qin Xian frowned. No. Why not? Qin Xian looked at Han Sen, puzzled. Because the first time I saw you, I thought you were beautiful. The second time I saw you, you are more beautiful. I can't move away my eyes and want to look at you forever. Qin Xian's cheeks turned crimson. She raised her arm and wanted to slap Han Sen out of it, but eventually didn't have the heart to do that and just gave him a pinch swiftly. Han Sen fell to the ground suddenly with an ouch, acting as if he had fallen under the bed in sleep. Qin Xian subconsciously reached out her hand, but took it back and let Han Sen fall to the ground as she blushed at certain thoughts. What did you do to me? Han Sen suddenly climbed up from the ground and pretended to be frightened. You do not have to worry. I just wanted to know why you do not want to go to Black Hawk. Qin Xian said softly. You hypnotized me? Han Sen was raged. One must go through this process to join the squad. The people we serve are special, so we must guarantee that every member had a clean slate. I myself had to go through the same thing. Qin Xian looked at Han Sen and said gently, you can rest assured that your family will be protected by the military once you go to Black Hawk and join my squad. No one could hurt them. Han Sen looked uncertain and remained silent. Also, I can tell you that each shelter has the same kind of squad, providing service for special clients. This job wouldn't put you in great danger. And that's everything I can tell you. You can think about it yourself. Not hearing an answer, Qin Xian had to ask, what do you think? Do you want to join my squad? Do I still have an option? Han Sen said with a wry smile, try to be admitted to the Black Hawk. After joining my squad, you will be glad about your decision today. Qin Xian patted Han Sen's shoulder, pleased. Oh, if you need anything just let me know. I'll try to assist you so that you could prepare for the entrance exam of Black Hawk, Qin Xian said. I just want to know one thing. When I was hypnotized, did you ask me any other question other than why I wasn't interested in Black Hawk? Han Sen asked. No, I am a well-behaved soldier, and I am not interested in your private matters, Qin Xian said categorically, with her heart pounding as if there were a cat scratching at it. Really? Han Sen seemed to be worried still. Of course not. Let me know if you need anything. As long as it doesn't cost too much, I will help you prepare for the exam, which is in less than 2 months, Qin Xian said and left, her face burning. After Qin Xian left, Han Sen let out a long sigh of relief. From now on, Qin Xian probably wouldn't suspect him again. This is an excellent opportunity. Qin Xian would completely trust me after this so she can become my cover. Others would think I got stronger and better because of her help and wouldn't suspect that I am Dollar. Then, I could gradually show my real ability using my own identity and abandon the guise of Dollar altogether, Han Sen thought to himself. This was why he had agreed to Qin Xian's ask. Also, his family could indeed use the protection of the military. Han Sen then teleported into God's sanctuary as it was Dollar's time to participate in the second round of the martial arts contest. Chapter 82. Fighting Luo Tianyang. Han Sen. Not evolved. Status. None. Lifespan. 200 years. Requirements for evolution. 100 Geno points. Geno points gained. 100 ordinary Geno points. 100 primitive Geno points. 47 mutant Geno points. 29 sacred Geno points. Beast souls gained. Sacred blood black beetle. Sacred blood bloody slayer. Sacred blood purple winged dragon. Mutant three-eyed cat. Mutant black barracuda. Mutant black stinger. Mutant sawfish. Han Sen looked at his current data and felt satisfied. Now he had as many as 3 sacred blood beast souls and several mutant beast souls. Only 2 of the mutant beast souls were less than satisfactory, and they were both from someone else. The mutant three-eyed cat was a pet that was useless at the moment, and the mutant black barracuda Lu Weinan gave him was an aquatic mount, which was completely useless on the land. At a grove near Steel Armor Shelter, Han Sen was meeting with Lin Beifeng. Han Sen was deliberately giving Lin the mutant creature meat he promised a few days later than when Dollar sold mutant black stingers. This is for you. Han Sen took 2 dried sawfish out of his bag and gave them to Lin. Black stingers were no longer an option, so he had to give the fish to Lin, too. Lin was overjoyed. Yes, it was a good trip. Han Sen gave him back the rest of the arrows, which were not really put into use. It's fine. Keep them. Son, can I join you next time? Lin Beifeng looked at Han Sen expectantly. I will if there is an opportunity. Please take the arrows back. Han Sen insisted. Lin had to take the arrows back, and the two returned to the shelter as they were talking. At the gate of Steel Armor Shelter, they ran into Son of Heaven's gang. Luo Tianyang stared at Han Sen as if he were to devour the guy. Son of Heaven, long time no see, Lin said. Lin, why are you with him? Son of Heaven gave Han Sen an unkind glance. Son is my friend, and there seems to be nothing that can't be forgiven between you two. How about we let Han Sen buy us drinks, and you can just let it go? Lin asked Son of Heaven. Let it go? Who do you think you are? Luo Tianyang looked at Lin contemptuously. Shut up. Son of Heaven stopped Luo Tianyang and said to Lin, Lin, it's not that I don't respect you, but it is not that simple. If it is not settled properly, it will never be over. Settle how? I will pay however much you think he owes you, said Lin. It's not about money. You can ask him yourself, Son of Heaven said and entered the shelter with his gang. Sin, what was that about? Lin looked at Han Sen puzzled. He thought their conflict was only the ass freak incident. Han Sen told him about the purple-winged dragon and Lin smiled wryly. It was indeed a big deal for Son of Heaven. Lin paused and laughed. But it does not matter. You did not get the beast soul anyway. I will try to mediate between you two. It's not a good idea to have Son of Heaven as an enemy. Just between us, you could offend a gentleman, but never a villain. The two also entered Steel Armor Shelter. Everyone inside the shelter seemed to be talking about some news. Han Sen listened carefully, and it turned out that Dollar was against Luo Tianyang in the second round. Dollar against Luo Tianyang. It must be an excellent fight. Son of Heaven must still be bitter from Dollar seizing his bloody slayer beast soul. Luo Tianyang would probably try to kill Dollar for him. Kill Dollar? I don't think he can even last longer than 10 minutes. That's not fair. Dollar is strong, but so is Luo Tianyang. With the support from Son of Heaven, Luo probably has as many beast souls as he wishes. I think the result is hard to tell. I say it's easy to tell. Dollar will win. Haha, I agree. Does Luo Tianyang have wings? Can he fight a golden horn Shura? Exactly. How can Luo Tianyang even compare? I think it will take 3 minutes for Dollar to get rid of him. Han Sen did not expect to meet Luo Tianyang in the second round. He sneered inwardly. The mills of God grind slowly. This bastard is now in my hand. Lin Beifeng's eyes lit up. Last time I missed Dollar's fight. Let's go watch this one. I will not go. There is some family business I need to take care of. Of course Han-san couldn't watch. If he went, then Dollar would be missing. You won't come? It's Dollar. Lin was shocked. What's so special about him? He is just a person. Han-san shrugged. He is special. I never admired anyone, but Dollar is an exception. Just because he fought that Shura, Lin said. Okay, but I really need to go home, so maybe next time. Han-san chuckled inwardly. Unfortunately, video cameras don't work in God's sanctuary, or we can record it and post it on the Skynet. It will go viral for sure. Lin Beifeng bemoaned and left for the martial hall. Han-san took a detour and reappeared in the shelter after he put on the black beetle armor. This time he was prepared and wore a cape over the armor, covering almost everything. Although he looked strange, he wasn't recognized like last time. Han-san found a corner seat in the stands and sat down, watching others fight as he waited for his turn. Before long, a group of people sat down close to him. Han-san was shocked to see they were the Bullseye members, with young Monli leading the team. They were a big group and Han-san had picked a sparsely seated corner, so they all came here. Su Xiaoqiao was seated next to Han Senator Yang Monli, and Lu Hongtao were only 2 seats away. I say, buddy, why are you covered all over in such hot weather? Are you dressing as a witch? Su Xiaoqiao always liked joking and threw a comment at Han-san. Brat, I'll deal with you later, thought Han-san, not saying anything. Monli, who do you think will win, Dollar or Luo Tianyang? Several members of Bullseye started a heated discussion. Chapter 83, 1-minute fight. Dollar, of course. Right, Monli? Su Xiaoqiao asked. Yang Monli nodded, apparently agreeing with Su Xiaoqiao. Lu Hongtao commented on the side, even Dollar is strong. He is just one person, without anyone behind his back, while Luo Tianyang was supported by Son of Heaven. It is still hard to tell who will win. One person is enough. Dollar fought a golden horned Shura alone. Even with a gang behind him, I don't think Luo Tianyang could do that, Su Xiaoqiao said with disdain. Young man, you are too young to understand. Lu Hongtao acted as an elder. What don't I understand? Su did not take that comment well. Think about it. If Son of Heaven and his whole gang all let Luo Tianyang use their beast souls, who do you think will win? Don't forget that Son of Heaven has a sacred blood shape-shifting ape beast soul, and God knows how many mutant beast souls he has. If Luo Tianyang used them all, do you still think Dollar will win? Lu Hongtao said confidently. It's just an ape beast soul. Dollar has a bloody slayer beast soul, wings, and sacred blood armor. It would be easy for him to win Luo Tianyang. I don't think Luo Tianyang could last a minute. Su Xiaoqiao said disapprovingly. This kid sure knows how to speak. Han-san was pleased with Su Xiaoqiao's words. Well, you just said Luo Tianyang couldn't last a minute, so let's make a bet. If Luo lasts less than a minute, you can have my mutant beast soul of red-hoofed beast. If he lasts longer than that, your mutant nocturnal wolf beast soul will be mine. Do you dare to bet against me? Lu Hongtao looked at Su Xiaoqiao and said. Su Xiaoqiao suddenly got nervous. 1 minute was just a figure of speech. How is it possible for one to end the match in a minute after all? Like Lu Hongtao had said, Son of Heaven had Luo's back. With some beast souls here and there, Luo Tianyang could definitely stay on the stage longer than a minute. The Nocturnal Wolf Beast Soul was a lucky gain of Su Zhao's when he shot an arrow at the Nocturnal Wolf King in a recent campaign. He had been bragging to everyone about it. Yet Lu Hongtao had proposed to use this beast soul as the stake in a bet that was less than fair. Lu, we were just chatting. No need to get serious. Yes, Lu Xiaoqiao was just saying. Yeah, figure of speech. Several Bullseye members tried to smooth things over, but being unreasonable, Lu Hongtao said with a mean tone. I'm trying to teach him not to comment on things he doesn't understand. He could say whatever he wishes at home, but in the society, a wrong comment could get him killed. #T. You insist? A bet is a bet. I'm game. Don't be a deadbeat when you lose. Although Su Xiaoqiao was usually joking and messing around, he still had his pride as he was from a wealthy family. Even at the cost of a beast soul, he wouldn't be a doormat. Xiaoqiao, just suck it up. The teammates next to him all tried to stop Su Xiaoqiao from getting involved in this unfair bet. He would be basically giving the beast soul away. Lu Hongtao didn't have the best personality and not many liked him except for a few henchmen of his. Almost everyone was on Su's side. Well, I appreciate a young man that can stick to what he believes in. If you don't trust me, we can both transfer our beast souls to Monli and let her be our witness. So that we could both reassured, Lu Hongtao said, and gave his beast soul of red-hoofed beast to young Monli. Lu, it's just a small difference. We all are in Bullseye, and there is no need to do this. Young Monli frowned. Monli, I'm doing this for his own good. If he keeps being insolent like this, he might get into bigger troubles elsewhere in the future. Lu Hongtao gave Su a contemptuous glance and said to him, if you apologize to me right now, I'll let this go. And remember to watch it in the future. Everyone thought Lu Hongtao was just shameless. If these words came from another person, Su Xiaoqiao might apologize. But Lu saying this himself made an apology an impossible option for any guy with dignity. Everyone knew there was no going back at this point. Su gritted his teeth and raged, Lu Hongtao, cut the crap. I'm down. Su Xiaoqiao then transferred his mutant nocturnal wolf beast soul to young Monli. Monli, keep this for me. When I win, I'll treat everyone to barbecue. I like a young man who doesn't know any better. Lu Hongtao was overjoyed. A mutant beast soul was very rare, and he had just gained one with a few words. Also, the mutant nocturnal wolf was a shape-shifting beast soul which was worth even more than his mount beast soul, red-hoofed beast. Yang Monli frowned. She had wanted to mediate the dispute with a few words, but Lu Hongtao said those words first so that Su Xiaoqiao had to bet against him now. The young man is too impulsive. Maybe a loss could be considered a lesson for him. Yang Monli sighed. Things had come so far that there was nothing she could say to turn it around. Su Xiaoqiao felt upset after accepting the bet. Although he was confident in Dollar and believed he could win, 1 minute was simply too short. Even the exchange of pleasantries could last that long. Not to mention Luo Tianyang did have many resources. If he had really borrowed the ape beast soul from Son of Heaven, the match could easily last longer than 10 minutes. The match between Luo Tianyang soon began and Su Xiaoqiao murmured his prayers. Dollar, it was me who spread your name. Please help me. I haven't had the nocturnal wolf beast for long and don't want to give it to Lu. Sitting next to Su and hearing everything, Han San was mad. Help you. In the beginning, everyone was calling me doll, and it was all because of you. Chapter 84. Ape Beast Soul. Finally, Dollar and Luo Tianyang's codes were displayed on the martial steel. Each digit in Han Sen's code was an 8, so everyone knew that was him. Luo Tianyang went on the stage first. From his leisurely look, it seems that he was confident about the upcoming match, which made Su Xiaoqiao quite nervous. Where is Dollar? The match is about to begin, but we don't see him yet. If he is not here in 3 minutes, he will automatically be considered the losing side. The stands were filled with people eager to see Dollar's match, but the familiar golden figure was missing. Su Xiaoqiao became even more tense. Lu Hongtao smiled unkindly. Su Xiaoqiao, it seems that you were in a bad place. If Dollar doesn't show up at all, you wouldn't be convinced even if I won the bet, right? What is this nonsense? It is still very early, and the boss always comes late. Don't you understand that? Su Xiaoqiao retorted, but felt unsure as Dollar didn't show up. He thought, could Dollar be delayed by something? Then my mutant nocturnal wolf would be gone. Great. I'll see how long you could keep that thought, Lu Hongtao ridiculed. Suddenly, the guy in cape sitting next to Su Xiaoqiao, who had been silent the whole time, suddenly stood up and walked toward the stage, leaving Su Xiaoqiao and others dumbfounded. The guy took off the cape while walking, revealing the golden armor underneath, leading to an uproar in the stands. Dollar. Dollar. Haha, the angel came. I know there's no way he would miss this. Su Xiaoqiao was so happy that he jumped up. My God, Dollar, you are truly amazing. Kick Luo's ass for my sake, please. And remember, keep it under a minute. 1 minute. Su Xiaoqiao was now certain that Dollar had just heard the dialogue about the bet. That was to say Dollar knew he should defeat Luo within a minute, which was undoubtedly good news for Su. Other Bullseye members were also very excited. Dollar was just sitting here, and we failed to recognize him. Indeed, we should have asked for his autograph. I hear you could sell that for a good price now. Xiaoqiao, you didn't say what you said because you knew it was him, did you? Su Xiaoqiao laughed. God helps those who help themselves. How could I know it was Dollar? He wrapped himself like a rice dumpling on such a hot day, and I was just wondering about that myself. Lu Hongtao's face was grim. He sneered and said, don't be happy now. Even if he wants to help you, it is impossible to defeat Luo in a minute. Nothing is impossible with Dollar. As long as he wants to do it, it will be done. Su Xiaoqiao immediately retorted, with all his faith in Dollar. Although Yang Monli was surprised that Dollar was sitting beside them, she was not as optimistic as Su Xiaoqiao. Rationally speaking, what Lu Hongtao said made sense. Luo Tianyang might not be Dollar's match, but he had Son of Heaven behind him, so he must have plenty of beast souls on him. Despite that Luo's fitness wasn't the best in Son of Heaven's gang, his fitness index should still be over 10. With strong beast souls, it would be difficult to beat him. If Dollar is an archer with advanced beast soul bow and arrows, he might be able to get rid of Luo fast. Unfortunately, it seems that he never uses arrows. Yang Monli sighed inwardly. Son of Heaven shot a harsh stare at Han San and eyed Luo Tianyang on the stage. Luo nodded knowingly. Son of Heaven had prepared well for this match. Knowing Luo wouldn't be Dollar's match, he didn't count on Luo to defeat Dollar. Still, he lent Luo his sacred blood ape beast soul and many powerful mutant beast souls. All he wanted to see was Dollar injured. Even if Dollar could not be injured, he must show his real skills in this match. Son of Heaven saw Dollar as a fierce rival, which was why he was using Luo as a pawn to weaken Dollar before he ran into Dollar himself, and to find out how strong Dollar was. Luo Tianyang was both cunning and ruthless. He didn't take Dollar lightly and summoned the ape beast soul and a mutant suit of armor as soon as the steel lit up and the match started. Suddenly, stood on the stage was a giant age more than 9 feet tall in a suit of bone armor with a long mace in its hands. The look alone was terrifying. A wisp of a smile crossed Son of Heaven's face. That was why he liked Luo. Luo's ability was less than impressive in his gang, but Luo had always been careful and decisive. Son of Heaven had always believed that one must know one's limits, which Luo did. Being meek towards the brutal and brutal towards the meek might be viewed as a bad thing. But the way Son of Heaven saw it, it was also a wise attitude. Luo Tianyang's decision now was much to Son of Heaven's satisfaction, playing it safe and trying to survive. Of course, Luo Tianyang's life was not very important to him. But if Luo died, the ape beast soul would be ruined as well. So, Luo must not die. That's it. Just do whatever you can and try to force Dollar to show all he got. If anything went wrong, just go off the stage and throw in the towel. Son of Heaven looked at the two on the stage and thought with a smile, Dollar, let me see what you've got. Lu Hongtao was amused by what Luo Tianyang did. I told you Son of Heaven would definitely give the ape beast soul to Luo. You see? With that mutant bone armor, it would take Dollar at least an hour to beat Luo. What are you talking about? Can someone like Luo Tianyang even shapeshift for an hour? Su Xiaoqiao disagreed. His heart did freeze a little, as he didn't think Luo would really have the ape beast soul on him. Anyway, it would be easy for him to last 10 minutes, which means I could win 10 times. So it's a pity that you don't have 10 mutant beast souls, Lu Hongtao laughed. Chapter 85. Sekel. But soon, Lu Hongtao's smile disappeared. The moment the martial steel lit up, Dollar summoned the Bloody Slayer and ran toward the ape called Luo like a hurricane, a golden spear in his hand. In the blink of an eye, Dollar was in Luo's face, his spear stabbing Luo's stomach. Luo Tianyang roared and hacked his mace madly at the mutant sawfish spear, making the spear fly out of Han Sen's hand. Lu Hongtao was ready to applaud, but then he saw that Dollar calmly reached for a golden katana at his waist and slashed it toward Luo Tianyang, who was only inches away. The ape did possess great strength, but it was also clumsy. When fighting from afar, this disadvantage wouldn't show. But at such a short distance, there was no time for the ape to dodge. Crack! The 9-foot-tall ape was cut in half. Luo only gave a whimper before he turned into his own body and died. Blood flowed like a river. Everyone was blankly watching Han Sen, who put the katana back into its sheath and took back the spear calmly. Dollar killed Luo, who had shapeshifted into a sacred blood creature, in less than 10 seconds. After the moment of silence, cheers broke out like a tsunami. Everyone was calling Dollar's name, bringing the whole martial hall to a boil. Su Xiaoqiao was the happiest person among all. Twerking on the stands, he shouted, Dollar, Dollar, I love you. Like a mouse loves rice. Lu Hongtao was dumbfounded. He sat there like a deflated balloon, not accepting the fact that Luo had died. Red-hoofed beast. My red-hoofed beast. How could this be? Lu Hongtao almost spilled out blood. Son of Heaven gritted his teeth very hard. He didn't care that Luo was killed, but his ape beast soul was one of the few sacred blood beast souls he had. It, along with all the mutant beast souls, was ruined with the death of Luo. Son of Heaven's heart was bleeding. Dollar, I'll make you regret you were born. Son of Heaven cursed inwardly. He very badly wanted to kill Dollar, but felt somewhat helpless about it. Before, there had been a chance to besiege Dollar with his gang. Now that Dollar had wings, that plan would no longer work. Now Son of Heaven regretted very much that he had used his one-use sacred blood wasp arrow. If he still had it, he would be able to kill Dollar, even if Dollar could fly. He thought more about it and realized that if he had never used that arrow, Dollar wouldn't have the Bloody Slayer beast soul. Without that shape-shifting beast soul, Dollar couldn't have killed Luo so easily. Thinking of this, Son of Heaven wanted to eat Dollar alive. There was something stuck in his chest which he could neither swallow nor spit out. I must find out who Dollar is. If I couldn't kill him in God's sanctuary, I will kill him in the Alliance. Son of Heaven was determined to have Dollar killed, or he could never let this go. His loss was indeed huge. Luo was dead, and he had lost many beast souls, including a sacred blood one, while Dollar walked free. Han Sen did not dare to get stuck in the crowd and simply flew away with his wings, not giving the audience any chance to approach him. Dollar killing Luo Tianyang was the headline in Steel Armor Shelter. People had posted the story on the Skynet, but without a way to record images in God's sanctuary, words alone didn't attract much attention. In addition, Luo Tianyang was a nobody, so no one cared. After all, this was only the martial arts contest within Steel Armor Shelter. If Dollar became the champion of Steel Armor Shelter and entered the contest among champions from all the shelters, then his match could be seen by the entire First God's Sanctuary. If he became the chosen, it would truly be something amazing throughout the entire alliance. But people in Steel Armor Shelter were clearly scared of Dollar. His opponents in the next few rounds all quit before they fought and simply didn't show up. Killing someone in seconds was a brutal thing to do, and that someone had even shapeshifted into a sacred blood beast soul. No one had the courage to put their life on the line. Some people even accused Dollar of being a murderer and posted articles describing how cruel he was. Su Xiaoqiao and other Bullseye members were pissed off by those articles and wrote about the bet between Su and Lu, leading to compliments from Dollar's fans. But it had not changed the fact that Dollar had killed someone. Later, someone posted anonymously that Luo Tianyang had mutilated and raped many victims using Son of Heaven's gang when he was alive. Many people from Steel Armor Shelter echoed the post and said it was a great thing that Dollar had done. Luo Tianyang was an animal. If I were Dollar, I would have killed him long before the martial arts contest. Well done. 32 likes. An animal who deserved it. Ignorant. All of you. Murder is murder, regardless of who was killed. Dollar is a murderer. Dollar is a piece of *#T. Don't comment on something you don't understand. Everyone in Steel Armor Shelter knows it was justice well served. Exactly. I hate those who follow the herd. There was quite a debate on the Skynet, but then the posts criticizing Dollar became overwhelming, and many posts that supported Dollar got deleted. People in Steel Armor Shelter knew that Son of Heaven was behind it. However, no one had the nerve to antagonize Son of Heaven. After all, There weren't many who dared to be the enemy of Starry Group. No one was willing to do that for a stranger anyway. Chapter 86. Special Training. Son, check out my new mount. Su Xiaoqiao was riding his newly gained mutant red-hoofed beast in the yard of the Bullseye team, bragging. The mutant red-hoofed beast looked somewhat like an antelope with a pair of buffalo horns on its head. It had the size of a camel and was satin black all over, except for its 4 blood-red hooves. Han Sen was very depressed to see this gorgeous mount. He wasted so much effort in helping this brat win a mutant mount, while he himself ended up with nothing. Although he did have a mutant mount beast soul, it was aquatic and was useless on the land. After the martial arts contest, I have to find a way to gain a beast soul mount. It was too much trouble going everywhere on foot, and it was bad for my image as well, Han Sen thought to himself. Dark Swamp was out of the question. Even if he gained a mount beast soul there, it would be something ugly like a toad. Han Sen, come to my office. Young Monli called from on the second floor. San, you offended her again? Su Xiaoqiao ran over and asked, grinning. Why would I do that? Han Sen said, touching his nose. That was not a kind look she had. You have to be careful, Su Xiaoqiao laughed. You know about looks? Why don't you say you were psychic as well? Han Sen laughed and went to the second floor. Monli, you asked for me? Han Sen asked. I do not know what Qin Xian saw in you, but since she asked me to help you prepare for the entrance exam, I'll do my best. Starting from today, you will report to me at the teleport station every day and I will train you hard. You better be prepared as you will suffer. Blackhawk isn't just any school. Young Monli paused and said casually, if you cannot bear it, you better ask Qin Xian to allow you to quit. I will not stop you. When do I start? Han Sen asked. Now, said Young Monli before she got up and teleported to Planet Roka with Han Sen. Young Monli took Han Sen to the test hall at the teleport station, which was a military standard test hall that provided more accurate tests. You will do a detailed test first and let me see what's the difference between your fitness level and the lowest standard for Blackhawk, Young Monli said with no expression. No need for that. I think I could definitely pass that bar. Han Sen did not dare to do the test, afraid he might scare Young with his data. The last time he took the test, he had approached 10 in all his numbers. Having gained lots of mutant and sacred geno points after that, his fitness index should be well beyond 10 now. Do the test. Young Monli commanded coldly. If you insist. Han Sen muttered and slowly walked toward the entrance of the test hall. Han Sen had made up his mind not to use his full strength, in case Young could tell something was wrong. Fortunately, Han Sen was very confident in his control of his own body. The more he practiced Jade Skin, the more he was amazed by this hyper-geno art. He hadn't practiced it for long, but he already felt that he could adjust each bone and each muscle in his body. With Jade Skin, he could even change his heart rate, blood pressure, and body temperature to a certain extent. The more he understood Jade Skin, the more scared he felt. Fortunately, Xuelongyan had already been seriously injured when they met, or else it would have been Han Sen who got killed. It was precisely because of this that Han Sen wouldn't let anyone know that he was practicing Jade Skin, for fear that people might know Xuelongyan was killed by him. The test items here were similar to those in the test center, but were more sophisticated in general. Hence Han Sen knew what each item was for. Soon, Han Sen completed all the test items and came out of the test hall covered with sweat. Young Monli had no idea that Han Sen looked so tired mainly because he was trying to control the test result. To control one's reflexes and heartbeat was extremely difficult in such sophisticated test items. If Han Sen hadn't practiced Jade Skin, he wouldn't have been able to hide his real physical condition at all. Young Monli looked through Han Sen's test results and said, less than 10 in all items, but close. 10 is just the standard of ordinary military schools. For Blackhawk, even for specially recruited students, 10 was just a narrow pass. After reading something on a smart machine, she said, during the time we have left, which is little more than a month, I will make all your fitness index past 10. Meanwhile, I will train you in archery. Only with proper archery skills will you be specially recruited. Monli, may I ask, without special enrollment, what kind of score is Blackhawk looking for? Han Sen asked curiously. When you are able to beat me, you could be admitted to Blackhawk on your own. Young Monli went to the gym, not even glancing at Han Sen. Han Sen followed her to the gym and looked at all sorts of training equipment in the gym curiously. Many of the equipment he had never seen before. Many soldiers were training in the gym. The teleport station was part of the military, so everything here followed military standard. The only difference was that most soldiers here were new to the army and had never been to the battlefield. Those who could be assigned here typically had certain connections, or else they would have been sent to the front. Chapter 87. Cheating. Young Monli led Han Sen in front of a sealed device the size of a train compartment. The device was around 150 feet long. She turned it on and entered some data before she took off her jacket, revealing a black professional training suit underneath. The suit was made of a material unknown to Han Sen, which had a form-fitting effect. Han Sen noticed that young Monli had a great body. Her legs were especially long and straight, seducing one to touch them. Look carefully. I will only show you once. For today, you need to finish this training every day before you go anywhere else. Young Monli said and went into the device. The moment young Monli entered the device, all soldiers who were exercising came around and drooled over the holographic image displayed. Yang's body is getting more and more perfect. I could play with those legs for 3 years. 3 years? I can play with him for 30 years. Check out her ass. These animals stared at the holographic image, almost with their eyeballs popped out. Inside the device, young Monli had started. There are many exercise items in the device, and she finished them one by one effortlessly. The items didn't look very difficult either. Brother, what is this device? Looks like it is not that difficult. Han-san asked a soldier curiously. Not difficult? Kiddo, you are too naive. Yang seems effortless because she's got great fitness index. If you were to do it, you would be too tired to finish 3 items. This is called gravity trainer. There are such devices on all interstellar aircrafts and warships, and they are used to adjust the internal gravity. With the parameters set by Yang, one would need at least 10 in fitness index to train, or else walking in the device alone would be a torture, even worse than screwing 7 times in one night. Son, all you could do is pray. These soldiers knew Han's senator. They were all aware that Qin Xian had often called him into the combat room. Young Monli stepped out of the gravity trainer in a little while, and the soldiers quickly scattered back to do their training as if nothing had happened. Young Monli had some sweat on her forehead. She put on her jacket and said, "Now you complete the exercise and then come to find me." She left with no intention of watching Han San do the exercise. Young Monli knew very well that Han Sen's physical fitness index was only close to 10, and it was impossible for him to finish such intense training. She just wanted to humble him so that he would follow her orders better. A soldier ran toward Han Sen when the latter was about to enter the gravity trainer to start training. Putting his hand over Han Sen's shoulder, the soldier smiled and said, "Buddy, if you can bring us some R-rated holographic resources when you come here in the future, I'll let you in on a secret and make the gravity trainer a piece of cake for you." Deal. What's the secret? Hansen agreed, knowing he was asking for porns. Great. The soldier patted Hansen's shoulder and whispered to his ear. Once the parameters were set up, Yang could tell if you have modified them after. However, the device has a protective mechanism, which is designed mainly to prevent dangers to your body. My method allows you to change the parameters through this mechanism so that the result doesn't show the modification. So, you can easily complete the test without being found out by Yang. Fantastic. What should I do? Hansen asked. I can tell you the secret, but a deal is a deal. You need to get me those R-rated holographic resources, or you will regret it, said the soldier. Brother, rest assured, I'll get you those. Hansen patted his own chest and guaranteed. The soldier nodded with satisfaction and told Hansen the method to change the parameters. He repeatedly told Hansen to bring him the porns and designated a few actresses. Parameters set up. Please confirm. Hansen went into the gravity trainer and heard the AI. Okay, Hansen replied. Confirmation completed. Start testing in 10 seconds. Countdown starts. 10, 9, 8. When the countdown was over, Hansen felt his body sank, as if he had suddenly gained a few hundred pounds. Hansen did not use the soldier's method. He wanted to see if he could finish the exercise like Young Monli did. Hansen was not used to the added gravity and warmed up a little before he started. When Young Monli was back from her office, it was already in the afternoon. She thought Hansen should be worn out like a dead dog by now and would probably be more obedient in the future. When Young Monli returned to the gym, she was surprised to see Hansen chatting with the soldiers there. The soldiers were even showing him how to play with all sorts of devices. He looked rather lively and not tired at all. Hansen, I asked you to train. What are you doing? Annoyed, Young Monli asked coldly. The soldiers were scared away like mice met a cat, leaving Hansen standing there alone in front of Young Monli. Captain, I've completed the training. Hansen saluted the way the soldiers had just taught him. Completed? Young Monli frowned and walked quickly toward the gravity trainer. She pulled out the data, and as she checked each item, her face became darker and darker. There was no doubt that Young Monli did not think the data was real. Only those who with more than 12 in fitness index could achieve this. She had just tested Hansen's fitness, and he wasn't even a 10. So, this could not be his real performance. Chapter 88. Perseverance Matters. Who told you about the protection mechanism? Young Monli stared at Hansen madly. Of course, she knew about this trick. What protection mechanism? I do not understand what you are talking about. Hansen looked innocent. You won't tell? Go get a 7.0 practice bow and some arrows. Young Monli calmed down and said coldly. Hansen did not know what she wanted to do, and did what she asked. You know the standard stance to draw the string? Young Monli looked at Hansen and asked. Yes. Hansen nodded. Very good. Pull the string to the fullest on standard stance. Young Monli said quietly. Hansen had worked hard on archery, so his stance was perfect, and he easily pulled the string to the fullest. Good stance. Hansen was surprised to hear Young Monli's compliment. Thank you, Captain. Still, Hansen knew he was in trouble. Hold this position until midnight. If you move during this period and I do not get the answer I want, you do not need to show up here again. Even if the station master came here herself, one of us must go. Young Monli turned to leave. Seeing Young going away, the soldiers ran back, and the one who told Hansen about the protection mechanism felt guilty and said, Sorry buddy, I did not expect Young to be onto you. I did you harm instead of good. It's just a few hours. I'll be fine. Hansen said casually. Do not underestimate the standard stance. 20 minutes was all right, but 2 hours is just torture. A 7.0 bow is not a joke. Usually we can't even last 2 hours with a 6.0 bow. It's 4 hours until midnight. Young is really brutal this time. I say let's go apologize. Just tell her we all told him about the loophole. or else he would probably not be able to use his arms ever again. If we have to. Judging from her look, we would suffer as well. The soldiers complained and sighed. No need. I'll give it a shot. My endurance has always been good. For hours, I think there should be no problem. Han-san called the soldiers who were going to apologize back. It doesn't matter how good your endurance is. It's torture. Han-san smiled. I've seen worse. Don't go yet. If I can't do it, you could go then. Maybe by then young Monli will see how miserable I am and lessen the punishment. That is also true. Buddy, you hang in there first. Let us know when it gets bad. We will go and confess. The soldiers were loyal. Hinson nodded and did not speak. Remaining motionless was sometimes even worse than violent movement, especially when he was also drawing a 7.0 bow. In the beginning, he didn't feel much, but after half an hour, his arm muscles began to feel numb, and with the passage of time, this numb feeling was more and more intense. In just an hour, Han-san was sweating like rain, his arms burning and whole body trembling. Han-san gritted his teeth and started to practice jade skin. A spring-like coolness flowed through all his veins, where the numb feeling was gradually relieved. Through the monitor, young Monli would glance at Han-san from time to time. She saw him keeping the stance, but started to tremble when it was approaching an hour. His endurance was already beyond her expectation. Even the soldiers can only last this long. Young Monli predicted he could last about at most 1.5 hours, certainly less than 2 hours. Cheating in your first training session. I have to put you through hell. Young Monli did not really want a name from Han-Senator. His silence was a quality she could appreciate, and if he had confessed about the person who had told him, she would have looked down on him. After working for a while, young Monli checked on him again when it was an hour and a half, and found he was still standing there. Young Monli could not help but frown, as Hansen looked better now than half an hour ago. He had stopped trembling and was sweating less. In general, he looked more relaxed. He moved. Young Monli was not sure and played the footage backward, noticing Han-san had not moved in the last 30 minutes. Odd. Young Monli did not go back to work, but paid full attention to Han-sen's image. Han-sen had been standing for 2 hours. Buddy, you're awesome. Can you keep going? Your endurance is out of this world. If you were this good in every aspect, you could definitely go to the Alliance Central Military Academy. Brother, you a real man. A soldier gave him a thumbs up. Let us know if you can't keep going. Don't risk hurting your own body. It's not worth it. Keeping his body motionless, Han-sen smiled and said, I feel okay. I can definitely hold until midnight. No need to check on me. Brother, if you can really hold until midnight, you will be under my protection in the future. Your protection? Do you dare to fight Yang or Qin Xian? Ahem. I was just saying, do not be so serious. The soldiers took a shower and went to the cafeteria, leaving Han-sen alone in the gym. He was practicing jade skin secretly and felt its power welling from every body cell, eliminating his fatigue. When Han-san had insisted for 3 hours, even young Monli was shocked. She even doubted if the soldiers had hacked the monitor, and all she saw was a loop. Soon she ruled out that possibility and left the office for the gym. Chapter 89. I'm the strongest. Now, do you have something to say to me? Young Monli approached Han-san, who was standing like a statue. Han-san hadn't reached a certain level in jade skin, so his fatigue wasn't cleared away completely. Having stood there for over 3 hours, he was drenched in sweat. Even so, his stance was still firm as ever, and his hands holding the bow didn't even tremble. Young Monli for the first time felt that maybe Han-san was somewhat talented. He had been standing like that for more than 3 hours and his hands were still steady, which was a great quality for an archer. Captain, I really have nothing to say, Han-san said. Well, since you were so tough, you could keep standing here. Young Monli went away without looking back. She was a little angry, but also respected Han-san for what he did. That was a difficult task for a 16-year-old. She herself could only last 2 hours with a 6.0 bow at his age. After young Monli had closely observed Han-sen's situation and made sure he was fine, she was surprised to see that he did have the energy to continue. Although this was a test of endurance and didn't have much to do with his other qualities, it still showed that Han-san was outstanding in something, as someone with a fitness index less than 10 wasn't likely to last this long. How can he have such strong endurance? Young Monli thought she probably couldn't even accomplish this herself, while Han-san, someone with much worse fitness than she, could pull through. After young Monli went back to the office, she continued to monitor Han-senator on one hand. She wanted to find out how long Han-san could last in the end. On the other hand, she was afraid his arms would be damaged. She did not want Han-san on her team, but she did not mean to harm him either. That was why she couldn't let anything happen to him. Not to mention she had started to appreciate his endurance and perseverance. As for Han-sen's answer, in fact, young Monli did not really want to hear it. If Han-san had really confessed, young Monli would have thought he was a snitch. Before long, the soldiers took some water and food and sneaked back into the gym. Brother, great job. Come and drink some nutrition solution to get some strength. A soldier opened a bottle of nutrient solution and lifted it to Han-sen's lips. Eat something. Although this meat is as good as the meat from God's sanctuary, it was cooked by a chef here, and the taste is good. Another soldier held a large piece of barbecue on a fork and put it up to Han-sen's mouth. It's fine. I only have 1 hour left and must satisfy Yang's demand. I am afraid she would say it doesn't count if you help me, Han-sen said. Brother, you are really a tough guy. I don't admire anyone but you. Right, what is your name? Hans Sr. You were just over 16, right? Haven't had my 17th birthday. Are all kids so tough these days? I do not know about others, but I'm definitely the toughest. Do not talk to him anymore. It consumes his energy. The soldiers saw Hansen was fine and set up a table next to him to play cards. Hansen was upset and thought, you animals. Are you trying to help or piss me off? Hansen had been standing there for more than 4 hours. The soldiers watched the clock turning to 1 second past midnight, put the cards down, took the bow over and raised Hansen up, ready to throw him into the hydro massage machine. Don't. I do not need the massage. It's too late now. I have to go home. Hansen quickly waved his hands. He had seen this kind of machine before, and it would take at least an hour before he could get out. He did not want to waste his time here. That is not okay. You have been stretching your muscles for too long, which could severely harm your body. You must fully relax through the massage so that your veins and muscles could be revitalized. You have to stay in it for at least 3 hours with the strongest mode on, said a soldier seriously. I'm all right. Hansen couldn't really wait 3 hours. As the soldiers insisted, he used a technique from Ghost Hunt and grabbed a soldier's neck. With a twist, he wiggled free like a snake. Brothers, I'm really okay. I have to go home now. If you don't believe me, I will show you that I still have the energy to perform military boxing, Hansen said, and performed the complete set of military boxing. Military boxing was something taught at the integrated compulsory education and was something as simple as gymnastics. But all the soldiers were dumbfounded by it. They watched Hansen as if they had seen a ghost. *T. Kid, you must be a monster under the human skin. The soldiers suddenly shouted when Hansen finished the military boxing. A Shura under the human skin. A perpetual motion machine under the human skin. When Hansen left the teleport station, it was 1 o'clock in the morning. His mother and sister weren't home, so he cooked himself something to fill his stomach and went to bed. Although Hansen's body was fine, he did feel rather tired and almost fell asleep immediately. He didn't get up until it was noon. Hansen stretched and felt very good all over. It was as if all his cells and pores were revitalized. He discovered that he had made great progress in jade skin. Although it was still just a little, it was about the effect of 10 days practice. So jade skin is practiced more efficiently under extreme conditions? Hansen was surprised. It was worth a shot anyway. If it was true, it would be great for his practice of jade skin. Hansen was not in a hurry. He had lots of time to train in the gravity trainer in the future. If he didn't do it, young Monli would make him anyway. Hansen had carefully thought about his current situation. It would still be a while until he could become an aristocrat, and it was not a bad thing to join Qin Xian's squad to gain protection for his family. As Qin Xian had said, if Son of Heaven wanted to harm his family, there wasn't really much he could do even if he was home. The military's protection was more reliable. Son of Heaven was careful with Qin Xian in God's sanctuary, so Hansen believed that Qin Xian's background would deter Son of Heaven. As long as Son of Heaven didn't know he was dollar, Hansen didn't think the guy would risk offending the military force for some small conflict. Chapter 90. Hand of God. On the next day, Hansen brought porns to the soldier who had asked him for them. The soldier was so happy that he wanted to become sworn brothers with Hansen and said Hansen would be responsible for his happiness from now on. Hansen was covered in sweat. Fortunately, young Monli came fast enough so that Hansen got rid of the soldier successfully. Young Monli spent half an hour to explain some archery knowledge and gave Hansen a few tasks to finish on his own. Hansen had learned basic archery knowledge at school, and what Young taught him was more practical, which benefited him a lot. Young was indeed an expert. There were a lot of tasks for him to complete, which included the gravity trainer. Hansen wanted to use the gravity trainer himself. This time he used the protection mechanism to adjust the parameters, not to reduce the gravity, but to increase the gravity a notch so that it suited his real fitness level better. The gym did not seem to be the place where ordinary soldiers trained. Hansen had never seen other soldiers here than the ones he talked to. During lunch break, Hansen was chatting with the soldiers he knew. The soldier who asked Hansen for porns regarded Hansen and asked, Sin, in addition to bow and arrows, what other weapons do you use? Dagger. Hansen showed him the Z-Steel dagger. Hansen only knew the nicknames of these soldiers. This guy's name was Gambler. Hansen learned from others that he was greedy and lewd. Gambler took over Hansen's dagger and played with it. The dagger seemed like a living thing in his hand, making dazzling moves like a snake. Watch this. Gambler held the dagger an inch away from Hansen's eyes. With a simple wave of his hand, the dagger disappeared in front of Hansen and Gambler's hand was empty. *T. Your nickname should be Magician. Hansen looked everywhere and didn't see the dagger. Gambler laughed and shook his hands in front of Hans Senator. He curled his fingers and the dagger returned to his hands magically. How did you do that? Hansen widened his eyes. Pretty cool, huh? Gambler asked proudly. Yep. Hansen quickly nodded. Dazzling, no? Gambler played with the dagger. For sure. Hansen nodded again. Wanna learn? Gambler looked at Hansen with a faint smile. I do. Do you want to teach me? Hansen asked. If you can bring me all my girls' new movies, I will teach you. Gambler said with a smile. No problem. Hansen agreed, knowing the girls Gambler referred to were certain porn stars. Although it cost some money to buy new movies, Hansen really wanted to learn these tricks. Come, we will find a place so that I can show you. Gambler took Hansen aside and told him the key to it. Hansen then found out that it was not really magic but finger tricks. Although it was taking advantage of the blind spots, the most important part was one's control of the muscles on the arm. Yes, it was the entire arm instead of just the hand. Gambler told him that this trick was called heaven in sleeves, also known as sleeve blade. It was passed down in his family as the foundation of their family business. The dirk Gambler used was specially made, thin and sharp. It had a crescent-like, double-edged blade, but no hilt. Gambler was playing with one dirk in each hand, and it looked like there were two butterflies dancing around his hands, which was amazing to watch. How long will it take for me to become a master like you? Hansen looked at Gambler enviously. Gambler smiled. I started at the age of 3 and became better at 7. I'm now intermediate and still far from being a master. He gave the dagger back to Hansen and said, do not underestimate this trick. Although it is just lays the foundation, but it is fundamental and will benefit you for the rest of your life. Gambler, what does your family do? Hansen could not help but ask. Aha, you will never be in our business and I do not intend to let you. I'm just showing you a trick. You could practice it if you think it is fun. Never mind other issues. Gambler walked away and turned back to ask Hansen, have you ever played games on the Skynet? Rarely. Hansen had spent all his time trying to survive and had no time for games. Go play Hand of God. It will help you learn this trick. If you can level up in that game, you will be getting somewhere with this trick. Gambler pointed to the holographic training machine. Hansen was very interested in Sleeve Blade, so he went to check out Hand of God on the holographic training machine. Soon he understood why Gambler asked him to play this game. This was a holographic game. Its idea was like whack-a-mole, but instead of using fingers alone, the spots to touch could appear everywhere around one's arms. One must use all muscles rationally to hit all the spots to pass a level. It was highly demanding for one's dexterity and accuracy. In addition to the beginner level, the game was divided into 3 levels: Evolver, Surpass, and Demigod. The intention of the classification was obviously to correspond with the 3 phases of God's Sanctuary and to guide players to choose the right level. Hansen first chose the beginner level. Actually, when Gambler said, level up, he meant to clear the beginner level. As for which level Gambler himself was in, Hansen had no way of knowing. Soon, Hansen was hooked. He was not that smooth in the beginning, but was soon addicted to the satisfaction gained from hitting rapidly as he got familiar with the game. Faster, faster, faster. Once started, the game would push one to pursue the exhilaration and speeding up. But Hansen did not have much time to play this game. After a few rounds in the martial arts contest, Hansen reached the final match as expected. Not sure it was good luck or bad luck. Hansen didn't encounter either Fist Guy or Son of Heaven. Son of Heaven had eliminated Fist Guy, and Qin Xian had eliminated Son of Heaven. The final match was between Qin Xian and Hansen. In fact, Hansen wanted to fight Son of Heaven more, so that he would have the opportunity to kill Son of Heaven on the stage. Usually the young master was surrounded by many strong men, and there was almost no chance for Hansen to approach him. Chapter 91. Steel Armor Championship. On the day of the final match between Dollar and Qin Xian, the stands were packed with at least a dozen 100,000 audience. Even many of those who didn't register came. In addition to it being the final match, it was popular also thanks to the fame of Dollar and Qin Xian. Qin Xian was undoubtedly the legend of Steel Armor Shelter. As a woman, she had been the champion of the martial arts contest for several years now, although she was never among the chosen. There was no doubt that she was the #1 in Steel Armor Shelter. In addition, she was also beautiful. All of these made her the goddess of Steel Armor Shelter. People loved, feared, and respected her. Dollar's recent rise was even more legendary. He came from nowhere, but there had been so many headlines and controversies about him. Both seizing Son of Heaven's sacred blood beast soul and killing Luo Tianyang made Dollar a somewhat negative figure. But smashing through the robot channel and fighting Golden Horn Shura made him an idol. When one legend met the other, everyone wanted to know about the outcome. Will Qin Xian continue to be the invincible goddess? Or will Dollar become the new champion? Everyone was looking forward to this match. When Qin Xian and Dollar almost arrived at the same time, all expectations peaked and the cheers were deafening. Dollar, a bet? Qin Xian didn't move, but looked at Hansen with a smile. The audience heard Qin Xian's words and quieted down, wanting to know what bet she was proposing. What bet? Though looking calm, Hansen was puzzled. Did she want to buy the victory from him? If you lose this one, join my Steel Armor gang and be my deputy. When I evolve and go to Second God's Sanctuary, you will be the head of the gang. Qin Xian had a sweet smile on. There was an uproar among the audience. No one thought Qin Xian would say something like this. Steel Armor Gang was far more than just a gang. It also represented the presence of military and the Alliance in God's Sanctuary. Qin Xian's was asking Dollar to become the official spokesman of the Alliance at Steel Armor Shelter. It was a great honor. Sorry, I cannot accept this condition. But unexpectedly, Dollar refused Qin Xian's offer. Why? Qin Xian looked at Hansen, stunned. The head of Steel Armor Gang was a position pursued by many. It was a ladder toward the power center of the Alliance, but Dollar turned it down without considering. The audience also thought Dollar was crazy. How can he turn down such a great offer? There are 2 reasons, Hansen smiled and said. First, you cannot beat me. The answer left many slightly shocked, while Qin Xian asked, what is the second reason? I will go to Second God's Sanctuary earlier than you. So although I appreciate your kindness, I can't take your offer, Hansen calmly said. His reply was arrogant. With her gang, Qin Xian could gain Geno points a lot more easily than most people. While Dollar was on his own, he said he could evolve earlier than her. But no one felt that Dollar was mistaken. It seemed that everything was likely with Dollar, and he shouldn't be questioned. Qin Xian smiled. Well, then I would like to propose something else. If you lose, tell me who you really are. Qin Xian's words had led to a burst of cheers on the stands. All the audience were dying to know who Dollar was. Qin Xian's proposal was embraced by all. And if you lose? Hansen grinned and asked, you can propose something as well? Smiling, Qin Xian looked full of confidence. It was as if she would never lose. An S-class license at St. Hall. Hansen was obsessed with the hyper-geno arts in St. Hall. He had neither the money nor the license. Deal. Qin Xian did not even lift her eyes before she agreed, as if an S-class license was nothing to her. Then let's begin. Hansen drew the Shura katana. He didn't dare to slack when fighting Qin Xian, who had the most Geno points among all in the shelter. She was probably 10 sacred Geno points away from maxing out on everything. Hansen had never seen Qin Xian using her full strength, but he still thought he stood a chance. Hansen's biggest advantage was his understanding of Qin Xian. She would never thought that Dollar was in fact Hansen, whom she had fought a million times. Although she was always kicking his ass, he had learned a lot of her fighting habits. Qin Xian, on the other hand, knew nothing about Dollar. Qin Xian stretched her hand, and a beautiful purple butterfly started to dance in her palm, which turned into a purple dagger. Elegant and demure, she stood there like a goddess. Hansen had seen her using this sacred blood poisonous butterfly dagger once, but it was on the purple-winged dragon. The dagger wasn't really effective as the dragon was gigantic. However, it would be different for a person. Hansen didn't know if he could stand the toxin if stabbed with the dagger. So, Hansen wasn't going to give Qin Xian any opportunity to attack. He wielded the katana using Blade Storm, and the strike was so fast as if it could break the wind. It was a similar strike as this one that had ended Luo Tianyang's life. Qin Xian smiled and moved away like a butterfly, dodging the fierce strike and stabbed her dagger at Han Sen's throat. Han Sen stepped forward and ignored the dagger. The katana was wielded at Qin Xian again. That was a move that put both their lives at stake. If Qin Xian did not dodge again, she would be cut in half. Since Han Sen was in sacred blood armor, he had a bigger chance at survival even cut by her sacred blood dagger. Scoundrel, Qin Xian scowled, gracefully moved sideways and avoided Han Sen's attack. Chapter 92. Atomic Fission. Han Sen was thrilled to see Qin Xian moving away. A storm of katana strikes poured on the lady as Blade Storm was fully brought into play. Each strike was faster than the last. Qin Xian was forced to defend herself and had no chance to attack. Han Sen knew well that Qin Xian was nimble. He had been practicing Ghost Haunt for a long time now and had improved a lot on his footwork. However, he had never been able to get close to her in any combat except for the first time when she had underestimated him. Sure enough, Qin calmly dodged all the strikes Han Sen made calmly as if she were dancing. Meanwhile, she fought back from time to time with grace. None of it mattered to Han Senator. He hacked the katana at her regardless and worked both Blade Storm and Jade Skin to the maximum. A coolness gushed in his veins like a spring and activated every cell in his body. Qin Xian quietly warded off all attacks from Han Senator. She was very confident in herself. It took her a few years to finally get to the first stage of atomic fission. With her current Geno points and beast souls, Qin Xian believed that she could become the chosen this year, and even the first place was not impossible. Atomic fission was an advanced hyper-Geno art, which could fortify all body parts. As suggested by its name, it was close to the root of all hyper-Geno arts and could produce long-lasting power that improved one's physique significantly. It would be the perfect hyper-Geno art if it wasn't so difficult to get started. Qin Xian had started to practice atomic fission under her family members' guidance since she was a toddler, but her progress had been slow. Now she had practiced it for 2 decades, and she just got to the first stage a few months ago. Yes, just the first stage. But she had made a leap in her strength already with the first stage. 20 years of practice did not go wasted. Once she got somewhere, her improvement was skyrocketing. Even Son of Heaven, who was on the same level as she, was easily defeated by her this year. It wasn't that Son of Heaven was weak, but that she had become too strong after getting to the first stage of atomic fission. Qin Xian believed that she could definitely reach the top this year, and Dollar wouldn't be an issue. Qin Xian wasn't even thinking about winning or losing, but how to win Dollar to better impress him. Qin Xian did not care about the storm of blades. As fierce as it looked, it couldn't hurt her. She only felt it was a bit troublesome as she didn't want to kill Dollar. If you like driving, I'll let you drive. I will wait until you are so completely exhausted that you can't even move your arm. By then I will still be calm and appreciate your despair. Qin Xian smiled and dodged another strike, thinking, as long as you lose to me this way, you will think I am invincible and never dare to fight me again. Qin Xian intended to burn Han Sen out. The way Han Sen wielded his katana would consume his strength fast. Each strike brought all his potentials out at the cost of his stamina. For Qin Xian's atomic fission, stamina was one of its key strengths. A metaphor would be that a nuclear power plant was much more efficient than a coal-fired power plant. As Qin Xian kept avoiding Han Sen's attacks, she was patiently waiting for him to be worn down. The blood of the audience were set afire. Han Sen's katana was swift and fierce, and Qin Xian's dancing was ethereal and elegant. Their movements were so fast that they became a blur. It was indeed a great match, and in the eyes of ordinary people, Han Sen was chasing Qin Xian and seemed to have the upper hand. Cheers of dollar could be heard from time to time. It seems that the champion in steel armor shelter would be someone else this year. Of course, dollar is absolutely invincible. Haha. Men are the master of this world. Tremble, women. Young Monli curled her lips with disdain, looking like a goddess who didn't deign to argue with the mortals. Son of Heaven was even more scornful. He had experienced how strong Qin Xian was. He had always known about atomic fission. If he had wanted to learn it, he could have. But as it took at least 2 decades for someone talented to get to the first stage, he chose not to. Indeed, everyone knew that this was a great hyper-geno art, but few dared to practice it. No one wanted to put 2 decades into a higher geno art that they didn't know would work or not. If one failed, one would not even have a chance to start over with a different hyper-geno art. Son of Heaven hadn't had the courage to practice atomic fission and regretted it now that he saw how well Qin Xian was doing. Son of Heaven, it looks like Qin Xian was in trouble. She was continuously under attack, a young man in Son of Heaven's gang said nervously. Son of Heaven twitched his mouth and replied, "What do you know? Qin Xian has got to the first stage of atomic fission, and she is basically impossible to beat. Although Dollar was attacking, he will soon lose his strength to even lift the katana. His loss would be miserable. So that's what it is. How experienced and knowledgeable you are." The young man quickly kissed up to him, but next to them, another young man commented abruptly, "Keep silent if you don't understand it. Don't you have any common sense? Men are simply stronger than women, and it will be Qin Xian who is worn down first." Son of Heaven was provoked to wrath, but he paused when he saw the young man's face. It was the young master named Qing who had once hired Han Sen as his bodyguard. Yuan and the rest of the group were also there. Qing, Son of Heaven gave a hollow laugh and explained, "There are differences between men and women, but those differences were negligible. Dollar's stamina is far worse than that of Qin Xian who had reached the first stage in atomic fission. I believe in half an hour, Dollar wouldn't even be able to wield his katana. How come I can't see that?" Qing was not convinced and said, "My father told me that women are inferior to men. I know that Dollar will win, and that woman will definitely lose." Son of Heaven smiled with confidence. "Qing, no need to debate. We will see what happens in half an hour. You will find out who is right at that time." Chapter 93, Better Stamina. But half an hour later, Son of Heaven's face became a bit stiff as Han San was still fiercely brandishing the katana at the same speed. "Son of Heaven, didn't you say that Dollar would be worn out in half an hour? I'm telling you my dad was right. Men are better than women," Qing said proudly. Looking at Son of Heaven's grim face, Yuan smiled and did not speak. Son of Heaven was really upset. According to common sense, Dollar would not last half an hour. With that kind of strikes, few in First God's Sanctuary could. Ahem. It seems that Dollar has practiced some special hyper-geno art that improves his stamina. Even so, he couldn't possibly last an hour. In another half an hour, he would be worn down. Son of Heaven wanted to restore some authority of his. "Son of Heaven, you are a guy. Why do you keep cheering for a woman? My dad says that men are the best. I think Dollar must be better than that woman. You have no vision." Qing obviously did not agree with Son of Heaven's argument. Son of Heaven almost choked. Pretending to be calm, he said, "Qing, if you don't believe me, keep on watching. In half an hour, you will know who is right. I'm just stating the fact here. Is there any need to watch? Dollar will certainly have no problem. He killed a golden horn Shura. Why will he lose to a woman?" Qing said with open worship in his eyes. Son of Heaven did not say anything, considering argument with such a kid unnecessary. In a while the kid will see what is good judgment. But another half an hour had passed, and Dollar's spirit was still high. There was no sign of him burning out at all, which made Son of Heaven uncomfortable as if he had just swallowed a fly. Qing was very pleased and patted Son of Heaven on the shoulder. "Son of Heaven, what did I tell you? Men can't be weaker than women. A man that can't beat a woman is not a man. It's been an hour and Dollar is still fierce. I believe that woman will be beat in a while. You need to learn from me so that you can have better judgment. Remember to take men's side instead of women's." Son of Heaven was seething with anger. He pretended not having heard Qing and kept silent. "Right, Son of Heaven, why didn't you enter the final? Who did you lose to? Dollar?" Qing wasn't even aware of Son of Heaven's emotions and kept asking him, "How could I lose to that guy?" Son of Heaven immediately said coldly, "Who did you lose to then?" Qing asked. Son of Heaven felt his own face was burning. He lost to the woman on the stage, but it wasn't time to tell Qing that. Knowing that Son of Heaven had lost to Qin Shuang, Yuan almost laughed out loud. He pulled the sleeve of Qing and asked, "Are you here to talk or to watch the game?" "It's only fun to discuss the game while we watch," Qing retorted. "Fun for you." Son of Heaven was about to be set on fire. Yuan glanced at Son of Heaven's sullen face and thought, displeased. Son of Heaven felt strange. Dollar has been wielding the weapon so fiercely that it's impossible for him to keep going for such a long time. Unless he has also practiced atomic fission. Other than Son of Heaven, Qin Xian felt something was off as well. Attacking at such a high speed, Dollar had sustained way longer than she had expected, making her alarmed and surprised. In such a high-intensity duel, even she had begun to feel a little tired. Dollar, however, seemed to feel nothing and kept attacking with the katana swiftly, as if he could do this forever, giving birth to a trace of powerlessness in Qin Xian's mind. "No, I cannot go on like this. He must have also practiced some hyper-geno art that enhances his stamina. Maybe I will be the one who is worn out first. Qin Xian gritted her teeth and dodged another strike. She took back her dagger and two beast souls appeared in the air. One beast soul was the mutant golden lion that she had always used. She instantaneously shapeshifted into a magnificent golden lion, and the other beast soul was a ball of blue liquid, which poured into the lion and turned its golden body blue. The lion also grew larger and looked fiercer. That is sacred blood water spirit. Qin Xian actually got its beast soul. Son of Heaven was shocked to see that. He knew very well how scary a sacred blood water spirit was. It could coexist with another creature and make that creature exceptionally strong. Qin Xian made the final attack to the water spirit when she was hunting it with Son of Heaven, who did not know she got the beast soul. It seemed that the beast soul had the same power as the creature it once belonged to. With the help of water spirit beast soul, the mutant golden lion had become stronger than normal sacred blood creatures. Qin Xian could then fully display the power of atomic fission. Son of Heaven was surprised. Qin Xian has become so strong. It seems that this year she could be among top 3 of the chosen. Hansen knew Qin Xian really well. He glanced at her expression and knew something was off. Just before she summoned the water spirit beast soul, he summoned his wings and flew up high. Everyone was stunned, including Qin Xian. Who could have thought Dollar, who looked like he was going for mutual destruction, had flown away the minute Qin Xian shapeshifted. Qin Xian, who had shapeshifted, did not know what to do. These two beast souls were fierce enough for sure. Even Dollar used a sacred blood shapeshifting beast soul, she could beat him. She chose the moment when Han San was making the most powerful strikes to shapeshift so that he wouldn't disengage himself. She didn't have sacred blood wings, so she wanted to end the match as soon as possible. What she did not think of was that Dollar, who was chasing her, just flew away faster than rabbits. Qin Xian suddenly felt very embarrassed. As fierce as she was right now, she could not fly, and as a lion, she could no longer use weapons, so she couldn't even throw things at Han San. Chapter 94. The winner takes it all. Flying in the air, Han Sen summoned the mutant sawfish spear and cast it down at Qin Xian like how a fisherman would use a harpoon. The lion that Qin Xian had turned into reached out a claw and hit the spear hard. The spear, as thick as an arm, bent and bounced off. Fortunately, the spear was tough enough so that it wasn't broken under her claw. Han San took back his mutant sawfish spear and watched her from above, not intending to attack again or to land. Everyone suddenly came to understand that Dollar was trying to consume Qin Xian's shapeshifting time. Shapeshifting beast souls required a lot of energy to use. Even Qin Xian couldn't stay like this for very long, or it would hurt her body. So shameless. Do you call yourself a man? What do you know? It's tactics. If she could fly as well, then good for her. There was suddenly a chaos on the stands. Some supported Dollar and some Qin Xian. Qin Xian simply could not reach Han's senator. She quickly dismissed the shapeshifting beast soul. But the moment she did that, Hansen flew down and slashed his katana at her. Qin Xian had met a lot of strong enemies, but she had never been as depressed as she was at this moment. Once she shapeshifted, Han San would immediately fly into the sky. When she turned into herself, Han San would then rush down. She became sullen as she couldn't make use of her own strength. Haha, Dollar is just great. He is fighting like a gorilla. He is bullying her. Qin Xian is almost crying. Shameless scum. How can a man be so brazen? Unabashed, Hansen believed it did not matter how he won as long as he won. If he could go to the contest among the champions of all the shelters and rank top 10, he would be rewarded a sacred blood beast soul. He would definitely try his best for that sake. Qin Xian did not expect that Dollar would sink so low to make her unable to use her power. Now she was only happy that Dollar was not an archer, or she would be even more miserable. Dollar, you are a dignified man. Do you dare to fight me head-on? Qin Xian wanted to prod Dollar into action. Unfortunately, Han San ignored her intention and replied, "You are a soldier. Don't you understand that victory is all that matters? Even if I let you win today, what if you encounter champions of other shelters who could fly? Do you expect to persuade them to give up their ability to fly as well?" Qin Xian paused, and people who accused Han San of being shameless also lowered their voices. In fact, they should have thought of this. There had been more than one person who could fly among the chosen before. Not being able to fly was a weakness of Qin Xian's, and even if she won today, others might still choose to exploit that in the future. Many people who supported Qin Xian kept silent. Qin Xian smiled wryly. "Well, I give up. We do not have to go on." Qin Xian knew that she had such a fatal weakness, but did not think Dollar would be so brazen to use that to his advantage. Now that she had no way of winning, she chose to throw in the towel instead of staying in this awkward match. Qin Xian now regretted that she did not work hard on archery, or she could have used an advanced beast soul bow and arrow to beat Dollar. "You can pick up the S-Class license of St. Hall at Steel Armor Gang," Qin Xian said, and left the martial ring, which made Han San this year's champion of Steel Armor Shelter. Dollar's victory was very controversial. A lot of people thought it was not honorary. But Han Sen didn't mind his reputation as long as he could win the sacred blood beast soul given to the chosen. Qin Xian left in good grace, but she had also set Han Sen up. If he went to pick up the S-Class license at Steel Armor Gang, she might be ready to ambush him. Han San knew her so well that he didn't dare to pick up the license under her nose, as he knew she must be quite upset with him. The contest in Steel Armor Shelter was officially over. The top 100 all had their names on the martial steel and the martial ring. The first name there was Dollar. Hansen hoped that no one would call him Doll again. However, many still did. All the shelter champions would start to compete in 10 days. By then, everyone in First God's Sanctuary could see the match taking place in the chosen martial ring. The top 10 participants would each gain a random sacred blood beast soul and be named the Chosen. If one had been the Chosen for the second or more time, one would no longer be awarded more sacred blood beast souls, but an upgrade to one's beast soul awarded the first time. Many of the Chosen would just go into the entertainment industry and become a star. Countless agents and companies would try to sign the Chosen with a large chunk of money. Unfortunately, the 10 Chosen were normally the same persons from last year. Fresh faces would only have an opportunity once they evolved and went to Second God's Sanctuary. Hansen didn't care for the entertainment industry, but he would spare no effort in gaining the reward of a sacred blood beast soul. Legend has it that as the Chosen's reward, someone had once gained a beast soul in the shape of a beauty woman. Some rich guy offered more than $1 billion, and even an interstellar warship for it. No one knew if the deal was made, but no one had seen that beast soul again. It must be collected by some rich beast soul lover. Hansen naturally wanted to be assigned a beast soul in the shape of a beauty and become rich overnight. But he would first have to become the Chosen. Only 10 days to go until he started competing with other champions. There was no time for him to hunt for more Geno points. Hansen decided to use the time to train himself in the teleport station. The gravity trainer was indeed a wonderful training device which had helped Hansen a lot. He could push himself really far in a short amount of time inside it and practice Jade Skin much more efficiently. He would then complete the training tasks assigned by Yang Manli and use the rest of the time to play Hand of God. Hansen was not sure what Gambler meant by pass. He thought he had to clear all levels, but in fact what Gambler meant was just to pass the beginner level. That was why Hansen felt terrible that he still hadn't been able to pass the beginner level in so long. This game is so demanding on my dexterity of the entire arm and my control of muscles and bones. If I use Jade Skin when I play, I should be able to improve my score greatly. Hansen tried it, and his scores indeed boomed. On the 6th day, he was able to level up for the first time. Hansen was still vexed with the fact that it took him so long to pass the beginner level, and he even had to use Jade Skin. However, if Gambler knew Hansen had already passed beginner level, he would be so shocked that his chin should fall to the ground. Chapter 95. Evolver 3. Because of the misunderstanding, Hansen continued to challenge the Evolver level of Hand of God, but he was making little progress even when using Jade Skin. Recently, Yang Manli was satisfied with Hansen's performance. He had finished all the tasks she assigned him, and the data of the gravity trainer became normal again. She thought it was because he had stopped exploiting the loophole, but little did she know that he was actually increasing the difficulty so that his result could look normal. It was almost midnight and Hansen was the only one left in the gym, playing Hand of God. He had discovered that the game was almost designed for him. Since he started practicing Jade Skin, he had gained exceptional control of his bones and muscles, and he had also become much more flexible. This game could help improve his reflexes and agility, which was a great for his progress with Sleeve Blade and other skills that required handwork. Qin Xian teleported out of God's Sanctuary to look for Yang Manli, who chanced not to be in the teleport station. When passing by the gym, Qin Xian saw the light in the gym was still on and knew someone was still in there. She curiously took a look and saw Hansen was playing Hand of God. Qin Xian felt nostalgic as she played this game a lot when she was in military school, putting a lot of effort in it as well. Although autonomous vehicles had been the mainstream in the Alliance for a long time, manual control was still needed when one was operating a warframe. In an interstellar war, warframes were fundamental as it would be hardly profitable to destroy a planet with weapons of mass destruction. Warframe, as an individual combat tool, played a vital role in wars these days. All military schools were training their students to operate warframes, which was one of the basic skills of a soldier. Hand of God was one of the best ways to improve one's speed and control, which were relevant to warframe operation. Qin Xian felt that she should teach Hansen some tricks of the game. As he was handpicked by her, she would like to make him better. Let's see how you are doing first. Qin Xian approached Hansen and watched carefully. She was a bit far from him just now, so all she could see was that he kept failing, and that was why she wanted to teach him. But when Qin Xian got closer, she suddenly felt that the holographic spots were disappearing too fast, which was why he kept making mistakes. Which level did he choose? Qin Xian checked the data on the screen. Evolver 3? Qin Xian could not help but frown. She thought that Hansen was too ambitious. The Evolver level was designed for Evolvers, as the name suggested. The unevolved could sometimes pass the Evolver level, but that was very rare. Even for Qin Xian with her current abilities, she could only pass Evolver 2 occasionally, which was already incredible for an unevolved. After all, the unevolved weren't the target players here. But Hansen was challenging Evolver 3, and he was just aiming too high. Biting off more than you can chew will get you nowhere, she thought. While she did not interrupt Hansen but watched him starting over again and again. She wanted to teach him a lesson when he chose to give up. Having watched for a while, Qin Xian became serious, then surprised, and eventually shocked. Hansen was failing again and again. But in this process, he was making less and less mistakes and improving at a shocking rate. As someone who had worked hard on this game, Qin Xian knew that once you had reached your limit in the game, you could hardly improve again even with months' effort. A limit is a limit, and no practice could bring you over your limit. Unless your strength had improved significantly, no exercise could raise your score. The purpose of playing Hand of God was to show one's potential. But one couldn't improve one's potential by playing the game over and over again. Now Han Sen's improvement could only mean one thing. Evolver 3 was not yet his limit. That was why he could still reduce his mistakes and get better. Evolver 3 is not his limit. Is his talent in this area so great? Qin Xian did see great things in him, but did not expect he would be so good at this game. When she was in military school, the champion of the Military Academy League was just able to pass Evolver 3. And that guy was top 10 in the Warframe contest of the league. He was known for his swiftness and accuracy, and even had a nickname, Lighting Hand. Han Sen reached the same level without any professional training, which was why she felt shocked. Can he pass Evolver 3? Qin Xian stood aside, watching Han Sen with a complicated expression on her face. Han Sen did not notice the arrival of Qin Xian at all. Now, all his attention was focused on hitting the spots appearing everywhere. Jadeskin was fully employed. Faster. I can go faster. Han Sen's arms kept making swift and odd moves, twisted like serpents from time to time. Using all the muscles in his fingers and arms, he kept hitting all the spots appearing from nowhere. After the completion of Evolver 2, Han Sen had experienced countless failures adapting himself to the difficulty of Evolver 3. He felt easier and easier to keep going and started to feel that he could definitely pass this time. Chapter 96. Amazing Talent. Qin Xian felt suffocated as she almost stopped breathing when she saw Han Sen's hands dancing madly. Halfway through Evolver 3, Han Sen had made no mistake yet. His hands were moving so fast that sometimes all she could see was the afterimage, which amazed her. Although the test had not yet been completed, Qin Xian was able to determine that Han Sen had the ability to pass Evolver 3. Judging from what she saw, he was not just lucky, but making progress constantly. Evolver 3? This is Evolver 3? Qin Xian was suddenly pleased with herself. She was the one who discovered Han Sen and insisted that he join her squad. The potentials he was exhibiting proved her decision extremely wise. An unevolved who could complete Evolver 3 in Hand of God was very likely to be invincible among all the unevolved, once he learned how to operate a warframe. This kind of ability seems wasted on a sniper or archer. Qin Xian was swayed for a moment, as he would make a better warframe operator in an open battle than a sniper in the dark. But thinking of Han Sen's cautious character, Qin Xian soon gave up the idea as he was not cut out for close combat. But this discovery still made Qin Xian happy, because Han Sen was the best candidate to operate a warframe equipped with multiple long-range shooting weapons. Ding! A crisp sound interrupted the thoughts of Qin Xian. It was the tone of Han Sen passing Evolver 3. She was no longer surprised, because she had predicted that this was not his limit. But she was now more convinced of Han Sen's amazing potentials and felt more determined about one thing. This person is mine, Qin Xian thought eagerly, as Han Sen started to play Evolver 3 again. Even Qin Xian herself could not have foreseen that she would have such high hopes for this guy who mistook her for a creature and stabbed her in her, but the first time they met. Evolver 3. If he got more Geno points and became an Evolver, how great could he be then? Qin Xian was slightly excited. She quietly watched Han Sen practice for a long time before she went out of the gym. Maybe I could raise the bar for him, Qin Xian thought with a smile that would make Han Sen shudder. 10 days had soon passed. Han Sen was stuck and couldn't pass Evolver 4 in such short time. There were 10 phases in each level and Han Sen's performance had been exceptional for an unevolved. Practicing Hand of God not only benefited his sleeve blade skills, but also helped his speed of Bladestorm, as his improvement was comprehensive. The contest of all champions has finally come. I have to be in the top 10. Han Sen had read a lot of information from previous years and felt that he stood a good chance. It was not to say that he was invincible. This year, several powerful chosen had gone to Second God's Sanctuary, which meant he had less competition. Han Sen studied his potential competition for a long time and found that his biggest rivals were likely to be Tang Jinliu and Lin Feng. Tang had been the chosen several times. He was the 5th last year, and 3 of the 4 that ranked higher than him had gone to Second God's Sanctuary this year. The only one who didn't go was named Lin Feng, similar to the name of Han Sen's friend Lin Beifeng. Lin Feng was the 2nd place last year. There was no doubt that this year the two men would be the ones to beat. He looked through the description from a lot of people who had watched last year's contest and found the two strong indeed. Great fighting skills, plenty of advanced beast souls plus the sacred blood beast souls awarded to them last time, as well as their growth this year, all meant they shouldn't be taken lightly. Han Sen has met Tang Jinliu before. Although he kicked Tang's ass in the game, it was completely thanks to his reflexes and prejudgment. In a real combat, he needed more to win, and just Tang's beast souls alone were trouble enough. How come these two guys did not go to Second God's Sanctuary? Han Sen was ever more concerned after he read the description. No matter how well they could fight, the beast souls they had would be fearsome enough. I hope I won't run into them too early, or I would probably be in bad shape even if I won, which would be a disadvantage in the following matches, Han Sen thought. He could gain a sacred blood beast soul as long as he was top 10, and the beast soul was assigned randomly. Therefore, Han Sen did not think of the first place, but would be happy as long as he was one of the chosen. When Han Sen was considering all kinds of possibilities, he heard his comlink and saw a strange number on it. Han Sen frowned. He was not sure who it would be and answered the call hesitantly. Beyond Han Sen's expectation, popped up in the holographic image was Tang Jinliu. Surprise. Tang laughed. It sure is. What's up? Hansen asked. I need a favor from you, Tang said. Let's hear it. I am just a nobody and may not be able to help you, Hansen said with a smile. You sure can. It has to be you too. But no worries, you could name your price, Tang Jinliu said. What favor exactly? Hansen cringed. Let's talk about it in person. Are you home now? I'll pick you up, Tang said hurriedly. No need. Tell me the place and I'll go to see you. Hansen felt strange. Tomorrow was when the contest would start. What was Tang doing looking for Hansen rather than preparing himself? Is it about the contest? Hansen guessed and felt it necessary to figure out what Tang was up to. Chapter 97. Same style. When Hansen arrived at the place Tang Jinliu told him, he saw Fang Jingqi was also there. Tang led Hansen into the living room. After entering the living room, Hansen saw that on the sofa sat a young man, who was very quiet and did not speak when he saw Hansen coming in. Tang, what do you need me for? Hansen asked directly. Brother, look at this first. Instead of answering Hansen's question, Tang played a video. The scene was shot in a martial ring. A man in combat suit was surrounded by a group of people wearing masks. The moment Hansen saw the man, he shuddered, although it was just through the holographic image. Then the video began. Under the siege, the man started a gorgeous murder show. It was a slaughter. In 1 minute and 23 seconds, the man in combat suit was holding nothing but a dagger. He had killed a total of 34 people, each in one strike. No one survived, and no one could stand up again after taking his strike. The man was like death himself, harvesting lives casually. This person is a lot like you. After the video was played, Tang looked at Hansen and said, That's not me, Hansen said quietly. Of course it's not you, but you fight in the same style. Before you strike, there is no warning or signs. But the strike itself was fast and fierce, with perfect timing. You are both assassins, Tang concluded. Although Tang had not fought Hansen, he was a great fighter and discovered many things when he was playing that drinking game with Hansen. So? Hansen frowned. This person is called Yi Dongmu, grandson of Senator Yi, who is demigod. This year he is the champion of Czar Shelter. In other words, he is one of my competitors, Tang explained. What do you want me to do? Disable him so that he cannot participate in the contest? I am sorry, but I do not have that kind of skills. Hansen spread out his hands. Of course not. He is the grandson of Senator Yi. Even we couldn't approach him easily, let alone you. We could never assassinate him. In the Alliance, wherever he goes, he's always closely guarded, Tang said. We have invited you here because we want you to imitate Yi Dongmu's tactics and spar with us. Truth be told, I really have no confidence to block his weird strikes, and you can help us get used to his style. What's in it for me? Hansen did not decline. Tang pondered, moved his lips but didn't speak. They were basically asking Hansen to teach them how to beat himself, so it was very hard to name the price. If Hansen was someone important, they would not even have asked, as it could be perceived as provocative. We can try our best to accommodate whatever you propose, Fang Jingqi said. An S-class license of St. Hall. Hansen paused and said, Deal. Tang replied so fast that Hansen felt that he might have asked for too little. Maybe he should have said 2 S-class licenses. But Hansen had always been an optimist. 1 S-class license was a great price already, and what they asked him to do helped himself in turn as well, as Yi Dongmu might be his opponent as well. I have to say this before we start. My skills are inferior to Yi's. Even if you could parry my attacks, you might still be stabbed by him, said Hansen. I know. Here are some videos of him fighting. Watch carefully, and then we will start. We don't have much time left, and we can only hope that our first opponent won't be him, so that we'd have more time to practice. Tang Jinliu sat on the couch and joined Lin Feng, leaving Hansen to watch the videos himself. Hansen watched one video after another. None of the videos were shot officially. Hansen felt this trip was worth it, because if he encountered Yi Dongmu without knowing his style, he might be killed in the match. Indeed, they shared the same style. The difference was that Hansen had formed the style himself, while Yi clearly had a great mentor. That was why Yi's skills were much better. He seemed to have a better fitness level than Hansen as well. As for Beast Souls, Hansen was sure that he had better ones than his as well. As the grandson of a demigod and senator, his grandfather would manage to get him nice stuff no matter which shelter he was in. Although time is limited, none of Tang Jinliu, Fang Jingqi, and Lin Feng asked Hansen to hurry. They let Hansen repeatedly watch the footages. Hansen sometimes would replay some details several times. He had taught him a lot through these videos, which meant more to Hansen than an S-class license. In just less than 4 hours, Hansen felt as if he had been through a revolutionary change. However, after full understanding Yi's way of fighting, Hansen was surprised to find that although Yi's strikes looked terrifying, there were subtle defects to his style. And only those who deeply understood this style would be aware of these defects. Tang was getting impatient and wanted to interrupt Hansen, but Lin Feng, the quiet man, stopped him. It was in the evening when Hansen had finished with the videos. Let's get started. Hansen got up and said, Well, let me see how well you can imitate Yi. Tang took Hansen into a combat room in the villa. Hansen grabbed a dagger the same shape of Yi's dagger. Its edge was not sharpened and its blade was retractable, so that no one would get hurt. The way Yi Dongmu and Hansen fought required them to do their best with each strike. If real weapons were used, Tang was afraid that he would be injured by Hansen. Let's begin. Tang tightly watched Hansen and did not step back. They wanted to practice how to parry Yi's strikes after being approached by him. Chapter 98. An interesting person. Han San approached Tang, holding a dagger backhandedly, a way he had learned from Yi. 2 feet away from Tang, Han Sen suddenly wielded the dagger and stabbed it at him from an unexpected angle. Fang Jingqi was shocked, and the quiet man's eyes lit up. Tang was covered in cold sweat, and it was too late to parry that attack with his broadsword. He abruptly turned sideways but was still stabbed in the waist. *T. Your strike was not that different from his, Tang called out, staring at Han San. Fang Jingqi looked at Han San with a strange look, and the quiet man's eyes also fell on Han Sen's hands. Han Sen was surprised himself as well. He was practicing Jade Skin madly these days, and practicing Hand of God had also enhanced his speed. In addition, he just saw Yi's way of fighting and had some new insights. Now his strike was so powerful that he couldn't believe it himself. Haha, God loves me. With you sparring with me, Yi will be no big deal. Tang laughed out loud. For a whole night, none went to bed, but the only one who was practicing with Han San was Tang. Fang Jingqi didn't register in the contest, and the quiet man was just watching and did not meant to join them. Having practiced for a night, Tang could not avoid Han's dagger as long as Han San was within a foot from him. Tang didn't develop a way to defend himself, while Han San was getting better and better. *T. I give up. There is no way to parry your attacks. Maybe I'm doomed, Tang said sullenly, as he saw it was about time to go to God's sanctuary for the contest, and there was no point in going on. Now you are able to deal with Yi, Lin Feng, who had been watching in silence, suddenly said. Lin, what do you mean? Asked Tang, sitting up straight and staring at Lin Feng. Yi Dongmu is not as good as him. You can't parry his strikes, but with Yi you would be able to avoid being stabbed in fatal parts. If your luck is not too bad and run into Yi in a few days instead of today, you could block Yi's strikes at a very small price. Hearing this remark from Lin Feng, Tang and Feng all looked Han San, appalled. They knew Lin Feng well, and was shocked that he would speak so highly of Han San by saying that Yi Dongmu was not as good. Han Sen's background was much inferior to Yi and he was probably also older, yet Lin Feng said Yi Dongmu was not as good as Han Sen. If the remark was from another person, they would certainly have scoffed, but they knew Lin Feng and he was never wrong. Last year, the only reasons he was not the first place were that he hadn't broken the bottleneck in his hypergeno art, and that he entered God's sanctuary 2 years later than his opponent. No need to look at him that way. I'm just saying his style is better than Yi Dongmu's, but his fitness was still inferior to Yi, of course. Lin Feng smiled, and reached a hand out to Han Sr. I am Lin Feng. Very pleased to know you. You are an interesting person. Han Senator, a pleasure. Hansen shook his hand, smiled and said, well, it is late. Let's shower and teleport. Tang interrupted the eye contact between Han San and Lin Feng. He turned to ask Han San, there is a teleport device here. You want to join us? No, I did not register so I will not go. Hansen declined and left. Watching Hansen leaving the villa, Tang asked Lin Feng, is he really so good? He's better than you think. If he had the same background as Yi, he would be 100 times more impressive than the latter. He understands the essence of assassination, while he only has some skills. His growth was limited by his background, but he will be well known in a few years, commented Lin Feng. Such high praise from Lin. He must really be something, Fang Jingqi said. In a few years, will he surpass you? Tang was interested. In first God's sanctuary, I am invincible, said Lin Feng casually, exuding confidence. This time Hansen had gained a lot. Not only did he get an S-class license from Tang, he also enhanced his advantages in sneak attacks. As pointed out by Lin Feng, his strikes were more threatening than Yi's. But no matter how powerful his strikes were, he had to first get close to his opponent, which was not easy. In practice, he started from the proximity of Tang, who would never let him get so close in a real match. After all, the art of assassination was better used in the dark. He had practiced a kind of footwork that allowed him to easily approach others even from the front, but Han Sen had never learned it, so it was hard for him to get close. That footwork was also a hypergeno art and involved special techniques. Han San was never good at footwork and could not imitate from watching the videos. Even if he tried, he couldn't get the essence of it. Therefore, it was essential that he should learn his own footwork. Maybe I should consider using this on my footwork. Han Sen squeezed the S-class license in his pocket, but now he had no time for that. Practicing a new hypergeno art took time. Han Sen went to the teleport station, entered God's sanctuary, dressed himself as Dollar and entered the martial ring. In the middle of the martial ring erected a giant sacred steel that was 100 times more magnificent than the martial steel. Under the watch of people from Steel Armor Shelter, Han Sen marched into the sacred steel and was teleported to a huge martial ring chosen martial ring. In all the shelters of God's sanctuary, there was a similar sacred steel from which the image of chosen martial ring was projected. At this moment, champions from all the shelters were entering chosen martial ring from the sacred steel. Chapter 99. The Chosen slayed in one strike. Hansen realized how large the population of the Alliance was and how large First God's Sanctuary was when he entered Chosen Martial Ring. Every shelter had about 100,000 people like Steel Armor Shelter. And everyone in Chosen Martial Ring now was the champion of their own shelter. The stands were almost filled with at least 100,000 champions, which meant there were at least 100,000 shelters in First God's Sanctuary. It was a dizzying figure indeed. After humans entered the interstellar era, they had conquered lots of habitable planets and had been thriving. Now the humankind was so huge that only Shura's could compete. Among the champions of all shelters, Dollar was the most famous one, in addition to the chosen from last year. That video of Dollar fighting Goldenhorn Shura was so viral that all mainstream media had covered it, so Dollar had become a household name in the alliance. Many people were curiously looking at Hansen, as they wondered how Dollar really was. But it was mostly just curiosity. They had all watched the video starring Hans Senator. Although the storyline was impressive, Dollar didn't really show much strength at that time. His sacred blood beast souls were great, but he himself not so much. Hansen at that time would be very far behind among the champions of all shelters. After all, these people were 1 in 100,000 with great physiques and advanced beast souls. It hadn't been long since Hansen fought the Shura, so no one believed he could have made much progress. People mostly just wondered about him and didn't treat him as a fierce rival. When the channel into Chosen Martial Ring was closed, the match list finally appeared on the Sacred Steel. The names on the list were the ones the champions left on the Martial Steels. Hansen quickly searched the list for Dollar, and he found it very soon. The word stood out to him for some reason, and others had found their own names as well. In this contest among the champions, a one-on-one model was adopted and the winner of the two would enter the next round. So the list was like a pyramid. Hansen was relieved to see both Tang Jinliu and Lin Feng were arranged far from him, and there was no chance they would meet before top 10. Hansen scanned the list again, and another name caught his eye. Yi Dongmu. He used his real name? Hansen saw the name Yi Dongmu and followed his path. He was suddenly startled. If Yi and he could both win all the way, they would fight for the chance to become the chosen. So in order for Hansen to gain the sacred blood beast soul, he must beat Yi. Tang Jinliu was afraid of Yi, while I was the one who met him. Yi Dongmu, your luck is no good. If Tang didn't come to me, I might lose to you. But now it's different. Maybe I am chosen, Hansen thought happily. Perhaps others would be afraid of Yi, but he was confident he could beat Yi after watching the videos. Chosen Martial Ring was divided into 1,000 stages stacked on top of one another. Each time 1,000 pairs could fight at the same time. Hansen was in a late match, so he wanted to see other matches first, especially the one he was in. He had to know how much better he was getting compared to his performance in the videos. Yi Dongmu's match in this round was also rather late. Hansen watched a few matches and was surprised as no one was to be taken lightly in this contest. He also watched Tang Jinliu's first match. His opponent stood no chance under his fierce broadsword skills. After Tang shape-shifted, his opponent was barely fighting back. Tang's techniques and strength were both outstanding in the contest. Lin Feng, whom Hansen was paying even more attention to, also won his match, while Hansen didn't really understand the way he won. His opponent was a nobody, but Lin Feng only won by a narrow margin. Hansen could even imagine that in the reports next day, Lin Feng's opponent would be described as had a glorious failure. But for some reason, Lin Feng made Hansen feel more threatened than Tang did. Finally, it was Yi Dongmu's turn. He was not well known at the moment. Although he was the grandson of Senator Yi, only a few people knew he was in the contest. After all, this was his first contest. However, his opponent was a celebrity who ranked number 10 last time. Nicknamed Dragon Swordsman, Dragon Swordsman was very handsome and had great sword skills. With lots of female fans in the alliance, he enjoyed great popularity among all the chosen. Dragon Swordsman's match was naturally high profile. A lot of people thought that he had a chance of being top 3 this year, and all the girls were cheering for him. Few paid attention to Yi Dongmu, his opponent, but 10 seconds from the match started, everyone was shocked. Before Dragon Swordsman drew his sword, Yi Dongmu's knife had cut his throat. Watching Dragon Swordsman clutching his own neck in pain and collapsing, the audience were silent. His female fans were covered in tears with hands on their mouths, not accepting what they saw. One of the chosen last year, Dragon Swordsman was killed in his first match. That would sure become the headline next morning. This was all it took for Yi to be known throughout the alliance. Hansen was calm. Although he had made some progress, the well-born kid still did not understand the essence of assassination. Chapter 100, Contest Center. It was Hansen's turn. His opponent was a guy called Lei Ban. The moment Hansen got on the stage, Lei Ban summoned a Beast Soul Bow and 3 Beast Soul arrows and shot all 3 arrows at him. The 3 arrows almost flew to Hansen at the same time. Hansen was surprised. Lei Ban was at least as good at archery as him, and even had better techniques than him. Judging from the look of his bow, it was likely a Sacred Blood Beast Soul Bow, and 2 of the 3 arrows were dark green. So they were probably poisonous like his mutant black stinger arrow. The 3rd arrow was made from blue crystal and sounded as if it could tear air apart when it was in the air, which suggested it could be a Sacred Blood Beast Soul arrow. Sure enough, there is no one weak here. Hansen swiftly dodged the strongest blue crystal arrow and summoned his mutant sawfish spear to ward off the other 2 arrows. Hansen felt a bash as the arrows and his spear collided. The spear almost fell from his hand. Excellent archer and weapons, thought Hansen in awe. He squeezed the spear and approached Lei Ban. Lei Ban was not only fast, but was also able to shoot while running. The arrows were not affected by his movement at all. Unable to trap Lei Ban with his spear, Hansen had to run after Lei Ban while dodging his arrows. Hansen had a lot of respect for this opponent, who had much better footwork than him and could shoot arrows in all positions when moving with both great strength and accuracy. Hansen had also worked hard on archery, but he was only able to shoot when standing still. His accuracy would suffer a lot if he tried to move. Lei Ban was indeed much stronger than him in archery, so Han San was not in a hurry to end the match. Instead, he started to observe his opponent and learn from him. Han San's match had also attracted a lot of people's attention. After all, Dollar was popular. But compared with Lee Dongmu, his performance was less than impressive. More than half an hour had passed, and they were still running after each other, rendering the audience drowsy. In First God's Sanctuary, people were quite disappointed in Dollar, except for his hardcore fans. Since a match with an unknown person had cost him so much effort, Dollar didn't seem to have what it took to become the chosen. When the match had been going on for more than an hour, Han Sen shapeshifted into the Bloody Slayer, approached Lei Ban and beat him in a close combat, which Lei was not good at. The same day, all major media in the alliance had covered the contest. Although there was no image, the reporters managed to depict the matches vividly with words. Their main focus was on Lee Dongmu's match. Yi's background was also published, the grandson of Senator Yi who had graduated with stellar grades from the best posh school before entering God's Sanctuary. His background and his sekal of dragon swordsmen made him a major contender this year. The victory of Tang had also made him a favorite. Another top contestant was Lin Feng. His match, however, benefited his opponent, who was considered to have lost by a narrow margin by the media. There were articles on Hansen too, but they were rather short in general. The longer ones were all focused on the disappointment in Dollar. Most of the reports were filled with phrases like narrow win, work to be done, hard to live up to the reputation, and to be improved. There was not much description. In fact, those who saw Han Sen's match, including his fans, had to admit Dollar was just average. The team of the TV program, Contest Center, was holding a meeting in their office building. In the conference room, the station director Su Kongnian was tapping his finger on the table. He looked at Fong Mingquan sitting on his right side and suggested with a smile, "Fong, do you think we need to make some alterations to today's show? Which alterations do you have in mind?" Fong Ming frowned, as he could guess what Su Kongnian wanted to say. Since Dollar's video became viral, Fong Mingquan was poached by Huaxing Station's Contest Center team. Because he had taken the place of an old host in the station, he was not the most popular person here. He was targeted here and there, which made it difficult for him to realize his career goals. "Fong, we journalists have to focus on the hot issues. Contest Center was designed for this contest, and we ought to focus on the more outstanding matches." Su Kongnian paused and said, "Shall we put Dollar's content on hold and release it when he had a better match? Let's focus on Lee Dongmu first. What do you think?" The director has a point. He is so popular right now, of course we should focus on him. Dollar was just lucky to have killed a badly injured Shura. His weakness was exposed in the contest, and he couldn't even be in the top 100, let alone the chosen. There is little point covering his match. We need to focus on Yi, who could be the first place, Wang Chongqing said with his face stern, giving Fong Mingquan a cold stare. This program used to belong to Wang Chongqing, and he was replaced by Fong Mingquan in the end, which explained why Fong was not his favorite person. "Yes, it's settled then. Fong, let's roll with Lee Dongmu for this one," said Su Kongnian. Fong Mingquan curled his lips and felt suffocated. He suppressed his anger and scanned each onlooker. Shooting Wang Chongqing a cold stare, he looked at Su Kongnian and said calmly, "Director Su, if you still want me to host Contest Center, I will talk about Dollar, not just for this episode, but for all future episodes. I will also tell everyone that Dollar will be the winner of the contest." Everyone in the conference room paused and looked like Fong Mingquan as if he were crazy. Chapter 101. Infamy. Every year during the contest, there was a lot of special programs that covered different matches. Although Contest Center was just a new program, it was produced by Huaxing Station, which was a prominent TV station. With a celebrity host Fong Mingquan, the program had good ratings and was among top 100 in the alliance. Top 100 may sound less than impressive, but was in fact an amazing achievement. In the entire alliance, each planet had tens of thousands of programs, many of which were from the authority. It was quite something to stand out and be among top 100. And of course, during the contest, a program focusing on the contest itself would naturally have higher ratings. On this day, the content of Contest Center caused an uproar in the alliance. Fong Mingquan had introduced and analyzed Dollar's current situation and predicted that this year Dollar would become the final champion, which had led to outspread outrage. "Fong Mingquan is a retard. Look at Dollar's performance. How can he win? We know that you are famous because of Dollar's video, but there is no need to kiss Dollar's ass like this. Rubbish. If Dollar is the champion, I will live broadcast myself eating #T. What do you think of Lee Dongmu if you think Dollar could win? Haha, Fong Mingquan is so dumb. Dollar will meet Lee Dongmu before he gets to top 10. He'd be lucky to survive. To win? LMAO. My Tang Jinliu would never let him. My Lin Feng would never let him. Stupid, stupid, stupid." Although I also like Dollar, he didn't do that well in the contest so far. "Fong Mingquan, you are too subjective about this. I can't even watch this stuff and I am a fan of Dollar's. You call yourself a fan? Go be other people's fan, please. Dollar is nothing compared to E. He must win. Dollar, little angel. I will always support you." Contest Center and Fong Mingquan had been made a hit by all the criticism. Many peers were satirical about Fong's grandstanding too. Some even asked him to quit journalism. Except for a few hardcore fans of Dollar, all comments on Fong was negative. Even many Dollar's fans thought Fong's report was over the top and didn't dare to support him. "Fong, I'm sorry you were wronged. In the conference room of Washing Station, Su Kangyan grinned from ear to ear. Although Contest Center and Fong Mingquan were severely criticized, the ratings had risen a lot, sending the show in top 50. A large number of other contestants' fans flooded into Contest Center, especially those who supported Lee Dongmu, this year's dark horse who would encounter Dollar before becoming the chosen. The Skynet community of the show had almost burst. Although it was only top 50, for Washing Station it was a great achievement. There had been less than a handful of shows that could accomplish this in the station's history. Therefore, Su Kangyan was quite pleased with what Fong Mingquan had done, and Wang Chongqing was naturally upset. He didn't know that Fong Mingquan would try to improve the ratings this way. This is just my job. I have director Su to thank for my achievement, Fong Mingquan said modestly, flattering Su at the same time. Su Kangyan was even happier and patted Fong Mingquan on the shoulder. Fong, keep talking about Dollar, and the stronger you say he is the better. If everything goes well, we might have even higher ratings and could break our record. Please rest assured that I will do my best. Fong Mingquan did not think it was grandstanding as he sincerely believed Dollar would win. However, others didn't see it that way. Fortunately, the result was good anyway. For a journalist, criticism was not always a bad thing. Su Kangyan praised Fong Mingquan some more. After the meeting was over and Su had left, Wang Chongqing said coldly, "You are ignoring the facts for fame. You might be popular now, but the reputation of the program would be ruined by you. Which station would hire you in the future?" Su's compliment means nothing. You think you can get away with it when he finds out the show is discredited? Of course, Fong Mingquan understood that as well. Someone had to take the fall when the fad passed. He himself would be that someone in this case. Su was just trying to keep him on board now to raise the ratings. Fong had been in this industry long enough to know that. Smiling, Fong Mingquan looked at Wang Chongqing and asked, "What if Dollar really wins?" Wang Chongqing paused. If Dollar really wins, then Contest Center would become famous for real and Fong Mingquan's name would become a household name. Su Kangyan would treat Fong like the god of wealth. Keep on dreaming, Wang Chongqing scoffed. Anyone could see that Dollar did not have what it took to win. He was just average and far from top 10, let alone winning. Whether you believe it or not, I firmly believe that Dollar will be the champion. Fong Mingquan got up and went away. Idiot, Wang Chongqing whispered. He was waiting to see how miserable Fong would be. Han San did not go on the Skynet, so he was not aware of the debate about Contest Center. At the moment, he was practicing with Tang Jinliu in Fong Jingqi's villa. Although Tang Jinliu would not meet Lee Dongmu before top 10, he felt like they were going to meet when they were both top 10 eventually. So, he was still practicing with Han Sen when he had time. Only Han Sen knew that Tang would not encounter Lee Dongmu because he would eliminate Yi himself before he rose to top 10. But a sparring partner like Tang was so precious that Han Sen was happy to oblige. Having practiced for 2 days, Tang finally let Han Sen go just before the next round of match began. Han Sen knew who his opponent was and did not panic. He had made up his mind to practice in the match and gain some practical experience from his opponent. After all, these were the champions of different shelters, and it was such a rare opportunity to fight them one-on-one. Hansen had not much experience in this kind of matches and was happy that he got a chance to gain some. Chapter 102. See you at the final. Hansen had made up his mind to practice Bladestorm in the contest by using Bladestorm only when facing his opponents. If others dared to do this, they might have died a million deaths already. But Hansen was in Sacred Blood armor, so hardly any attack was fatal to him. That was why he could practice in the contest. Hansen had given up on using his mutant sawfish spear. Without good spear skills, this weapon was useless in front of these champions. Fighting opponents of different styles, Hansen had made great progress and his Bladestorm got better and better. As long as his opponent was not too fearsome, he could always cope with using just Bladestorm, but it was always the Bloody Slayer that got him the victory. This way, Hansen's matches had become very hard to watch. He was always winning by a narrow margin, and there were times it seemed that he was about to lose. And there were 2 matches in which his opponents had already been seriously injured in their last rounds, and were thus easily defeated by Hans Senator. Everyone thought he got lucky. The negative reports about Dollar were overwhelming, and in particular, the high praise Fong Mingquan sang in Contest Center fanned the flames. Fong Mingquan was talking through his hat. As an evolver who could not even enter First God's sanctuary, he managed to analyze so much from his reporter's oral account alone. In general, he was saying Dollar was invincible. Everything was in control and Dollar would be the final winner. This, of course, had attracted much hatred toward Fong Mingquan and Contest Center. It chanced that although Dollar's matches were never fun to watch, he had never lost either, which supported Fong's claim. The criticism got worse and worse. Especially those who were optimistic about Lee Dongmu were sniffy about everything Fong said and objected each day. Lee Dongmu was still keeping a formidable record. In 2 consecutive rounds, he was able to kill his opponents in one blow, causing many of his following opponents to quit the matches against him. In 3 consecutive rounds, all his opponents threw in the towel, which made Yi's fame peak. Many media were running lengthy features about him, and many predicted he would be the final champion this year. He had even stolen Tang Jinliu and Lin Feng's thunder. As for the Contest Center, Fong Mingquan and Dollar, they had become a big joke in the press. Dollar will win had become a popular spoof this year, as an irony, of course. Some people found that Lee Dongmu and Han San would meet before one became the chosen, and posted the finding on the Skynet, which caused a heated discussion. I sincerely pray every day that Dollar had to keep winning so that he could meet Lee Dongmu, who will teach him what a master looks like. Haha, funny. I agree, God bless dollar, bless dollar, bless dollar, bless dollar had also become a buzzword and was seen everywhere in the comments of all sorts of programs about the contest, especially in the online community of Contest Center. Bless dollar would flood the screen every day. Hansen knew about this, but did not react at all. He never thought of E as his equal. In the Hansen's view, the likelihood of Lee Dongmu winning Tang was less than 30%, and if E met Lin Feng, he would stand no chance. The opponent Hansen really cared about was Lin Feng. These days he had seen many matches and had a general understanding of most contestants, among whom he felt Lin Feng was the most formidable. This quiet and gentle man made him feel unpredictable. His every move seemed very natural but followed a strange rhythm. Hansen's prejudgment was quite good, but he was unable to predict Lin's rhythm, which scared him. Hansen had seen every match of Lin Feng's, and almost all the matches were closely fought. Lin was always winning by a small margin. Almost all Lin's opponents performed outstandingly, and they all lost nonetheless. It felt so strange that Hansen cringed. Formidable guy, Hansen commented. He knew his techniques and strength were both weaker than Lin. Luckily, he would not meet Lin before top 10, or else he was not sure if he could become the chosen. Tang was still practicing how to avoid Hansen's attacks in a close fight. He was not making much progress though, but Lin Feng said if Tang met Lee Dongmu, he would not be much of a threat to Tang, which was close to Hansen's judgment. He didn't get the essence of the art of assassination, so he could hardly beat Tang. Perhaps the phrase, bless dollar, played a role here. In the next rounds, Hansen's opponents either were badly injured or lost important B-souls in the previous rounds, and some even had accidents in the alliance. It took Hansen no effort to keep rising. Even Hansen himself felt quite incredible. Those fans of the Lee Dongmu gave Hansen another nickname, Lucky D, taunting his lack of real skill. One day, after the end of a match, Hansen came down from the stage and saw Lin Feng finishing his match as well. Their stages were close, so Lin saw him and to his surprise, walked toward him. Many around them had noticed this scene. After all, Lin Feng was the runner-up last year. Although his performance was not that brilliant this year, he was still a favorite. Also, Hansen had been the center of attention for a while. Lin Feng approached Hansen. He smiled and reached out a hand. Always wanted to say hello to you, but never had a chance. Same here. Hansen shook his hand. Lin seemed to be satisfied with this and said, see you at the final. Lin turned away, but his words stunned everyone who was listening, as if they had seen a 12.0 magnitude earthquake. Chapter 103. The fight between the king and the imposter. It turned out to be a 12.0 magnitude earthquake in the press indeed. Lin Feng had asked someone to meet him in the final, yet that someone was not Lee Dongmu, but Dollar, who was considered an imposter. All major media had reported this, and Fang Mingquan from Contest Center was especially excited about it and had analyzed it from all angles. His conclusion was that Dollar was simply great, but obviously the major media and fans didn't share his enthusiasm. They thought Lin Feng wanted to gain popularity by participating in the grandstanding because he was no longer the center of attention. Rubbish. Lin was the runner-up last year, but he had no vision. No wonder he was only the runner-up. Let him keep his ranking and be second to my Lee Dongmu this time. Keep his ranking? You think too much of him. He'd have to be lucky to make it in top 10. Lin and Dollar are just two weak guys feeling bad about themselves. Haha. Lee Dongmu will get rid of Dollar in seconds before he beats Lin to show them who the real king is. What the heck? If Lin was going to see someone in the final, it should be Lee Dongmu. Even if it is not E, at least it should be Tang Zhenliu, right? How is Lucky D relevant? The Skynet had exploded for this matter. However, Lin Feng and Hansen, the two who had caused it, did not realize this at all. One was enjoying tea with Tang Zhenliu and Fang Jingqi, and the other was playing Hand of God in the gym of the teleport station. Hansen had spent all his time playing Hand of God when he was not practicing with Tang, but he had never been able to make another breakthrough. He always had one or two small mistakes with Evolver 4. Hansen knew that he had reached his limit in both physique and reflexes. If he had no improvement in Geno points, it was impossible for him to go any further. Therefore, he decided to take a break from Hand of God. Hansen acquired 2 daggers and tried to practice sleeve blade with both hands. Although he was not as good as Gambler, he could produce the daggers from his sleeves and put them back skillfully at the moment. Even someone very observant could hardly see his hands move, but it was just a start on sleeve blade. When Hansen took the daggers back, his hands would shake slightly while Gambler was able to keep his hands perfectly still and retrieve the dirks using only his arm and palm muscles. Hansen was not even close to that. This misled Hansen to think that he needed to pass all the levels of Hand of God before he could get somewhere with sleeve blade. After I win tomorrow's match, I will fight Lee Dongmu. If I beat him, I will become the chosen and enter the ranking round, where I will meet Lin Feng, which I actually look forward to. Hansen recovered his dagger, slowly closed his eyes, and thought about all the matches he had experienced. The next day, Hansen had an easy victory once again. His opponent still had not recovered from a bad injury and failed to show up. Hansen walked down the stage and wanted to see Lin Feng's match, but someone stopped him. I hope tomorrow you will have the guts to stand in front of me, because I will kill you, Lee Dongmu said coldly and walked past Hansen without so much as throwing him a glance. Almost everyone who saw this went crazy. Lee Dongmu's words caused another storm on the Skynet. Basically, everyone was guessing if tomorrow Dollar would dare to show up. The majority predicted that Dollar would quit. After all, the difference between the two was huge. Idomu's performance had been outstanding, and he had even killed several celebrity rivals, including Dragon Swordsman, who had the 10th place last year. Dollar, on the other hand, had a rough journey, and he was here more for his luck than for his actual strength. Except for Fong Mingquan, who predicted Dollar would get a total victory, almost all TV personnel believed Dollar would either quit or die. On the day of the match, the martial rings and all shelters were packed with people who were waiting to watch the match through the sacred steel. This was absolutely the most controversial fight in the entire contest this year, and people called it the fight between the king and the imposter. Almost everyone in First God's Sanctuary was watching, and the number of viewers was even bigger than that of the final last year. The popularity of this match was in part due to Contest Center and Fong Mingquan, or else there wouldn't be so many people who were paying attention to Dollar, and the media would not have cooked up such a hype. The field reporters all wished to interview Idomu and Dollar before they started. Although there was no way to record it, it was enough that everyone in the First God's Sanctuary could see it at such a crucial moment. Unfortunately, neither Yi nor Dollar had appeared, but they saw Tang Jinliu and Lin Feng. It was hours until their own matches, so they must be here to watch the fight between Yi and Dollar. The clever reporters quickly squeezed over and circled Tang Jinliu and Lin Feng. They loudly asked, "Lin Feng, I'm from Contest Front. Who do you think will win this fight?" "Lin Feng, I am from Contest Corner. You said you would see Dollar in the final. Do you still believe that?" "I'm from Contest Center." "Lin Feng, do you and Dollar know each other? Why did you ask him to see you in the final?" Lin Feng quietly smiled. "Haven't I already said that I will see him in the final?" Lin then walked toward his seat and sat down. Those journalists quickly circled Tang Jinliu, who was behind Lin, and bombarded him with all sorts of questions. Tang gracefully tossed his hair back and said with pride, "No matter who wins, it will be the same for me, as I will get the first place." He paused, and before the reporters reacted to his comment, he continued, "If you are asking which of the two will win, then of course it's Dollar. Isn't that obvious?" The reporters were shocked. Not only Lin Feng, but also Tang Jinliu said Dollar would win, which was the opposite what they had thought. But when they were trying to ask again, Tang Jinliu had gone away as well. Only the reporter from Contest Center was overjoyed, who quickly teleported out of God's Sanctuary and reported what Lin and Tang had said. When Yi Dongmu and Han Sen both showed up, First God's Sanctuary went buzzing. The cheers for Yi overwhelmed those for Dollar. In the martial ring of steel armor shelter, "Station Master, do you think Dollar will win?" Yang Manli asked Qin Xian, sitting next to her nervously. "He robbed my quota to go, so I will not forgive him if he's not even in top 10. Qin Xian said fiercely, while knowing that it would be difficult to beat Yi Dongmu, who had shown incredible skills in previous matches. "He will lose for sure. He was simply not on the same level as Yi Dongmu." Son of Heaven said in a cold voice. "I do not want to listen to these words. My Dollar is the best." Displeased, Qin gave his mouth a downward twist and said, "He and Yuan had been going to all Dollar's matches. Whether you like it or not, it is the fact." Son of Heaven said casually, "Didn't you say the same thing last time?" "Well?" Qin grinned and asked, leaving Son of Heaven's face darkened. Chapter 104. Not bad. On the stage, Yi Dongmu coldly stared at Han Sen and said in a flat voice, "Well, since you dare to come, then get ready to die." Drawing the dagger from his waist, he had a murderous look on his face. "Do you think this is some kung fu movie?" Han Sen scoffed inwardly. He didn't believe someone would actually say such dramatic words in real life. Han Sen did not reply, but shape-shifted into the Bloody Slayer, grabbed the hilt of the Shura katana and ran toward Yi Dongmu. The Bloody Slayer had a great speed, and was as fast as a fighter aircraft at its full speed. Instantaneously, Dollar was in Yi's face. The viewers all wondered whether Dollar had lost his mind to approach Yi, who was best at close combat. Almost no one could avoid his fatal blow after being approached by him. Wow, Dollar is nuts. He not only approached Yi, but was also using a katana. At least use your spear so that you can keep the distance. A misstep by Dollar. He should have come with a bow and arrows. Even if he doesn't know archery, shooting down from the above is 1,000 times better than getting close to Yi. Yi's fans were overjoyed. This idiot wanders so willingly into Yi's lap. It would be hard not to beat him. Yi Dongmu sneered and shapeshifted into a mutant monkey more than 6 feet tall with a thick tail, which greatly improved his strength and speed. Yi Dongmu had a sacred blood shapeshifting beast soul as well, but it was not similar to the shape of a human body. If he could not use his skills and sacred blood dagger, the sacred blood shapeshifting beast soul would do more harm than good. There were few creatures that had the shape close to human, and even fewer that looked human. Except for that sacred blood beast soul in the shape of a lady that was awarded to the chosen, there was hardly any sacred blood beast soul that takes human form. Han Sen's Bloody Slayer was a precious sacred blood shape-shifting beast soul because it had a pair of human hands that allowed him to use all sorts of techniques. Yi Dongmu watched Han Sen bolting toward him and gave his dagger a harder grip. He held the sacred blood dagger backhanded and launched his body at Han Senator. The distance between the two was shorter and shorter. All the moves of Yi Dongmu fell in the eyes of Han Sen, who felt every stretch and twist of his opponent had followed his expectation. He could see through Yi as if he was no more than a puppet. Between two assassins, if one was much better, something like this would happen. Han Sen knew everything about Yi, while Yi didn't even know Han Sen was good at sneak attacks as well, and that had determined Yi's loss. It did not matter that his speed and strength were both greater than Han Sen. When the two clashed, the katana painted golden by Han Sen moved and was suddenly returned to its sheath. The movements of the weapon were as smooth as floating clouds and flowing water. They continued sliding nearly 30 feet in opposite directions before they stopped. Han Sen's magnificent body was as steady as a mountain, while Yi Dongmu slowly turned around and stared at Han Sen's back. He stressed each syllable. What is that skill called? Blade Storm. Han Sen replied without looking back. I will fight you again, and next time I will not lose, he said and walked down the stage. The moment he went down, he fell to the ground with a thump. Blood was welling from a cut in his chest, so deep that his bones could be seen. The entire First God Sanctuary went quiet. Billions of viewers of the match opened their mouths but could not make a sound. No one could believe that the result would be like this. They could accept it if it was the other way. But Yi Dongmu, who was invincible like a king, was defeated by Dollar in one blow, which was hard to swallow. Not to mention Yi's fans. Even Dollar's fans had never thought that Dollar could win like this. Even the optimistic ones believed it would at least take Dollar quite some effort to win. But no one thought that he would lose in such a shameful way, and in his strong suit, close combat. Han Sen turned his head back and looked at Yi Dongmu, who was struggling to get back on his feet. He said calmly, "Not bad. You survived a serious strike from me." Han Sen turned away. Not bad, not bad. This sentence blew all the viewers' minds. In the eyes of the public, Dollar's figure suddenly became more and more grand and brilliant. Dollar's fans finally came to realization of what had happened and started shouting and jumping up and down. The silence was broken and the entire First God Sanctuary became festive. Everyone was talking about this incredible fight. That went down pretty fast. Haha, in your face, Yi's fans. Not just the fans, but also the media in the entire alliance, except for Fang Mingquan's contest center. Y'all thought he was gonna win. How about this? He is beat before even getting to top 10? Now think about it. Fang Mingquan sure had some vision. His analysis actually made a lot of sense. We were just blinded by Yi Dongmu's performance and didn't listen. Lin Feng is the visionary one. No wonder he was the runner-up last year. He knew this long ago. Haha, it seems this year it will be between Lin Feng and Dollar. We really owe Fang Mingquan and Dollar an apology. Fang Mingquan was wronged. Not bad, huh? What a line. A match that took less than 10 seconds had changed Dollar's image completely. What a line. Next time I have to try it. Not bad. You survived a serious strike from me. Tang regretted that it was not him who came up with the line. Chapter 105. From a loner to the king. Snap. Wang Chongqing's comlink was smashed by him. Eyes bloodshot. He panted heavily like a hysterical beast. Dollar had beat Yi Dongmu. The public opinion of the entire alliance was suddenly turned over. Contest Center and Fang Mingquan, that had suffered lots of criticism, were sent to the altar. Lots of people were saying they owe the program and its host an apology. More and more people poured into the Contest Center to watch Fang Mingquan's analysis. The show had made it into the 8th place in ratings, a record high. Huaxing Station had never seen such achievement with any show. In the past, the best record they had was the 19th place. Top 10. No one even dared to dream this big. The host would be proud enough if the show was in top 100, and be thrilled if it made top 50. There was no doubt that Contest Center and Fang Ming had both made it. Although Contest Center was a show that would end after the contest, Fang Mingquan's outstanding performance had won him fame. No matter what show he hosts in the future, he would always have great ratings. Now Huaxing Station considered Fang Mingquan a pillar of the station. Even Su Kongnian was smiling at him all the time and showering him with compliments, making Wang Chongqing so jealous that he wanted to bite Fang with his teeth. After Fang got off work and returned home, he sat in front of the French window and looked at the view of a busy night with a cigarette between his fingers, taking a puff from time to time. His body was still shaking. Now that everything was over, Fang started to sense some fear. He didn't even believe his own analysis, as he didn't even watch the matches. He simply believed in Dollar, the man who moved him by saving the girl, and he thought a man like that must do well. So Fang Mingquan was just betting on Dollar to become the chosen. Whether he could get the first place or not, it was no longer important. The fight against Yi Dongmu and Lin Feng's invite had made Dollar's reputation peak, and Fang Mingquan had also succeeded. Dollar, you really are my lucky charm. Fang Mingquan relaxed and celebrated the fact that he had made the right bet. If he had lost the bet, he did not even dare to think of the result. He was not afraid to lose, but this time too much was at stake. If he had lost, he might have to leave his favorite industry. The puff reached his lungs, and an intoxicating feeling started to spread from there. Fang silently looked at the nightscape, and his excitement gradually subsided. When all the excitement was gone, Fang Mingquan got up to turn on his smart device. He wrote an article titled, "A King Marches in Loneliness." A king is always lonely. When others are laughing with friends to show off their humor, he is sweating in silence. The king is always lonely. When others are chasing fair maidens, he is bleeding on the battlefield. A king is always lonely. When the whole world is against him, he stared into the front. A king is always lonely. When he is abandoned by all, he is still firmly marching forward, only to realize his dreams afar. I just want to say, Dollar, please accept my allegiance. A loner like me wishes to follow you who are lonely too. You win, I will be with you. You lose, I will be with you. Fang Mingquan finished the article and did not leave his own name under. Instead, he wrote, "From a loner to the king." When Fang Mingquan uploaded the article on the Skynet, it went viral at an incredible speed, triggering a huge response. Damn, I cried reading this. It reminded me of when I trained hard to be admitted to a military school. Others admired me for being admitted, while they had no idea about the effort I made. I had to train even when I had a fever. It was tough. Fong Mingquan wrote well. I was reminded of the days I struggled in God's sanctuary. This is simply my true portrayal. I am also a loner, spending at least 28 days in God's sanctuary each month. I just want to work harder so that my family can live better. But I am so tired and I need company, no matter what happens in the future. From this moment on, I am a fan of Dollar and Fong Mingquan's. I will be with both of you too. Dollar, please accept my allegiance. You win, I will be with you. You lose, I will be with you. Loner +1. I like Fong Mingquan. You follow Dollar, I will follow you. If God gave me another chance, I would never have said anything bad about Dollar. +1. Plus 10,086. Dollar, you are my king. A King Marches in Loneliness had made Dollar and Fong a tremendous success. As Fong became a real celebrity, Dollar had gained many hardcore fans who would not sway easily. Reading the piece himself, Hansen felt touched, too. During the first 3 months when he had just entered God's sanctuary, the loneliness and helplessness he experienced were maddening. He had gone this far because of his dreams and the people he cared about. If it weren't for his mother and Han Yin, Hansen might have given up on himself. Hansen wanted to reply to the article, but he eventually let that thought go. Let us keep marching forward for what we truly cherish. No words could express my feeling. Hansen silently logged out. Hin San rested for a while and decided to check if there was any hypergeno art on footwork that suited him in St. Hall. Idomu's footwork was paired perfectly with his sneak attacks, and the footwork was what Hansen lacked. If he could practice some footwork to work with his sleeve blade skills, he could reach an even higher level in the combat. Chapter 106. Someone good. Articles about Dollar could be seen everywhere on the Skynet. But it was too late to write about him as Contest Center was the only program everyone talked about. The peer shows were much less popular. A lot of businesses were looking for Dollar and wished to hire him to endorse their products. Some people wanted to dig out his true identity, and there were all kinds of speculations, but no one was certain anyway. Hansen was now browsing the S-Class section in St. Hall, dazzled by all the S-Class hypergeno arts on footwork. From the description alone, it was difficult to see whether the footwork would suit him, but Hansen had no better choice than these S-Class hypergeno arts. After reviewing all the descriptions, Hansen locked down on a footwork named Sparticle. Having purchased Sparticle, Hansen watched the tutorial and started to learn. Soon he found that Sparticle is somewhat different from the footwork he had in mind. Hansen was hoping to have a footwork that helped him speed up and pull him close to his opponent in an instant. Sparticle was fast enough, and theoretically, he could reach the highest speed that his body could take by practicing Sparticle. But this hypergeno art was focused on the explosive force. Although he could reach a very high speed instantaneously, the speed could only last 1 or 2 steps. Sudden burst of speed and one unparalleled step. That's what Sparticle was all about. Footwork like this was very powerful in a close combat, and even more so when paired with sneak attacks that Hansen was best at. But the previous problem was still not completely resolved. It was still hard for him to approach his opponent from afar. This is nice too. My abilities will be enhanced in close combat, and if my enemy is not too far away, this will work. Hansen was not too disappointed. Sparticle was also helpful to him. It was just different from what he had imagined. Originally, Hansen thought that he should learn a footwork like the one used by Idomu, which involved erratic and rapid steps, but this would do as well, just in a completely different style than Yi's. Hansen drank a bottle of Geno solution for Sparticle and hurried to start practicing. Hopefully, it would make a difference in the ranking rounds that was to begin in 10 days. In the afternoon, Fang Jingqi suddenly sent him a message to ask him to meet about something important. Hansen went to Fang Jingqi's villa and found out that Fang was asking him to join Fist Guy's team to hunt a sacred blood creature. Fist Guy could not deal with the creature with his own men, but he did not want to team up with Son of Heaven or Qin Xian. He did find the weakness of the creature and have a plan that calls for a good assassin. He did not know someone like this, but he did not want to share the meat of the creature with the other gangs either. I know you are also in Steel Armor Shelter, so I've recommended you to him. If you join them, you won't get a share of the meat, but will be paid with a mutant three-eyed beast mount. As for the beast soul of the sacred blood creature, we will follow the tradition. Whoever gets it could keep it. Fang Jingqi paused and said, the pay is very good. If Fist Guy does not insist on having the meat to himself, the share you get could not possibly be of the same value as a mutant beast soul mount. Hansen nodded. Fang Jingqi's words were reasonable. The share of meat he could potentially get was probably less than half of what a mutant mount was worth. When and where? Hansen was secretly calculating the time needed for this trip. It was 10 days until the next round, and he wondered if he could make it back. I cannot tell you the specific location, and you will need about 6 or 7 days in total, Fang Jingqi said. Hansen certainly understood that no one would leak the information of a sacred blood creature. With Fang Jingqi's estimate, he felt reassured as even if there was a delay, he could still make it back in time. In fact, Hansen did not care for the ranking matches. It did not matter to him how he ranked among the chosen as long as he could have the reward, which was the same for everyone in top 10. He was really looking forward to fight Lin Feng though, to see how good Lin actually was. Hansen promised he would join Fist Guy. He had always wanted a mount, and here came his opportunity to get a mutant one. Plus, he had a chance at the sacred blood beast soul as well. So why not? Fang Jingqi gave Hansen a coin and said with a smile, I only said that I would recommend someone good, but didn't name you. Take this to the agreed place, and he will know. Hansen nodded and took the coin. Fang Jingqi took him to dinner before letting him go. The next day when Hansen entered Steel Armor Shelter, almost all the people were talking about Dollar's match against Yi Dongmu and A King Marches in Loneliness, but they preferred to call the piece From a Loner to the King. After all, Dollar was from Steel Armor Shelter, and everyone in the shelter felt honored about it, except for Son of Heaven's gang. I am a celebrity now, but unfortunately I cannot tell anyone that is me, Hansen thought. First, he went to find young Monli and took a leave, explaining that he wanted to hunt an important creature, hiding the fact that he was in fact joining Fist Guy's team. Hunting was crucial and Han Sen's training results were fairly good. Young Monli did not give him any trouble before she granted his leave. Han Sen came to the agreed place and saw Fist Guy and his gang under a tree enjoying the cool, obviously waiting for someone. Ass freak, what are you doing here instead of following Qin Shen around? A gang member saw Han Sen and ridiculed. Han Sen did not speak, but fished out the coin from his pocket and flicked it with his finger. The coin drew an arc and fell in the palm of Fist Guy. Holding the coin, Fist Guy looked at it and felt incredible. He asked Han Sen, "You are the person Fang mentioned?" Chapter 107. Show us what you got. No way, Fist Guy. This is the guy you told us about? Ass freak is the master your friend recommended? Brother, are you kidding us? Brother, are you playing with us? Fist Guy's men were talking at the same time, as none of them believed Ass freak was the man. Fist Guy was also upset. Fang Jingqi said he would send him a master of assassination, but he did not expect it to be Hansen. Fist Guy knew Fang Jingqi well, and knew that he would never mess around. Since Fang had recommended Hansen, he must have his own reason. Fist Guy regarded Hansen and said, "Fang said that you were skilled in assassination?" "Better than average," Hansen said. "Better than average? We are going to kill a sacred blood creature. Can you manage that?" Littlefinger said with distrust and curled his lips. This gang was different from the Qin Xian's gang and Son of Heaven's gang. It had no military background and Fist Guy did not pay for the gang members. Fist Gang was formed by a group of friends and Fist Guy was their leader. The members all referred to each other with nicknames. Thumb, Index Finger, Middle Finger, Ring Finger, and Little Finger, plus Fist Guy were the backbone of Fist Gang. All six were here today, which showed the importance they attached to this sacred blood creature. Fist Guy had almost maxed out on his sacred geno points, and all he needed was the meat from this one creature to get there. After that, he could enter Second God's Sanctuary with max sacred geno points. That was why this time they were not sharing the meat, but chose to pay with a mutant beast soul mount. Fist Guy gave Littlefinger a wave to stop him, gazed at Han San, and said, "I trust Fang, but this is very important for us and I have to be responsible for my brothers. Please show us what you got." Drawing a dagger from his waist, Fist Guy handed it to Han San. Han San was not offended as he knew his reputation in Steel Armor Shelter was not great. He had thought this might happen and did not really blame these guys for it. Han Sen reached out a hand and grabbed the dagger. When Fist Guy was about to withdraw his arm, Han Sen's hand moved. Just when Fist Guy wanted to dodge, the dagger he just gave Han Sen was already on his neck. Suddenly Fist Guy froze and his hands were still in the air as he was not even able to put them up for defense. The rest of the gang were all dumbfounded with their face stern. They knew well Fist Guy's skills. Although it was a sneak attack from Han Sen, the guy was still able to catch Fist Guy off guard and put a blade to his neck. None of the Finger brothers thought they could do the same. Han Sen moved the dagger away, stepped back, and threw it back at Fist Guy. He asked with a smile, "Do I need to do another test?" "No, let's hit the road," Fist Guy said simply. He contemplated Han Sen and tucked the dagger back at his waist. Littlefinger and other members were curious about Han Sen, not expecting the infamous ass freak to have such skills. But they did not say much either and summoned their mounts to go. Not having a mount, Han Sen was invited to sit together with Fist Guy on his mutant mount, which was as strong as a rhinoceros. The gang marched toward the southern mountains. Along the way, the gang had never stopped unless necessary. On the third day, they finally stopped at a Grand Canyon. Han Sen estimated that if it were not for the mounts, it would have taken them half a month to get here. They could no longer ride in the canyon, so Han Sen followed the gang on foot. Along the side of the valley they walked down and saw a billowing river, which was still not their destination. Having walked for more than 2 hours, they finally saw a large cave on the side. It was dark inside, and they lit torches before going in. Once they were in the cave, columns of stalactites caught their eyes. Be careful. Although we have cleared them up last time we came, the cave has a complex structure, so there is no guarantee that we've got them all. Also, there could be some new creatures hidden somewhere. Everyone pay attention, said Fist Guy solemnly. All answered. Eye and Thumb led the way holding a mutant beast soul shield in his hand. The rest followed him into the depths of the cave. Littlefinger was walking on the end with a pair of beast soul cuddles in his hand, vigilantly looking around. Inside the cave, water was dripping from above, the sound of which was particularly clear in the cave. The stones under their feet were slippery and held puddles of water more than an inch deep here and there. People were very careful, not because it was difficult to walk, but for fear of dangerous creatures that might appear any time. Along the way, Han San saw a lot of old bloodstains, which must be left from when the gang was here last time. Obviously, their worries were unnecessary as they had encountered no danger on the way. The gang must have done a good job last time, as there was not even a primitive creature. Pay attention, guys. We are about to see it. Do not make a noise. whispered Fist Guy, who was directly behind Thumb after they had walked for 4 or 5 hours. In fact, these words were meant for Han Sen, as everyone else had been here before and knew that they were approaching the creature. They were tiptoeing like cats, making absolutely no sound. Han Sen nodded to Fist Guy, who then signaled Thumb to keep going. In a short while, they were at the end of the path and the space suddenly became huge. A stone hall appeared in front of their eyes. The stalactites hanging from the ceiling were about 30 feet long, which were not even 1/10 of the height of the cave. Unknown black vines were growing everywhere in the cave, and the leaves on the vines were as black as ink. There were even black flowers dotted on the vines. Where they came from was like a tunnel that was connected to the hall's wall, and there were many entrances like this one. Fist Guy indicated silence to Han Sen with his finger, and then pointed underneath them. Han Sen looked down and his eyes lit up. Chapter 108. Hunting a Sacred Blood Creature. Han Sen saw that at the bottom of the cave, a black, pangolin-like creature more than 6 feet long with its whole body covered with crystal scales was drinking water from a pool. That is the creature. Its hearing is no good, but it has got excellent eyesight. Even a sacred blood beast soul weapon could hardly hurt its scales. Its biggest weakness is its soft belly, explained Index Finger unhurriedly, who was a refined young man. Even if its stomach is its weakness, it is on all fours and I can't really flip it over and stab there, Han Sen said. Of course not. As long as there is a sign of trouble, this guy will roll itself into a ball. And then it would be like a snail hidden inside the shell, and its belly would be protected. Its scales could also flip up and become circular saw blades. When it rolls, it's like a spiked wheel, and even the thickest armor would be cut open by that. And no one's body could stand that either. Little Finger cut in. How is this a weakness then? Han Sen could not help but frown. Certainly we cannot attack it head-on. Its strength is formidable and its speed is too high. No one could afford taking a hit from it. Fist Guy hesitated before he pointed at the pool at the bottom and said, "Our plan is that in a while, we will go out to drive it away, and you can take the opportunity to hide underwater in the pool. When it goes to drink again, you make the attack from below the water at its soft chin. It would be great if you could leave the weapon in its chin, so that it could no longer curl up. At that time we could kill it however we like." Fist Guy, no wonder you are willing to pay me a mutant mount. I'd be risking my life. Han Sen said to Fist Guy, "If it is easy, we will not pay such a big price. Can you do it or not?" Little Finger whispered. Everyone awaited Han Sen's decision, looking at him. "I can try. But since I am putting my life on the line here, I have to get paid first in case I die there." Han Sen pondered and said, "Okay." Fist Guy agreed readily and transferred the mount to Han Sen. Now that they were here already, as long as Han Sen got into the water, they did not worry he would run away. So, it was fine to pay him first. Index Finger took a small oxygen cylinder and respirator from his bag and gave them to Han Sen, so that Han Sen could stay in the water longer. After everything was ready, Fist Guy looked at Han Sen and said, "We'll go out to lead it to one of the tunnels, and you should quickly go hide underwater. You don't have much time, 30 seconds at best. Is that fine?" "No problem." Han Sen checked the distance to the pool and then confirmed. "Well, although its bare skin is relatively vulnerable, you would still need at least a mutant beast soul weapon to pierce that. Do you have one?" Fist Guy was a bit concerned. Han Sen nodded again. His Shura katana was comparable with a mutant weapon, but he was not dollar now, so he did not bring it along. But Han Sen still had a mutant black stinger arrow, and that would do. Everything was ready. Fist Guy and his gang members exchanged a look, and everyone except for Little Finger climbed away using the vines. They carefully climbed to other entrances to the hall, and then threw fist-sized iron balls at the drinking creature from each entrance. Dang, dang, dang. The balls hit the creature's black crystal scales and made noises of metal, not even leaving a white mark on the scales. But the sacred blood creature was obviously angered. In just a moment, it curled up its body and suddenly looked like a snail, a spiked one. The black scales were turning up and sharp as blades. The creature started rolling with a thudding, and even the stone was cut deeply by its scales. It was fearsome indeed. In just an instant, it rolled several dozen feet. Not only its speed was incredible, it could also roll itself onto a steep stone wall. Like a spiked wheel, it rolled upward on the wall and was behind Fist Guy's men in an instant. They could not afford to relax and all hid in the respective tunnel next to themselves. The sacred blood creature followed Thumb into the tunnel closest to it. "Come on. Thumb can't hold very long," Little Finger urged Han Sen to go down. Han Sen took a deep breath, grabbed the vines and quickly slid down to the bottom. He ran to the pool but did not jump in for fear of making too much noise. Instead, Han Sen went to the water side, slowly slid himself into the water and sank. Seeing Han Sen diving in the water with the respirator in his mouth, Little Finger was relieved and wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead. When he was about to check on the sacred blood creature, he saw a shadow rushing from the tunnel where it was and rolled to the bottom. Its eyes on the side of its body twirled for a while and detected no danger. It then slowly spread its body and crawled around to chew on the black vines. The reason why the creature had stayed here for a long time was to eat the black vines. Fist Guy's gang had discovered this and was thus certain that it would not leave before eating up the vines. The creature was still gnawing the vines when Fist Guy's gang returned from the back of the tunnel. It chanced that all the tunnels were connected, and they made a detour and found Little Finger. Thumb's arm was hurt. His blood was dripping and his bone was bared. "Thumb, you all right?" Fist Guy and others asked nervously. "I'm okay. But my mutant shield was ruined when used to block the creature. If we could not kill it, it would not be worth it at all. Thumb said distressed. I wonder if Ass Freak could finish the task. Little Finger watched the quiet pool and the creature eating the vines with a worried look on his face. Chapter 109. Scaled Armadillo? I hope he can. Looking down, Fist Guy was not sure either. One could never be sure about the result when one was about to hunt a sacred blood creature. The infamy of Ass Freak also added to their lack of confidence in Hansen. The gang watched the creature nervously, but it did not have any intention to drink. After chewing on the black vines for more than half an hour, it lay down on a stone and fell into sleep. Fist Guy and others started to get anxious, as the oxygen cylinder they gave Hansen was only the size of a palm, and the oxygen was quite limited. If the sacred blood creature spent a long time sleeping, the oxygen would run out. When they were praying for the creature to get up, it eventually woke up and slowly climbed to the pool, as if their prayers had worked. It stretched its head above the pool and started to lap the water with its tongue. However, Fist Guy and the Finger Brothers were not too happy about this, as where the creature stayed was far from where Hansen was hiding. If Hansen started to swim now, however, the waves he made would alarm the sacred blood creature for sure. What now? The gang members' hearts raced. Hansen could not even touch the creature in such distance, let alone kill it. Unfortunately, the water below was too dark, and they could not see what Hansen was doing under the water. Hearts in their mouths, the guys suddenly heard a screech from the bottom. The sacred blood creature lifted its head up, and there was a black arrow deep in its white jaw, with only less than half the length exposed. Blood was flowing along the arrow shaft. Not able to find its enemy, the creature wanted to curl up after being injured. However, since its jaw had an arrow in it, it could not curl itself into a perfect ball. Instead, it looked like a jagged tire in an accident, bearing much of its white belly. Overjoyed, the gang summoned all kinds of weapons and rushed out. The sacred blood creature was still fierce though badly injured. When it rolled, stones were still crushed under its scales. No one could block it like no one could stand in the way of a bulldozer. The gang did not dare to fight it head-on and decided to carry on the fight while beating a retreat. Then they saw the creature rolling itself into a tunnel and ran away as fast as it could. Only then did Hansen appear from the pool holding Doomsday. The rest paid him no mind and rushed to the cave and chased after the creature. Hansen quickly followed them. The creature's injury did not affect its speed. It soon disappeared in the cave. Fortunately, it had shed a lot of blood, so the gang was able to follow it. There were toxins on the mutant black stinger arrow, and the creature would surely pressure the arrow deeper and deeper as it rolled. Hence its wound had not healed and blood could still be spotted from time to time. Having chased for more than 2 hours in the tunnels, they finally saw the light as they had come out of the cave and entered a forest of hoodoos. The ground was still stained with blood, so apparently the sacred blood creature had fled among the hoodoos. Damn, the vitality of this creature is just incredible. We would have died a long time ago had we shed so much blood, and it was running fast as ever, Thumb cursed. The terrain was rugged, so they could not use their mounts. Everyone kept chasing on foot. As they were running, Hansen suddenly heard a voice in his mind. Sacred blood creature scaled armadillo killed. The beast soul of scaled armadillo gained. Eat its meat to gain 0 to 10 sacred geno points randomly. Hansen paused and could not believe the scaled armadillo had already died. What was more surprising was that he even gained its beast soul. Seeing Hansen suddenly stopped, the rest looked to him and asked, "What happened?" "The scaled armadillo is dead," replied Hansen. "Scaled armadillo?" The rest suddenly realized that scaled armadillo was the name of the sacred blood creature, and all became thrilled. "Your arrow is poisonous?" Fist Guy quickly asked. "Yes, but the toxicity does not seem to be strong enough to kill a sacred blood creature." Hansen had some doubts himself. The scaled armadillo must have rolled itself so hard that the arrow pierced its brain, Ring Finger guessed. "Yes, that is quite plausible." "Let's hurry," Thumb said eagerly. The gang followed the blood stain and turned around a corner before they saw the dead scaled armadillo. However, they all paused. What they saw was different from what they had imagined. The scaled armadillo was dead indeed, but it did not seem to die because of Hansen's arrow. A gorgeous bird more than 9 feet tall with silver body and ruby eyes was using its silver hook-like claws to tear the scaled armadillo's body and peck at its flesh. The scales that even a sacred blood weapon could not break were torn apart like they were made of paper. Hansen now knew that it was indeed not his arrow, but this silver bird that had killed the scaled armadillo. For some reason, it was still counted as his doing. *T. Another sacred blood creature, with wings. Thumb screamed out loud. His voice turned all faces dark. The bird that was enjoying its meal suddenly cast its ruby-like eyes in their direction. The moment it spotted them, a murderous look appeared in its eyes and it spread its wings like clouds that blocked the sky and flew toward them. "Scatter!" Fist Guy shouted, turned and bolted. This silver bird was so strong that they were by no means its match. Since even the scales of the scaled armadillo could not withstand its claws, they simply had nothing to fight it with. Hansen was also running as fast as his legs could carry him. The gang had scattered, but as Hansen looked back, he realized that the silver bird had chosen him to follow. Its ferocious bird eyes red as blood, gazing at him unblinkingly. Maybe God envies my newly gained beast soul. Han Sen secretly cursed and continued to run desperately. Chapter 110. Escape. Fortunately, it was a forest of pagoda-like, weathered rock hoodoos. Han Sen was taking his cover behind the pagoda-like hoodoos and paid no mind which way he was going as long as he could get rid of the silver bird. However, the horrendous silver bird was still following him. Under its claws, even a car-sized stone was crushed in an instant. Its strength was almost divine. After running for a while, Han Sen was suddenly in the open and out of the hoodoo forest. He complained inwardly, "Now without the hoodoos as my cover, how could I outrun this damned bird?" Without the cover of the hoodoos, the silver bird uttered a ferocious hoot and rushed toward him. Without hesitation, Han Sen summoned the Bloody Slayer and Black Beetle and turned himself into a golden centaur, running with all four hooves. Han Sen had always trusted the speed of the Bloody Slayer, but this time he failed to run away from the silver bird. Instead, the bird was catching up. "Am I going to die here?" Han Sen complained inwardly. The shape-shifting time was limited, and his current Geno points would give him less than an hour. Once his time was up, how could he ever outrun the ferocious silver bird with his own feet? But now Han Sen had no time to think. He had to focus on running as fast as he could. As for the purple-winged dragon beast soul, Han Sen did not dare to summon it at all. Once he used wings to send himself in the air, his flying speed would be even lower, and he would be turning himself into a meal for the bird. Looking at the endless plain, Han Sen ran desperately while the silver bird was snapping at his heels. As time passed, Han Sen started to feel a severe soreness and knew that his shape-shifting time was almost up. As Han Sen was considering whether to turn around and fight the bird head-on, he heard a rumbling of water ahead of him. It seemed that there was a wide river there. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Without thinking any further, he ran at his full speed toward the sound and used Jade Skin fully so that he could shapeshift a bit longer. Han Sen soon saw a wide river with roaring waves more rapid than the Yellow River. Seeing this river, Han Sen was overjoyed. Now he only wished that this silver bird did not know how to swim so that he could take refuge in the water. Running desperately with four hooves, Han Sen felt his body muscles were being torn apart as he had exceeded his shape-shifting time limit. But the only thing left to do was to hang on and keep running to the river. Giving up shape-shifting now was equal to giving up his life. 600 feet away from the river, Han Sen's eyes were bloodshot and the pain in his body almost made him scream. Yet he had to run. 500 feet, 300 feet, 100 feet, 10 feet. As Han Sen thought his body was about to explode, he had finally made it to the river. With acute pain, he threw himself into the water. Thump! Han Sen heard a loud noise behind him, and then felt a burst of pain on his back that almost made him black out. His heart froze, knowing the silver bird had followed him into the water. The desire to survive made him muster what was left of his energy and try to dive deep into the river. At this point, Han Sen could no longer keep up shape-shifting, or else his body would break down. The moment he turned into himself, he felt he was pushed downstream at an incredible speed. He tried not to faint, as he could drown in such torrents before he was eaten by the bird. He summoned the mutant black barracuda, and a mutant mount more than 4 feet long appeared next to him. Holding tight on the mount, Han Sen controlled it to dive to the bottom. When Han Sen could no longer hold his breath, he sent the mutant black barracuda to the surface. Finally getting a little break, Han Sen was glad to find the silver bird was nowhere to be seen. It seemed that it did not know how to swim and just clawed his back when he jumped into the water. His back was still in great pain, and his whole body felt like it was falling apart with spasms in his muscles. He felt like he was made into a plate of sashimi with his flesh being sliced off. The consequence of shapeshifting over time made Han Sen helpless. Fortunately, he had his black beetle armor for protection, or else the creatures in the river that had sniffed the smell of blood would have torn him apart. Groups of strange fish more than 2 feet long hovered around him and tried to bite his body from time to time. The sacred blood armor had thwarted all their attempts. Withstanding the maddening pain, Han Sen grabbed the Z-steel dagger in his sleeve and stabbed it into a strange fish next to him. The fish was gutted as he pulled the dagger fiercely, and it died without struggling. Primitive creature Black Lantern fish killed. No beast soul gained. Eat its meat to gain 0 to 10 primitive Geno points randomly. Seeing other Black Lantern fish hurrying over to the dead one, Han Sen quickly cut off a large chunk of fatty meat from its belly and threw the rest of the dead fish aside. Watching groups of Black Lantern fish chasing the dead body away, Han Sen took a bite at the meat in his hand. It tasted fishy and bitter, but Han Sen could not afford to be picky. When he jumped into the water, his back was clawed by the silver bird and his backpack was lost. With no water or food left, he could only rely on this creature's meat to gain some strength. If he wanted to live, he must have enough strength. But the fish meat was so unpalatable that Han Sen only ate half of it and threw the rest away. He would throw up otherwise. With some physical strength recovered, Han Sen started to observe the surroundings. Although it was already at night, the starlight and moonlight were so bright that he could still see mountains and forests along the river. But he still had no idea where he was. Gathering his strength, Han Sen commanded the mutant black barracuda to swim up to the shore. His luck was not too bad. Next to the shore was a grove of trees. He looked around and found no trace of creatures nearby. With a long sigh of relief, Han Sen climbed up into a tall tree's crown. When he was about to take a good rest and treat his wound, a beast roar rang in the mountain near him. How bad can my luck be? With a wry smile, Han Sen vigilantly looked in the direction of the roar. Chapter 111. Glory Shelter. Seeing it was actually several youths hunting a lion-like creature, Han Sen felt God had not abandoned him yet. Taking all his beast souls back and putting the dagger back into his sleeve, Han Sen slowly walked toward the youths and said after they killed the creature, "Friends, may I ask where this is?" The youths that were still thrilled over their kill were startled by Han Sen's voice and turned to him with weapons in their hands. After seeing Han Sen, who was in rags that were dripping blood, they were suddenly relieved. "Why are you here alone?" asked a young man in beast soul armor, looking at Han Sen with some doubt. "I came with some friends and not sure it was good or bad luck. We ran into a flying sacred blood creature and scattered. I'm lucky to be alive." Han Sen told half the truth. "A sacred blood creature? Where?" The youths were shocked. "I don't know now. I jumped into the river to escape from it and was carried here by the torrents. If you want to hunt it, you could go to the upstream and try your luck. I'm not sure if it would still be there though." Han Sen paused and asked, "Could you tell me where I am first?" A girl with wide eyes said, "We are not sure either. But if you are heading to a shelter, go west and it will take you about a month to reach Glory Shelter." Han Sen was a bit surprised. Glory Shelter was where Shuelongyan and Lin Beifeng came from. It chanced that he was near Glory Shelter now. He wondered how far the river had carried him. It was fortunate that he did not encounter any great danger on the way. The young man who spoke first suddenly said, "You don't look like you are in good shape. It so happens that we are heading back. So if you're willing to pay, we could take you with us." Han Sen smiled. "Does it look like I have money with me? We can sign a contract here, and you could pay when we are back in the shelter," replied the young man. "How much do you want?" Han Sen pondered and asked. He was not familiar with this area. If he followed them, at least he would not get lost. 100,000. The young man regarded the bow and arrows Han Sen was carrying and said, "It looks like you are injured. We can give you some medicine and food meat of primitive creatures." The rest of the youths were a bit shocked by this price, as 100,000 was not a small amount. "Okay, but I would have to pay after we reach the shelter," said Han Sen, spreading his hands out. This trip was fruitful enough, and it was most important that he could reach a shelter safe and sound. 100,000 was not much for him at this point. It was a shame that he probably would not be able to make it to the ranking rounds of the contest. It did not really matter to him though. Even if he did not show up, he would still have the 10th place and would have an equal right to a random sacred blood beast soul. The only pity was that he would miss the opportunity to fight against Lin Feng. Although he would miss the match, he had gained another sacred blood beast soul, which was far more attractive to Han Sen than his ranking. Even if he got the first place, there would be no extra material reward. Therefore, if Han Sen could choose again, he would still have come along. It would be nice though if he had not been thrown in such panic. Deal. The young man happily took out pen and paper to draft a simple contract. After Han Sen signed, he gave Han Sen some food and water. After some self-introduction, the girl with wide eyes helped treat Han Sen's wound. Once she lifted his shirt up and saw the wound left by the silver bird, she almost let out a yelp of surprise. A foot-long wound spread across Han Sen's back, with flesh ripped apart. The bleeding had almost stopped. Han Sen thought it was fortunate that he was already in the water, and both his backpack and sacred blood armor provided some protection when the bird attacked, so that his spine was not hurt, or he would have died a long time ago. The injury looked scary. However, he had great physique and jade skin. Even with no medicine, his wound would not get any worse. The girl cleaned his wound with alcohol and bandaged it. The youths all said Han Sen was lucky to keep his life. The guys in the group chopped up the lion-like creature's body, picked some branches, made a fire, and put chunks of meat on it to barbecue. They shared a chunk with Han Sen after it was ready. Han Sen grabbed the meat and devoured it. He needed to gain some energy badly. Primitive creature yellow lion's meat eaten. 0 primitive geno point gained. Han Sen had got familiar with the youths after traveling with them for 2 days. They were not bad people. Because they were from humble families and had nothing special about them, they did not make it into some large gangs. Instead, they grouped up to hunt creatures themselves. They did not dare to poke any strong creature for lack of strength. This way there was not much risk involved, as they were always picking on primitive creatures that were alone. Their situation was much better than Han Sen when he had first entered God's sanctuary, as they were together while he had been alone. But he could still relate to them sometimes. With the medicine and food supplies, Han Sen was recovering much faster. With his physique and use of jade skin, his wound was no longer serious just a few days later. At the foot of a mountain, they suddenly heard a screeching. Several of them looked up and saw some black figures rushing down from the mountain, terrified. "Run! It's black-tailed monkeys!" shouted Su Xiangqian, the leader of the youths. Although the black-tailed monkeys were merely of the size of cats, as primitive creatures, they were rather swift and their claws were toxic, and it would be dangerous for one to be scratched by them. Seeing at least a dozen monkeys rushing down, the youths were all shocked. They might be able to cope with 1 or 2 of them, but once they were caught up by the dozen here, it would be hard for any of them to stay alive. Surrounded by mountains, it was almost impossible for them to outrun the monkeys who were used to climb. Suddenly, a trill of the string was followed by a scream of a monkey. The youths turned around and saw a black-tailed monkey was pierced by an arrow in the head and fell to the ground. And the archer was Han Sen on the side. "Han Sen, let's go." There are too many black-tailed monkeys here, and we will be in trouble if surrounded by them, said Li Xiaogu, the girl with wide eyes hastily. Chapter 112. The Archer. Han San ignored her urging and drew the string of doomsday at the black-tailed monkeys sweeping across the slope, screaming. The youths thought Han San was out of his mind. How many of the monkeys could he possibly kill? Once he was besieged by them, one scratch would mean death. While they were still anxious, they heard the string sounded once again, and it did not stop. A black shadow flashed and instantly shot through a black-tailed monkey's head. The next moment, the arrow went back to the hands of Han San and was driven through another monkey's head. There was no extra movement or any deviation. The bow and arrow were almost integrated into one, with a mysterious beauty. String, arrow, death. Everything was so natural and smooth, as if this was the way it should be. Su Xiangqian and the other youths were stunned and stopped running. They could not believe the black-tailed monkeys' heads were penetrated just like this. More than half of the 20-some black-tailed monkeys were shot dead by Han San before they could make it to the foot of the mountain, and the few survivors screamed and fled back to the mountains. The youths were still frozen and looked Han San up and down as if they had seen a ghost. Suddenly, they heard a screech of anger from the mountains and soon saw a black-tailed monkey, more than twice the size of the normal ones, reaching the foot of the mountain in an instant like a whirl of wind. A mutant black-tailed monkey. Li Xiaogu was shocked. Following her cry, an arrow flew across with a firm sound of string. Whoosh! The mutant black-tailed monkey was suddenly shot in the head, with its whole body carried away and nailed on a tree behind it by an arrow. Li Xiaogu and the rest were looking at the monkey nailed on the tree astonished. And when they looked to Han San in a few seconds, he had put the bow back on his back as if he just did something quite trivial. On the day of the ranking rounds of the contest, almost everyone was watching the matches. The match that they were most looking forward to being Dollar versus Lin Feng. But until the start of the match, Dollar was still nowhere to be seen. Because a total point system was used in the ranking rounds, every contestant must fight all 9 others. Whoever won the most matches would have higher ranking. So in the beginning, when it had not been Dollar's turn yet, the viewers were still hopeful that he might show up later. However, Dollar did not even show up at his own rounds and ended up losing by default. There was an uproar among the viewers, as they were very disappointed in Dollar's absence after waiting for such a long time. All kinds of speculations and gossips began trending. Some said Dollar was injured when hunting a sacred blood creature and thus could not make it. Some said Dollar was an active duty soldier and was executing orders on the battlefield, so he could not participate in the contest. Of course, some said Dollar was afraid of Lin Feng and did not dare to come. However, this argument was relatively unpopular. After all, Dollar's strength had been recognized by the vast majority in his fight against Yi Dongmu. With all kinds of speculations in the alliance, people first thought of Fang Mingquan in Contest Center and wished that Fang would have a satisfactory answer to why Dollar did not show up at the ranking rounds. Naturally, Fang Mingquan had no way of knowing that. So he simply wrote an article, "You are my uncrowned king," to indicate that Dollar was his only king and champion forever no matter which place he ended up having. Getting no answer from Fang Mingquan, people were still curious. But there was no one who knew the reason why Dollar did not show up no matter how many analyses there were. Until the end of the contest, Dollar still did not make his appearance. He was considered lost by forfeit in all his matches and ranked number 10 in the end. But no one doubted the strength of Dollar. At least he would not be number 10. And the champion was highly predictable. Lin Feng still allowed all his opponents to perform wonderfully before defeating them. It was the same in every match of his. The focus of the ranking rounds was not the ranking. There was not even much discussion on who the champion would be. The hottest debate was if Dollar had come, who would the champion be? In an interview with Lin Feng, a female reporter asked him, "Did Dollar choose not to come because he fears you?" Lin Feng replied casually, "Just like I will never be afraid of any opponent, neither will he." He then ignored all other interviews. Unable to reach Lin Feng, reporters then turned to chase his buddy Tang Jinliu. This made Tang really depressed. He was the runner-up this year, which was the best ranking he had so far, and no one cared about that. They might congratulate him on that in the beginning, which was always followed by questions about Dollar. Tang Jinliu, if Dollar were in the matches, who do you think would be the champion, Dollar or Lin Feng? Tang Jinliu, why do you think Dollar was absent? Dollar and Lin Feng, who would be more likely to win? Do Dollar and Lin Feng know each other? Are you and Dollar friends? All kinds of questions made Tang dizzy, and he ended up hiding at home so that the journalists could not besiege him. The Skynet was also flooded with posts discussing these questions. Some were praising Dollar and some criticizing. The debates lasted for about a month after the contest was over. It took Han San and the youths more than half a month to reach Glory Shelter. The youths told Han San it would take a month, which was an estimate according to their own speed, considering they had to bypass large groups of creatures. With Han San on the team, they did not need to take detours anymore, as the archer could clear the path. As long as the creatures were not in too large a group, Han San could always keep them at least 30 feet away, making the youths realize the benefits a great archer could bring. Because of the performance of Han San, some of them had changed their focus to archery. After Han San reached Glory Shelter, he found that he could not claim the reward for the chosen there, and had to claim it at the Sacred Steel and Steel Armor Shelter where he registered in the contest. Chapter 113. My conquest is the Sea of Stars. Han San could not immediately go back now, so he first teleported out of God's Sanctuary, and as soon as he was in the Alliance, he saw on his comlink many unanswered calls from Fang Jingqi. He called back and heard Fang's relieved voice. You are not dead yet? Good people are not so easy to die. Tell Fist Guy that I cannot go see him right now, and will give him the mutant mount back. Their contract stipulated that if the sacred blood creature was hunted, Han Sen could have a mutant beast soul mount. But since the scaled armadillo was taken by the silver bird, Fist Guy's gang must have gone back with nothing. There was no reason for Han Sen to keep the mount. No need. After you led the silver bird away, the gang managed to bring back the body of the scaled armadillo. They lost a little bit to the bird, but it does not matter much. They have been really worried that you might have been killed by the bird. Fang Jingqi laughed. Unfortunately, I had no sacred blood beast soul bow or arrow, or I would have shot the silver bird down as well. It got lucky, joked Han Sen. If you need sacred blood beast soul bow and arrow, here is a chance. Fang Jingqi grinned. What chance? You are not asking me to risk my life again, right? I have no interest to do it a second time, said Han Sen, actually feeling quite interested inwardly. Doomsday was good, but not quite enough to kill a sacred blood creature. In 2 months, Fist Guy will enter Second God's Sanctuary and will sell some of his beast souls, including a sacred blood bow. If you're interested, you could take a look, said Fang Jingqi. Will do. Han Sen hung up and went outside. Yang Manli was standing at the gate of the teleport station, gazing at him. Where have you been? Aren't you aware that the entrance examination to Blackhawk is about to start? If you do not get admitted, do not say that I have trained you, because I cannot afford to lose face like that, exclaimed Yang Manli in anger. I was hunting a creature with friends, and something went wrong. I just got back to the shelter. I am really sorry. Han Sen knew that he had been gone longer than he asked for, so no wonder that Yang Manli was mad. Whatever, your admission had nothing to do with me. I actually wish that you won't pass the exam so that I will not have to see you every day. Yang Manli was very dissatisfied with his indifferent attitude. Han Sen shrugged. He knew Yang Manli was not a bad person, but she always sounded mean. She must want him to go back into training. But Han Sen had to go home now that he had been gone for many days. He could only let Yang Manli down for the moment. Seeing Han Sen still left the teleport station instead of going back to train, she thought bitterly, it would make no sense if this bastard were admitted to Blackhawk. Han Sen returned home and checked in with his mother before going to bed. He was not in a hurry to claim his sacred blood beast soul. He could claim it any time at Steel Armor Shelter before the next contest started. Entrance exam to Blackhawk was in just a few days, and he planned to take the exam before finding his way from Glory Shelter to Steel Armor Shelter. But he had to make it back to Steel Armor Shelter before Fist Guy auctioned his beast souls. He was very interested in that sacred blood beast soul bow. In addition, the shrieky beast should finish evolving into a sacred blood beast by that time, and he could not waste that. Thinking of beast souls, Han Sen summoned the beast soul of the scaled armadillo, which was a huge black round shield about 4 feet wide. The shield was covered in scales and spikes and looked quite fearsome. It was more for offense than defense, as whoever knocked over or cut by the shield would suffer severe injury. Really great stuff. If it's paired with the speed of the Bloody Slayer, even Qin Xian would not dare to take a hit from it. Han Sen thought of the scene and laughed out loud. The next morning, Han Sen went to the teleport station for training, and Yang Manli gave him another fitness test. Han Sen used Jade Skin to keep all his score between 10 to 11, making Yang Manli fairly satisfied. Han Sen did not know how much his actual fitness index was, as he had not used his full strength in the test recently. Also, he had gained another 5 mutant geno points from eating the mutant black-tailed monkey and now had a total of 52 mutant geno points. Yang Manli used the few days left to put Han Sen on a detailed comprehensive training program so that he could not slack at all. As a soldier, although she was no fan of Han Sen's, she still made every effort as it was an order from Qin Xian to train him. Whether he could eventually be admitted was none of her business. She actually did not want Han Sen to be admitted as she thought Dollar was the best candidate for the archer in the squad. But Dollar's whereabouts were never predictable and she could not even locate him, let alone persuade him to join the squad, which made her rather upset. When the entrance exam was about to begin, Qin Xian as the station master could not leave the teleport station to accompany Han Sen to Plant Hawk where Blackhawk Military Academy was. Instead, she gave Han Sen an interstellar spaceship ticket and asked him to go take the exam. Han Sen had already talked to Luo Sulan about going to a military academy. She was very supportive of his decision. If he could go to a famous military school and graduate, he could serve as a low-level officer instead of a soldier, even if his grades were just average. This way he did not have to suffer too much, and his chance of survival on the battlefield would also be higher. If his grades were excellent, then it would be even better. In that case, maybe he would be assigned to a relatively safe position, which was what Luo Sulan wanted. Her only worry was that Han Sen might not be able to pass the entrance exam to such a good school as Blackhawk. After all, Han Sen only graduated from the integrated compulsory education system, and his chance of entering a military academy which was challenging for even many private school graduates was indeed worrisome. On the interstellar spaceship, Han Sen looked at the infinite space outside the window and his heart started to race. It was the first time ever for him to leave planet Roka. At this moment, Han Sen suddenly remembered a line from a book he once read. My conquest is the Sea of Stars. Chapter 114. The prize is a date. Long interstellar travel was very boring. Many people would choose to go to the gym or go on the Skynet to kill time. Although Han Sen's destination Planet Hawk was not too far away, it would still take a few days. Han Sen felt rather bored sitting alone and was trying to decide if he should go to the gym. Suddenly, he saw a girl sitting opposite him using her comlink to play a game that looked like Hand of God Online. Han-san thought it was similar to Hand of God because the game he played in the teleport station was via a holographic device that monitored one's entire body, while the one the girl was playing was a comlink game that could be played with one hand. The girl's fingers were long and pretty, hitting the spots near her hand at a dazzling speed. What Han-san did not understand was what seemed to be the difference between this game and the one he had played. In addition to those light spots, there were also the holographic image of a palm, which was hitting the spots nearby as if it was trying to beat the girl to them. Han-san watched for a while and roughly understood that it was an online mini version of the game Hand of God. The one he used to play was the single-player version. After finishing her round, the girl saw Han-san staring at her and gave him a cold glance. Han-san then noticed that the girl was actually stunning. She was his age, or maybe older. Wearing a suit that looked like a uniform, she had a sweet face like a porcelain doll with small red lips and black hair. The girl saw Han-san still staring at her and deliberately turned away, continuing to play her game. Han-san stood up, walked next to the girl, and said with a smile, "Are you from Blackhawk?" The girl turned back and looked at Han-san, slightly surprised. "You also go to Blackhawk?" "Not yet. I'm going to apply," Han-san said. The girl heard his reply and seemed to have lost interest in him. There were numerous applicants to Blackhawk each year, and the admission rate was less than 1 in 1,000. She thought it was just Han-san's pickup line. She had seen too many people like him and was no longer surprised. "Sister, what is that game you were playing? It looks like a bit like Hand of God." Han-san sat down next to the girl and continued the conversation. The girl had no choice but to turn back and look at Han-senator. Suddenly, her lips turned upward into a sly smile. "Don't ask and play against me. If you win, I could even go on a date with you." The girl took for granted that everyone knew the Skynet version of Hand of God, especially an applicant to a military academy. Han-san must be using this to get her attention. "So, if I win, you are willing to be my girlfriend?" Han-san looked at the girl in surprise, no believing what she said was true. This girl had a sweet face and a nicer body. Her long legs and plump bosom were accentuated by her small waist. She was a beautiful girl indeed. She was still a bit young at this time, but in a few years, once she became a woman, she would be as attractive as, if not more alluring than Qin Xian. A girl like her would become his date as long as he beat her in Hand of God. It was a great deal for him either way. Of course, Ji Yanran always keeps her words. If you were admitted to Blackhawk, you could ask around and everyone would tell you so. Ji Yanran grinned. She was a junior at Blackhawk and the president of Hand of God Society. She was definitely among the top 10 at this game in Blackhawk. Not even too many professional players had the confidence to beat her, let alone Han-san, who had not even made it to the military school yet. "Great. Let's begin now." Han-san felt he could not miss such a great deal. To get himself a pretty date before even going to school, he would not have too many opportunities like this one. Ji Yanran gave him a sweet smile. "Since it is a showdown and you could potentially have me as your date, what would you offer if you lose?" "If I lose, I will be your boyfriend. Is that fair?" Han-san said earnestly. Ji Yanran gave him a stare and said, "Save it. Your lines don't work on me. If you lose, you cannot show your face in front of me from now until the moment we arrive at Planet Hawk." "Deal." Han-san nodded. He saw Ji Yanran play and thought she was much slower than himself. He was confident that he could win. "What is your game ID? I will add you and invite you into my group." Ji Yanran wanted to get rid of him as fast as possible. "I'm sorry, sister. I have never played this version of Hand of God. Could you show me how to play first?" Han-san spread out his hands helplessly and said he used to play on the device in the teleport station and had never tried using his comlink. "You really don't know how to play?" Ji Yanran did not believe him. "Which name should I search?" Han-san turned his comlink on. "Well, I will see how long you could keep this up." Ji Yanran did not trust him at all, but she was not angry either. She wanted to see how long he could keep his pretense, so she told him how to enter the game. She saw Han-san using his comlink number to enter the game and was quite shocked, because the pop-up window on his comlink was a tutorial, which would only appear when the game was installed for the first time. "You really have never played Hand of God?" Ji Yanran threw a surprised look at Han-san. "Not this version. I have only played the single-player version," replied Han-san. "The two versions are quite different, and you dare to play against me when you have never played the versus mode?" Ji Yanran felt both shocked and amused, as she thought this guy was driven purely by passion indeed. Chapter 115. Cheating Device. Should be similar. Han-san began to play in training mode, which could not be skipped and was meant to show new players how to use the versus version. Han-san used to play the single-player version and had no opponent. In training mode, there was a hand trying to beat him to the spots, which took some effort for him to get used to, so he looked a bit clumsy. Sometimes, Han-san only found a spot gone when his finger moved over, which was quite different from when he was playing alone. In addition to paying attention to the spots, he also had to pay attention to the action and intention of the other hand. Ji Yanran saw him playing in the training mode and was rendered speechless. He was such a rookie that she had no idea where he gained the nerve to challenge her, president of the Hand of God Society. "It looks a bit challenging indeed. Can I practice a bit before playing against you?" Han-san asked. "Sure, anytime." Ji Yanran believed a rookie like him would not be her match even after practicing for a semester. She wanted to show him some grace, so that when he lost, he would have no excuse to bother her again. Han-san got Ji Yanran's permission and returned to his seat to play online. He soon discovered that versus version was much more interesting than the single-player version. Playing alone simply required him to be fast, while more factors were added to the versus version, including what and when the opponent would move, which made the game more fun. Han-sen played a few rounds and gradually mastered the versus version. In fact, as long as one had the skills and ability to judge correctly, the versus version was actually easier. After all, the single-player version was all about speed, and in the versus version, all you had to be was faster than your opponent. If your opponent was weak, it would be really easy to win. Han-sen was only trying to study the game itself and did not care about the result. So he lost 5 games in a row. Han-sen played a final round when he had fully grasped the tricks. His opponent was not even able to hit a single spot, and he had a complete victory. Feeling that he was ready, Han-sen went to Ji Yanran and said, "Sister, I am ready. Would you add me? What is your ID?" Ji Yanran was not about to make any comment. She would win anyway, and all that was left to do was to drive this annoying fly away. Win a girlfriend, Han-sen told her his ID. Ji Yanran stared sharply at Han-sen, but did not say anything. It did not matter. He could not beat her no matter what ID name he used. Han-sen saw a friend request, and the ID name was Souvenir. Ji Yanran looked at Han-sen's record and saw he had lost 5 out of 6 rounds. She did not even know where to begin, so she said nothing. Setting up an online game room and password, she invited Han-sen to enter. The moment Han-sen entered the room, Ji Yanran picked a level and started the match. At the end of the countdown, a holographic image was projected from his comlink. In addition to the image like a crystal ball, there was also the image of Ji Yanran's pretty hand. Ji Yanran saw a spot flashing and immediately moved a finger over to touch it, but before she could do that, she saw a finger of her opponent on it and the spot disappeared. Ji Yanran did not mind it and thought Han-sen got lucky. That spot was closer to his palm anyway. When the second spot appeared, she pointed to it at full speed, but when her little finger was about to touch it, a finger from the holographic image once again beat her to it. Ding! The spot disappeared and Han-sen gained another point, and Ji Yanran's score remained 0. Ji Yanran paused but still believed that it was pure luck. A rookie like him could never be better than she. But when the third spot appeared, Ji Yanran once again lost the spot she wanted to press. Ji Yanran raged, as this time she saw clearly that Han-sen was targeting her, only aiming at the one spot she wanted to press. "Brat, I will let you know you should never mess with a Blackhawk girl." Ji Yanran was fully focused this time and was prepared to teach Han-sen a lesson. She still thought she had just lost a few points because of her carelessness. However, the same thing happened to the fourth spot, and she still did not get a single point. Ji Yanran was getting more and more angry. Her slender fingers danced away, but regardless of which spot she went for, her opponent could always hit it first. Ding ding ding. The sound of spot getting hit continued to ring. Ji Yanran was dumbfounded as she was not even able to get a single spot. Han-sen had got them all. Impossible. This is not possible. At the end of the game, Ji Yanran was stunned by the score, 0-59. She had tried 59 times and was blocked 59 times. Han-sen did not hit any other spot than the one she was going for. He was just targeting her. But Ji Yanran could not believe that as the president of Hand of God Society, she would get no points at all, which seemed absurd. How is anyone able to do this? Even Jing, who was the best player in Blackhawk, could not have done this. Not to mention the kid has not even been admitted to Blackhawk. Thinking of this, Ji Yanran bristled because she thought of another possibility. Legend has it that a hacker had designed a cheating device of Hand of God, which could 100% prevent the opponent from getting any points. Exactly what had happened. Han-sen must have used this cheating device in their game. Ji Yanran was more convinced when she thought about it. Nothing could explain how he could have blocked all her points. Humans simply could not be so accurate. Even some could achieve this. A kid who had not even been to military school would not be one of them. Chapter 116. Admission. Sister, so I won, right? Han-sen walked over with a smile. Having such a pretty girlfriend when he just entered the school was something he would be quite proud of. You used a cheating device, so it does not count, Ji Yanran said angrily. Cheating device? Han-sen was a bit shocked. Stop pretending. You blocked all my points, and it simply looked fake. If it was not for a cheating device, how could you have done it? Ji Yanran pouted and said. Her look seemed to be saying, I have already seen through how despicable you are. I do not know what a cheating device is. Han-sen spread out his hands. Keep pretending if you will. Ji Yanran was certain that Han-sen had cheated. If you do not believe me, we can have another match, Han-sen said. You have a cheating device, so the result would be the same no matter how many times we play. Ji Yanran curled her lips with disdain. Han-sen was dumbfounded and said, My comlink is here. You can check yourself and see whether I have a cheating device installed. I do not understand how it works or where you hide it. Ji Yanran had determined that Han-sen had cheated, and she did have a point. Han-sen's performance looked like he was cheating indeed. His ability to predict and his reflexes were so strong that even Lee Dongmu was not his match, let alone Ji Yanran. Han-sen felt that he was wronged, but Ji Yanran would not believe him. Then how can I convince you that I did not cheat? Han-sen spread out his hands helplessly. Easy. When we arrive at Blackhawk, we could have another match using the professional equipment there, and if you could still win, I will believe that you did not cheat and will then honor my promise, Ji Yanran said with confidence. She believed Han-sen must have used a cheating device which would not work on professional equipment. His scheme would be exposed then. All right then, Han-sen smiled and said, but you gotta tell me what your name is? My name is Ji Yanran, and you can ask anyone to find out where I am. Ji Yanran believed Hansen had cheated and would not be her match at all, so she told him her real name without hesitation. Beautiful name. Hansen smiled. Well, if you want to enter the school and play against me, you must be admitted first, and a nobody could never enter Blackhawk, Ji Yanran thought to herself. Hansen did not bother her anymore, but went back to his own seat and continued to play the versus version of Hand of God. He only played against Ji Yanran because it was fun and did not really think that this would win him a pretty girlfriend, so he did not really care. Although Ji Yanran was beautiful, Qin Xian and Yang Monli were not bad either. Therefore he was not really smitten, but only thought she looked sweet and was an interesting girl. Ji Yanran was no longer in the mood to play. She gave Hansen a stare before going to the lounge and taking some rest. As he continued to play the game, Hansen was feeling less bored. He did not see Ji Yanran again until disembarking. She took her luggage and got on a private luxury aircraft, giving him another stare before leaving. Hansen paid no attention to that and checked in at the hotel Qin Xian had booked for him, waiting for the entrance exam to begin. Military schools were different from how they had been centuries ago. In this era, one could take the entrance exam of whichever military school one wanted to go to, as long whoever qualified would be admitted. With Hansen's condition, he could pass the exam on his own. But with Qin Xian's recommendation, he could benefit from the special enrollment program and meet lower standards. However, in this case, he needed to do much better in archery. This was nothing difficult for Hans Senator. He controlled his strength to reach just the standard of special enrollment and did not stand out in archery either, simply finishing the task. In spite of this, Hans Sen's performance in archery was still among top 10. In this era, very few people practiced archery. Although archers were highly valued in God's sanctuary, in the Alliance, any sniper could use a modern weapon to kill an archer, despite the fact that it was much harder to learn archery. In addition to specially cultivated soldiers, very few people would learn archery on their own, and even fewer were good at it. The reason the special enrollment program existed was that Blackhawk's Department of Archery was one of the weakest among all military schools in the Alliance, which was a disgrace to a famous school like Blackhawk. That was why they were trying to recruit student archers to revitalize the Department of Archery. Smoothly admitted to Blackhawk as a specially enrolled student, Han-san went through some procedures and became a military school student. After reporting the result to his mother, Han-san did not hear Luo Sulan speak for a long while. He faintly heard her sobbing. "My son was admitted to a famous school," Luo Sulan said with blissful tears after a while. Han-san heard her voice and his eyes became wet. His mother had been through so much these years. After informing his mother, Han-san called Qin Xian and she said casually, "Congratulations. I have taken care of the procedures for you to join the squad. From now on, you are my guy." "Station master, what does the squad do?" asked Han-san curiously. "Babysit," Qin Xian said in a strange voice. "Babysit?" Han-san was shocked and did not understand what a special squad would have to do with nurse or nanny. "Our task is to take care of some special kids, such as Yuan and Qing, whom you already knew. They are also our clients. By taking care of them in God's sanctuary, we can gain handsome rewards. For example, S-class licenses of St. Hall that can't be bought would be paid to you if you finish certain tasks." Qin Xian explained and then told him, "There are some formalities where your signatures are needed and you need to keep some things in mind. But let's go into details later in the shelter." "My family." Han-san wanted to ask the most important question. "The report has been submitted. Within a week, your mother and sister will be under the protection of the military. Unless you kill Son of Heaven's father or marry his wife, he probably will not be so desperate that he risks doing something stupid. Your family will be safe in the Alliance, about which you can absolutely rest assured." Qin Xian solemnly committed. "What if he really is desperate?" Han-san asked again. "He does not dare," Qin Xian said casually, sounding full of confidence. Chapter 117. Jade Shell Beast Soul. After completing all the admission procedures, Han-san did not go directly to school. He must return to Steel Armor Shelter before school was in session. Otherwise, he would never have such a long period of free time. He needed to participate in various training programs and could not spend half a month or even longer in God's Sanctuary. Han-san got in touch with Lin Beifeng and asked him about the route he took when coming to Steel Armor Shelter from Glory Shelter. Then Han-san also did some research on the Skynet. Because Glory Shelter was closest to Steel Armor Shelter, there were quite a few people that had traveled between the two. With all the information and his own experience, Han-san soon figured out a way to go back to Steel Armor Shelter. This route was very dangerous for others, but for Han-san it was fine. According to his judgment, the hardest part in this route was to travel through Dark Swamp, which he was familiar with and could fly across. "Sin, you are still in Glory Shelter, right? Can you do me a favor? I will transfer some money to you. And can you acquire some beast souls of Jade Shell in Glory Shelter?" Lin Beifeng asked. "What is that?" Han-san was puzzled. "It's a primitive beast soul armor, very common in Glory Shelter. Although there is the word armor in Steel Armor Shelter, there were very limited beast soul armors nearby. I estimate that you could buy a Jade Shell beast soul with less than 100,000, which could sell at least 200,000. Lin Beifeng said excitedly, "San, I will offer the capital and you put in the effort. How about we split the profit 50-50? "Okay, let's do this. Remember to transfer me the money first. I am so poor now that I don't even have 10,000 in my account." Han-san was telling the truth as he had less than 10,000 after paying his own tuition and fees. "Haha, I'll do that right away. In fact, there are a lot of good things in Glory Shelter. If you have time, I will do some research, Lin Beifeng said eagerly. Next time. I am on a tight schedule and have to make it back to Steel Armor Shelter as soon as possible. Otherwise, when the military school is in session, I could not afford to be absent, Han San said. Sin, I made so much effort to look for you, while you were going away to some military school. I have to follow you there, cried Lin Beifeng. Why would you put yourself through such hardship? With your family's financial resources and connections, you would not need to go to the front even if you serve. Han San paused and said, moreover, now enrollment has almost ended. Well, forget about it then. I will go send you the money. Lin Beifeng was depressed. Han San soon received the money from Lin Beifeng. It was as much as 20 million. Even if one beast soul cost 100,000, he could buy 200 beast souls. Although it was a very common kind of primitive beast soul, it was hard to acquire as many as 200. As Han San did not want to waste any time, he had to finish acquiring them in one day. So he felt it would be good enough to get just 100. The process was much smoother than he had thought. There were indeed plenty of jade shell beast souls in Glory Shelter. In the beginning, he could buy one at 50 or 60,000. Later, the highest price he ever gave was just 80,000. In one day, Han San bought 187 jade shell beast souls, and it was an incredible number. If he had more time, he would love to spend more time in Glory Shelter. If he could go back successfully this time, he would come here again for sure. After preparing for the trip, Han San finally embarked on the road between the two shelters. The journey was surprisingly uneventful, and as he had expected, both shelters were on the verge of dark swamp, and the paths from each shelter to the swamp were rather safe. The most dangerous part was inside dark swamp, but Han San was no stranger to the swamp. He had not really been to the part near Glory Shelter and could only try to fly in the right direction. A few days later, he saw the familiar black stinger forest. It was much easier after that. When Han San returned to Steel Armor Shelter safely in only a little more than 16 days, he let out a long sigh of relief. It was just a couple of days until school started, and he did not want to be kicked out for being absent. He could come back so fast mainly because of the mutant beast soul mount Fist Guy gave him. The mutant three-eyed beast mount was as strong as a bull and carried him at full speed all the time except for when he was flying over the swamp. It was much faster than him walking. Otherwise, he might not be able to return to Steel Armor Shelter even in a month. Lin Beifeng widened his eyes when seeing Han Sr. Sin, well done. You are back safe and sound from Glory Shelter in just half a month. Here are the beast souls. You sell them however you like. Out of breath, Han Sin transferred all the beast souls to Lin Beifeng. Although he only spent half a month on the road, he barely had any shut-eye. He was almost practicing jade skin to keep himself awake all the time, and was about to collapse at this point. A deep sense of fatigue made him unwilling to speak and want to go to bed right away. Han San fell directly on the bed in his room in the shelter and slept for 2 days straight. When he woke up, he felt like his whole body was falling apart. He did make some progress with jade skin though. When he was practicing it, the coolness that flowed in his body got stronger. Han San sat up, his eyes falling on the shrieky beast he was feeding. Its fur was dark and shiny like black jade, and it was twice the size it used to be. The shrieky beast has finally evolved into a sacred blood creature. Han San was filled with ecstasy. Carrying a dagger to kill it, he felt his mouth watering. He was so hungry after the long sleep and his body was so tired. This shrieky beast would do well to provide him with some nutrition. Chapter 118. Fairy Queen Beast Soul. Sacred blood creature shrieky beast killed. No beast soul gained. Eat its meat to gain 0 to 10 sacred geno points. Han San had little interest in listening to the voice. He was staring at the meat cooking in the pot with his mouth watering. His stomach was rumbling as he was starving, but Han San was still being patient. He waited until the meat stew was ready and started to gobble directly from the pot. Meat of sacred blood shrieky beast eaten. 1 sacred geno point gained. Meat of sacred blood shrieky beast eaten. 1 sacred geno point gained. Han San gorged himself silly and devoured nearly 20 pounds of meat and soup altogether, which even scared himself. But as the warmth spread in his body, he felt so comfortable as if he was a sponge that was filled with water. He lay on the ground and almost moaned out loud. Sacred blood meat is indeed wonderful. If I could have such a pot every day, I would be so healthy and strong. Han San licked his lips. Unfortunately, he only had such a blessing every 3 months. With the 5 sacred geno points gained from eating the shrieky beast, he now had 34 sacred geno points. It had only been half a year, and he had 1/3 the maximum count of sacred geno points. No one would believe him, even he told people the truth. He went to the plaza and bought a primitive creature the size of a chicken and fed the black crystal to it. While doing this, Han San had something else on his mind. He could finally claim his beast soul reward from the contest. No matter what kind of beast soul he got, it would be a sacred blood one, what many people could only dream of. What is the best? A bow? A mount? Or a humanoid beast soul? Han San thought it would be difficult for him to choose, because he wanted everything. However, he had only one chance, and it was not even up to him. At midnight, when there was no one around, Han San quietly entered the martial ring, which had been closed after the contest. Except for him, no one could enter before next year's contest started. After he had claimed his prize, he would not be able to enter either. Standing in front of the sacred steel, Han Sen placed his palm on the steel, and suddenly all kinds of images of beast souls started shifting rapidly on the steel. Han Sen removed his palm, and the images were still changing and slowed down after a while. Han Sen's heart was racing with the images. When the image froze on one beast soul, Han Sen was completely attracted by it. A seductive blonde woman with hourglass figure and scarlet pupils in red-fitting armor and a ruby crown walked out from the steel and smiled at Han Sen, almost stealing his soul away. Then she became a shadow and entered Han Sen's mind. He suddenly heard the voice say, "Sacred blood, beast soul, fairy queen gained." Han Sen was ecstatic and quickly checked the details of fairy queen. Type of sacred blood, beast soul, fairy queen. Shape-shifting. Shape-shifting. Han Sen almost cheered, but on a second thought, it was a shame that such a beautiful beast soul could not be summoned to stand alone, but had to be integrated in his body. But a shape-shifting beast soul was undoubtedly the most expensive beast soul type, not to mention it was a humanoid. Han Sen could not wait to summon the fairy queen beast soul and turn into a fairy. Suddenly Han Sen's body was wrapped in red armor, and a ruby crown was worn on his head. His pupils became scarlet like the fairy queen, and his dark hair turned blonde. Basically, he turned into the male version of the fairy queen. Han Sen felt all aspects of his fitness had been greatly improved. Although the improvement in speed and strength was not as great as with the Bloody Slayer, all aspects were very balanced. This beast soul also came with a suit of armor, which was not as strong as the Black Beetle armor, but would be comparable to a top mutant armor beast soul. The Fairy Queen Beast Soul had enhanced his abilities in all aspects in a balanced way. To Han Sen's surprise, his eyesight seemed to have become very strong after shapeshifting into the Fairy Queen. He could even see the fine lines of a rock very far away from him. He was also feeling odd about something, as if everything is slowed down in his eyes. Han Sen did not know whether it was just his illusion. The only pity was that when using Fairy Queen, he could not use Bloody Slayer or Black Beetle armor. But this did not matter much, because Fairy Queen's own armor was also quite good. The best part for Han Sen was that he could use this beast soul and shapeshift when using his real identity, and no one would know it was Dollar's price. Therefore, as Han Sen, he could also use a powerful beast soul, and did not have to turn into Dollar to use Bloody Slayer and Black Beetle armor. Fairy Queen was just what Han Sen needed now. He did not want to be considered weak by the world forever. All the fairies in myths and legends are with wings. If Fairy Queen also has wings, it would be perfect, Han Sen thought greedily. After the excitement, Han Sen sneaked out of the martial ring. The day after tomorrow was the first day of school. He had to go register and then go to his dormitory. Blackhawk was a military school, so the rules followed military standards. Once enrolled, a student could not go out of the school and had to stay in the dormitory, except for holidays and special occasions. Although Blackhawk was large enough to assign each student his or her own room, students would have to share a room in the dormitory so as to enhance team awareness and collective sense of honor. Han Sen's roommates were all specially enrolled archery students like himself. Han Sen was the last one to arrive in the dormitory. The other three had moved in for several days. "Brother, why are you so late? We cannot wait." When Han Sen had moved into the dormitory, his three roommates surrounded him like a bunch of hooligans trying to tease a maiden. "What do you want?" Han Sen subconsciously protected his chest and looked at them with vigilance. "Brother, do not be afraid. We just want to discuss with you who our leader should be. I think we should go by age. The oldest should be the leader. As you all know, wisdom grows with age. So, I will make a great leader." The speaker was a big man more than 6 feet tall. The rolling of his eyes suggested that he might not be so trustworthy, unlike what was suggested by his muscular body. Chapter 119. Ji Yanran. To enhance team spirit among students, Blackhawk always trained students by room. So the leader of a room would have more say in most things. That was why they were all trying to be the leader. Shijikong, that does not really make sense. Age does not represent anything. I think as a leader, one must be intelligent to gain most benefits for our room. My IQ is 167. How about you? A gentle and delicate teenager blinked and said, "Lu Ming, that is not true either. IQ is nothing. I think for a leader the most important thing is EQ. Many with high IQ are idiots in real life. How can someone like that be our leader?" retorted the cunning big man Shijikong. "Who are you calling an idiot?" Lu Ming squared his shoulders and wanted to argue with Shijikong, but cringed as he saw Shi raising his sturdy arm that could bear the weight of a horse. "We are all in Department of Archery, so let's decide who the leader is by archery. Whoever is the best shot should be our leader so that we could establish a goal together," suggested Zhang Yang with big eyes, bushy eyebrows, and sunny disposition while doing push-ups. "New guy, what do you say?" Shijikong and Lu Ming looked to Han Sen. "I think that fellow has a point. Since we are all archery students, the best archer should be our leader." As a part of the group, Han Sen felt it was necessary for him to express his opinion. 2 votes versus 1 vote versus 1 vote. "It's done then. We will see who is the best archer by each shooting 10 arrows, and whoever gets the highest score will be our leader," Zhang said and jumped up. Sweat fell from his bronze skin, and he disregarded it. Hugging Shijikong and Lu Ming, he said, "In any case, we are classmates and roommates. Learning and making progress together is the most important thing. Before graduation, we need to make our department of archery the best in the entire alliance. Brothers, work together. Get out." Shijikong and Lu Ming threw Zhang's arms off. They were tired of the preaching of this hot-blooded kid the past few days. The 4 young men went to the training hall, and Zhang Yang got the highest score, shooting at bullseye every time. Lu Meng was second, Han Sen third, and Shi Zhikang the biggest and oldest was fourth. Han Sen did not want to be the leader, runner-up, or the last, so he got himself the third place. The first 3 months in Blackhawk was the hardest. Every day they must attend the collective training and lectures. They must grasp all the basic knowledge in these 3 months. Although they were in Department of Archery, they still needed to learn using firearms, operating warframes, driving aircrafts, and other fundamentals. Blackhawk had way better facilities than the integrated compulsory education system. All kinds of firearms, warframes, and aircrafts can be practiced on, and Han Sen had learned many things that he had not even heard of before. In these 3 months, Han Sen was learning like a sponge, constantly absorbing water. 3 months later, all 4 of them passed a comprehensive assessment and officially became Blackhawk students. In addition to a few compulsory courses, the rest were all elective courses. Apart from not being allowed to leave the school, they were quite free. As long as one could pass the semi-annual assessment, one could even skip all the courses. But if one failed the assessment, there was only one opportunity to take it again, and if one failed the second time, one would be expelled from school with no exception. There was a special teleport station on campus, and anyone could go to God's sanctuary at any time. There was not too many restrictions about that. The 4 young men who had just passed the comprehensive assessment ordered a few dishes and several bottles of wine at the cafeteria, celebrating the beginning of their life in Blackhawk. When they were enjoying the meal, the holographic image in the cafeteria became a match, and instead of combat, it was a game of Hand of God. Ji Yin ran. Shi Zhikang suddenly shouted, staring at the pretty girl in the holographic image. Even Lu Meng and Zhang Yang were staring at Ji Yinran. She is famous? Han Sen saw Ji Yinran and was reminded of their agreement on the way here. But then he was too busy and forgot about it. Are you serious? You don't know our campus belle? She is a junior now. Her sweet face, seductive figure, fair skin, and 36D? Shi Zhikang stopped and looked around. He continued when seeing everyone was paying attention to the image. Ji Yinran is also the president of Hand of God Society. She is among top 5 at this game in our school, a goddess with both brain and beauty. She has many suitors, but no one was successful. Why? Asked Han Sen. No one is good enough for her. I heard that her family has quite some influence in the military, and ordinary families simply are not their match, said Shi Zhikang with some regret. Even if her family was okay with it, Ji Yinran will certainly not go out with you. Lu Meng curled his lips, as if she would go out with you. Shi Zhikang was unwilling to show any weakness. Haha, where there is a goal there is hope. You have to stay hopeful. Since Ji Yinran is the president of Hand of God Society, let's join that society and try to approach her. If she sees our potentials, maybe she will go out with one of us, suggested Zhang Yang confidently. Shi Zhikang and Lu Meng's eyes lit up, and they agreed hurriedly. Great idea. Let's go. We will apply for Hand of God Society right now. Before Han Sen could finish eating, he was dragged by the 3 to Hand of God Society. When they got there, all 4 of them were stunned and understood the meaning of people mountain people sea. The line of applicants was so long that it almost went out of the school gate. Ahem, I think we are so handsome that we don't need to be with Ji Yinran all day, and she will still go out with us, Shi Zhikang said. Sure, well said. We are in Department of Archery and must join an archery society. No need to waste our time here, said Lu Meng solemnly. I agree with both of you. Han Sen nodded quickly when seeing the long line. If he waited in the line, his whole day would be wasted. Go in the line now. A real man never quits. Zhang Yang grabbed Shi and Lu and joined the line. Han Sen was lucky that Zhang Yang did not have a third hand. It chanced that his comlink was ringing, and he saw the call was from Fang Jingqi. Chapter 120. My girlfriend is Ji Yinran. Brother, do you still want that sacred blood bow? I haven't been able to reach you, and Fist Guy has already entered Second God's Sanctuary. Han Sen answered the call and immediately heard Fang Jingqi's complaint. Han Sen suddenly smacked his forehead and cried, I am sorry. I was in military training and was not allowed to use comlink. I have completely forgotten about this. Is the bow still there? Yes. Fist Guy gave it to Thumb. But... Fang Jingqi paused. But what? Han Sen asked. I need to ask you something, and you need to tell me the truth. Did you get the beast soul of that scaled armadillo? Are you willing to exchange? Fang Jingqi asked. Han Sen hesitated, and then said, Yes, I have it. Do they intend to exchange with the bow? What type of beast soul is it? Fang Jingqi asked. A big round shield with spikes, Han Sen replied. Haha, that will do. If you want to exchange, I will contact Thumb, and you two could meet and discuss between yourselves. Fang Jingqi laughed. Please contact him. Han Sen was not the kind of guy that purely relied on brute force, so the shield was less useful to him. If he could trade it for a bow, it would be fantastic. Okay, I will get back to you. Han Sen hung up and took a look at Lu Meng and Shi Zhikang who were in the line, and walked toward the teleport station at school. The creature he started feeding before the military training should have evolved into a sacred blood creature by this time. That would provide some nutrition for him. Before Han Sen reached the teleport station, Fang Jingqi called him again and asked if he had time to meet Thumb right away. Han Sen entered God's sanctuary knowing the time and place to meet. Good shield. It really is a masterpiece. In a grove, Thumb caressed the shield as if it were his lover. The bow is also a wonderful bow. Holding a large black horn bow, Han Sen was also obsessed. How shall we trade? Thumb looked at Han San eagerly. One priceless item for another, Han San said softly. Great minds think alike. Thumb gave Han San a thumbs up cheerfully. Brother Thumb, I wish you will be unstoppable anywhere you go with this shield. Han San laughed. Thumb wielded the spiked shield, laughed and said, and Brother Han, I wish you will be invincible no matter who you are against with this bow. The two smiled at each other, put away their treasures and left the grove, both very satisfied with the transaction. Han San returned to his own room in the shelter and played with the horn bow. This horn bow was the beast soul of a magic horn snake. Its effective range was nearly 6,000 feet, and that was not yet its maximum range. The strength required to draw the string of this bow was even less than that for Doomsday, so this was an archer's ultimate dream. Han San even believed that he could use it to shoot a fly 6,000 feet away, dead with the eyesight of the Fairy Queen. A good horse should be paired with a good saddle. If I could get a sacred blood beast soul arrow, it would be perfect. Han San stroked the curves of magic horn snake and thought blissfully. Of course, a sacred blood beast soul arrow was not so easy to find. Luckily, the cloud beast that Han San had been feeding had evolved into a sacred blood creature, so he killed it to cook a pot of stew. Han San regretted that his cooking skill was not up to par. All he could make was stew, and even it tasted good. He got tired of the same food after all this time. But when the voice said he was gaining sacred Geno points, Han San was still very excited. In the end, the Sacred Blood Cloud Beast contributed 5 more Sacred Geno points, and Han Sen's Sacred Geno points had reached 39. Qin Xian knew that his schedule would be rather full as he was just enrolled and did not come to him, which gave Han San some time to relax himself. Han San returned to his dorm at night and saw his 3 roommates playing Hand of God. Seeing Han San back, Shi Zhikong ran over, threw an arm around Han Sen's shoulder, and grinned. San, we are playing Hand of God. Join us. Good brothers should share everything. Lu Ming curled his lips and said, your skills are so bad that even if he joins us, he would still beat you. Cut it. You won only twice, and it was because I was not paying attention. When I get serious, you would lose so bad. Shi Zhikong smiled and said to Han San, son, let's play together. You don't have anything to do anyway. Practice with me. Okay, on the Skynet? Han San smiled. Our school has a special BattleNet designed for Hand of God. You can register an account and add me. My ID is Optimus Prime. Shi Zhikong carefully taught Han San how to register. Han San registered a BattleNet account and named his ID My Girlfriend is Janron. He registered successfully, and Shi Zhikong hurried him to enter the game. Han San entered the game and sent a friend request to Shi Zhikong. *#T-San, UID's got some swag. Shi Zhikong saw Han San's ID and called out. Lu Ming quickly took a glance and gave a crooked smile. San, you are asking for trouble on the BattleNet with this ID. All the players playing this game think of Ji Yanran as their goddess. I didn't know you have such ambition. I like it. Zhang Yang looked at it and patted Han San on the shoulder, feeling satisfied. Well, cut the crap. Let me beat you, no? Let us practice? Shi Zhikong was so excited that he had a slip of the tongue and quickly corrected himself. Coming. Han San accepted the invitation of Shi Zhikong and entered his game room. Shi Zhikong chose the difficulty and started the game. After the countdown ended, the game officially began. Lu Ming and Zhang Yang were not in the mood to watch the match, and each found another opponent online and started to play against. Shi Zhikong was very excited as he kept losing to Zhang Yang and Lu Ming in the game all afternoon, and could eventually gain some self-confidence back. By playing with Han Senator, he was thinking that he should go easier on Han San the first round in case Han San gave up too soon. As long as he let Han San win by a narrow margin, he could get Han to play with him a few more rounds and settle his craving. Chapter 121. Wipeout. A few seconds later, Shi Zhikong's face collapsed. Eyes wide and hands shaking, Shi exclaimed, San, you asshole. Are you the reincarnation of Takakado? Seeing Han Sen's hand quickly moving as if he was having spasms, Shi Zhikong was more and more shocked and panicked, as he had not touched many spots near him. Sure, you are yelling like a pig being slaughtered. Stop being so dramatic, Lu Ming, who was in the middle of a game, protested. Shi Zhikong had completely given up. Watching Han Sen's hand dancing, he lost all desire to play. Shi Zhikong rolled his eyes and told Lu Ming, Sen's skills are strong. I believe in our room. No one is his match except for the leader. Lu Ming replied, sure, your loss is on you. Don't bring other people into it. Lu, you are not even as good as me. If you play against Sin, you would lose all the same. Shi Zhikong deliberately raised his voice and said, I'll show you who the real master is, but if I win, this month you need to do the cleaning, said Lu Ming. Shi Zhikong's face suddenly showed a trace of joy, but he then immediately suppressed it. He looked hesitant and said after a long while, all right, but if you lose, you need to do the same. Okay, no problem. Let me finish this round first. Lu Ming believed in himself. He had passed Unevolved 9 in Hand of God, which was quite good among all freshmen. Maybe he was not the best player, but he could easily join Hand of God Society. In addition, they were all in the department of archery, which had no high demand for speed, so normally archery students were weaker at this game in general. Except for Han San, Lu Ming did not think any of his roommates could beat him. Shi Zhikong had lost to Han San because he had poor skills. Anyone could beat Shi as he was too slow. Therefore, Lu did not believe what Shi had claimed about Han Sen's strength. Lu Ming finished his game and flashed the score in front of Shi. See? This is what a landslide victory looks like. 63 to 45. I'm a genius. Now that is useless. You have to beat Han Sr. Shirjikong smiled at Han Sen and said, Son, you don't want to do cleaning either, right? If you beat him, we don't have to do anything for a month. Han Sen smiled and said, I know what to do. Lu Ming invited Han San to his game room and said casually, San, your ID is going to cause trouble. If you don't believe me, try looking for a match on BattleNet. The boys will line up to kick your ass. I'm used to it. Han Sen smiled. Failure is good. It helps you make progress. Lu Ming began the game, slowly drinking from a bottle of water at the same time. While drinking, he provoked Shirjikong. Sure, check out how I beat San single-handedly. Don't deny it when you lose. Awesome. Lu, you are just awesome. Shirjikong curled his lips with his arms folded, waiting to enjoy the show. He thought, everyone is only allowed to use one hand in the versus mode anyway. Boast all you want now, you will cry later. So I am, Lu Ming answered proudly, unaware of Shir's sinister intention. At the end of the countdown, the spots popped out and Lu Ming did not plan to put aside the water bottle. Reaching out to touch the spots while drinking, he paid no attention to Han Sen's hand. He felt as long as he played normally, he could certainly beat Han Sen. Only a few spots down, he caught a glimpse of the other hand and felt its speed was abnormal. So he looked up. One look and Lu Ming was suddenly stunned, forgetting even to reach for the spots. The water bottle froze on the edge of his lips. He maintained that position and did not move for a long time. Han Sen's palm was shaking at a dazzling speed as if it had a secret engine installed. All the spots were gone. Lu Ming had picked unevolved 10 for this round, and he could not even clear the spots on his own side, while Han San had cleared them up for him, while looking quite relaxed. Lu, what happened to beating San single-handedly? How about you try with both hands now? Shirjikong saw Lu Ming stunned and laughed. Try your ass. San, you must have passed unevolved 10? Lu Ming cried. That's about right, said Han Sen casually. In fact, he had already passed Evolver 4, which was much higher than unevolved 10. *T. Lu Ming cursed and cried, Sure, you are so devious. There is no way our leader could beat Han Senator. You were setting me up deliberately. You are the one who suggested cleaning, not me. Shirjikong grinned and spread out his hands to show his innocence. Unevolved 10? Son, let's have a go. Zhang Yang overheard their conversation and flames were burning in his eyes. Han Sen went into Zhang's game room and beat Zhang easily. Zhang's level was about the same as Lu Ming, or maybe slightly better. They should both be around unevolved 9. Play again. Zhang Yang was not discouraged. Once again he was defeated. Play again. Zhang Yang wanted to play even more. Defeated again. Zhang Yang was almost burning. Brother, let's stop here. You can even consider me the loser. Han Sen was really afraid of Zhang, a masochist who took pleasure in losing. I finally found my destined opponent. Son, happy fighting. Zhang exclaimed excitedly and dragged Han San into his game room one more time. Lu Ming and Shirjikong chuckled when seeing this. Such a person as Han Sen could only be contained by someone like Zhang Yang. Han Sen was scared of Zhang. Ever since they played that time, he would drag Han San to play Hand of God whenever he had time. He was happy, but Han San was hysterical. This is not the way to go. I must curb his desire to fight me. Han Sen's eyes were sparkling. Chapter 122. The most mysterious afternoon. Boss, today I'm free. Do you want to play a few rounds of Hand of God? When Lu Ming and Shirjikong went out, Han Sen took the initiative and suggested to Zhang Yang. Sure. Zhang Yang entered the game and sent Han San an invite. Han Sen clicked on Agree and entered Zhang's game room with eyes glaring and a hint of smile on his face. When he was playing with his roommates, he usually only focused on the spots on his own side instead of stealing the ones on the other side. In order to make Zhang look for someone else to play with, Han San was ready to disarm him completely and see if he could keep being happy. From lunch to dinner, Han San and Zhang Yang had played numerous rounds in 4 or 5 hours. The preparation time included, one round would take a little more than a minute, and the two were at it the entire afternoon. From the beginning to the end, Zhang had not even touched a single spot. Literally 0. Even so, he still hung in there the entire afternoon. Han San was almost driven out of his mind, but eventually Zhang Yang gave in first. It seemed his blood had cooled down. Ahem, San, it's time for dinner. Zhang Yang's words almost moved Han San to tears. Okay, boss, we will go to dinner. Han Sen quickly turned off his comlink. He would throw up if he kept playing. He really admired Zhang Yang for being so committed. If Han San was in his place, Han would probably have lost interest within an hour, while Zhang played in excitement the entire afternoon. But since this afternoon, Zhang Yang had stopped bugging him to play Hand of God, which gave Han San some relief. This was curious to Lu Ming and Shirjikong, who did not know what had happened in the afternoon that could stop Zhang Yang. But Han San and Zhang Yang remained silent about what had happened that afternoon, and it was referred to by Lu Ming and Shirjikong as the most mysterious afternoon in room 304. And Lu Ming and Shirjikong veered play with Han Sen again, who could even put a stop to Zhang Yang's enthusiasm. Han Sen did not play the versus mode of Hand of God often. There were too many limitations, and he preferred the single-player version, which could better exercise his arms. Han Sen had been very interested in operating warframes recently. A warframe was a semi-mechanical, semi-biochemical humanoid weapon. Compared with tanks, warframes had excellent maneuverability and could adapt themselves better to different terrains. while the requirements for their operation were also very high. When Han San was in the integrated compulsory education system, his school did not have a warframe for students to operate. Therefore, Han San was interested but never had the chance to try. To his joy, Blackhawk had some warframes for teaching purposes. In the first 3 months, there was a training session of warframe driving, and Han San had learned the basics of driving a warframe then. He had also been practicing after that. In the battlefield, a warframe was the most fundamental fighting unit, because generally no soldier would go fighting wearing bulletproof suits and carrying guns. Even in a street fight, soldiers would always be in warframes. Hence Han San felt it was necessary for him to practice operating warframes. In case he was sent to the front, this skill might save his life. If he could do well with a warframe, fighter aircrafts would be even easier. As for interstellar warships, Blackhawk had but an old one for show, and the operation of warships could only be practiced using virtual reality. Ding! While Han San was still practicing on a warframe, he suddenly heard the tone of money transfer. Checking through his comlink, he saw 10 million added to his account, which shocked him. Before he could see who it was from, his comlink rang. "Son, did you get the money?" It was Lin Beifeng's voice. "So much?" Han San was slightly surprised, not realizing the Jade Shell Beast souls were worth so much. Originally, he thought it would be nice if he could make 3 or 4 million. "We earned about 20 million, so I rounded it up for you. San, next time you go to Glory Shelter, we will buy some beast souls and steel armor shelter to sell there. This way we could make money on both ends and earn even more," said Lin. "I'm not going anytime soon. When I do, I'll call you." Han San thought about the hardships of going back and forth and temporarily dispelled the idea of going to Glory Shelter. At the moment, he really had no time to go. His curriculum was intense at this point, and he was still working on the semi-annual assessment. He would only go when Steel Armor Gang had a hunting campaign and when someone asked him to hunt mutant or sacred blood creatures, as it was too hard for him to hunt a sacred blood creature alone. Even if he was just trying to hunt mutant creatures, he had to go to places like Dark Swamp. As it was too hard to walk in Dark Swamp, he had to fly in and out, which made it difficult for him to carry larger creatures' meat out. Thus, he would not have much gain there. Mutant black stingers were useless to Han San at this point, and all he could do was to sell them. Meowth still had not finished eating what was left for it, but Han San was in no hurry. The black crystal could produce a sacred blood creature every 3 months, which was much more efficient than hunting on his own. He can wait. He hung up, transferred $1 million to his mother, and texted her to explain it was his earning in the shelter. He did not dare to give her too much, afraid that it might scare or worry her. He planned to transfer a part to her each month so that she could get accustomed to it. It was time for her to enjoy life after so many years of suffering. Back to the dormitory at night, Han San saw Shi Jikong in the room alone, cursing while playing the game. Han San did not know what had happened but sure looked mad. Seeing Han San back, Shi Jikong yelled angrily, "San, perfect timing. Enter the game and kick this asshole's ass for me." "What is it, Shi?" Han San walked next to Shi Jikong and saw him in a game room, but the game did not start. There were 2 more players in the game. One's ID was Birdie, and the other player's ID was manhwaedit. Shi Jikong and manhwaedit were calling each other names, and Birdie would throw in a bitter comment at Shi here and there, making Shi flushed. Chapter 123, Hand of God Duel. With the explanation from Shi Jikong, Han San got the gist of things. In the beginning, Shi was playing against Birdie. Shi was rather poor at this game and hardly ever won on BattleNet, so he bragged a little after he had won several rounds against Birdie. Shi had good manners, so he just bragged about himself and said nothing bad about his opponent. Even so, Birdie was mad and asked manhwaedit to avenge her. That was fine as well. Shi did show off, and that was the consequence. However, manhwaedit cursed and said Shi was a dumbass. And Birdie ridiculed Shi as well. Shi was not the type to let it go easily, and was thus involved in a quarrel against the two. But after all, his gaming skills were limited and had no confidence when talking back to manhwaedit, which made Shi simmer with anger. "San, help me destroy this disgusting couple. I'm so mad," Shi raged. Right away, Han San turned his comlink on and entered the game. "Just you wait. I called my brother to kick your ass, and we will see who the dumbass is." Shi saw Han San entering the game and said to manhwaedit, "Haha, whoever comes will be equally useless. The brother of a scum must also be scum. I can beat as many scums as I want," manhwaedit said arrogantly. "Well, just you wait." Shi urged Han San to log in. The reason Shi was playing was that his application to join Hand of God Society was turned down. Although Zhang Yang and Lu Ming were accepted, they did not join either for his sake. Feeling sorry, Shi wanted to improve through practice and try to apply again later. After all, in addition to Ji Yanran, there were lots of pretty girls in that society, and it would be a shame if they did not join. That was why he was spending quite a lot of time on this game. Not expecting something like this to happen, he was furious and was counting on Han San to avenge him. "Haha, it does not matter who you called. Brother Long is the backbone of Hand of God Society and top 20 in the contest last year," said Birdie proudly. "Sweet sister, we have to be low-key and leave them some hope." Haha. Wang Long grinned. It was a rare opportunity for him to show off in front of a girl, so he had to do well. Wang Long was full of confidence. He was a key member of Hand of God Society and knew every good player on campus. Even if he didn't know them in person, he would recognize their ID. If someone better than him showed up, he would know, and the person would probably recognize his ID as well and show him respect. Soon, Wang Long saw someone enter the room and checked the ID name. He almost burst out of laughter. My girlfriend, Jianran. What a loser. What kind of loser would name himself that? He's asking for trouble. Wang Long asked, this is your friend? Yes. You got a problem? Sure was not that confident. Last time when he was trying to register, Hand of God Society did have a good player named Wang Long. Although he knew Han San was good, Wang Long seemed to be one of the leaders in the society and was in top 20 on campus, so he could be considered a pro. Sure was not sure if Han San could beat him. Nothing. I intended to play casually, but now I see his ID. I have to kick his ass. Wang Long then sent Han San an invite. Han San did not hesitate to click on agree, and the two entered the game. Birdie, who was watching, ridiculed. He must be so horny that he named himself that. What a shame. We still don't know who the shameful one is, rebutted Sure. Although he was not certain about the result, he would not let a woman throw mean comments at his brother. The result is clear. You scums could never win, Brother Long. Well, maybe you can in your dream in another lifetime, Birdie said contemptuously. Sure gritted his teeth and did not speak. If he cursed, he would be stooping to her level, and Sure was not entirely sure about the result. Wang Long was a top 20 player after all. It was questionable if Han San could beat him. Wang Long was ready to teach Han San a lesion, and since it was a lesson, he could not limit his hand to the spots on his own side, but must make his opponent unable to touch any spot. Boy, it's not your day. With such an ID, I will change my surname if I don't beat you up. Wang Long saw the spots appear and reached out to the spots on the other side. But just when his hand was out, he was surprised to see his opponent already hitting that spot. He soon decided it was just pure luck, and he just needed to keep going. But then everything happened after made his face freeze, and Birdie was simply dumbfounded. Each time Wang Long reached out, Han San had already hit the spot he was aiming for, and he had got 0 point after a dozen attempts. Damn, I met a master. Being anxious, Wang Long gave up on hitting Han San's spots and focused his own side. But it was too late. The final score was 100-29. Han San got everything, and Wang Long only got 29 on his side and missed 71. Seeing this score, Birdie's face darkened while Shi Zhikong laughed and texted, "This is what you call top 20? Sister, you were fooled. 100-29. If such a player could be top 20, then Hand of God Society must suck as well. Sister, listen to me. If he is lying to get money from you, that's okay. When you haven't lost your body to him, just stop." Birdie was quiet, and Wang Long was pale. He immediately invited Han San again and thought maybe he simply used a bad strategy last time. Maybe he lost because he was aiming for the spots on the other side. He wanted to prove himself, otherwise it would be too big a shame. Han San clicked on agree, and the two were at it again. Wang Long used all his efforts on his own spots and did not even look at Han San's side. However, as Birdie observed, the difference in speed was so great that it was like bicycle versus motorcycle. Even an idiot could tell the two were not on the same level. Chapter 124. On fire. Wang Long felt that this time he was even faster than usual and felt complacent about his performance. When he felt that he must have won, the game suddenly ended and he was stupefied. A neat figure, 100:80. 80 was the score of Wang Long, which meant his opponent got all 100 spots when he just hit 80. A huge gap. Who are you? Wang Long was shocked for a long while, and then texted his opponent. He thought it must be some famous player's alternate account. There were few on campus that could beat him by 20 points anyway. No reply from his opponent, but an invite to continue playing. Wang Long's face turned red, but he could not decline. Wang bit the bullet and agreed. Once again, Wang had no chance of winning. Han San did not even try to steal Wang's spots and was only focusing on his own side. The result was again 100:80. Wang Long did not know if it was a coincidence or design. If it was deliberate, he could not believe how strong his opponent actually was. Another invite, and Wang Long agreed again. The result was the same, 100:80. Another difference of 20 points. Wang Long felt a chill and did not know what to say. Boy, not so insolent now. You call yourself top 20? Sure ridiculed, and Birdie left the game room quietly in the middle of their third game. Do you dare to wait 10 minutes? I will find someone to knock you over. Wang Long sent a message. Okay, whoever comes will lose anyway. If you call two, we will beat a pair. Sure gave him a confident answer and forgot about the displeasure before. Wang Long did not reply. He must be calling someone. Sure said excitedly, Sin, you are so wonderful that you totally beat Wang Long. You should become a professional player. Don't exaggerate. It was because he was too weak and did not deserve his reputation. Han San shrugged and said, I like it when you beat such weak scums, Sure said in excitement. Wang Long left the game window open and ran to the room next door. Seeing a guy who was talking in that room, he was overjoyed and said, Brotherly, here you are. What's the panic about? Lu Ke cut in impatiently. Lu Ke, I lost in Hand of God, and you must avenge me, Wang Long quickly said to Lu Ke. Go practice and avenge yourself when you get better. Lu Ke laughed. Too late. I played with him 3 rounds, and he won by 20 points each round. Wang Long was not afraid of losing face as Lu Ke was his buddy and also a better player than himself. Last year Lu got the 11th place on campus, and Brotherly, whose name is Li Zhe, was a real master who ranked 7th last year. It would be even better if he could help. 20 points in all 3 rounds. Few in our school could achieve this. Who is that guy? Li asked, but he was wrong about one thing. He thought that 20 points was a rough estimate, and did not realize it was the exact figure in all 3 rounds. I do not know. He won't tell, Wang said. Can't you tell from his ID? Luke rolled his eyes at Wang. It is a new ID never seen before, called My Girlfriend is Jianran, Wang Long quickly said. *T. Such a loser. No wonder he won't tell who he is. If Ji Yanran knows, he will be a dead man. Let's go catch him. Luke was interested. Wang Long was overjoyed and took Li and Lu to his dorm room. He checked his comlink and saw the 2 still there. It really is this ID. I will first have a go and see which sneaky guy it is, Luke said to Lise with a smile. And then Luke turned on his own comlink, entered the game room, and sent My Girlfriend is Jianran an invite. Hansen did not care who it was and clicked agree, because he knew no one anyway. Sure didn't know much about the players on campus either. He only saw Wang Long when trying to register and would not even recognize Luke and Lise in person, let alone their IDs. Luke began the game. While waiting for the countdown, he told Lise, "Brotherly, I have made some progress in recent training. Let me know what you think." Looking forward, Li said with a smile. Wang Long was just observing nervously. Although Luke was much better than himself and could also win him by 20 points, yet he was not sure about the result, as that guy had beat him in all 3 rounds by 20. The game started. One glance at the opponent's speed, Luke was immediately focused and did not dare to slack even a little bit. He started to clear up the spots on his side and was not distracted at all. But Lise and Wang Long, who were watching, widened their eyes as if they had seen a ghost. Absolute gap in strength. This guy was so much faster than Luke that Lu's hand looked as slow as a snail. Wang Long was beyond shocked. This guy was so fast. Luke ranked number 11 on campus and was not even on the same level as this guy. And Li also watched the game with a grim face. This guy stunned him. During the game, many friends of Li and Lu saw they were online and came to watch, especially Lise's friends. Many advanced players on campus flooded into this game room. #K. My girlfriend is Jianran? Who is this loser? Some people saw Hansen's ID and yelled. Soon they all noticed this ID and felt it was too daring a move on BattleNet. They could not think of a single person with such guts. Super Gene, web novel, Chapter 125. Who is your boyfriend? Later they noticed the game itself, and then found that My Girlfriend is Jianran had the upper hand. He also seemed to be very fast and had an overwhelming advantage. A simple look would not reveal much, but with Lu as the reference, they could tell how fast he was. *T. His opponent was Lu Ku. Ji Yanran's boyfriend is so strong that he is killing Lu, who was number 11 last year. The man felt that Hansen's ID was too hard to read and changed it to something easier. Yeah, he is so much better than Lu. Who is Ji Yanran's boyfriend? This must be an alt account of a master? Of course. It must be one of the masters, or else no one could do this to Lu. While they were talking, Lu Ku had lost, and the score was fixed at 100-80. Seeing this score, others did not think much, but Wang was dumbfounded as this score was exactly what he got. No more and no less. Lu lost and was shocked for a moment, not expecting to see such score. He immediately sent another invite and seemed quite unconvinced. Hansen agreed. Another game started, and everyone was discussing who this mysterious guy was. When the game ended, all of them widened their eyes to see the exact same score. The score was still 100-80, no more, no less. Lu Ku could not believe it himself. He asked Wang Long, when you said you lost by 20 in all 3 rounds, was it like this? Wang Long nodded yes bitterly. He did not expect this to happen with Lu again. I have to try. Lise looked serious and sent an invite to My Girlfriend is Jianran. Lu, who is the guy? He must be a master player using an alt account. I do not know. Lu Ku had a wry smile on his face and shook his head. He really could not think of anyone who would do this to him. He knew less than 5 could, but none of them would. How do you not know? His friends refused to believe him, but soon, their eyes fell on Lise's game. Lise, the 7th best player last year, a celebrity at Hand of God, was falling behind in this game by a lot. It looked the same as when Lu was playing. If they had not seen Li's ID in hand, they would think it was still Lu's game. Complete wipeout. Lise had even no way to fight back. Ji Yanran's boyfriend is so impressive. Is this real? Li could lose like this? Is there anyone on campus who could do this? Ouyang Xiaosan and Li Yufeng should be able to do this? Ji Yanran's boyfriend is Ouyang Xiaosan or Li Yufeng? As the crowd was gossiping, their chin almost fell to the ground when seeing the score. Wang Long was the only one to feel relieved. 100-80, again. But if even Lise has the same score, then my loss did not matter at all, Wang Long thought. Li saw the score and his face twitched. Once again he sent an invite calmly. He knew he was no match to his opponent, but wanted to make sure whether this score was not a coincidence. His opponent accepted the invite and the game started again. At this time silence fell in the game room and no one was typing. Watching the game in silence, all wanted to know if the 20 points was deliberate. If someone deliberately controlled the difference to be 20, it was maddening just to think about it. They could not imagine what kind of people could do this to Lise. When the score was again at 100-80, all thought themselves must be insane. Lise was beaten, or insulted completely. His opponent was not even making every effort, but was simply playing with Li. They could not imagine the gap in strength. Now everyone suspected that it was either Ouyang Xiaosan or Li Yufeng behind that ID. In the entire school, they were the only 2 that might have such capability. Maybe. Li sent a message to My Girlfriend is Jianran. Who are you? After a while, Hansen replied without answering Li Zhe's question. Anyone wants to game? Everyone was silent. Seeing even Li Zhe lost like that, who would dare to go? Whoever going would lose miserably. Lu Ku could not help but ask, "Who are you?" Ji Yanran's boyfriend, replied Hansen and logged off. After Hansen quit the game, Shi went offline as well and laughed. Haha, Sin, you were great. You were smoking out there. It was so cool. Do not worry, I will not tell anyone your ID, or you will be murdered by Ji Yanran. They are too weak. I was just warming up, said Hansen casually. Such difficulty was not comparable to Evolved 4, and he was currently trying to pass Evolved 5. This was indeed like a warm-up for him. Shi despised Hansen. Sin, you are just like me. What do you mean? Hansen looked puzzled. Fake it until we make it, Shi said solemnly, and then could not help but laugh. Hansen and Shi had no idea whom they had beaten, or what kind of storm was triggered in Blackhawk. Soon everyone on campus knew that Ji Yanran's boyfriend had beaten Lu Ku and Li Zhe by 20 points in every game. People were all guessing who Ji Yan's boyfriend was, and if he was actually her boyfriend. None had assumed that in the beginning, but now that people knew what a master player he was and thought someone like that should cherish his reputation and would never make such a joke. When going out the gym, Ji Yanran felt the world was crazy when people started to ask her who her boyfriend was. Chapter 126, Devil Desert. Yanran, we have been roommates and sisters for 3 years. It's okay you did not tell others, but why didn't you tell me? Chu Lily asked Ji Yanran, grinning. Tell you what? Ji Yanran was confused. Who is your boyfriend? How is it confidential to me as well? Said Chu Lily, pouting. Ji Yanran was suddenly upset and said, who told you I have a boyfriend? Everyone on campus knows now. Your boyfriend beat Lu Ku and Li Zhe in Hand of God by 20 points. Chu Lily loved gossip. Leaning toward Ji Yanran, she said, tell me, is your boyfriend Ouyang Shaosan or Liu Feng? Ji Yanran was even more confused. What are you talking about? I don't understand any of this nonsense. You really do not know? Chu Lily stared Ji Yanran in the eyes. What happened? Asked Ji Yanran grimly. Chu Lily told her what happened, and it was the edited version by Wang Long, who did not talk about his own loss, but only about Lu Ku and Li Zhe. Yanran, he was not your boyfriend? Chu Lily asked with some disbelief. I swear, I really do not have a boyfriend and do not know who that person is. He is so daring to joke like that. Ji Yanran bristled. It had been a long time since the incident in the spaceship, and Ji Yanran had already forgotten about it. In her memory, Han San was merely a guy who cheated and probably never entered Blackhawk, or he should have come to her already. So, Ji Yanran simply did think of that, and thought some master player was playing a prank. But more and more people started to ask her who her boyfriend was. She had to explain that she wanted to know who that loser was as well. Ji Yanran intended to scold him for being so insolent, but she could not think of anyone who could have done this. Blackhawk's Hand of God Society barely made it into the top 10 in the entire alliance, and it was only because they had Li Yufeng. Another master player, Ouyang Shaosan, was not interested in joining the society, and Ji Yanran was still considering whether she should personally invite him. Only these two could have been able to do that to Li Zhe. Ji Yanran knew Li Yufeng would never do that, but she was not sure whether it was Ouyang Shaosan. Who is it? Wondered Ji. Although the school already knew that ID had nothing to do with Ji Yanran herself, they had already gotten used to referring to him as Ji Yanran's boyfriend, which made her quite upset. After this, there was a trend on Battle.net and even Skynet to name one's ID as my boyfriend is XX, my husband is XX, my girlfriend is XX, etc. Han San and Shi, who had caused this, were unaware. Shi was sleeping while Han San was reading materials on Warframes. Lu Ming and Zhang Yang pushed the door open and came to Han San. San, you are killing it. How did you beat Lu Ku and Li Zhe? We know you are good, but did not expect you to be this good. Lu Ming stared at Han San and said, you certainly deserve to be my destined enemy. Zhang Yang was full of zest. What are you talking about? Han San looked at them puzzled. Stop pretending. If I yell that Ji Yanran's boyfriend is in room 304, people will skin you alive, Lu Ming said with a crooked smile. What's up? Asked Shi, who was awakened. Lu Ming told them the gossip they had heard and grinned at Han San. Sin, if you don't do anything for us, we would turn against you. Ji Yanran must be so mad at you. Many people out there want you dead now. Shi could not close his mouth. He did not realize Han Sen's opponents were so famous. He thought they were weak. I do not care. Han Sen was not afraid. If Ji Yanran came to find him, he would welcome it. But Shi was terrified and quickly said, Lu, don't mess around. Here's how it happened. Shi told the true story, and Lu Ming and Zhang Yang came to realize what had happened. Zhang Yang patted Han San on the shoulder and said, so you were sticking up for a brother. Relax, Senator, I guarantee that no one will know it is you. There is no traitor in our room. Since Lu Ming failed to blackmail Han San, he turned to Shi and said, Shi, Sun made such an effort and offended so many people for your sake. Shouldn't you do something? That goes without saying. Let's go to the cafeteria and eat all the white rice you can, Shi promised. Get lost. The other three gave him the finger. In those days, Han San had been busy studying Warframes. When he entered God's Sanctuary, he was usually with Qin Xian's gang, hunting sacred blood creatures. They had been successful 3 times, but in none of those occasions did he make the final attack. So he gained no beast soul and just had some meat in the end. Thumb had now become the leader of Fist Gang and had invited Han San to hunt twice. Both times they were successful, and Han San had also gained some sacred blood creature meat. All the meat combined gave him 1 sacred geno point. and he had 40 sacred geno points at the moment. Han Sen was not satisfied with such progress and started to investigate where he could hunt sacred blood creature alone. He at least needed some mutant creatures. Meowth had also eaten up the black stingers and needed food supply. According to Han Sen's progress and study, he could totally cope with the semi-annual assessment and had enough time for a safari. After continuous research of various information about Steel Armor Shelter and what was written by others, he finally had his eye on one location, Devil Desert. Chapter 127. The Girl Worth an S-Class License. The reason he chose Devil Desert was that there were not many creatures that could fly, hence it was relatively safe for Han Sen who could. Few people would go there, so there was no shortage of mutant creatures, if not sacred blood creatures. Han Sen studied the conditions of the desert and was ready to ask Qin Xian for a leave. Qin Xian smiled and said, "Perfect. Our squad needs to protect someone in hunting, and I was just thinking where we should take her. You could lead the team to Devil Desert then. It is your first task in the squad. Make sure you do a good job. What is the reward for this task?" Han Sen blinked and asked. He did not want to do a job that would not pay well. If you can make the girl satisfied and designate you as her protector in Steel Armor Shelter, you could get an S-Class license of St. Hall. Qin Xian looked at Han Sen and laughed. "Any interest?" "Yes, I am very interested," Han Sen quickly said. "Babysitting alone would pay an S-Class license. Such a good thing could only happen in a dream. Then do well. You will get nothing if she is not satisfied with you." Qin Xian handed him the portfolio. After reading the materials, Han Sen felt he did not learn anything, as these people's personal information was all confidential. All he knew was the name, age, and gender. Wang Mingming, female, 16 years and 47 days old. Station Master, you are not asking me to take a girl who has just entered God's sanctuary to a place like Devil Desert. I can't guarantee her safety. Han Sen looked sullen. Of course not. This is your first task, so I will ask Gambler to follow you. You could also pick some people from Steel Armor Shelter. Qin Xian smiled. About Wang Mingming, I can tell you one more thing. She is your schoolmate. My schoolmate? Blackhawk? You must be kidding me. She just entered God's sanctuary, and with that kind of fitness, she could not even have reached the standard for any special enrollment program. Han Sen did not believe her. Some people do not need to pass the exam. We all have different starting points, like you are to protect her, and she is to be protected. Qin Xian smiled. Remember to keep a good relationship with her. I'm not interested in little girls, Han Sen shrugged and said. Qin Xian rolled her eyes at him and said, go pick some team members in Steel Armor Gang. You can choose anyone but the team leaders. There should be less than 10 members, and the fees will be covered by the squad. Han Sen asked Su Xiaoqiao and some others who had a mutant mount. He did not want to waste his time on walking, and would not consider those without mounts. As for Gambler, Han Sen was confident in him. He was an old member in the squad and had amazing skills, like Sleeveblade. When Han Sen saw Wang Mingming, he finally knew what privileges meant. A girl just over 16 who had just entered God's sanctuary for 1 month had mutant shape-shifting beast soul, mutant armor, mutant weapon, and 1 sacred blood beast soul mount, making Han Sen and the rest rather jealous. Although Lin Beifeng was rich, he was only an upstart when compared with Wang Mingming. The beast soul she had probably could not be bought with money. Fortunately, Wang Mingming was not an annoying princess. She was delightful and lovely. She also fought well. Although she had only been in God's sanctuary for a month, it looked like that she had gained quite a few Geno points already. She must have practiced multiple advanced hyper-Geno arts since childhood. Using her advanced beast souls, she could probably beat Su Xiaoqiao in a combat. The team had been traveling all the time, and Wang Mingming never complained. Brother Han, I heard from Sister Qin that you were also in Blackhawk. I'm in Department of Warframe. Which department are you in? Wang Mingming called Han Sen brother in a natural and sweet tone. In fact, kids from prominent families like Wang Mingming, Qing, and Yuan were all quite well-mannered and easygoing. Ahem, you can call me Senator. I was enrolled this year as well. We are both freshmen and I am an archery major. Han Sen enjoyed talking to an adorable girl like her, which make the journey less boring. Archery department is the department our school is trying to enhance this year, and I'm sure the change will happen fast. You must be specially enrolled? Wang Mingming started to chat with him. Oh right, Brother Han. You came to Steel Armor Shelter early, so you must have seen Dollar himself? Wang Mingming asked hopefully. Yes, we have all seen him at the contest. Why do you ask about him? Han Sen looked at Wang Mingming, surprised. I am a fan of Dollars, but unfortunately he never showed up since I came here, so I never got to see him, Wang Mingming said with some disappointment. Wang Mingming asked again, Brother Han, can you tell me something about Dollar? Ahem, I have no way of knowing. You have to ask him, because he knows everything. Han Sen pointed to Su Xiaoqiao. Su Xiaoqiao quickly thumped his chest and said, what do you want to know? I'm Dollar's buddy, and it was me who named him Dollar. Wow, then you must know what Dollar really looks like? He must be very handsome? Wang Mingming looked at Su Xiaoqiao happily. Handsome, of course, he is most handsome. He has wide chest, long legs, and nice round bottom. Su Xiaoqiao babbled on, and Han Sen almost wanted to kill him. It took them 4 days to reach Devil Desert. Wang Mingming had nice skills and was improving very fast in hunting. Han Sen and Gambler were always shadowing her. Even when she was fighting with a creature, Gambler was always following her, and Han Sen's bow and arrow were always ready to rescue her. If something happened to her, the entire squad including Qin Xian would be in trouble. so Han Sen did not dare to slack at all. The next afternoon, after they had entered the desert, Su Xiaoqiao, who was the scout, cried in surprise, "A mutant creature!" Everyone quickly urged their mounts on and saw a fox-like, fire-red and golden-horned creature the size of a tiger barking at them. "It is mine." It was the first time Wang Mingming had seen a living mutant creature. She put away her mount and charged the mutant creature with a pair of mutant beast soul lancets in her hands. Chapter 128. A Skulk of Foxes. Han San and Gambler exchanged a look and ran after her, in case of any accident. Wang Mingming's fighting skills were impressive. She could even match the mutant creature using several hyper-geno arts. The rest were going in left and right, trying to outflank the creature. The mutant creature seemed to have quite some wisdom and simply fled when seeing through the team's intention. It was also exceptionally fast and was 50 feet away in an instant. Stop! Wang Mingming quickly summoned her sacred blood mount, a bear with silver-white fur, and raced off on its back. Then everyone was on the mount, trying to keep up with Wang Mingming. But the mutant creature was running quite fast, and after a while, they started to fall farther behind. Wang Mingming felt anxious and urged her bear to run faster. "Wang Mingming, do not chase it on your own. It is too dangerous," cried Gambler. "It doesn't matter. I could kill this mutant beast. Please hurry up." Wang Mingming did not want to let the creature run off, so she raced off at full speed. Han San and Gambler exchanged a glance and quickly followed up, but Wang Mingming's mount was sacred blood. Although strength was not its strong suit, it was still much faster than their mutant mounts, and soon she was pulling away from them. The team could only desperately urge their mounts to catch up and try not to fall too much behind. They did not worry too much, though, as their forces combined were probably enough to kill a sacred blood creature. Wang Mingming looked around and see no creature but this one. In addition, she was close enough and did want to lose the prey. So, she kept urge her white bear to chase the mutant creature. Nowhere to run now? She chased the mutant creature to a dune, and the creature stretched its tongue out, panting and lying down, as if it was too tired to run. Wang Mingming jumped off the white bear, summoned her lancets, and rushed forward. The mutant creature suddenly smiled like a person strangely, which scared her. And then she saw many creatures that looked like this one, though gray in color, walking out from behind the dune. They filled the place shortly, and were at least hundreds in number. Wang Mingming was suddenly shocked and knew that things had gone south. The mutant creature was sly enough to lead her to its nest. Although the other creatures were just primitive ones, they were great in number, and she could never handle all of them. Wang Mingming immediately got on the back of her bear and ran away, with the creatures chasing after her like a tsunami. Fortunately, Han San and Gambler was not too much behind. Han San saw Wang trapped in the middle of groups of creatures, so he summoned his horn bow and shot an arrow in her direction. Wang Mingming had been surrounded by the creatures. Although the white bear had great strength and rampaged through the creatures, they still managed to throw themselves at her. Wang Mingming swung her lancets, but could not get rid of all the creatures close to her. Seeing a claw on her shoulder and teeth biting at her white neck, Wang Mingming was desperate that she could no longer fight this one off. At this moment, a whoosh was followed by a whimper. The creature on her back was shot through with a black arrow and fell on the ground. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows came from afar, and each killed a creature. Soon all 8 creatures surrounding her were killed. Any creature that might endanger her was immediately shot dead with an arrow. No arrow was shot in vain. One even flew by her face and killed a creature behind her without hurting a single hair of hers. Brother Han. Wang Mingming saw Han San riding toward her while shooting arrows in her direction. All the creatures around her were killed by him. Wang Mingming was surprised and filled with joy. At least a mile away from her, Han San could have such accuracy, which was something she had never seen even in posh schools. Among the other few people, only Su Xiaoqiao was good at archery. However, he would not even dare to shoot in her direction from so far. Even if his bow allowed it, he would risk hurting her with his skill level. Wang Mingming was overjoyed and urged the white bear to run toward Han's senator wielding her lancets. She tried to stop the creatures that came at her. She did not worry about the ones that she could not fight off, as arrows would definitely appear timely to kill them. The distance between the two sides was gradually shortened, and soon they have joined forces. When the team looked around, they were surprised to see thousands of gray creatures flooding toward them. Damn, these beasts are really cunning. They even know how to lure us into their trap. Su Xiaoqiao cried while drawing the string of his bow. It's all my fault. Wang Mingming blamed herself. Now is not a good time. There are so many creatures here that we could never kill them all. Let's try to rush out. Hansen headed forward where they came from. He did not go far before he saw the sand in front of him tremor and sink. A giant worm that looked like a silkworm but with the size of a locomotive came out of the sand and opened its large mouth, trying to devour them. It is a rockworm. Damn, there must be more than one. They are gregarious. Hansen forced his mount to change the direction to avoid its attack. He felt a bit worried as he had read about rockworms. Although they were just primitive creatures, they are very large and had great strength. In addition, they had great speed when crawling in sand. For sure, they were one of the most scary creatures in Devil Desert. Chapter 129. Sacred Blood Fox King. If Hansen was alone, he could simply summon the purple-winged dragon beast soul and fly up. However, he had Wang Mingming to protect and could not do that. Boom! The huge body of the rockworm fell and made a pit in the ground. Sand flying and pebbles rolling. It was more terrifying than a grenade explosion. Even more frightening was that more rockworms were coming out from underground, and as far as the team could see, the ground was covered by these worms, which were at least hundreds in number. In front of them were rockworms, and behind them were the tide of fox-like creatures. They were besieged by the creatures. Han-san and Gambler looked into each other's eyes and understood each other's thoughts. Gambler gritted his teeth and said, "You protect her. I will clear the way." Gambler took back his mount and rushed toward the fox-like creatures. He was even faster than his mutant mount. "Listen up. Follow Gambler out, and whoever falling behind will die," said Han-san, lifting Wang Mingming from the back of her white bear to sit her behind him. He cried, "Game is over. Now hold on to me, and we will fight for our lives." Wang Mingming fought well and had plenty of beast souls. However, in a melee like this one, an inexperienced girl like her would not be able to survive. When it came to life and death, only the veterans who had developed an acute instinct had a bigger chance at survival. Wang Mingming hurriedly hugged Han-san from the back. Han-san urged his mutant three-eyed beast mount and the bull-like mount moved as it charged the fox-like beasts. Gambler was leading the way with one jambia in each hand. The jambias were flashing in his hands like butterflies, slitting the throats of all creatures near him. Nothing could stop him, and a bloody path was left behind him. Han-sen rushed into that path, and his arrows never stopped, killing all the creatures trying to gather around. However, he only had 50 Z-steel arrows, which had been used up. All he had now was the Beast Soul arrow, which could be taken back and used again. But that process was too slow for him. Han-sen had to knock some creatures away with his horn bow. The rest of the team had also been fighting with every effort, wishing to clear out a way out from the endless creatures. Behind them, the rock worms were catching up at an incredible speed. Once caught up by them, there would be no other way of survival than flying. Blood was splashing, and they had almost made it. Then the mutant creature that Wang Mingming was chasing in the first place howled, standing on a dune far from them. And then they saw more creatures coming toward them from all directions. There were even some fox-like blackhorn creatures that were almost exactly like the mutant creature, only with white fur. Seeing those white creatures, everyone's heart sank. Su Xiaoqiao cried, "No way. That mutant creature was not a mutant creature, but a sacred blood king of all these fox-like creatures. These white ones are mutant creatures. We have poked a hornet's nest." Wang Mingming saw the white mutant creatures among others and was mortified. There were so many mutant creatures that it seemed the whole team would die here. Gambler exclaimed in the front, "Damn, it is a sacred blood king. There are too many mutant creatures that I can't keep going." Han-sen said to Wang Mingming sitting behind him, "Hand me your lancets." Wang Mingming paused and transferred her mutant beast soul lancets to Han-sen. Han-sen grabbed a rope and got off his mount. He then carried Wang to the ground as if she weighed nothing and put her on his back. With the rope he secured her there. "What are you doing?" Wang Mingming said, horrified. "Going out," said Han-san in a cold tone. In a red shadow, he shapeshifted into the fairy queen, and his entire body was then covered in red armor except for his head. Eyes scarlet, ruby crown on his head, and short black hair turning long and blonde. Han-sen grabbed the lancets and ran toward Gambler like a red lightning bolt. "Gambler, cover me. I will clear a way out," yelled Han-sen next to Gambler. "You got it." Covered in the creatures and his own blood, Gambler replied. Han-sen had rushed to the front. The lancets were flashing in his hands, and each flash took a life. Primitive horned sandfox hunted. No beast soul gained. Primitive horned sandfox hunted. No beast soul gained. The voice in his mind rang nonstop. Han-san paid no mind to it, and just stared the mutant horned sandfox that were throwing themselves at him. Su Xiaoqiao and others were trying to keep up desperately, but when they saw the number of the mutant horned sandfoxes, they were terrified. Han-sen's eyes were red as blood. Moving like a lightning bolt, the lancets were so fast they became a blur. Ignoring the mutant horned sandfoxes, he continued forward with Wang on his back. Holding Han-sen's neck tightly, Wang Mingming was filled with guilt and regret. If it weren't for her, they would not be under such danger. Facing so many mutant creatures, she did not know if they could make it. The few mutant horned sandfoxes were in their face, yet Han-san was still calm. With the slightest movement, a lancet bit into a fox's throat. A horned white fox head flew up. Han-san and Wang Mingming were showered in fox blood. Without a blink, Han-san ran forward and charged the second mutant horned sandfox. Chapter 130. Killing Spree. Wang Mingming watched what was happening with eyes widened. It felt like riding a roller coaster, but this experience was more horrifying than any roller coaster. She was lying on the back of Han-san and had the same angle of view as him. She watched all his movements, dodging, turning, wielding, charging. Seeing the endless horned sandfoxes sweeping toward them and then the deaths of all of them, she felt that Han-san was like a killing machine. His movements extremely swift and each attack harvesting a life. Both mutant horned sandfoxes and primitive ones were killed with one blow each, without exception. Wang Mingming and Han-san were soaked in blood, and the original color of their armor could no longer be discerned. Even the long blonde hair of Fairy Queen turned red and was dripping blood. Wang Mingming suddenly had a strange feeling. Everything seemed surreal to her, as if she was watching a movie about a gorgeous killing spree. Han-san was like a tireless killing machine. All her fear went away when she knew he could kill all of the foxes if he had to. What Han-san saw now was different from what average humans saw. All the movements of the horned sand foxes had become so slow that he could see every single move of them. In his eyes, even the mutant ones were as slow as a grandpa, inviting one's help. Hansen finally understood the best feature of Fairy Queen. When he shapeshifted into Fairy Queen, his great ability to predict was enhanced. Now he could hit anywhere he wanted. Too slow. Hansen was even dissatisfied with the speed of the horned sand foxes because they could not keep up with the speed of the slaughter. I hope there will be more of them, Hansen even thought. But Hansen's reason was telling him that they should run as fast as they could, because shapeshifting could not last forever. Once his body could no longer bear it, he would have to turn into himself, and even if he used wings then and saved Wang, Su Xiaoqiao, and the rest would die. Must get out before shapeshifting time limit is up, Hansen thought to himself, wielding the lancets even faster. The rest of the team were stunned. They had never seen Hansen fighting in a melee. They had always believed he was a good archer and did not like to place himself under any danger. But when they saw Hansen put down his bow and arrow, they came to know how fearsome he could be in a melee. Mutant Horned Sand Fox was also killed in just one blow. They had never seen Hansen miss so far. Formidable. Even they could not help but shudder. Such efficiency in killing was simply a spree, so terrifying and satisfying to watch that it made one want to moan. The Sacred Blood Horned Sand Fox howled again, and the mutant foxes retreated, while primitive foxes rushed to them faster. Just in a moment, Hansen knew what the Sacred Blood Fox King wanted. It was trying to use the primitive horned sand foxes to consume his shapeshifting time, as it was aware shapeshifting did not last long. It wanted to launch strikes at them when his shapeshifting time was up. Cunning beast, cursed gambler. His Jambias slit another primitive, horned sofa fox's throat, making it fall to the ground, twitching in pain. Hansen looked at the Sacred Blood Fox King, and his eyes darkened. The lancets disappeared in his sleeves, and a black horn bow appeared in his hands. The black stinger arrow was knocked and pointed at the Fox King on top of the dune. It's too far away. Can the arrow reach there? Su Xiaoqiao checked the distance between them and the Fox King. It was indeed too far. It looked so small from here, so it should be about 1.5 miles away. With such a distance, even if Hansen's arrow could get there, it would be languid by then. And how can that kill a sacred blood creature? The Fox King seemed to share Su's thought, standing there still and gazing at Hansen with a trace of mockery. Damn, that Sacred Blood Fox King is kind of evil, Gambler cried when he saw the look of the Fox King. Hansen's hands were steady. The arrow suddenly turned into a black shadow, flying across the sky toward the insolent Fox King. The Sacred Blood Fox King was too intelligent to believe the arrow could actually hurt it and did not mean to dodge. If his arrow had that kind of power, then he should have used it before the Fox King led Wang Mingming into the ambush. Whoosh! But soon the Fox King panicked as it discovered that the speed of the arrow got even higher when approaching itself. When the Fox King eventually lost its grace and wanted to run, it was a bit late. Although it leaped as high as it could, trying to dodge the arrow still dug into the muscles of its foreleg like a snake. Blood splashed and its scream rang. The arrogant and sly Fox King was knocked out by the arrow and tumbled down the dune. Hearing the scream of their king, the skulk of foxes paused their attack and looked to the dune where the king was standing. Of course, they did not see it because it had fallen. The skulk was suddenly in a chaos and did not know what to do. Hurry, commanded Hansen and dashed. Chapter 131. Golden Rock Worm King. When the angry Sacred Blood Fox King limped back to the top of the dune, the team had dashed out of the skulk. Almost without any hesitation, Hansen roared at Wang Mingming, "Summon your mount." Wang Mingming quickly summoned the big white bear. Hansen leapt on the bear, and Wang urged the bear on at full speed. The skulk of foxes was snapping at their heels, but only the few mutant horned sand foxes could catch up with the team's mutant mounts. Hansen thought that the skulk would give up the chase soon, since their king was injured and could not catch up with them. However, they soon heard a strange howl, and what they saw was shocking. The Fox King was standing on top of the head of a golden rock worm and, gazing at Hansen, bristled. #K. This Fox King is abnormal. How could it command the rockworm? Is the rockworm also a sacred blood creature? Cried Su Xiaoqiao. The team saw the golden rockworm approach them at a high speed and was horror-struck. You go east, I will go west. Hansen then asked Wang Mingming to control her bear to go west. Now Wang Mingming almost trusted Hansen blindly and did not even think about it before doing what he said. You have to be careful. Gambler had already understood Hansen's plan and led the rest to the east. The Fox King ordered the rockworm and mutant foxes to chase Han and Wang immediately. A fox never forgets. It would never give up until it tore Hansen apart. Hansen had already taken the Fairy Queen back to save his strength. He had also untied the rope and sat Wang in front of him so she could better control the bear. Fox King, come if you want to eat me, Hansen said and suddenly shot an arrow, killing a mutant fox in the blink of an eye. The Fox King was stamping with rage, roaring on top of the golden rock worm's head. The worm moved faster. The mutant foxes were also trying to catch up with the bear. Hansen glanced at the Fox King and shot another mutant fox dead. Watching the Fox King losing its temper, Hansen laughed. Fox King, come at me if you will, and watch me kill your buddies. Hansen's hands never stopped, his black stinger arrow killing one mutant fox after another. Mutant horned sand fox killed. Beast soul of mutant horned sand fox gained. Eat its meat to gain 0 to 10 mutant geno points randomly. Suddenly a different voice sounded in Hansen's mind. He gained a mutant horned sand fox beast soul. With great joy, Han-sen was shooting with great strength. The Fox King was about to explode. The white bear was a sacred blood mount, so the golden rockworm could not catch up with him anytime soon. Finally, at a howl of the Fox King, all the mutant foxes stopped chasing. Only the Fox King continued with the rockworm as its mount. There were no more mutant foxes for him to kill, so Han-sen made the Fox King his target. This time the Fox King was prepared and dodged. Although the distance was short, the arrow ended up hitting the golden rockworm. Clank! It sounded like the worm had a shell harder than metal. The mutant black stinger arrow only left a white mark that was barely visible on it. Han-sen was taken aback with a surprise. Sure enough, the golden rockworm is also a sacred blood creature. Brother Han, now what should we do? The white bear is slower than the golden rockworm. They will catch up eventually, asked Wang Mingming, riding the bear. She did not sound scared or worried, as for some reason, she believed Han-sen could always take care of things. In such a dangerous escape, she did not even have any sense of crisis. Although there were occasionally some creatures in front of them, they would scatter at the sight of the golden rockworm. Hence, they did not encounter any obstacles on the way. The rockworms are only fast in the desert. If we can get out of here, we should be able to get rid of it, Han-sen pondered and said. It's full of sand and rocks here. I do not see any other color. Wang Mingming looked around said disappointedly, just dunes and stony hills. Han-sen's eyes suddenly lit up. Pointing in one direction, he said, go over there. Wang Mingming followed his order and urged the bear on. Soon she found they were on a cliff facing a deep valley. The path ended and the valley was at least 100 feet wide. Brother Han, we have nowhere to go, exclaimed Wang Mingming. Go over, Han-sen said with no expression. No, the white bear cannot jump so far, Wang Mingming quickly said, seeing the big white bear approaching the edge. Trust me. Go over, said Han-sen firmly, while pointing an arrow at the Fox King. Knowing their despair, the Fox King looked cruel and pleased. Well, Brother Han, I believe you. Going over. Wang Mingming commanded her bear to rush off the edge at full speed. With her blind trust in Han-sen, Wang Mingming was trying to make the impossible happen. Behind them, the golden rockworm was getting closer and closer. The Fox King watched the two humans viciously. Pointing the arrow at the Fox King, Han-sen did not shoot. Brother Han. Wang Mingming screamed and closed her eyes as the white bear ran off the edge. Han-sen finally shot the arrow, put an arm around her waist, and covered her eyes with his other hand. Take your white bear back, he said quietly. Chapter 132. Another sacred blood beast soul. The sacred blood Fox King didn't even move when seeing the arrow approach. It even showed contempt in its eyes. But soon, the Fox King was aghast. That arrow was not meant for the Fox King, but a bean-sized eye of the golden rockworm. Although the golden rockworm had a huge body, its eyes were as small as beans and hidden in its stone-hard shell, hardly noticeable. Han-sen not only saw them, but also managed to shoot an arrow in one of them. With a scream, the golden rockworm rampaged toward Han-sen, who was in the air. The sacred blood Fox King had extremely high intelligence, but golden rockworm solely operated on instincts. Once it was provoked, it would go mad. It was too late for the Fox King to stop it, so it jumped off the worm with its injured leg as fast as it could before the worm fell off the cliff. Wang Mingming was held in Han-sen's arms and took back the bear. She felt she was falling with him. With a sudden jerk, she felt ground under her feet. The impact was not that strong though. It was as if they had jumped from somewhere 3 or 4 feet above the ground. Wang Mingming opened her eyes in surprise to find they were under a cliff more than 300 feet high. But nothing had happened to Han-sen and her. When she was feeling incredible, the golden rockworm fell on the ground next to them like a bomb. With a boom, its stone-hard shell was broken in pieces. Worm juice, meat, and inner parts were splashing everywhere, staining the cliff wall. Sacred blood golden rock worm king killed. Beast soul of golden rock worm king gained. Eat its meat to gain 0 to 10 sacred geno points randomly. A wonderful voice rang in his mind, almost making Han-sen laugh out loud. The Fox King was still lingering on the cliff, gazing at him full of resentment. Let's go. Han-sen summoned his mutant three-eyed beast mountain, carried Wang to its back, and went in the opposite direction of the Fox King. Should we take some of the worm meat with us? Wang Mingming asked. For such a big worm, there are only 10 geno points in its meat. Even if we eat for a month, we might still end up with no geno points. Also, it is hot in here, and the meat will go bad in less than 2 days. Just forget it, Han-sen said with a smile. A creature too big in size was hard to consume, which was just the fact. But he had gained another sacred blood beast soul and a mutant horned sand fox beast soul, so the voyage was fruitful enough. The only pity was that although he had killed many mutant horned sand foxes and a sacred blood creature, he did not even get to eat a mouthful of meat. Han-sen took a look at the 2 beast souls he just gained and felt a bit bitter. The beast soul of mutant horned sand fox was a mount, which was fine. Even if he had no use of it, he could still exchange it for something else or just sell it. The disturbing part was the beast soul of the golden rock worm king. It turned out to be a sacred blood beast soul pet. Han-sen had been feeding Meowth for quite some time now, but it never transformed. This was a sacred blood pet, and God knows how much meat it would take for it to transform. And a sacred blood pet must be fed with a sacred blood meat, or else it would take even longer. Han-sen was rendered speechless. He did not even have enough sacred blood meat for himself. Just where could he find food for this guy? Han Sen tried to summon the Golden Rock Worm King and thought it should be huge. When it appeared, Han Sen saw that it was just a mini golden silkworm, not looking the least impressive. Brother Han, why were we safe after jumping from the high cliff? Wang Mingming had been puzzled. When they jumped off the cliff, she was too scared to open her eyes and did not see how they landed. In fact, even if she did not close her eyes, Han Sen was covering them anyway. He did it so that he could use the wings of the purple-winged dragon beast soul, or it could never have been done because I know a special martial art. Han Sen smiled. What kind of martial art? Can you teach me? Wang Mingming looked at him with worship. It only runs in the family and only sons can be taught, so I can't even teach my wife and daughter, let alone you. Han Sen laughed. Han Sen did not go back and try to kill the sacred blood fox king. It was a sly creature. In the end, it did not escape but stood on the cliff. Han Sen knew from its look that it was trying to lure Han Sen back to kill it. If he was alone, he could give it a try. But since Wang Mingming was here, he gave up the idea of adventure. That fox king was the most cunning of creature he had ever seen, even more formidable than the silver bird. With this accident, the voyage had to stop. When Han Sen and Wang Mingming were on their way back to the shelter, they met Gambler and the rest. They were all well with minor injuries which had almost healed. After some discussion, they did some hunting in the outskirts of the desert and did not go to the center. They had met scary sacred blood creatures when they just entered Devil Desert. The team became more careful, especially they had to protect Wang Mingming in the meantime. Han Sen made up his mind to return as soon as they could, and he will make some in-depth exploration next time he came alone. This task was successfully completed despite the accident. Qin Xian was fairly satisfied with his performance. Because Wang Mingming worshipped Han Sen very much and named him her protector in Steel Armor Shelter, he could have an S-Class license of St. Hall as his reward. But his mission would be only completed when Wang Mingming had maxed out on all other 3 types of Geno points than Sacred Geno points. Only by then he could have the S-Class license. Han Sen went back to school from God's Sanctuary and continued to study Warframe operation. Sen, you are finally back. You are in trouble. His roommate said to him excitedly when Han Sen just returned to his dormitory. What kind of trouble? Han Sen asked, puzzled. The best player in Hand of God Society, Li Yufeng, openly challenged you in campus community, Shi Zhikong said. I do not know him. Why would he challenge me? Han Sen felt quite puzzled. Haha, everyone knows Li Yufeng is Ji Yanran's suitor. And with your ID name, the entire school now knows you as Ji Yanran's boyfriend. Of course Li Yufeng needs to challenge you. He said if you lose, you need to change your ID name or stop using that account. And you will also have to apologize to Ji Yanran, said Lu Meng with a trace of joy in his voice. Chapter 133, 10:30 tonight. Sen, are you going for it? Shi looked at Han Sen with hidden excitement. He felt even Han Sen's opponent was Li Yufeng, Han would still win. Although Shi had never seen Li Yufeng play, he believed so. Han Sen's performance so far made him think that Han must be almost invincible in this game. Lu Meng and Zhang Yang were also looking at Han Sen, awaiting his decision. Of course I will, Han Sen said casually. Ji Yanran was the girlfriend he won with a bet. Although he was too busy to look for her, he would not allow other guys to use himself to impress her. In the Han Sen's view, it was fine if he tried to show off in front of Ji Yanran, but there was no way Han Sen would allow himself to be used in the process. Hearing Han Sen's answer, Shi and Lu were both thrilled. Zhang Yang rubbed his hands together and said, now that's it. Young people should be motivated, and we all support you to defeat Li Yufeng and make Ji Yanran your girlfriend for real. Right. If you really have such a gorgeous girlfriend, the entire room 304 would all feel honored, said Shi excitedly. Go on the forum and reply him with a time for the duel. Sun has a big chance to beat Li, in my opinion. Lu Meng laughed. Chance? Li Yufeng is no match to Sen at all. Shi curled his lips downward and said. Han Sen went to the campus community forum and found the post at the top. After he clicked on it, he replied with a time using his account My Girlfriend is Jianran. 10:30 p.m. Han Sen left just the time and did not even bother to read Li Yufeng's post. Han Sen never took any of his schoolmates as a serious match of his. In a short amount of time, his reply attracted the attention of all the students. Because Li Yufeng's post had been up for several days, people thought Ji Yanran's boyfriend was too scared to reply. But today, seeing his reply and the ID name, a student was in shock. Having rubbed his eyes and confirmed several times, he started to spread the news. Haha. Ji Yanran's boyfriend replied directly with the time of the duel. We have something to watch. Really? He did that? So daring. It is Li Yufeng. What about Li Yufeng? I think Ji Yanran's boyfriend is definitely stronger. That is hard to say. After all, Li Yufeng is a professional player and the best on campus. He also had good performance in the contest across the alliance. How do you know that Ji Yanran's boyfriend is not professional? That makes sense. No one knows who Ji Yanran's boyfriend is, so he could be a professional player as well. Would it be Ouyang Xiaosan? I think not. According to Ouyang Xiaosan's character, he would not have replied at all. If it's not Ouyang Xiaosan, then who can it be? I really cannot think of anyone in the school who is so strong. Could it be a freshman? How can that be? Freshmen are all rookies. If there is such an outstanding person, we should have known when they had the entrance exam. Soon the duel between Li Yufeng and Ji Yanran's boyfriend was known by the entire school. Yanran, your boyfriend appeared. Chu Lily ran to the training hall, panting. Ji Yanran paused and bristled. I said a million times that he is not my boyfriend, so do not call him that. Chu Lily took Ji Yanran's hand, grinned and said, I know. I won't do that again, but you're? My girlfriend is Ji Yanran said online that he would have a duel against Li Yufeng tonight at 10:30. Yanran, I envy you that there are two great guys fighting for you, making you quite the princess, Chu Lily said admiringly. You can have them both if you want, Ji Yanran said sullenly. She did not really like Li Yufeng, but Li had been chasing after her for 2 years. She was quite upset by his pursuit. As for my girlfriend is Ji Yanran, he was using such a devious means that Ji Yanran had even less interest in him. But Ji Yanran was still a little curious and wanted to find out who that person was. In addition to lashing out at him, she also wanted to know who had such a good level as Li Yufeng and Ouyang Xiaosan. If he is not beyond salvation, she could consider recruiting him into her society so that their ranking this year could be further enhanced. I want to, but they did not do it for me, Chu Lily complained. If there are 2 men at a duel for me, I will give them a chance. You little fool. You said 10:30 tonight, right? Ji Yanran asked. Yes, your boyfriend said that, said Chu Lily. Ji Yanran was speechless, but she was not about to correct Chu Lily. In fact, the entire school called him that, and she was just powerless. This time I will find out who you are. Ji Yanran stopped training and went back to get ready to see their duel. As soon as she watched that person play, she should be able to tell who he was from his style. Unless he was not one of the players on campus, she would have an idea. After Li Yufeng saw the reply, his eyes lit up and continued his hand of God training. Boss, Ji Yanran's boyfriend replied. A thin man rushed in and exclaimed. Li Yufeng suddenly frowned at him, so the thin man quickly corrected himself. No, the despicable guy replied 10:30 tonight. I have seen it. Li Yufeng said casually. Boss, you must kick his ass this time and prove our society's worth, said the thin man. I will not go easy on him, said Li Yufeng coldly. Chapter 134. It is too easy to beat you. This duel had caught the attention of the entire school. No one dared to gamble in a military school, but students were betting in private and more were betting on Li Yufeng. After all, Li Yufeng was the best player on campus and his skills were indeed amazing. For the last 2 years, the reason Blackhawk got good ranking in the alliance was him. So students trusted him. At 10:30 at night, the BattleNet had a historical number of students online. Many of those who did not play this game even registered new accounts to watch this duel. Ji Yanran was also watching. When she saw Li Yufeng had a game room set up, she entered the room. In fact, 80% of those online were in this game room to wait for them to start. The rest saw there was still time and started gaming themselves. When it was about time, the number of people in this game room was more than 90% of all the students online, and more people were flooding in. In an office building of Blackhawk, 2 middle-aged men were also in this game room. One of them lit a cigarette and said casually, Lu, you are too sensitive. You know what kind of students we have. Unless Ji Yanran's boyfriend is Ouyang Xiaosan, his level will not be very high. Maybe we will have some new talent. Lu Zhengwo just smiled. What kind of new talent can there be? This year's freshmen are not that impressive. Zhao Lianhua blew a smoke ring and said, if that person is Ouyang Xiaosan, maybe he could beat Li Yufeng. If not, Li Yufeng could certainly beat him by 5 points or more. Let's check it out first. Even if he loses to Li Yufeng by 5 points, it would still mean that he is a strong player. Our Hand of God Society has not made much progress in the past 2 years, so maybe it's time to add some fresh talents, Lu Zhengwo said. Lu Zhengwo was the coach of Hand of God Society, and Zhao Lianhua was the manager. After they had heard about the ins and outs of things, they also logged in the BattleNet and would like to see for themselves what level Ji Yanran's boyfriend was on. Zhao Lianhua did not care about this person, as they knew the level of all the returning students who played well and saw how the freshmen performed in their entrance exam. The good ones were either already invited to join Hand of God Society or other societies. Even if there was someone out there, that person could not beat Li Yufeng. Freshmen were just freshmen. Lu Zhengwo was just trying to hunt for talent. If not, he could also check to see which level of Li Yufeng had actually reached. At 10:30, everyone suddenly saw a notification. My girlfriend is Jinran entered the room. Haha, finally. The crowd was overjoyed. Ji Yanran threw an angry gaze at the ID and vowed to find him. Zhang Yang, Lu Ming and Shi were not online, but standing next to Han San, watching his holographic image directly, which was more interesting than viewing it online. Seeing that ID, coldness flashed in Li's eyes. He simply sent an invite and texted, after you lose, I want you to get rid of this ID immediately and apologize to Ji Yanran. Everyone was staring at the screen, wondering what my girlfriend is Yanran would say to that. It is too easy to beat you, so no strings attached this time. Just leave my Yanran alone in the future. Seeing this line from my girlfriend is Ji Yanran, the screen was full in an instant. Haha, shameless just like me. He's too arrogant. Brag if you want. Our boss will not lose to you, idiot. Haha, my Yanran. Is he really Ji Yanran's boyfriend? Just leave my Yanran alone. Just leave my Yanran alone. Now he is bragging. It would be so shameful when he got his ass kicked. This person is really arrogant, Wang Long said in a bad mood. Li Zhe, what do you think? Lu Ke looked at Li Zhe with a wry smile. Li Zhe pondered for a moment and said, I used to play against Li Yufeng. He has beaten me many times, and once by 27 points. You mean that Li Yufeng will win? Lu Ke looked at Li Zhe and asked. Li Zhe shook his head and said, although Li Yufeng had beaten me by more points, but Ji Yanran's boyfriend gave me more pressure than Li Yufeng. When facing Li Yufeng, I could calm down to play. When facing Ji Yinran's boyfriend, I felt uneasy and afraid. Taking a deep breath, Li Zhe then said, if I am to predict the result, I think Li Yufeng will be defeated by a lot. Don't ask me why, it's just a hunch. What? Wang Long and Lu Ku were stupefied and did not understand Li Zhe's comment. Chu Lily pinched Ji Yinran and said with a grin, my Yinran, so intimate. Tell me the truth, is he really your boyfriend? Of course he is not, that bastard. Ji Yinran stared at the ID angrily. If the game was not about to begin, she wanted to lash out at that guy in person. It begins. Seeing the countdown end, the light spots lit up on both sides. Li Yufeng's fingers danced like a snake and almost hit a spot the moment it lit up. Because he did not really know his opponent's style, and this guy had won Li Zhe by 20 points, Li Yufeng played safe and chose to clear up his own side and gain points as fast as he could, so as to beat his opponent in a dignified way. Li Yufeng was playing very well, and he was quite satisfied with how he performed. With a glance, he saw his opponent also hitting a spot at a speed no lower than his, which made him pause. In the momentary pause, his opponent went for another spot. Li Yufeng quickly calmed himself down and hit his second spot as fast as he could. Knowing his opponent's speed, Li Yufeng did not dare to be distracted again and played with his best speed and skills. The two players' hands were like two butterflies dancing away, hitting all the light spots around them at an amazing speed. Chapter 135. Not a wonderful match. The game room was silent. In a room where more than 10,000 people were watching, none typed anything. Everyone was staring at their screen. It was not because the duel was so wonderful, but because it was not at all. A person's speed had been completely overwhelmed by the other person. Even one with high myopia without glasses could tell there was no twists and turns in this game. Everyone had a blank look on their faces, with their eyes and mouths both wide open. Ji Yinran's lips were also O-shaped. Watching the holographic image of the game, she was so stunned that her pupils enlarged. In the office building, Lu Jiangwo was also stupefied. He almost could not believe his eyes. And Zhao Lianhua did not even realize that his burning cigarette had fallen on his pants. Zhao Lianhua did not even feel that and kept gazing at the two hands in the holographic image. Li Zhe, Lu Ku, and Wang Long were all stunned. A huge gap in strength was demonstrated by these two hands. Li Yufeng's hand had a speed and flexibility that were amazing to begin with. But in front of the other hand, Li Yufeng's hand suddenly looked a bit clumsy. And this feeling was just incredible, because this was Li Yufeng, the best player on campus, who had a nickname, Dreamy Right Hand. How could his hand look clumsy? It was hard for the viewers to believe their own judgment. But in contrast to the other hand, Li Yufeng's hand did look clumsy. It was originally not the case, but the strong contrast had made people feel this way. It was not because Li Yufeng's hand was clumsy, but because the other hand was too fast and too flexible. At this time, people came to realize this fact and looked to the other hand. Slender but strong, this was an attractive hand. In addition to that, people could not tell anything else from the image. How they wanted to see the owner of the hand. But in Hand of God, all they could see was the hand and wrist. There was no way they could tell who he was. Total silence. Although the result was clear, many refused to believe that Li Yufeng would be beaten like this. That was Li Yufeng. Li Yufeng concentrated on his hand and raised its speed to his limit, constantly hitting the spots. At least I will beat him by 5 points, Li Yufeng thought proudly. He knew Ji Yinran was certainly watching this game, and he was glad to show off his strength in front of her. Although Ji Yinran had not given any response to his pursuit, and was even deliberately keeping distance from him, he had never given up and believed that with his ability and conditions, he must have the opportunity to make her his. And this was a very good opportunity. He knew Ji Yinran was mad at that ID. If he could beat this person to make him change his ID and apologize to her, she would be at least grateful to him. And this was enough. Li Yufeng had enough time and patience. Many a little make-a-mickle. He believed that sooner or later he could make Ji Yinran fall in love with him. But now, first he needed to beat this despicable and shameless bastard to approach his goddess. Li Yufeng was hitting the spots with all he had, thinking that if he went faster and raised the difference to 6 or 7 points, then the effect might be even better. But when Li Yufeng was reaching for a spot again, all spots suddenly disappeared. Is it a server failure? Why did all the spots disappear? Li Yufeng hesitated. With his rich experience, he knew that the 100 spots were not up yet, and there could be no other explanation to their disappearance than a technical failure. But when he looked up, he was suddenly stunned. In front of him, the holographic image said, "Game over," and his score was also fixed at 80. He turned his eyes and looked at his opponent's score. 100 points. Li Yufeng could not move. He could not believe that he had been beaten by 20 points. He could not believe this, nor could anyone who knew Li Yufeng and his skills at this game. Everyone looked blankly at that score, and no one made a sound. What Han Sound said just now was interesting when they were thinking back. It is too easy to beat you, so no strings attached this time. Just leave my Yinran alone in the future. At that time, they all felt it was pure insolence. But now thinking back, it was just honesty. Another 20. Li Zhe snapped to attention and said with a wry smile. His remark reminded Lu Ku and Wang Long, making their shocking expression even more twisted. Their mouths were so wide open that they could fit a big duck egg. This number was so familiar, and what it represented was even more shocking. Yinran, your boyfriend is so fierce. Chu Lily just recovered from surprise and said to Ji Yinran, who was still staring at the score. Who is this person? Ji Yinran had now forgotten about her anger and shame and simply wanted to find out who he was. 20 points. Whoever could beat Li Yufeng by 20 was absolutely top 10 in the alliance. If she could invite him into Hand of God Society, Ji Yanran could imagine how much their ranking could be improved. Now she just wanted to find out who this person was, but she just did not know. Now her heart felt like it was scratched by a cat. She wanted to go and look for him, but paused as she had no idea where to look. Ouch! The cigarette burned through Zhao Lianhua's pants and brought him back from surprise. While he was stamping, a big hole was left on his pants. I must have this person in Hand of God Society. Lu Jiangwo looked at the score and yelled excitedly. He knew what this score meant. It was a score that would make Black Hawk soar in Hand of God contest. Go get this person and make him join us, Lu Jiangwo said to Zhao Lianhua. Chapter 136, A Babe. Zhao Lianhua looked depressed. Lu, I do not even know who this person is. Where should I start looking? Lu Jiangwo paused and said, go look anyway. In any case, we must have him. He is too important for us. With him, we would soar, and it would be much easier for you to seek sponsorship in the future. I will try, Zhao Lianhua said helplessly. He knew this guy would have a great influence on them, but it was not easy to find someone based just on an ID. When Li Yufeng recovered from surprise and wanted to invite the guy to fight again, he found that his opponent was already offline. He was at loss and did not move for a long time. Blackhawk went mad. It was at night, but many continued to talk about the duel. What a speed. F** King Awesome. Haha, after watching the duel, I know that my years of playing that game were wasted. Even Li Yufeng was wiped out. Ji Yanran's boyfriend was just amazing. Who is he anyway? You have to ask Ji Yanran. 20 points. Li was not his match at all. It is too easy to beat you. Huh? My Yanran. Could he really be her boyfriend? You really have to ask her yourself. Ji Yanran also wanted to know who her boyfriend was, but she did not. After logging out of the game, she had contacted a lot of friends, wanting to find out who that person was. However, almost everyone she called would tell her with a trace of gloating. You have to ask yourself who your boyfriend is. How do I know who my boyfriend is? Ji Yanran blurted out after hearing that reply a lot of times, feeling she was out of her mind after she realized what she had said. In room 304, Han Sen was surrounded by Shi Zhikong, Lu Ming, and Zhang Yang. San, 4 dishes and a soup in the cafeteria. 1 dish less than that and I will out you, Lu Ming said with a grin. All 4 dishes need to be meat. If I see anything green, I will expose you first, Shi added. San, you deserve to be my destined opponent. Zhang Yang's eyes were full of sparks. Let's go eat then. I'm hungry anyway, Han Sen smiled and said. The 4 walked toward a cafeteria. Blackhawk was the size of a small city, and all cafeterias ran 24/7. There was no need to worry about where to eat. But after the 4 went out, they constantly heard people on the street talking about the duel. Sin, just go ahead and admit it's you. With your skills at the game, maybe Ji Yanran will fall in love with you. And we can all benefit from that by asking her to introduce her friends to us, Shi whispered. She is my girlfriend, Han Sen said. Shi made a contemptuous gesture at him. Ji Yanran was not the kind of girl that would fall for a good player. Or else Li Yufeng would not have had to chase after her for 2 years. Everyone knew that. The 4 went to the nearest cafeteria, ordered a few dishes, and chatted over drinks. While eating, Shi suddenly lowered his voice and said to the rest, glancing in one direction. There is a babe over there, the innocent kind. So pretty. And the other 2 with her are not bad either. Sure, we don't trust your taste. Lu Ming laughed. Han Sen and Zhang Yang also laughed. They had all witnessed Shi's judgment. A tough lady 6 feet tall was a little beauty in his eyes. But you could not blame him either, as he was too tall himself indeed. Really? Oh. The babe looked at me and smiled at me. Here she comes. Shi flushed. His roommates then felt a bit surprised. It looked like someone really was approaching them. They turned to look and saw an innocent, sweet girl with a great body walking toward them. It looked like she was a freshman like themselves. Brother Han. Under the excited gaze of Shi, she walked to Han San and called in a sweet voice, making Shi want to kill Han San. Ming Ming, why are you here? Han Sun recognized Wang Ming Ming. I came to eat with my classmates and did not expect to meet you here. Let me introduce them. These are my classmates and roommates, Li Zhenjin and Wang Chun. Wang Ming Ming introduced the 2 girls following her to Han Sen. Hello. Han Sen shook hands with the 2 girls and introduced his 3 roommates. Since we are all friends now, shall we sit together? Shi pulled the chairs and invited the girls. Well, we happen to have something to ask. Wang Ming Ming blushed and said, what's the matter? We will do anything for you, promised Shi. Wang Chun looked at Shi and seemed very happy. It would be great if you could help. We are looking for people to join our society. Have you already registered at some societies? If not, can you join us? Well, we did not register yet, so you have come to the right people. With us, your society will do so well. Right, which society are you talking about? Shi quickly said, making faces to his roommates to ask them to play along. Judging from the 3 girls' looks, it was easy to tell that the society they were in must have lots of babes. We are with Heavy Warframe Society, said Wang Chun. Shi almost choked on the water he just drank. Warframe Society was considered a temple of monks, where members were almost all guys. And Heavy Warframe Society would be Shaolin Temple among all temples, where girls were probably nowhere to be seen. The guys had not expected the girls to be members of Heavy Warframe Society. The reason why Heavy Warframe Society was independent from Warframe Society was that heavy warframes were much bigger in size than average warframes and were much harder to operate. Ordinary soldiers did not need to use heavy warframes, and 99.99% of those who operated heavy warframes were male. Chapter 137. Heavy warframes. Sure was dumbfounded, but he could not take back his words, so they all had to go. The next morning, Wang Mingming sent a text to invite the four of them to fill in the application form at Heavy Warframe Society. Fortunately, there were three beautiful girls, Wang Mingming, Wang Chun, and Li Zhenzhen. Therefore, they thought Heavy Warframe Society would not be so unbearable. But when they arrived at Heavy Warframe Society, they found out that it was even worse than they thought. In addition to Wang Mingming, Wang Chun, and Li Zhenzhen, the Heavy Warframe Society had only two returning students, a fat guy and a skinny guy. There were barely any guys, let alone girls. The fat guy was the president of Heavy Warframe Society, and the skinny guy was the only returning member. Han San and his roommates failed to memorize their names because the girls only referred to them by their nickname, Fatty and Skinny. Fatty was smiling ear to ear when he saw Wang Mingming taking 4 new members to register, but his face collapsed when he found out they were from Department of Archery. Since there was a special enrollment program for archery students, the requirement of fitness index was lowered for them. Normally speaking, one would have to reach 11 in fitness index to be admitted, but archery students only needed to reach 10 as long as they passed their archery test. The difference of 1 point was a big gap, so archery students might be the weakest in the history of Blackhawk. The operation of heavy warframes required one to have great physique, so Fatty and Skinny were very disappointed when they learned that all 4 were from Department of Archery. Han San and his roommates ignored that, filled in the forms, and registered in the society. This is also good. Now we have less competition. Fatty and Skinny would not be able to beat us anyway. Sure was very contented, checking the 3 girls out. Brother Han, we will first take you to see our training field. Wang Mingming was very happy to show Han San around. Mingming, this is not right. Why do you call us by names, but call Sim brother? We are all freshmen and he is third oldest among us. Only a dozen days older than Lu Ming, Sure said sullenly. Wang Mingming thought about it seriously, tilted her head and said, I think only Brother Han looks like a brother to me. How come we don't? Shu was not convinced, squared his shoulder, made a pose like a bodybuilding model. It does not depend on age or body size. Wang Mingming did not care about Shu's muscles. Shu was speechless, but he had to accept the fact that she would only call Han San brother. Li Zhenzhen and Wang Chun soon followed suit. When they came to the training field, the 4 guys were all shocked. They thought that Heavy Warframe Society had so few members that their training field must be small and shabby, and did not expect there to be any heavy warframes. Instead, they had expected to train on a holographic simulator. But their training field turned out to be a large warehouse, with huge space and 3 real heavy warframes, each over 10 meters tall and looking domineering. How about these? Mingming has negotiated for these, Wang Chun said proudly. Han San suddenly realized why a society with few members could have such a training field. It was because of Wang Mingming. But it made Han San very excited, as he had been studying warframe operation, but the performance of the warframe for practice was wanting, and people had to take turns to use it. Although these are heavy warframes, they were warframes nonetheless. He did not have to wait to practice on a warframe in the future. But heavy warframes were different from normal ones in that they had stronger horsepower and bigger sizes. They were generally used for special purposes and were more difficult to operate. They could be very cumbersome as well, but this was not a problem for Han San. The difficult operation worked for him. If he could operate a heavy warframe well, an ordinary one would be easy. The 3 heavy warframes on the training field were Rhinoceros T, Porter RS, and Builder. Rhinoceros T1 was a quadruped heavy warframe used for transport. It had a strong load-bearing capacity, and its 4 feet allowed easy access to a variety of terrains. It was also strong in digging and drilling. Even when buried in a mine, it could get out on its own. Porter RS was also a quadruped heavy warframe, with an extra arm and strong horsepower. It was mainly used to organize a warehouse and carry goods. It came with a variety of loading and unloading tools, as well as welding and cutting tools. Builder was a bipedal heavy warframe used for construction, and it was close to an ordinary warframe. Builder, however, had 4 arms, and was much bigger and heavier than in its peers. In addition, the warehouse was also equipped with 10 holographic virtual training machines. Each member could have one, and there were some left. Han San suddenly felt that the decision to join the Heavy Warframe Society was brilliant. It was like a paradise to him. Obviously, his roommates were not very interested in practicing on the heavy warframes. They preferred to use the holographic virtual training machine to operate advanced fighting warframes. Someone would use Rhinoceros T1 occasional, while Porter RS and Builder were never used. They were too hard to operate and would not be used for fighting. Generally speaking, those who driving heavy warframes were soldiers of lower ranks, while officers would hardly use these. That was why his roommates were not very interested. Han San liked Porter RS and Builder a lot, and would practice on them when he had time. The gratification he got from operating heavy warframes was much greater than using a virtual training machine or warframe for practice. Room 304 happily joined the Heavy Warframe Society, while everyone else in the school was looking for Ji Yanran's boyfriend madly, especially Zhao Lianhua, who was pressured by Lu Jiangwo to find him. However, no one knew who Ji Yanran's boyfriend was, not to mention where he was. Chapter 138. Ji Yanran's scheme. In addition to Zhao Lianhua, Ji Yanran was dying to find Han Senator. Now she was sure the boyfriend was not Ouyang Shaosan, because during the match against Li Yufeng, Ouyang was participating in the training of martial arts society and could not have been at the match. Also, Ji Yanran did not believe Ouyang could have beaten Li Yufeng by 20 points. Who was it? Our school has such a hidden master at Hand of God. Ji Yanran thought of that hateful idea and vowed, I will find you after all. If you really want to find him out, I have a way, Chu Lily said with a smile. What way? Ji Yanran did not believe Chu Lily. In fact, the approach is very simple. Since he used that ID, certainly he is one of your admirers. All you need to do is to host a Hand of God contest at school and say the champion's prize is a kiss from you. I think he will participate for sure, said Chu, blinking. Ji Yanran rolled her eyes. What a bad idea. What if he does not show up? Chu Lily suddenly grinned at Ji Yanran and said, so you are willing to kiss him if he's the champion? Hey, that bastard, how could I? Ji Yanran was mad and shy at the same time. She grabbed Chu Lily and threatened, little girl, wait and see how I tame you. Ka Lily quickly begged for mercy, but Ji Yanran continued to tickle her, and until she was almost out of breath. Chu Lily's idea was not that great, but it did remind Ji Yanran that in more than half a month, a school-wide contest named Starry Cup, sponsored by Starry Group, would start. The prize would be great, and maybe that person would show up and participate. But Ji Yanran did not know which department he was in. Hand of God was just one item in Starry Cup, which also included combat, warframe, archery, and other items. If that person did not come to Hand of God, but registered in another item, it would be difficult to tell who he was. It calls for a little trick, Ji Yanran thought with a devious smile on her face. In the training hall, several students were sitting together. Have you heard that the champion of Hand of God in Starry Cup could get a set of Z Steel weapons of King series and visit the main factory of Starry Group? Who doesn't know that? I heard that Starry Group had also invited the president of Hand of God Society to visit their main factory. The president of Hand of God Society? Isn't that Ji Yanran? Yeah, the visit is 5 days and 4 nights. Wow, I'm definitely going to participate in the contest this time. What is the point? This is clearly meant for Ji Yanran's boyfriend. It's their honeymoon. Everything is possible. People make mistakes. What if Ji Yanran's boyfriend did not do so well this time? He beat Li Yifeng by 20 points. Even if he makes 20 mistakes, he would still be as good as Li. What chance do you stand, right? Soon the news was spread throughout the school. When Chu Lily heard the news and asked Ji Yanran, the latter smiled and cunningly said, that is what other people say. I have not mentioned a thing. You are obviously stealing my idea. Pay me for the copyright. Chu Lily reached out to tickle Ji. Ji Yanran thought that this could force Han to register for the Hand of God contest, but little did she know that Hansen had not even heard about it because he had been practicing driving a heavy warframe builder. This was more fun than driving the training warframes. Builder's versatility allowed Han San to reach the limit of his speed. In Principal's office, Luo Xiangyang looked at Principal Wei and complained, this is nonsense. How could you give the 7th warehouse to Heavy Warframe Society as their training ground? And the 3 heavy warframes are totally beyond the abilities of those students. What if there is an accident? Luo, you have to look at the specific circumstances. Those are good students, and that's why I gave them a relaxed training environment, Wei said slowly. More like rich and powerful students. Luo Xiangyang said with some disdain. You should know that the school has its own difficulties. Luo, you need to get rid of this temper of yours, said Wei earnestly. Luo Xiangyang's face was still gloomy. He said, I do not care what privileges they have. I can give them the warehouse, but the 3 heavy warframes can't be wasted like this. I must get them back. Luo left, disregarding Principal Wei's calling him. Wei shook his head and sighed. A nasty temper indeed. He thought about it and let it go. That young lady would not touch those heavy warframes anyway, so there should be no problem that Luo were to take them away. Luo Xiangyang stepped toward the 7th warehouse and was quite upset. He had wanted this warehouse for a while, and the school never agreed. Then they gave it to the Heavy Warframe Society. He knew everything about Heavy Warframe Society, just several people who were wasting their time. Who would pay attention to heavy warframes anyway? Normal soldiers would not even have the chance to touch them. Only the specialized soldiers would like them. He was now the coach of the Warframe Society, which was doing very well and had lots of members, among which a lot were excellent. However, their training field and equipment were quite lacking. He wanted to use the 7th warehouse as a training field, but the school had never approved and later gave it to Heavy Warframe Society. How could he stay calm knowing that? But Luo Xiangyang also knew that Principal Wei was having a hard time. So he was fine with giving them the warehouse, but the 3 heavy warframes should not be wasted like that. He planned to take them back to his society and pick a few students to practice on them. If possible, he'd like to train those students into professional heavy warframe operators. When Luo Xiangyang came to the 7th warehouse, he saw Builder was driven by someone, doing a lot of strange moves on the training ground. Chapter 139. Sparring with a coach. The reason that the moves seemed strange was that Builder was holding a thick and long alloy tube in each of its 4 hands, wielding the tubes as swords like a human. Because Builder itself was too cumbersome and had 4 arms, its actions looked very odd. Luo Xiangyang looked at it and was slightly surprised. Anyone able to drive Builder like this must have reached the level of an evolver. Which teacher or coach in the school is driving Builder? Luo Xiangyang could not think of any student, as an unevolved person could hardly achieve this speed. After watching for a while, Luo Xiangyang started to have a craving. He used to be a heavy warframe soldier and operate heavy warframes as combat warframes for fun. After he entered the school, he did not have heavy warframes to play with, and few knew how to operate heavy warframes, so he had no one to spar with either. When he saw someone using a heavy warframe to mimic a combat warframe, His craving was evoked. Seeing Porter RS parked on the other side, Luo Xiangyang went directly into its cockpit and activated it using his coach authorization. Han San was practicing driving Builder because it was the closest to an ordinary combat warframe. Suddenly, Han San saw a shadow coming toward him from the holographic image. With his strong reflexes, he immediately operated Builder to raise one of the tubes it was grabbing to block that shadow. Clank! A loud clanking of metals rang and Han San saw that it was Porter RS that had attacked him using its 30-foot-long multifunction wrench. And on Porter RS' other arm, the cutter was turned on and waved toward him. Han San did not have any time to consider who was driving Porter's RS, but had to block it with another tube in Builder's hand. The alloy tube was cut off by the cutter instantly, and the fearsome blade, spinning at a high speed, was approaching Builder. Shocked, Han San pushed the speed of his hands to the limit, manipulating Builder to step back and avoided the swing from Porter RS. Good! Luo Xiangyang exclaimed in excitement, controlling the Porter RS to launch crazy attacks against Builder. The giant wrench, cutter, drill bits, hooks, and other tools all became terrifying weapons with his control. Luo Xiangyang took his opponent for a veteran because he believed no one could use Builder like this otherwise. An unevolved person could never achieve this level. Han San was a bit dumbfounded and did not know who was driving Porter RS. This person had better operation and speed than Han San as well. Even when Han San was trying with all he had, he still could not make any progress and was about to be defeated. Han San did not want to accept this failure and used what he learned from Hand of God, raising the speed of his hand to level evolved 4. Suddenly he became the incarnation of the thousand-hand Buddha, completing various complex operations at dazzling speed. Luo Xiangyang felt his opponent was a bit weaker in the beginning and thought maybe this guy was probably just a low-level heavy warframe soldier. Also, it seemed this guy had not operated a heavy warframe in a long time and was obviously a bit rusty. But soon, Luo Xiangyang found the guy became so much better that it was like Builder had become alive. Flexible and swift, it was more like a combat warframe and a heavy one. Luo Xiangyang was ecstatic. It was so rare that he encountered such an opponent. Using all he had, he was on the same level as his opponent. Then Luo Xiangyang found that this guy was also rapidly improving. When fighting with Luo, this guy's operation was more and more accurate, which again convinced Luo that this was a retired heavy warframe soldier like himself. Awesome! Luo Xiangyang had not been so happy in a long time. If he had to describe, he would have said the ordinary combat warframes were like women and heavy warframes were like men. The domineering feeling, the clanking of the wrench and alloy tubes, and the pressure his body was under, all brought Luo's blood to a boil, reminding him of the days when he was in the army. The two large-scale heavy warframes were constantly colliding into each other, and the sounds kept echoing in the warehouse. Han San did not know who he was fighting, but felt much pressure. Even when he was using all he got, he was still completely overwhelmed. His opponent was so much better than him in technique, and Han San had learned a lot. Is it fatty or skinny? Indeed, they are more experienced than I am, Han San was guessing. There were only a few people in the society and he knew his roommates, and the girls were not able to achieve this level, so fatty and skinny were all that were left. Han San did not expect that the person he was fighting would be the coach of Warframe Society and a veteran in heavy warframe operation. Han San had no hard feelings, but was quite excited about a fight like this, because he could learn so much more from it than when he practiced alone. It seems that I have underestimated fatty and skinny. I need to practice more often with them, Han San thought. Having been fighting for an hour, Han San was unable to handle the physical stress brought by the fight and came out of the warframe. He was soaked in his own sweat. Operating a heavy warframe like Builder could stress one out easily, and it was impressive that Han San had been operating it for such a long time. Luo Xiangyang felt a bit unsatisfied, but did not insist when seeing his opponent had stopped. He came out of the cockpit and wanted to meet this person. Since they were both veterans, they could communicate and fight again later. But he was stunned when he saw the man coming out of Builder. He always thought that this guy must be a veteran, but the person coming out of Builder was a fair-skinned young man of no more than 17 years of age. He must have not even reached the age to serve, and thus could not be a veteran. Chapter 140. Meeting Ji Yinran again. You are a student? Luo Xiangyang asked. Hello, I am Han Senator. I have just entered the Heavy Warframe Society. Are you also in our society? I have never met you. Your skills are amazing. Could you teach me when you have time? Han Sen said with a smile. You just entered the Heavy Warframe Society? You are a freshman? Luo Xiangyang could not believe that he was just sparring with a freshman. Yes, I joined our society 7 or 8 days ago, replied Han Sen. Have you ever driven a heavy warframe before? No. Before I was using the training warframes at school to practice and only had the opportunity to use a heavy warframe after I joined the society. It is much harder than using a training warframe, and I have not made much progress. You, on the other hand, are so much better. I had to shapeshift using a beast soul to hang in there, explained Han Sen. Although in Han's view, this schoolmate seemed a bit older, Han Sen had to admit that he was skilled. Luo Xiangyang's thought sullenly. You only touched a heavy warframe for the first time a few days ago, and now you can fight me. If you are calling this not much progress, then everyone in my society should probably kill themselves. What is your department? How did you join the Heavy Warframe Society? Luo Xiangyang believed if he could poach this guy and get him to join Warframe Society instead, then Warframe Society could probably be in the top 10, no, top 5 in the alliance. I am in the department of archery and a friend introduced me to join our society, Han Sen said. Archery department? Luo Xiangyang regretted so much that he had never looked into that department, full of specially enrolled students. Had he looked, he would have never let a talent go somewhere like Heavy Warframe Society. When Luo Xiangyang was thinking about how to persuade Han Sen to quit Heavy Warframe Society and join Warframe Society, Han's comlink rang. Han Sen only thought Luo Xiangyang was a senior, so he answered the call. Brother, I need to run now. Let's have another go next time. Han Sen hung up and said, waving to Luo. Not having had the time to start his persuasion before Han Sen took off, Luo thought to himself, anyway, now that I know who he is, I can always come back later. Looking at the 3 heavy warframes, Luo Xiangyang did not intend to move them away anymore. Since Han Sen was still here, he will let Han use them and move these warframes when Han transferred to Warframe Society. Luo Xiangyang was really glad when he left the 7th warehouse, celebrating the fact that he had found such a genius. No longer discontent about the fact that Principal Wei gave the warehouse to someone else, he was focused on the idea of getting Han Sen to join Warframe Society. As a freshman, Han Sen still had years left in Blackhawk. Maybe in these years, he could build a champion team in the alliance. After coming out of the 7th warehouse, Han Sen went to a cafeteria. His roommates asked him to bring them some snacks, and Han Sen was also hungry himself after his Warframe fight. This cafeteria was very close to their dormitory and had great fruit juices. Han Sen almost had a juice here every day, but the juices were particularly sought after and always sold out early. Han Sen forgot about the time when fighting Luo Xiangyang and only came after being reminded by his roommates. When he arrived at the place, he was surprised to see there was only 1 bottle of juice left and quickly swiped to pay for it. But when he finished the payment and was reaching for the bottle of juice, another hand grabbed the bottle. Han Sen quickly looked up and saw that person looking back at him. You! The two called out almost at the same time. Han Sen saw the sweet face in front of him and was slightly surprised, not expecting to see Ji Yanran here. Apparently, Ji Yanran was also surprised to see him. She frowned and asked, "Why are you here?" "I am a Blackhawk student and have, of course, come here to eat," Han Sen replied. "Didn't think you would be admitted." Ji Yanran curled her lips and looked at Han Sen's hand on the bottle. "Let go. You are the one who should let go." "I paid first," said Han Sen. Ji Yanran gave him a glance full of disdain. "Your pickup line is too old. Let go, or I will yell." "What do you mean by pickup line? Why do I need that? Have you seen anyone using a pickup line on his girlfriend?" Han Sen said. Ji Yanran disagreed. "You have the nerve to mention that, cheater. Who cheated?" Han Sen frowned. "If you did not cheat, why didn't you come to find me?" Ji Yanran had identified Han Sen as a cheater because he did not dare to come to her. "I did not have time," said Han Sen. "Oh, save it please." Ji Yanran rolled her pretty eyes. "Suit yourself, but I really did pay first for the juice." Han Sen did not bother to explain. "I grabbed it first, and I paid as well. Please come early next time," Ji Yanran said with a smile. Looking at Ji Yanran, Han Sen suddenly bowed his head, stretched out his tongue, and pretended to lick her hand on the bottle. Ji Yanran screamed and cringed. "Please come early next time." Han Sen grabbed the bottle, waved his hand at her, and walked away with a grin. What a shameless guy. Ji Yanran bit her lips and saw Han Sen taking the juice away sullenly. When she saw Han Sen go away to buy other things, she had an idea, so she took a detour and approached him from another side. When he put the juice down to reach for something else, she grabbed the bottle and turned away. "Hey, how can you do that?" Han Sen was carrying his roommate's snacks with both hands and had to look at Ji Yanran, who was already away. "A tooth for a tooth." Ji Yanran stuck out her little pink tongue and made a face before she happily walked away. Chapter 141. A date. I did not expect that a cheater could actually be admitted to Blackhawk. Has the school lowered its standards? Ji Yanran thought as she walked and made no connection between Han Sen and my girlfriend is Genron. In her mind, Han Sen was a cheater and nowhere near a master. Soon, Ji Yanran saw Han Sen was behind her, so she turned around and frowned at him. "What do you want?" "I'm going back to my dorm. You think I'm following you?" Han Sen rolled his eyes. "Which department are you in? Where is your dorm?" Ji Yanran refused to believe him. "Archery department, building E10 room 304. Han Sen smiled at her. Ji Yanran paused, for Han Sen's dormitory was really this way, and the building where Han Sen lived was right behind her building. "Archery department. No wonder you can be admitted to Blackhawk. Cheater in games and cheater in the entrance exam," Ji Yanran said. "Why are you treating your boyfriend like this?" said Han Sen helplessly. "You can save that comment when you could beat me, cheater," Ji Yanran said. "Piece of cake. I can do it now if you wish." Han Sen was a little annoyed by being called a cheater. "Want to cheat again?" Ji Yanran said with disdain. Hansen was speechless. "You said I cheated and refused to let me prove it to you. What do you want? If you really have what it takes, we could have a match on the professional holographic training machine tomorrow," Ji Yanran said confidently. "Well, give me your comlink number. I'll contact you tomorrow." Han Sen smiled and said. Ji Yanran rolled her eyes. "Don't try to get my number. Tomorrow afternoon at 3 o'clock. I will wait for you in building E16 room 138. "Well, I will go. Wait to become my girlfriend?" Han Sen laughed. Ji Yanran did not talk to him again and walked away. The next afternoon, when Han Sen was ready to go, Qin Xian suddenly gave him an order to go back to Steel Armor Shelter for an important task. Han Sen had to give up the plan to meet Ji Yanran and teleported to Steel Armor Shelter. Although he would like to inform Ji Yanran, she did not tell him her number, so he had no way to do it. Ji Yanran went there at 3 o'clock and waited, but saw no one there. She was even more convinced that he was a cheater. Han Sen came back after 2 days, and there was still no way to contact Ji Yanran. He did not worry about it too much and continued to study according to his own plan. Everyone, I have something to say. Fatty cleared his throat and said, holding a stack of paper in his hand. President, we can hear you, replied Sure as he was training on a holographic machine. Other people were also doing their own thing. Feeling helpless, Fatty said, in a few days, Starry Cup will begin, and as a society of Warframe, we must register for some Warframe items. Let's see which ones we should go for. You are the president. You decide. Lu Ming had nothing to contribute. Zhang Yang was zealous. Of course, all of them. The number of our members would not even cover all the items. Wang Mingming blinked her eyes and said, we are the heavy Warframe Society, so we will fall short to the Warframe Society in many items, Li Jinjin said. Wang Chun added, for the items in combat, we will not do well. And we haven't even practiced the 5-on-5 team combat, and will be much worse than the Warframe Society. That is challenging, but as long as we unite as one, we will be able to win. Zhang Yang was full of self-confidence. Fatty looked to Wang Mingming. Which one should we apply for? Wang Mingming looked at Han Sen, who was reading, Brother Han, what do you say? That Starry Cup. What is in it for the champion? Han Sen pondered and asked. Skinny quickly said, of course. The prize depends on the item, and all top 3 will get something. Of course, the champion's prize is the best. For example, all members of the champion team of the 5-on-5 combat will gain a Warframe of the Star B series, which was worth more than $1 million each. The champion of the single combat will win the lastest Warframe of the King series, which has a value of nearly 10 million. There are prizes for the top 3 of all items. We should try our best. Even if we don't win anything, it would be a great opportunity for us to practice, Fatty said. Let's register for all then. Hansen heard there were so many awards paid by Starry Group and decided to try. For real. Fatty looked to Wang Mingming again. If Brother Han says so. Wang Mingming thought about it and asked, if there any overlaps between these items? Can one show up in all of them? Fatty checked the schedule and said, there is no problem other than one item, which is a single item, so one of us could go for that. Well then, our president will take care of the registration, Wang Mingming said with a smile. Mingming, will this work? Our society has so few people, and almost all of us are freshmen. Would it look too bad if we lost in everything? Li Zhenjin said with some concern. It does not matter. With Brother Han here, we will not lose. Wang Mingming had blind trust in Han Sen. Li Zhenjin and Wang Chun cast an odd look to Han Senator. They could not tell what was so special about this freshman that Wang worshipped him so much. They had also asked Wang Mingming about it, and Wang simply said she had known him all her life, and he had always been an impressive person. But Li Zhenjin and Wang Chun were quite skeptical about it, since they had not seen any excellent performance from him. And Han Sen had been practicing on heavy warframes instead of combat warframes these days, so it would be unrealistic to say he would get any prize.